Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Chapter 2212, Half-Step Eternal Tianing moves the big array. He also left the Infinity, heading to the edge of the Tianing continent. Because he had just arrived in the Tianing continent before, he sent a clone in the treasure-hunting flying to investigate. Therefore, for the Tianing continent, he still opened up some dispatchable maps, quickly. Su Lang reached the edge of Tianing continent. Just got here, Su Lang discovered that beyond the edge of the Tianing continent, there were many warriors guarding him tremblingly. It is clear, these people must have received the order of Emperor Zhou to be immortal, guarding outside, and observing his movements as much as possible. However, these people are too weak. After the previous batch of 2 junior powerhouses were killed, these people dare not enter the Tianing continent at all. These people under the command of Emperor Zhou. They are all people below the beginning level. Many of them are controlled beasts. Su Lang looked at the warriors who were guarding the edge of the Tianing continent with fear, suddenly smiled coldly, and dispatched the clone directly. Quickly, those densely packed warriors were easily solved by Su Lang's clone, as if countless ants were trampled to death by 1 foot. Those sacred beasts were rescued by Su Lang and directly collected into his life universe. Next, Su Lang dispatched a clone, continuously dispatching around the Tianing continent. The clones opened the dispatchable map while clearing the betrayers in the Tianing continent and freeing the controlled beasts. And Su Lang himself, from where you are now, you are ready to start arranging the formation. The layout and design concept of this layout is different from the last time when the Wu clan mainland was transferred. The main reason for transferring the formation of the Wu clan continent is to enable it to be swallowed by the clone and transferred to the Heavenly Mian continent. In this time, it is to use World Heavenly Witch Fulcrum as the basis to transfer the Tianing continent by space shuttle. Therefore, most of the formations deployed by Su Lang this time are related to time and space as well as fulcrum leverage. In order to be able to arrange a more powerful formation, Su Lang deliberately read all the classics of formations he obtained from various channels, including the formation classics obtained from many Buddhist experts in Tianmi continent, and the classics with the characteristics of Yuanming universe array talisman obtained from the masters of the 9 evolving realm under Yuanmingzhou Emperor. Finally, there is the formation classics donated by Eastern Tai. Considering that Su Lang wanted to set up the formation, she gave all of her collection to Su Lang, including the already destroyed Western God Alchemy formation system. After learning these formations, Su Lang mastered 8 times more than before. The coverage has become extremely broad. The key is that he can also integrate these formations, runes, and other systems, each taking its own strengths and integrating them into one. Not long, Su Lang used the various formations he mastered to design a powerful combined formation that contained the fulcrum and lever profound meaning, or cooperated with the fulcrum and lever profound meaning. This formation level has completely reached the half-step eternal state. Tisk tut, unexpectedly, I actually refined a half-step eternal realm formation. Looking back, I will try to make an attack or kill type formation to deal with the immortal Emperor Zhou and Mi Ling Bald Donkey. The main purpose of this formation is to move the Tianing continent, so let's call Tianing move the big formation. Su Lang thought so. Zan even started to lay out the Tianing shifting formation from scratch according to his own design. Under the function of one thought formation, Su Lang arranged the formation very fast. With a single thought, all the formations can be covered by the divine mind. After finishing the arrangement, go to the next place and continue the arrangement. Just in the time he designed the formation, the clones have opened up a large range of dispatchable areas, and they almost have to spare the Tianing continent a circle. This allows Su Lang to arrange the formation without stopping. But this is not enough. Just going around in a circle is not enough, but the dispatchable area must form a spherical surface to wrap the Tianing continent. Then, while arranging the formation, Su Lang let the clones continue to open up the dispatchable area, and he was bound to visit the entire Tianing continent. And just when Su Lang set up the formation, in the Tianmi continent, chapter 2213, I can't let Su Lang succeed. How to do. Those who are trapped in Tianmi continent can't be returned in a short time. The remaining super junior subordinates were all killed, and even those warriors guarding the periphery of the Tianing continent began to encounter Su Lang's slaughter. Now, I have completely lost control of the Tianing continent, and even surveillance is difficult. The immortal Emperor Zhou stopped somewhere in the Tianmi continent, her fists clenched, her pupils trembling, hate and annoyed. The golden figure of Buddha Mi Ling who stood by did not dare to speak at all. Mi Ling was originally looked down upon by Emperor Immortal Zhou. If his clone dared to provoke Emperor Immortal at this time, he would be regarded as a punching bag immediately. However, even if he doesn't speak, Mi Ling, I blame you, old bald donkey. Why didn't you entangle that Su Feng before I came to Tianmi continent? Why keep urging me, you trash, blame you, I will throw away the Tianing continent. Quote. Emperor Zhou turned his head and stared at Mi Ling's golden figure with blood-red eyes, scolding and shaking the pot with gnashing teeth. This time Immortal Emperor Zhou was led by Su Lang to play. Mi Ling did want to carry a little pot, because he did not entangle Su Lang at all times, but instead allowed Su Lang to act recklessly in the Tianmi continent, and went to the Tianing continent smoothly, in spite of. He is not strong enough. In spite of. It was useless for him to send out the golden figure. But this pot, he does want to memorize it. And now the Emperor Zhou Immortal has thrown his pot over, he has to carry it together. Why do I suffer so much? Since their surrender, they have never seen it directly once, and at this time they have to be in the dark. It is obvious that Su Lang is too abnormal. You are so strong to Immortal Emperor Zhou, why was the method of staying in the Tianing continent suddenly solved by Su Lang? You won't destroy Emperor Zhou. Buddha Mi Ling was complaining in his heart, he didn't dare to show a little clue in front of Emperor Zhou, otherwise he would definitely die. At this time, when the Emperor Zhou saw Mi Ling's golden figure and did not speak, he was suddenly angry again. Waste, rubbish, get out of my way. Emperor Immortal Zhou cursed fiercely, and slapped Mi Ling's golden figure in the face. Mi Ling's golden figure did not dare to resist at all, so he had to use the power of the slap in the face of Emperor Zhou to smoothly leave her sight. After slapped fiercely, the Immortal Emperor Zhou's mood immediately calmed down a lot. No way, I can't let Su Lang succeed. Dongfang Tai was used by her husband, and she absolutely dare not leave the Tianing continent at will. They must take time to figure out a solution. In a short time, they should not cause more serious consequences. In that case, I still have time to remedy it. The eyes of the Immortal Emperor Zhou are shining with thoughtful light. Time passed slowly. Su Lang continued to arrange joint formations, and gradually completed the formation coverage project for a small half of Tianing continent. The clones have already visited the entire Tianing continent a long time ago. Heaven and earth, almost anywhere, even a little Gada, Su Lang can directly send a clone or a treasure hunt flying. Of course, he himself can replace the past through the clone. After the clone is idle, Su Lang dispatched his clone to the Tianing continent to gather a large number of creatures into the universe of life. This is to prevent the powerful space-time oppression that will kill those fragile creatures when the continent is moving. After all, the creatures in Tian Ting continent were temporarily put away by the clones. Su Lang dispatched the clone to the vicinity of the Tianing continent to collect the life planets in those star regions. The entire endless universe, as long as the power that can be gathered, Su Lang will not let go. Just when Su Lang was busy in the Tianmi continent, after thinking about it, Emperor Zhou still had two choices. Chapter 2214. The Immortal Emperor Zhou must save his attack. The first option is to slowly return to Tianing continent using ordinary means. But after I went back, it was estimated that the daylily was cold. Even if Su Lang did not successfully rescue Dongfang Tai, he would definitely take away extremely important things from the Tianing continent. Perhaps, Dongfang Tai would hand over some important things he guarded to Su Lang to take away. That is also an extremely serious loss. The key is immortal. Emperor Zhou didn't want to run back to see the miserable and messy scene, which was really shameful. Therefore, Emperor Zhou chose the second option and attacked the heavenly continent. For Su Lang, the Tianmen continent, which has been in business for a long time, is definitely more important than the Tianing continent. In addition, the distance from Tianmi continent to Tian Ting continent is actually farther than Tianmi continent to Tianmi continent. Because the Eternal Emperor couldn't always see the Tianmi continent. After the boundless realm was divided into 4 continents, there was no communication between the Tianing continent and the Tianmi continent. At most, it has been sent several times. On the contrary, in the past, the Immortal Emperor Zhou sat and watched the battle between Tianmi continent and Tianmen continent. This makes the Tianmi continent have many arrangements for the Tianmen continent, and can reach the Tianmen continent in a shorter time. As for the time and space barriers of the Tianmen continent, there is actually nothing in front of the Emperor Zhou. Combine various reasons, Emperor Zhou chose to attack the Tianmen continent. Boy Su Lang, I will save you when I attack the enemy, see if you can sit still. If you return, if you can't take Dongfang Tai with you, then you won't be able to resist me head-on, and you will end up with a dead word. If you really don't return to the heavenly misty continent, that's fine, you destroy my Tianing continent, and I will destroy your heavenly misty continent, to see whose loss is more serious. HMPH, what choice would you make in a dilemma? Indestructible Emperor Zhou thought so, his eyes gradually revealed a trace of pride and sneer. Immediately after, the immortal Emperor Zhou used various methods to contact the remaining weak subordinates in the Tianing continent. He also gave them an order to spread the news that she was going to attack the heavenly continent, so Su Lang must know. And she herself returned to Mi Ling Tianshan again. His Royal Highness Immortal Emperor Zhou, Lao Na knows his fault. Seeing the immortal Emperor Zhou came running, Mi Ling thought she was here to inquire about the crime, so he directly confessed. What an old trash, I still have to rely on myself. Emperor Immortal Zhou dismissed it and said coldly, Miling old bald donkey, now hurry up and give me the most convenient route from Tianmi continent to Tianmi continent. Yes, Your Highness, His Royal Highness, is this going to attack the Tianmen continent? This is really a great strategy. In this way, Su Lang will immediately fall into a dilemma, hesitating between the Tianing continent and the Tianmen continent. In the end, he will definitely choose the heavenly misty continent, but after returning, he will be easily taken by Your Highness. Mi Ling saw the idea of the immortal Emperor Zhou and immediately flattered him. In fact, he had thought of it himself, but he didn't dare to say, he didn't dare to grab the good idea that immortal Emperor Zhou had in a flash. At this time, Emperor Zhou was in a better mood for being flattered. But she still instantly colded her face and said indifferently, stop talking nonsense, and quickly hand over the most convenient route. Yes, His Highness Immortal Emperor Zhou. Mi Ling hurriedly agreed, and immediately handed over all the arrangements for Tianmi continent for many years in Tianmi continent. Although Tianmi continent's strategy against Tianmen continent has been completely cracked by Su Lang. But there are still remaining paths. These paths are composed of Buddhist anchor points, and Tianzutong can span a long distance at one time, and it will not take too long to reach the Tianmen continent. Emperor Immortal cannot use Tianzutong. The golden figure cannot leave Tianmi continent either. But Emperor Zhou could also use the Buddhist treasures given by Mi Ling to spend a little more time to travel to the heavenly continent. Chapter 2215, Half-Step Eternal Formation completed. This is Mi Ling Tianshu Suo. His Royal Highness can use it to take advantage of those Buddhist anchor points. While maintaining the reverse training of the origin of the universe, Buddha Mi Ling took out an extremely basic treasure with extremely difficulty, which almost affected his operation of the reverse training of the origin of the universe. After you have developed the origin of the universe, follow it quickly. Emperor Immortal Zhou snatched Mi Ling Tianshu Suo, coldly dropped a word, turned and left. Yes, His Royal Highness Immortal Emperor Zhou. Buddha Mi Ling readily agreed. Anyway, there is nothing to lose in the Tianmi continent. It is better to attack the Tianmen continent in Su Lang together, so that you can get out of the breath that has been held in your heart for a long time. Then, Emperor Immortal took the Mi Ling Tianju Shuo of the Mi Ling Buddha and set off on the road to the Tian Miao continent. With her half-step eternal realm's mighty power, there are also many Buddhist anchors that can be used, and it will probably not take long to reach the Tianmen continent. And her actions, it has been seen by Su Lang's ubiquitous and endless treasure hunting flying gliders. Tisk tut, do you still know that you must save the enemy? It took so long to think of this method, this woman is really stupid. Su Lang learned of the Emperor's movement, and directly inferred that the Emperor was going to the heavenly continent. Just then, some extremely weak warriors appeared in Su Lang's field of vision. His great immortal Emperor Zhou, now is going to destroy the heavenly continent. Su Lang, you, go back to stay home. Little bastard, do you think you can save Dongfang Tai? Impossible. Ha, scumbag, I see how you choose. These weak warriors one after another said very arrogant words, but their tone was very frightening, and even their tongues nodded with fear. Because everything they said was taught to them by Emperor Zhou. I guess it was correct. The woman of the immortal Emperor Zhou wants to do something to my heavenly Mian continent. After seeing these weak warriors, Su Lang smiled coldly and waved his hand to kill them. As for making choices, still use selection, of course, continue to arrange the formation. Now the formation is almost finished. Once the arrangement is finished, go to the innate demon, please, him for help. Of course, before that, Su Lang wants to control the whereabouts of the immortal Emperor Zhou. The clone dispatch is activated. Su Lang thought. A avatar appeared on the edge of Tianmi continent, and chased him towards the immortal Emperor Zhou. Don't forget that Emperor Zhou is half-step eternal, but her movement speed is not as fast as when Su Lang dispatched the clone. After all, Su Lang's clone can be equivalent to flashing and flashing, then. Soon, Su Lang's clone caught up with the immortal Emperor Zhou, and was taken back by Su Lang before being destroyed. The time elapsed from departure to the present. In the distance traveled by the immortal Emperor Zhou, Su Lang listed a formula, which simply calculated the time required for the Emperor's entire journey to reach the heavenly continent, of course. To prevent accidents, Su Lang deliberately reduced this time by half. From time to time, the clone is sent to continue to explore the location of the immortal Emperor Zhou. Time flies. All parties are frantically busy. Mi Ling Buddha is madly practicing the origin of the universe. The immortal Emperor Zhou is going crazy to the heavenly misty continent. Su Lang is frantically deploying half-step eternal formation. Correct. And Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, I don't know exactly what he is up to, I'm very busy anyway. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, the immortal Emperor Zhou has already advanced halfway. The cosmic origin of Mi Ling Buddha is about to be completed. On Su Lang's side, he officially completed the half-step eternal realm super formation that envelops the entire Tianting continent. Tianting moves the big formation. Such an all-round formation covering the entire Tianting continent is definitely the strongest formation since the birth of the infinite universe. Although it is not for war, but its level alone is staggering. Finally done. With my infinity and Dongfang Tai, plus this formation, it is actually quite certain. However, the immortal Emperor Zhou is still some distance away from the Tianmen continent. During this period, if it goes well, I will be able to please the innate demon over here. Thinking of this, Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth, and immediately dispatched a clone. Chapter 2216. Goodbye innate demon devouring evil. This clone was dispatched to the vicinity of the location of the innate demon. With the treasure hunt flying's function of hunting soul, it has always locked the position of the innate demon. After he escaped here, he never left. In fact, it hasn't been many days since Su Lang absorbed his incense aspiration power and forced him to flee here. This time is for the innate demon. Probably the time for ordinary mortals to catch their breath. Ah, what a shame. Why do I encounter that kind of existence that completely does not conform to the laws of the universe? So heartache, I feel so heartache, so hate. But, how can I get revenge? That guy is damaging me. Is there any hope of revenge in my life? Quote. In the dead and dark void, the innate demon was hidden here, still immersed in the pain of being beaten by Su Lang. His loss this time was really too great. Not to mention the loss of the countless incense aspirations that he had accumulated, even the pot of cultivation 10,000 realms was robbed, and there would be no place to cook in the future. And at this moment, outside the detection range of his spiritual power, one or two figures appeared one after another. It was Su Lang and his clone. Just ahead, but this time I'll say hello first, so as not to scare him away. Su Lang retracted his clone, generally looking at the endless dark void ahead. Immediately, his mind moved, and the treasure-hunting flying gliders appeared. All these treasure hunt flying gliders are holding an audiovisual communication stone. Su Lang also held an audiovisual communication stone, which was connected with the audiovisual communication stone held by the huge treasure-hunting flying strays. Suddenly, pieces of illusory pictures emerged from the audiovisual communication stones. The content was Su Lang's smiling face, and it was still instant. This is the video call made by Su Lang. In fact, if it hadn't been for fear of losing the clone, he wouldn't have caused such trouble. Closer to home, treasure-hunting flying birds with audiovisual communication stones were continuously dispatched by Su Lang. In a blink of an eye, they have entered the spiritual detection range of the innate demon. What is this stuff? One by one is so weak, even with no spiritual power, but can advance at such a fast speed. No, it's the weird guy who is projecting the audiovisual communication stone in their hands. These things were sent by that weird guy, and he's going to do it on me again. No, he can't let him succeed. Quote. After seeing Su Lang's treasure hunting fly, the innate demon was first shocked. When he saw the portrait of Su Lang projected by the audiovisual communication stone, it instantly exploded. On that boundless black planet-like body, countless hideous tentacles suddenly opened, like a weird hedgehog or sea urchin. The innate demon was really seriously frightened. He was terrified just seeing Su Lang. At this time, those treasure-hunting flying strays held countless communication stones, and countless portraits of Su Lang were projected, densely packed. This is simply the most scary scene in the eyes of the innate demon. Then, the next moment, he was ready to escape immediately. But at this moment, innate demons eat evil. Don't rush away, I am not here to draw your strength. Of course, if you don't want to communicate with me and just run away, I don't mind sucking you down. However, he saw Su Lang's faint voice in the images of Su Lang projected by the transmission stones. This statement came out. The innate demon was immediately stunned. Evil devouring. He knows my real name. How is this possible? Only I know the real name of biting xie. What kind of existence is this guy? Has he restrained me from waiting, to the extent that he can directly penetrate my thinking? No, it's not true, it's not true. Quote. Endless horror, fear, and disbelief arose in the mind of the innate demon eater. Simultaneously, he really wants to run. I really want to escape from the gaze of that smiling demon. Chapter 2217, Eat Evil, Don't Be Afraid. But, he really didn't dare to run. Because he doesn't want to be sucked dry. What on earth are you looking for me? Biting Evil looked at Su Lang in a frightened manner, and said in a somewhat difficult tone. He is also ready to escape at any time. Even if he knew, Su Lang could find himself the first time, he could find himself the second time. But you feel more secure when you run away. Ha ha ha, evil devouring, don't be afraid. I came to you this time because I wanted to ask you to help me. Su Lang looked at the trembling evil spirits through the perception of the treasure-hunting flying, and couldn't help being a little funny. This guy was obviously half-step in the eternal state, but he was so frightened by him. Look, he is almost a lamb. Do your best. What do you want me to do? Biting Evil's eyes showed surprise, and then asked uncertainly. Humph, if you don't participate in the battle of the Boundless Realm, the Boundless Realm shattered into 4 continents. Now I have commanded most of the remaining forces in the Boundless Universe, and prepared to fight against Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. And the 4 continents transformed by Boundless Realm, except for the one where Emperor Yuan Mingzhou is located, I have already set foot on the remaining 3 continents. Furthermore, the Tianmi continent has been completely controlled by me, and the Tianmi continent has almost been taken down by me. Now I am attacking the Tian Ting continent. I set up a half-step eternal realm formation on the Tianing continent, preparing to move the Tianing continent, so that it will cross countless spaces directly to the Tianmen continent, and the 2 will merge. What I want you to do is to help me transfer the Tianing continent. Su Lang stared at the indeterminate bitter evil, and said in a powerful tone. And this statement came out. Evil devouring was stunned immediately. What? You have commanded most of the remaining forces in the entire infinite universe. And you have mastered 1 continent, and the other 2 continents are about to be controlled by you. The most important thing is that you actually want to move the entire Tianing continent, so that it spans countless lonely cosmic spaces and merges with the heavenly misty continent. It's unbelievable, how did you do all this? Who are you? Could it be that you are the Emperor of the Endless Universe, you are not dead? Quote. Evil devouring looked at Su Lang in shock, his eyes that were bigger than the planet almost burst. Every word of Su Lang shocked him incomparably. Taken together, it was like a terrifying bomb exploded in his heart. He was so shocked that his thinking would be stagnated. In his impression, it is probably only the infinite Emperor Zhou that can do this. At this time, the Emperor of Infinity, I am indeed Emperor of Infinity, but I am not the leader who fell in the Battle of Infinity. My name is Su Lang, the new Emperor of the Infinite Universe. Evil devouring, now the opportunity to make up for the merits lies in front of you, and it depends on whether you can grasp it. Su Lang looked at Qi Xie faintly, and a smile was slowly drawn at the corner of his mouth. This Xia's eyes flickered, and hesitated. Fight against Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and humph, fight against me, you die faster. Su Lang smiled coldly, as long as you say no word, today is your death date. With the arrogant threat of the Qian primordial realm for a half-step eternity, it is estimated that he has been the only one since the birth of the infinite universe. Su Lang, okay, I promise you, but I will only help you once. Evil devouring expression changed, and then compromised. After helping you, you let me go. Ha ha, this can't work. As the half-step eternity of the boundless universe, you have also cultivated to the present by relying on the resources of the boundless universe. It is the duty of every creature in the infinite universe to defend the infinite universe. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou is about to leave the heavenly jade continent now. Do you think you have another 4 billion years to survive? Evil devouring, your only choice is to follow me and help me defeat Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. Su Lang smiled faintly. After success, I will give you freedom, and even let you go to Yuanming universe, you know. Say this. On the spot, Biting Evil's eyes were dumbfounded and speechless. Immediately after, Chapter 2218, Su Lang, I promise you, it is good. I promise you. A trace of helplessness flashed in his heart, and he agreed. The current situation, it has indeed made him unable to refuse. Although in the eyes of Jixi, defeating Emperor Yuanmingzhou or something is just a fantasy. It is even more impossible to go to Yuanming universe to feast in the future, but the situation is pressing. If he doesn't agree, Su Lang will kill him. Even if he escaped by chance, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou would definitely kill him in the end. Therefore, in fact, there is only one choice for eating evil. That is to promise Su Lang. Well, you will not regret your choice today. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and said, come on, enter my universe of life, and I will take you to the Tianing continent. This statement came out. Xia's eyes flashed suddenly. The life universe is an extremely important thing for a warrior. Su Lang has extremely terrifying restraint against him, but he is not a vegetarian. If he makes a big mess in the universe of life, he will definitely hurt Su Lang seriously, but this thought passed by in a flash. As a person who is greedy for life and fear of death, he will not bet his life. Okay, I promise you, enter your universe of life. Su Lang, Your Majesty, can you directly return to the Tianing continent? Jixie nodded, and then asked a little surprised, this is near the edge of the boundless universe, far from the center. How, you still don't believe it? Su Lang smiled faintly, and directly used the clone to dispatch and replace, and appeared in front of Evil Devouring. Suddenly, Jixi was shocked. With the vast scope of his spiritual power, I don't know how many lonely voids are shrouded. But Su Lang directly crossed these spaces and appeared in front of him silently, which was really scary. I believe it, Your Majesty Su Lang, let's go. Evil Devouring acknowledged it simply, and then slowly entered the role. Okay, come in. Su Lang nodded slightly and opened his Dantian life universe. One channel unfolds. Through this channel, Jixie has already seen a very prosperous planet that is not too big. And the planet gave him an extremely familiar feeling. That kind of feeling, he only felt it when he was born, and when he was fighting in the boundless world. Just when the evil spirits were horrified, he was incorporated into the channel by Su Lang using space means, and collected into the Dantian universe. Here is the core fragment of the Infinity Realm. Just like Dongfang Taiyi's reaction when he saw Blue Star, Devouring Evil was also extremely shocked. Although he had never participated in the war at the beginning, he was also secretly concerned. Then he felt the aura of the core fragments of the Boundless Realm, and saw the scene where the last Emperor of the Boundless Universe spent a huge price to exile the fragments of the Boundless Realm. Unexpectedly, billions of years have passed. He actually saw it again. Su Lang unexpectedly has fragments of the Boundless World. Could it be that he is the successor of the previous Emperor Boundless Zhou? If this is the case, many things can be explained. Given the inheritance of Emperor Zhou, Su Lang is likely to enter the realm of eternity. However, even the Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, who had placed such a powerful infinite universe back then, Su Lang. Your Majesty, how much can you do? Biting the Evil stayed in Su Lang's Dantian life universe, while condensing his body and breath, while silently thinking. But at this moment, he suddenly found a passage appeared, and immediately afterwards he was expelled from the universe of life. A new scene is presented in front of you, a hot, brilliant world of underground magma. What? That's it, really arrived at the Tianting continent in an instant. Such an exaggeration. Xia's eyes widened, his eyes full of incredible color. Suddenly. Evil devouring. Meet again. You are really the top greedy and fearful person in the boundless universe. A cold voice, accompanied by a familiar breath, reached the ears of Evil. Chapter 2219. Far beyond ordinary half-step eternity, Golden Crow. You are Eastern One. Xie looked at the cold-looking Dongfang Tai, his pupils shrank suddenly and his whole body trembled. As the most negative creature in the boundless universe, in front of the Golden Crow, he would be severely restrained. Even if there is no such exaggeration as Su Lang's complete restraint, it is still very scary, therefore. In front of the East One, he was a little bit confused. Humph. At the beginning, the boundless world was facing the disaster of extinction. Dongfang Tai looked at Xie with a little disdain and disgust, and you, as one of the half-step eternity of the Infinity Realm, even dare not even participate in the war. Biting Evil was stunned by Su Lang once, and Dongfang Tai stunned again. At this time, he did not dare to say anything, then. He simply shut his mouth tightly, and said nothing on his face. Forget it, he has promised to help me deal with Emperor Yuanmingzhou, so he will give him a chance to make up for it. Su Lang smiled and played round the field, and summoned the boundless call. Wow, the infinity dipped through the magma, splashing an endless tsunami of red magma. The powerful half-step eternal realm aura also spread, and the supergiant body that stood up and down gave people a deep sense of oppression. This is a half-step eternal weapon, a humanoid weapon. When Jixi saw the infinity, his face suddenly exclaimed. Although he lived longer than the Golden Crow, he was eager for one, and his knowledge was not stronger than the Golden Crow. So at the first sight of Boundless, he was shocked. This is one of my cards, Infinity. The Infinity can gather the power of the companions around him to form a more terrifying force. With the strength of the three of us, plus my clone, my subordinates, and the half-step eternal formations I set up, it has greatly enabled me to transfer the Tianting continent. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately waved his hand, and the infinity immediately projected three broad beams of light, falling on himself, Dongfang Tai, and devouring Evil. Attraction force is formed. The three slowly entered the infinity. In an instant, two half-step eternal powerhouses appeared in the two core parts around Su Lang. Su Lang occupies the most central position and leads the overall situation. At this time, the power equivalent to the three half-step eternal realm powerhouses converged. And it is not simply added together, but through the complementary parts of the boundless world, it exerts even more terrifying power. The moment when the three people settled in the parts, a powerful aura that has never appeared on the Tianting continent for billions of years burst out. This is a breath far beyond the half-step eternal realm. Although it is impossible to reach the real state of eternity, compared to the previous strength, the improvement is particularly huge. Su Lang even felt that the Boundless was about to reach its limit. Far beyond the ordinary half-step eternal power. This force, even if it can't kill the indestructible Emperor Zhou or Mi Ling Bald Donkey, it can definitely hurt them. After the transfer of the Tianting continent, I will give them a surprise, ha 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 ha. Su Lang felt the powerful power of the infinite, and his heart was full of excitement and excitement. Simultaneously, Dongfang Tai and Jixi were both extremely shocked. Especially eating Evil. It's not like Tai has experienced the power of the Boundless Horn once. At this time, it was the first time to experience this kind of terrifying power that far exceeded oneself, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Simultaneously, he also had doubts about his previous thoughts. Su Lang has already controlled more than half an eternal power at this time. With his potential, if it goes well, there may be a real chance to defeat Emperor Yuanmingzhou. A dark and endless universe, there is light. A ray of light gradually lit up in the eyes of the biting Evil, and he, like Dongfang Tai and others, saw the hope of the boundless universe. At this time, you all take these pills. Once the energy in the body is reduced to half, give me drugs. Su Lang's voice spread throughout the infinity. Eat Evil also heard. Soon. Chapter 2220. I arranged it alone. He found that there were a huge amount of perfect and two low-level pills in front of him. And it's very suitable for him. A pill containing powerful incense. This kind of pill refining method is actually quite common among the Buddhist schools of Tianmi continent, so Su Lang refined some and used it for eating evil spirits who also played incense. At this time, I saw these pills in front of me. Biting Evil has been completely stunned. Although he has survived for countless years, it is the first time that he has seen so many perfect elixirs together. And he found that the perfect quality that he had eaten in his entire life was not as much as the pill in the beginning. Su Lang, Your Majesty, these pills are for me. You won't make me pay any price. Ji Xie only feels that these pills are not so safe to take, because they are too precious. It's just a few pills. These pills, as long as the materials are sufficient, I can refine as many as I want. Su Lang smiled faintly. Don't feel precious, don't bear to eat, as long as you consume more than half of your strength, take it immediately. This statement came out. Biting the Evil was immediately shocked by Su Lang's pride. It's so proud, it's so awesome, such a precious pill, even said not to be reluctant to eat it. And it's really shocking to refine as much as you want. Okay, get ready, go. Su Lang's voice came again. Immediately after, everyone felt that the infinity had crossed a super long distance and reached another place directly. Looking back from the boundless ship, there is an endless continent in the back, emitting a faint light in the pitch-black universe, colorful and dazzling, extremely mysterious. Tianting continent. Toho Tai couldn't help his eyes red. She didn't know how many years she hadn't looked down on the Tianting continent like this. Immediately after, Dongfang Tai and Jixi, as well as Zhang Wenzhang, etc. Taichu noticed, the layer is extremely mysterious and complicated, and the marginal formations cannot be seen shrouded in the sky of Tianting continent. This is the formation that Su Lang arranged. It's so huge, you can only see the tip of the iceberg. Even if Dongfang Tai had seen the scene where Su Lang surpassed the emperor's formation, he was shocked at this time. She knew that Su Lang was also very powerful in the formation. However, he never expected that he could be so powerful that it was beyond common sense and incredible. At the same time, devouring evil is more shocking than Dongfang Tai. That's an infinite formation. Oh my god, with so many formations, how much time and energy will it take and how many powerful array wizards can be used to complete it? Biting Xie used his divine mind to detect the Tianting moving array arranged by Su Lang, and he was shocked again. Because with his vast and boundless mind, it is impossible to see the complete formation. And through the extension trend of the formation, he inferred that this formation is very likely to envelop the entire Tianting continent. It must be known that the Tianting continent is boundless. How big a spherical formation enveloping the Tianting continent? Such a terrifying formation. It's not like a human can arrange it. But it just appeared. It was literally placed before him. Su Lang, Your Majesty, this formation is. Ji Xie couldn't help turning his head to look at Su Lang, hesitating, but stopped talking. I set it up, I arranged it by myself, and it took a few hours. Su Lang smiled indifferently. When the Tianting continent is transferred, I can perfectly recycle them. Hear this. Devouring evil only felt the fantasy of the universe, unbelievable in his heart. But he understood that Su Lang didn't need to lie. This can be called a cosmic miracle formation method, which was arranged by Su Lang alone for a few hours. At this time, Your Majesty Su Lang, Dongfang Tai took a deep breath and said, time is running out, let's start now. Okay, you pay attention to replenish your energy. Su Lang nodded and exhorted. Everyone held a lot of perfect 2 low-level pills and took their orders. Next moment. Chapter 2221. Move the Tianting continent. Tianting moves the big formation. Sick. Su Lang's heart moved, his eyes flashed, and the formation covering the entire Tianting continent suddenly lit up. Immediately after, countless energies of heaven and earth rose from the Tianting continent, turned into a stream of celestial pillar-like energy, poured into the formation. To transfer the Tianting continent. With the current power of Boundless, it is still far from enough. Therefore, it is necessary for Tianting to move the Great Formation to supply itself with energy. So Su Lang created a super energy absorbing array based on the energy absorption and transmission network of the Tianming continent, draining all the energy on the surface of the Tianting continent at once. At this moment, endless energy gathered in the Tianting mobile array, making this array more brilliant. An incomparably powerful force of space washed out from every corner of the formation, and ripples began to appear in the surrounding space. Below the surface of the space, in the deeper position, the infinite number of spatial rhythms are also affected, gradually becoming fragile. However, the power of the profound meaning of space is only part of the large array that Tianting moves. More importantly, it is the fulcrum lever profound meaning. At this time, the entire heavenly court moved the big array, and every inch of it, every point, actually cast a fulcrum, leverage and power, of course. There is also a part of the equally important fulcrum, leverage and power Su Lang. World heavenly which fulcrum profound meaning. Su Lang controlled the infinity to stand in the most critical node of the heavenly movement array, and with a far more eternal force than half a step, activated the world's heavenly witch fulcrum. Suddenly, an incomparably mysterious power appeared in the vast array of Tianing moving from the boundless number. The power exerted by the boundless space, and the power exerted by the Tianing mobile array, under the influence of the pivot lever, has been amplified in an incomparably wonderful way, and has been applied to the Tianing continent. Suddenly, the entire Tianing continent trembled. It must be known that the Tianing continent is a quarter of the entire infinite realm. What a terrifying power it is to make it shake. Shake the Tianing continent. What a strong power, curious and wonderful profound meaning. His Majesty Su Lang is really too strong, he actually shook the Tianing continent. We can really take away the Tianing continent. Quote. Among the boundless, Tai, Kixi, and Zhang Wenzhang were all shocked. And at this moment, boom boom boom, a strange voice sounded, but it was seen that Tian Ting moved the space around the large array, and all began to collapse. It was like a heavy object placed on the soft ground and gradually sank in. Those booming peculiar sounds are the tension and extension of the spatial rhythm line. Disease. Su Lang suddenly burst into a low drink again. The entire Tian Ting shifting formation suddenly shined, and a more powerful force was acting on the Tian Ting continent. Suddenly, without being torn apart, the space around the Tianing continent has formed a constantly sunken supergiant pit, which develops toward the shape of the abyss channel. This is building a space folding tunnel. The ordinary shuttle method of tearing apart space can't transfer the entire Tianing continent because it is too large. Only this kind of space folding tunnel similar to the supergiant wormhole can transfer the giant target more conveniently. At this moment, as time flows, under the influence of the Salong Infinity and the Tianing mobile array, the space folding tunnel is gradually formed. The Tianing continent was constantly being pried into the tunnel. The extremely strong spatial fluctuations spread towards the distance. Even places that are trillions of light years away are radiated by spatial fluctuations, causing huge riots. For the star field in these places, Tianing continent is the center. At this time, there was a continuous ripple of space covering countless star fields from the Tianing continent. In the eyes of the creatures in these stars, it was as if the entire universe was in turmoil. It's like a mortal encountered a super earthquake. It's really scary. But just when countless creatures were terrified and felt that the end of the universe was about to come, these spatial fluctuations suddenly disappeared. Because the place where the Tianing continent is located, the entire space folding tunnel has taken shape, and the Tianing continent is trapped in the tunnel. An infinite number of infinite space rules gradually fill and smooth the tunnel. The Tianing continent disappeared in no time. Chapter 2222. Look forward to the arrival of the new world at the same time. Near the distant Tianmian continent, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared, gradually oscillating away, covering the entire Tianmen continent. Immediately after, the second spatial ripple appeared from the center of the first spatial ripple, and swayed again. After a shorter time interval, the third ripple appeared and swung away, followed by the fourth, fifth, sixth. Gradually, the dense ripples of space oscillated, causing the cosmic void on the Tianmen continent to also cause turmoil. Violent turmoil. Naturally, it caused the panic of countless creatures. How is this going? The space is turbulent, our entire continent is shrouded. I just came from the west of the Tianmen continent, and there are also extremely strong spatial ripples over there. Many space treasures have failed. Fortunately, they are only temporarily invalid and not damaged, otherwise it would be terrible. Then what the asterisk is going on? Why is such a terrifying cosmic vision happening in our heavenly misty continent? Don't be afraid, with His Majesty Su Lang, everything can be done. Quickly, go to worship His Majesty Su Lang, and add to your majesty. Quote. In the Tianing continent, countless creatures were terrified, and then gathered around the world, worshipping around the statue of Su Lang. The same goes for the creatures in the exile. Just then, in the heavenly virtual world, an announcement rang. Note: announcement, because His Majesty Su Lang, the Emperor of the Infinite Universe, returned with the heavenly Ting continent, it caused a spatial shock. Announcement: due to the space shock, In order to avoid injury, please go to the realm of cultivation or escape into the exile. Please don't worry too much, and look forward to the arrival of the new world. The announcement came out, almost instantly passed to the ears of every creature. Countless creatures suddenly turned from panic to surprise. Heaven, it is His Majesty Su Lang who has returned with the Tianing continent. Unbelievable, unbelievable, His Majesty Su Lang has come back with the Tianing continent, which is about the size of the Tianming continent. The heavenly Ting continent is about the same size as the heavenly Mian continent, so much power can be shaken, let alone taken away, but His Majesty Su Lang just did it. This is really shocking, ha ha ha, a new continent is coming. I did not expect that within a short period of time, His Majesty Su Lang will not only take the Wu Clan continent and the cultivation world into his own, but also bring back the Tianing continent. The heavenly Ting continent was brought back by His Majesty Su Lang, the source of the universe powerhouse who guarded the Tianing continent must have been killed, so it is easy to dispel the hatred. Under the leadership of His Majesty Su Lang, the hope for the revival of the boundless universe is growing. The stalwart Majesty Su Lang is omnipotent. Praise my Majesty. Quote. In the heavenly misty continent, the creatures from all over the world are discussing and communicating, and they are all extremely excited. Those terrifying spatial shocks are no longer scary. On the contrary, it is like firecrackers for the new year, which brings excitement to people. At the same time, it is not only the creatures on the heavenly continent that perceive the spatial shock and ripples. Because the space oscillated too much, it passed too far, so that the immortal Emperor Zhou who had just rushed to the void in the distance of the Tianmen continent felt it. This is spatial ripple. The space ripples from far away, but also wave after wave. This level of spatial shock is definitely not something that ordinary people could do in the early days. This is almost a cosmic level force. What happened on the heavenly misty continent? Before, what means Su Lang seemed to be deploying, is it related to this? No, it's impossible. At most, he will explode half a step of eternal power. How can he do this? Quote. The light flickered in the eyes of the Emperor of the Immortal, astonished. She didn't believe that the spatial shock was caused by Su Lang, but she couldn't figure out how this happened. After some entanglement. Chapter 2223, The Collapse of the Immortal Emperor. After some entanglement, Emperor Zhou couldn't help but feel the surprise and worry in his heart. He began to try various methods to contact his subordinates on the Tianing continent. Although her subordinates had already been killed, it was impossible to monitor the Tianing continent in detail. However, at least some of the roughest information can be obtained. Not long, the immortal Emperor Zhou, who used various means, finally contacted a subordinate who had been sent out before, and received an extremely shocking news. What are you talking about? The Tianing continent is gone. How is this possible? How could such a large continent disappear all at once? Fuck, I don't listen, fake, it must be fake. Quote. Seeing the image information transmitted by that subordinate, Emperor Zhou was dumbfounded in an instant, and there was even a blank in his brain. She shook her head in disbelief, whispered unconsciously, her whole body was trembling slightly. Although verbally, I didn't listen or believe it. But Emperor Zhou knew, how could this be fake? The Tianing continent is so big, it is there when it is there, and it is not there when it is not there, it cannot be faked. Not to mention, that extremely terrifying cosmic level spatial shock was also telling her that the Tianing continent had really disappeared from its original position, and it was about to descend near the Tianming continent. So far, everything is clear. Su Lang, his goal is not just Dongfang Tai. It's the entire Tianing continent. He took Dongfang Tai and Tianing continent directly together. My god, how could his appetite be so great? How did he do all this? That's the Tianing continent. How can he take away the vast real world? Even if the husband comes, it will take some effort to do it. Su Lang takes a half-step eternity. Why can he transfer the Tianing continent? Quote. The endless stormy waves rose in the heart of Emperor Immortal Zhou, and the whole person was shocked by countless shocking thoughts, directly ashamed. She broke her head without thinking. Su Lang can take away the Tianing continent directly. This trick, not only did she shred her plan to make it difficult for Su Lang to ride a tiger, but she also suffered an extremely huge loss in an instant, and directly lost the Tianing continent. It should be known that the Tianing continent is also very important to Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Otherwise, he would not be threatened by Dongfang Tai. However, Emperor Yuanming Zhou gave her the Tianning continent, but she lost it. Su Lang, I hate you. You killed all my subordinates and took away my Tianning continent. I must kill you, kill you. Ah, indestructible Emperor Zhou raised endless grief and sorrow in his heart, and he roared directly in collapse. But she said that she was going to kill Su Lang, but she was very bottomless, and she was quite sullen. Because Su Lang was able to move the Tianning continent by such a great spatial distance. That power is simply not something she can deal with. Then, a strong sense of powerlessness appeared in the heart of Emperor Zhou. At this time, she had completely become a polished commander, and she could not beat Su Lang. Then, she was the one who had difficulty riding a tiger. Now that we are here, what should we do next? Damn it, what to do, what to do, what to do? Should I move on, or retreat dingy? No, I'm not reconciled. Su Lang's little asterisk was clearly driven by me. It is impossible for him to suddenly have such a powerful force in such a short period of time. He must have used other powers, perhaps the power of Eastern One, or some treasure of the boundless universe. Yes, absolutely so, his own strength is not strong enough. Moreover, at this moment, when he transfers the Tianning continent, the consumption is absolutely terrifying, and it is even possible to collapse for a few days. In addition, Dongfang Taiyi is still trapped in the Tianning continent. I only go to attack the Tianming continent, she can't help at all. Su Lang brat, I will kill you, kill you. Chapter 2224, Tianning continent arrives. After a roar in his heart, Emperor Immortal Zhou's eyes were red, and he resolutely decided to move on. Immediately after, she immediately sent a urging message to Mi Ling, and hurried to the front faster. She wanted to take advantage of Su Lang's weakness to kill him, and the heavenly misty continent would slaughter him fiercely, venting her hatred. Above the Tianmi continent, at the last juncture of retraining the origin of the universe, the Mi Ling Buddha received the news of the immortal Emperor Zhou. He almost came out of horror and ruined the origin of the universe that was in reverse training. What? The Tianning continent was taken away by that Su Lang. How is this possible? How could the Tianning continent be taken away? Don't say that he is close to half-step eternal strength, even if it is true half-step eternity, even if it is 3 or 5, it is absolutely difficult to achieve. But, the immortal Emperor Zhou is so angry, it shows that things are true. Tianning continent was really taken away by that Su Lang, this one is so powerful. Quote. There was endless horror in the heart of Buddha Mi Ling, and even a trace of fear for Su Lang. Su Lang is really too mysterious and weird. Every time it appears, it will do unexpected miracles. From the beginning, he avoided his golden figure, and later killed his subordinates, Taichu, and attacked Tianmi continent again and again, directly killing him into a polished commander. And this time, not only him, even the immortal Emperor Zhou was killed and became the commander of the polished rod. Even immortal Emperor Zhou was even more miserable. Even the old nest of the Tianning continent was stolen. This was stunned, unbelievable. Hiss. This sun has grown so fast. In just a few days, it caused such serious consequences. It must be killed. Fortunately, the origin of the universe will be completed soon. Quote. Buddha Mi Ling took a deep breath, and tried his best to practice the origin of the universe. In a short time, he could complete it. At the same time, Tianming near the mainland, the cosmic level space shock is getting more and more intense. Suddenly, just like something popping out from under the water, a corner of a vast continent emerges from the center of darkness and loneliness and numerous spatial fluctuations. After this corner appeared, its body followed almost instantly. Rumble. The intensity of the spatial fluctuation suddenly became more intense. But only at this moment, after a short while, the spatial fluctuations not only did not become more intense, but gradually calmed down, because the mainland migration is over. The heavenly Ting continent was officially taken by Su Lang from a distant place to the vicinity of the heavenly continent. The two continents are very close. If you stand on the heavenly misty continent, you can find that there is a moon with a weaker light and an irregular shape in the sky. Standing on the Tianning continent and watching the Tianmen continent, the same is true. Look, a new continent has arrived. Ha ha ha, new world has arrived, great. That's Tianning continent, the hometown of the beast in the teleportation. I really want to have a sacred beast as a companion. I'm going to the Tianning continent. Don't worry, His Majesty Su Lang will definitely find a way to connect the two continents together. When that happens, we will be able to travel to the Tianting continent easily. Haha, the Tianting continent, as one of the 4 continents of the Boundless Realm, is now under the rule of His Majesty Su Lang, and the revival of the boundless universe is imminent. I believe His Majesty Su Lang will definitely win. Quote. On the Tianmen continent, countless warriors were talking, all their faces were excited and shocked. Simultaneously, the admiration and worship of Su Lang is also stronger. In a short period of time, a huge amount of incense aspiration has been produced, pouring into incense statues around the world. In the Tianting continent, the same is a burst of laughter. Did it, Your Majesty Su Lang, we did it. We really moved the Tianting continent here. Dongfang Tai was so excited that he almost lost his mind, and his beautiful face was full of excitement. Done. Really did it. The boundless heavenly Ting continent has really been transferred to the extremely distant Tianming continent. Su Lang is really the new and well-deserved Emperor Zhou. Chapter 2225, Going to Meet That Little Lady. The innate demon-eating evil was also extremely shocking, and was quite convinced by Su Lang. Although in his opinion, Su Lang faced Emperor Yuanmingzhou, he was still a lot worse, and he might be strangled at any time. But at least, he also saw very strong hope. Over the years, he has never been like today, full of expectations for the future. Except for Eastern One and Biting Evil, Zhang Wenzheng and others were naturally more excited. They all knelt down to worship Su Lang, their faces full of enthusiasm. Simultaneously, Su Lang is also very happy. Finally brought him here. From then on, I have 2 continents under my command, equivalent to half the size of the boundless world. But before that, you have to move the Tianting continent and merge it with the Tianming continent. Fortunately, I have been prepared. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, then looked around at everyone, and said with a smile, "Everyone, we have to merge the heavenly Ting continent and the heavenly Misty continent, and get ready, I'm going to do it." This statement came out, everyone suddenly reduced their excitement and became firm and serious. Everyone prepared wholeheartedly and contributed all of their strength to infinity. Next moment, Tianting moves the big formation, Kai. Su Lang once again activated the Tianting movement array, but this time, he was not going to shuttle through space, but to push the Tianting continent and fly towards the Tianmen continent. With the help of the half-step eternal realm formation, the powerful power of the infinity, and the most critical lever fulcrum. Pushing the Tianting continent is much easier than making it travel through countless spaces. Not to mention, there is no resistance in the cosmic void, just a little push, and the continent can begin to slide slowly at a uniform speed. Su Lang did not let the Tianting continent move too fast. Because if it is too fast, the car will not be stopped by that time, and it will be a disaster for the world if it collides with the Tianmen continent. Slowly slow down, safety is the most important thing. Then, driven by Su Lang, Tianting continent gained momentum and began to glide. At the current rate, it will take about a day to reach the Tianmen continent. During this process, Su Lang raised his head and looked in the direction of Tianmi continent, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. With the power he currently has, he can already defeat the ordinary half-step eternity. So Su Lang plans to do something again. But, at this time the immortal Emperor Zhou was almost here. Su Lang decided to fix the nearby threat first, and then fix the Tianmi continent. Just then, the great array of heavenly misty void realm has detected extremely violent temporal and spatial fluctuations. Coming, the stinky lady of the immortal Emperor Zhou is attacking the space-time Tianmo. Dongfang girl, you stay in the Tianting continent to monitor the progress of the continent. This is the secret key to control the formation. With it, you can control the formation to a certain extent and determine the advancement speed of the mainland. Su Lang's expression changed, and he immediately said to Dongfang Tai. Because once Dongfang Tai left the Tianting continent, he would almost certainly lead out Emperor Mingzhou. So Su Lang didn't plan to bring Eastern Tai. After speaking, he gave a piece of formation control key to Dongfang Tai. What? Your Majesty Su Lang, where are you going? Dongfang Tai asked in surprise while receiving the formation secret key. Haha. Do not worry. It's just going to meet that little lady. There is bitter evil, and the power of the infinite is also stronger than the immortal Emperor Zhou. Su Lang chuckled softly, and immediately left a clone for replacement and death. After ensuring safety, he immediately set off on the infinity, heading for the time and space. Under the avatar dispatch and replacement, The boundless ship arrived outside the space-time Tianmo almost instantly. But I saw this endless time and sky mode was surging crazily, as if there was a terrifying star beast tumbling and leaping inside. Chapter 2226. Come, take a sword from brother. Even the monk Kongchen and others couldn't stop the time and space for a long time. At this time, facing the Emperor of Immortality, it was like a piece of paper, and it could be torn apart easily. In a blink of an eye, the thick space-time sky moat was cut through most of it. Hey, show up quickly. The corner of Su Lang's mouth was raised, and his right hand gently squeezed. Wu Boundary suddenly moved synchronously, and a huge Yudian sword appeared in his hand. Simultaneously, the eight-sided shield of the sky also shone lightly, and could resist attacks at any time. In addition, the two treasures, the Qibao Miaoshu and the heart-piercing lock, can also be shot at any time. Rumble. The endless turbulent flow of time and space is surging, as if to destroy the world. Immediately after, a woman with a slim and ***** body, but carrying endless anger and killing intent, rushed out of the time and space. It is the immortal Emperor Zhou. Come on, little girl, come on, take a sword from brother. The corner of Su Lang's mouth grinned, and as the Emperor Zhou passed through the time and space, the Yudian sword was instantly cut out. An extremely terrifying Po Yi sword almost instantly smashed in front of the immortal Emperor Zhou. What? Su Lang, how dare you ambush me here? And, how can you have such a powerful force? After discovering Su Lang, Emperor Immortal Zhou lost his voice in horror. His complexion changed wildly, his face was so distorted that his facial features were shifted. Simultaneously, she instinctively displays various defenses. What time turbulence, time stagnation, etc., formed hundreds of defenses almost instantly. However, at this time, the boundless, but there is a biting evil in it. The time rule mastered by Evil Devourer is no weaker than the immortal Emperor Zhou. The Emperor Immortal's use of time rules is not as good as Su Lang, who has practiced a huge amount of founding-level time attribute techniques. In addition, the conventional power of the infinite is more powerful than the immortal Emperor Zhou. All aspects, immortal Emperor Zhou can't compare to Su Lang, who controls the infinity. Facing Su Lang's sneak attack, how could she be able to stop her with these means? In a flash, under the powerful breaking sword, the various defense methods of the immortal Emperor Zhou were wiped out. Almost the next moment, Po Yijian pierced the Emperor Zhou's forehead. What? Emperor Zhou screamed in horror. She has already felt a terrifying death crisis. The feeling that hadn't been seen in countless millions of years made her thunderous and terrified. Almost instinctively, Emperor Zhou directly used his most powerful defense method. I saw an invisible barrier erupted from the 9 evolution realm defensive garments on her body. The time around his body instantly solidified, forming an indestructible time barrier. The power of breaking a sword was madly dispersed and consumed in this time barrier. When the time barrier was broken, taking advantage of this opportunity, Emperor Zhou turned and ran away. But at this moment, 9 black jade chains appeared around her body out of thin air, like 9 extremely terrifying poisonous snakes, rushing and biting. How could you have such a powerful weapon? Get out of the way. The immortal Emperor Zhou paled, exclaiming again and again, urging the defensive clothing on his body to unfold, forming a barrier to block it outside. Bang bang bang, a strong impact sound came. The 9 black jade chains of the piercing lock slammed into the Emperor's defensive clothing. That defensive treasure is indeed powerful, and it actually blocked the penetrating ability of heart-piercing lock. However, Emperor Zhou is still terrified, because the 9 black jade chains of Chuanshinsuo were wrapped around her like a poisonous python. She wrapped her tightly almost instantly. Damn, Jeyuan Heavenly Sword, break. The immortal Emperor Zhou was horrified, and instantly displayed his other weapon 9 white flying knives, also in the Juyan primordial stage. As soon as these flying knives appeared, they turned into countless shadows of knives, seeming to permeate the past, present and future of time, everywhere. It slashed to the black jade chain fiercely, and it is bound to destroy the heart-piercing lock. But at this moment, Chapter 2227, the 7 treasure trees show off their power and win treasures. A colorful ray of light bloomed from the infinity, and instantly enveloped the immortal Emperor Zhou. The treasure clothes and Jiwan Heavenly Sword on his body were all locked by the Qibao Miaoshu, and he immediately started to it. I saw a big invisible hand in the colorful rays of light, frantically tearing at the countless shadows of the Jiwan Heavenly Sword. Only in an instant, the shadows of the knives that were ubiquitous in space and time disappeared in dense, and finally only 9 small snow-white flying knives remained. What? His colorful rays are snatching my Jiwan heavenly sword. How is this possible? What is it that has such weird characteristics? Quote. Emperor Zhou was extremely horrified. She clearly felt that her control of the Jiwan heavenly sword had begun to gradually disappear. In a panic, she was about to put away the Jiwan heavenly sword immediately. But it was too late to react at this time. Under the peculiar light of the 7 treasure tree, the 9-handled snow-white flying knife completely broke away from the control of Emperor Zhou, and fell directly into the hands of the infinite. Die to me. The spirit of the Jiwan heavenly sword was also shocked and angry, and slayed viciously towards the infinity. But it was just a weapon of the 9 evolution realm, and without its master, it was nothing at all in the face of Su Lang's power over half a step in the eternal realm. You want me to die? In that case, I will let you die. Su Lang smiled coldly, squeezed fiercely with his left hand, and infinitely made the same action, pinching the Jiwan heavenly sword from the colorful light. Next moment, one-click decomposition. Su Lang's eyes were fierce, and he directly pronounced the death penalty on Jiwan Tiandao. What? No, no, no. Ji Yuan Tiandao Qi Ling felt a violent life and death crisis, and suddenly let out a stern cry. But at this time it was too late to regret. The terrifying power of decomposition fell on it, instantly reducing it into countless materials. The dignified Juyin weapon of the primordial era, which had survived for countless years, fell so miserably. Such a scene. Suddenly, the immortal Emperor Zhou was dumbfounded and his eyes burst open. She was the first to see someone who could directly restore a complete weapon into material. Even her husband can only use the avenue of time, using time to counter current weapons to restore them to materials. But the Jiwan heavenly sword has been alive for countless years. Even if you use the time avenue, you can only look back a little bit. It is impossible to restore it to material in an instant. Su Lang's methods have completely exceeded the common sense of the natural universe. And just when the Emperor of Immortality was horrified, that weird colorful light shrouded once again. This time, it fell on her 9 evolution realm treasures. What are you doing? How can he still use this method? Emperor Zhou was terrified, his eyes were full of horror. She tried to put away her 9 elevation realm treasure clothes, which could have a little effect, but Su Lang could not give her a chance at all. Through the hard rope, give me a seal. Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth, and raised the Yudian sword here, and slashed it down, broken a sword. In an instant, the 9 black jade chains entangled the immortal Emperor Zhou even harder. Po Yi Jian Guang followed closely, and instantly slammed in front of the immortal Emperor Zhou. Do not. Emperor Zhou's pupils shrank suddenly and his body trembled. She tried her best to display the strongest defensive methods she had learned in her life, forming a seemingly indestructible defense barrier. Immediately after, with a broken sword, the sword light slashed fiercely on her defensive barrier. Wow, there is no suspense. Emperor Zhou's strongest defensive method could not stop Su Lang's breaking sword. That extremely strong barrier shattered directly like glass in front of the restraining broken sword. Soon, the remaining power of breaking a sword slashed on the treasure clothing of the 9 evolving realm. Buzzing, this powerful defensive garment burst into a violent light, flickering crazily, and the spirit of the instrument uttered a hysterical roar. An incomparably powerful space force is brewing in the treasures of the 9 evolving realm. It seems that the immortal Emperor Zhou is to be sent away. However, it had to resist Po Yijian while transmitting the immortal Emperor Zhou, which was simply unbearable. Next moment, with a thought in Su Lang's heart, Qibao Miaoshu once again flashed a burst of colorful light. The Emperor Zhou had no means anymore, and the treasures on his body were taken off directly. Chapter 2228. You are really exhausted, do not. My treasure. Emperor Zhou watched as Su Lang took off his treasure, but he couldn't stop him. His heart was full of powerlessness and shame. She is a strong man in the eternal realm. She is the official Taoist companion of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. At this time, she was stripped of clothes by Su Lang, which is simply a shame. Emperor Zhou really hated Su Lang to death, but let alone revenge. Whether she can escape from Su Lang at this time is still unknown. Look, the 9 chains of black jade have already been strangled fiercely. Time barrier. The immortal Emperor Zhou was terrified, and once again displayed the time barrier to resist. 9 black jade chains contain extremely terrifying penetrating power. They have reached the realm of the Juyin primordial beginning, and they also possess powerful time power. At this time, 9 chains hit the time barrier, immediately consuming it crazily. How to do? Although Emperor Zhou blocked the attack of Chuanxin lock, but she was constrained by the heart-piercing lock from beginning to end, and she couldn't easily escape. Racking my brains, Emperor Zhou found that he had to fight Su Langda for a long time. Block him. His power at this time must be temporary. As long as you block Su Lang's miscellaneous pieces, fight him for a long time, and hold on for a while, I can win. Quote. Emperor Immortal Zhou thought so, but she felt a little guilty in her heart. She was not sure how long she would be able to stop Su Lang, because the first sword that Su Lang slashed had already broken all her defenses. If it weren't for the treasure of the Juyin realm, she would have died. And this time, her clothes were also taken off by Su Lang, so what did she use to resist Su Lang? Emperor Zhou could only pray at this time, praying that Su Lang was consumed too violently to maintain his combat power for too long. But she didn't know, Su Lang's staying power is leveraged. At this moment, Emperor Zhou constantly resisted the ban of piercing heart lock, and tried to fly away. And Su Lang squeezed the immortal Emperor Zhou's Juyin primordial realm treasure in his hands. No, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. The spirit of Zhu Yan Baoyi begged in horror. Seeing the scene where the Jiwan heavenly sword fell instantly, it was already shocked. Don't want to die, then let you live a little longer. A ray of light flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he immediately threw it into the life universe of a clone. Immediately after, his eyes fell on the immortal Emperor Zhou again. After all, this woman is a half-step eternal. After struggling hard, the piercing lock is almost unbearable. Hey, little sister, take me another sword. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, holding the Yutian sword and cutting it down with a single move. Wow, the 9 black jade chains of the piercing lock automatically disperse. Immediately after breaking a sword, he slashed from the gap of the black jade chain to the immortal Emperor Zhou. Ah, time barriers, block me. Indestructible Emperor Zhou issued a frantic roar, and various self-harming secret techniques continued to erupt, unexpectedly condensing multiple time barriers in a short time. Po Yijian cut down extremely fiercely. The first time barrier is directly broken and annihilated, the second and third are the same. But the fourth way blocked it. Yo, a self-mutilation secret technique broke out. It seems that you are really exhausted. Seeing that his broken sword was blocked, Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately squeezed the water and held it high. Wow, Infinity made simultaneous movements and raised the giant Yutian sword above his head. Again, Su Lang can still use that powerful sword move. Seeing this scene, Emperor Zhou suddenly felt a touch of fear and anger. Immediately afterwards, she gritted her teeth and displayed time barriers again, blocking her. Immortal Emperor Zhou, do you think you can stop it? My sword is not comparable to the previous 3 swords. Su Lang smiled coldly, and immediately moved his mind. All kinds of explosive secret techniques unfolded. What broke the shackles, shattered the world, the ****** moon, the sky, the great sun, the hidden scales, the world is annihilated, all unfold. Chapter 2229, Origin Underworld Emperor Phantom in a flash. All the power of the entire infinity, which is more than half an eternity than ordinary, gathered in the Yutian sword and poured out in an instant. Stabbed, a terrifying sword light far beyond the immortal Emperor Zhou's imagination was slashed from the Yutian sword, directly above her time barrier. What? This force is more terrifying than before, how can he do it? Seeing Su Lang's display of such a powerful force, immortal Emperor Zhou suddenly couldn't believe it, like thunder. Simultaneously, it's breaking a sword, layers of time barriers collapse and annihilate. Almost instantly, 7 or 8 time barriers were slashed by a single sword. But the power of Po Yijian is still not terrifying, it has the power to crush. Do not. The immortal Emperor Zhou issued a panic and desperate cry, and desperately displayed a large number of time barriers. Because the loss is too serious. Her face was pale, blood spurted in her mouth, and her body was trembling constantly, like a spasm, but even the immortal Emperor Zhou paid such a terrifying price. She also couldn't stop Su Lang from using all the power of the entire infinity to use the broken sword. Breaking a sword can slash the time barrier faster than she can cast the time barrier. No, don't kill me. Su Lang, if you kill me, my husband will not let you go. It is impossible for the boundless universe to survive under my husband's hands, and you will undoubtedly die, but as long as I plead for you, he will definitely let you go. Su Lang, then stop, I can promise you whatever you want. Quote. Emperor Zhou watched Su Lang's broken sword continuously smashing his own time barrier, and immediately issued a weak begging for mercy and a stern threat. In front of death, she was scared. She has almost the same life as the universe, and there are countless years to enjoy. She does not want to die. However, Su Lang would not believe her nonsense. Not to mention, Su Lang never thought of trying to compromise and seek completeness, but to stop wars by war and seek peace by victory. For Emperor Yuanmingzhou, as long as there is always hostility, there can be no compromise. Therefore, Su Lang drove the boundless, just as he watched his life's strongest breaking sword slash at the desperate immortal Emperor Zhou. Su Lang, you must not die. Even if I'm a ghost, I won't let it go. Emperor Zhou was desperate to the extreme, only to feel that the entire world had lost its color, and his consciousness was about to fall into darkness forever. And just now, wow, Emperor Zhou's hair suddenly fell apart and fluttered in the wind. One of the hairs burst out with an extremely strong light, forming a phantom of a man who could not see his face. This man's phantom figure is tall and handsome, and his body is hidden in the mist, and contains a sense of majesty carved into his soul. He stood there, as if the entire natural universe was his territory. He could ask for anything, and he could live or kill any creature. This person is the Emperor Yuanmingzhou, who hasn't shown up for a long time. Dare to shoot against my Taoist companion? Even if it is my nominal Taoist companion, you are definitely not allowed to move. Today, I remember you. Enjoy the last time. Soon, I will take your life. A faint voice came from the phantom of Emperor Yuanmingzhou, as if everything was not in his eyes. Su Lang's breaking sword was also blocked by the phantom, gradually disappearing. After destroying Po Yijian, Yuanmingzhou Emperor's phantom was on the verge of dissipating, and the remaining power engulfed the immortal Emperor Zhou and disappeared from the place directly through time and space. Emperor Yuanmingzhou, unexpectedly, you actually left the life-saving means on the immortal Emperor. It seems that even the immortal Emperor doesn't know it. Su Lang looked at the place where the immortal Emperor Zhou disappeared, his eyes narrowed slightly, gleaming with thoughtful light. Soon, the corner of his mouth twitched, revealing a sneer. Emperor Yuanmingzhou wants to kill him, and he also wants to kill Emperor Mingzhou. Not only to kill, but also to slaughter. Chapter 2230, Time Avenue Array, Humph. Yuan Ming, you invade my endless universe and kill all beings. Now you are working on the Tianshuan continent. If it is inconvenient to make a move, then I will be welcome. I can't kill the immortal Emperor Zhou today, then kill Mi Ling first, and then try other things. Su Lang's killing intent was bitter, and he quickly swallowed a large amount of pills to restore his strength. Simultaneously, in the boundless ship, the powerhouses such as Evil Devouring, Phoenix, and Su Lang's clones all took pills to restore their strength. It only takes a short time. The power that Boundless has emptied will return to its peak state. At the same time, Tianshuan continent, a huge space-time passage suddenly appeared, and the immortal Emperor Zhou emerged from the space-time passage and fell to the ground. I'm not dead. The husband saved me. Although he almost ignored me, he left me a means to save my life. Enough to see, my husband has me in his heart. Immortal Emperor Zhou stood on the ground, his despair and fear gradually disappeared, turning into excitement and grievance. At this time, a voice rang in her ears. Ru Yanying, bring the deity's verbal message, return to Yuanming universe, and led people to capture the Tianmen and Tianting continents. My deity, I don't want to see any more accidents. The faint voice is not cold and ruthless, but it makes people feel chill from the bottom of my heart. Yes, husband. Immortal Emperor Zhou immediately nodded and agreed, and immediately took out a large number of peculiar formations from the universe of life. To be precise, they should be called formations. These formations were refined by Emperor Yuanmingzhou himself. They have the power of the Time Avenue and can be used to temporarily open up the passage between two natural universes. Of course, it is not so easy to drive this battle. Not only requires a lot of resources, but also a certain amount of time. Su Lang, even if my husband doesn't take action, I can kill you. When I bring people back, I will definitely catch you alive, and I will kill you myself. The humiliation you brought to me, I will give it back 1,000 times. Indestructible Emperor Zhou thought so, with endless hatred and murderous intent in his eyes. Immediately after, before using the altar, she took out a mirror and contacted the Mi Ling Buddha of Tianmi continent. His Royal Highness Immortal Emperor Zhou, Lao Na, the origin of the universe has been condensed, and he is about to leave Tianmi continent and go to Tianmen continent. I don't know how the battle is going on your side. Has the heavenly continent already been taken down? What happened to the heavenly continent? Quote. As soon as the contact was made, Buddha Mi Ling asked very eagerly. He had already developed fear for Su Lang, and he always felt bad in his heart, but Buddha Mi Ling still felt that no matter how bad the result was, Emperor Zhou would definitely be able to cause great losses to Su Lang. However, the facts made him dumbfounded. You old bald donkey, if you can take a step forward, I won't be seriously injured and dying by that Su Lang dog's ganglion, almost killed. If my husband hadn't left me a means to save my life, I would have turned into flying ash at this time, and you would definitely die without a place to be buried. Immortal Emperor Zhou looked at the eager Mi Ling Buddha in the mirror with great anger. His eyes were full of anger and hatred, and he almost wanted to vent all his anger on Mi Ling. What? His Royal Highness, you were beaten to death by Su Lang's little bastard. How is this possible? How can he beat you? Buddha Mi Ling said in disbelief that even if he knew that Emperor Zhou would definitely not be joking, he still couldn't help but question it. No way, Su Lang is really too exaggerated. After the transfer of the Tianning continent, there is even the power to beat the veteran half-step eternal powerhouse seriously injured and dying. This is beyond Mi Ling's imagination. Old bald donkey, shut up, I warn you, you immediately leave Tianmi continent and run away far away. It's best to seek refuge in the Tianshuan continent. Emperor Zhou roared in resentment, and immediately severed the connection. Chapter 2231, Tianmi continent got it looking at the mirror returning to normal. Emperor Zhou coldly put it away. She has always looked down upon the betrayer of Buddha Mi Ling, the boundless universe. In the several operations against Su Lang, Mi Ling repeatedly dropped the chain, almost killing her. The immortal Emperor Zhou, who had looked down upon Mi Ling, immediately despised Mi Ling even more. Remind you, you have done your best. Next, you are dead or alive, I'm too lazy to care. Anyway, waiting for me to bring the half-step eternal strong under my husband, then Su Lang will definitely die without a place to be buried. The immortal Emperor Zhou thought so, and a biting cold light flashed in his eyes. Soon after, she began to use those Time Avenue array altar cloths to build a space-time passage leading to the source of the Ming universe. In the Tianmi continent. What? Let me escape. Then Su Lang, he really beat the immortal Emperor Zhou to death. Also, immortal Emperor Zhou was rescued by Master Yuan Ming. Why didn't Master Yuan Ming kill Su Lang smoothly? Could it be that Master Yuan Ming didn't actually make a move at all? What kind of life-saving means he left for Emperor Zhou? Hey, the means left by Emperor Yuanming Zhou could stop Su Lang, and he just dropped the Emperor Zhou without killing Su Lang. Su Lang at this time must change the target, do it to me. But, am I going to give up the Tianmi continent? In the mind of Buddha Mi Ling, there were waves of turbulent waves, panic, restlessness, hesitation, and other emotions that had not appeared in many years. At this time, all of them emerged and made him restless. And just when the Mi Ling Buddha fell into a short hesitation. Tianmeng near the mainland, Su Lang has restored his strength to a full state. All his subordinates also took a lot of pills and recovered to their peak state. Departure, destination, Tianmi continent. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and instantly dispatched a clone to Tianmi continent. Mi Ling Tianshan appeared. Su Lang goblin really came to kill me. My Tianmi continent, I am not reconciled. Mi Ling Buddha was extremely horrified, and instantly started to flee using Tianzutong. However, numerous treasure-hunting flying suddenly appeared in the vicinity of Mi Ling Tianshan, even rushed into Mi Ling Tianshan, and flew in front of Mi Ling. What? It's so deceitful. When Buddha Mi Ling saw countless treasure-hunting flying gliders, he dared to appear directly in front of him, and he was furious. While he waved his hand, countless great powers poured out, directly killing the treasure-hunting flying gliders. However, his breath has been remembered by the treasure hunters. The next moment, Su Lang, who was replaced by the clone, exchanged positions with the clone and appeared in Mi Ling Tianxian. Rumble. The breath of horror fell. The whole world trembled. This breath. Su Lang is so powerful, how did he do it? Run away. When Buddha Mi Ling saw Su Lang's boundless horn, he was instantly horrified, and his Tianzutong was completely completed, and countless golden lights engulfed him and disappeared from the place. Escape. What if I let you escape billions of light years? As long as you are in the boundless universe, you can't escape from my palm at all. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and dispatched countless treasure-hunting flying gliders instantly. The treasure hunt flying stray appears. The search function is activated. Suddenly, countless treasure-hunting flying in the same direction, that is the direction of the Tianshuan continent. Humph, are you going to the Heavenly Jade continent? It just so happened that I sent a clone to the Heavenly Jade continent, and I'm on the way. Quote. Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth, and immediately dispatched an avatar. Some avatars chased the Mi Ling Buddha from Tianmi continent. Some avatars headed towards the Tianmi continent from the path to the Tianshuan continent, intercepting the Mi Ling Buddha. Taking advantage of the time to chase Mi Ling Buddha, Su Lang dispatched the remaining clones to various places in Tianmi continent, and began to further expand the scope of dispatch. Because he madly arranged the formation on the mainland, the same formation as the heavenly movement. Chapter 2232, Miling Bald Donkey, your time to die is here, Mi Ling flees. The Tianmi continent is completely in my hands. The 4 broken continents in the boundless world, now all 3 belong to me. Next, transfer the Tianmi continent to the vicinity of the Tianmen continent. Su Lang thought about it, and immediately began to deploy a shifting formation on the Tianmi continent. The other side, Mi Ling Buddha is running away madly. One step after another, you can spread hundreds of stars. Such a terrifying speed is almost unmatched in the infinite universe. However, in front of Su Lang's clone dispatch function, it is still not enough. It must be known that the Mi Ling Buddha moved a long distance, but it took a long time to adjust the breath. On the other hand, Su Lang's clones were dispatched one after another, almost constantly flashing, and the flashing distance was also very long, and Su Lang controls the whereabouts of Buddha Mi Ling, and it is only a matter of time before he catches him. Time flies. In the Tianmi continent, Su Lang arranged countless arrays between his thoughts, and immediately moved to the next place, continuing to arrange arrays. Infinite number. Everyone was very excited. Ha ha ha, I never expected that the old bald donkey Mi Ling was scared away by His Majesty Su Lang. It's weird if he doesn't run. His Majesty Su Lang can defeat the Emperor Eternal Emperor. If it weren't for the means left by Emperor Mingzhou, Emperor Eternal Emperor had already made our Majesty's sword dead. That old bald donkey, even if he runs, where can he go? His Majesty Su Lang can reach Tianmi continent from Tianmen continent in an instant. Can that old bald donkey do it? Hee, today that old bald donkey will definitely be planted in the hands of our Majesty. He has no blessing from Emperor Mingzhou. It's not bad, and Tianmi continent has also fallen into the hands of His Majesty Su Lang, which is great. Next, we will transfer to Tianmi continent with His Majesty Su Lang. From the perspective of territory alone, we have regained 3/4 of the territory. There is hope for the revival of the boundless universe. Quote. Everyone in the boundless voyage talked a lot and was extremely excited. They are also proud to accompany Su Lang in the 4 directions. At this time, Su Lang suddenly stopped the movement in his hand and looked up at the void of the universe outside the Tianmi continent. Humph, caught you. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, sneered and activated the clone replacement function. At the same time, somewhere far away in the lonely void, a monk with a stern treasure face, white jade face, and white gold Buddha robe and robes was trembling. Because Su Lang suddenly appeared in his divine mind. The clone is Su Lang's clone. He actually caught up to me, and so fast. Damn, what method does he master? My Tianzutong is already the top displacement method in the boundless universe, and his method is countless times stronger than mine. Today, I am afraid I can't escape. Quote. Buddha Mi Ling thought a little desperately, but his movements were not slow at all, and he continued to use Tianzutong to prepare to escape. He didn't even dare to kill Su Lang's clone because he was afraid of wasting time. However, just when he used Tianzutong, Su Lang's avatars all used time and space methods to disrupt the time and space around the Mi Ling Buddha. Although he couldn't stop the Mi Ling Buddha from leaving, it could delay his movements. In the half-step eternal level, many things can be done in 1 millisecond. Mi Ling Buddha was delayed for a while, and his heart suddenly felt bad, and panic and craziness grew. Just then, one of the buying avatars completed the replacement process and was replaced by the indomitable Infinity. Mi Ling bald donkey. The time for you to die has come, so be your best. Su Lang's voice spread all around, with a hint of killing in his indifference. Su Lang. When the Buddha Mi Ling saw the boundless horn, his eyes were splitting and he was horrified, and his whole person was filled with despair and regret. He regretted that he was reluctant to bear the Tianmi continent before and wasted some time. I regret that I have not been able to resolutely abandon the origin of the universe and kill Su Lang. But he knew that he had actually made the best choice every step of the way, and had tried his best. Everything that happened to me, only blame Su Lang for being too abnormal. Chapter 2233, I will kill you today the next moment. An extremely powerful time rule shrouded the Buddha Mi Ling, directly interrupting his Tianzutong. This time rule means, it was Su Lang based on the time rule of eating evil, and used the time secret technique he mastered. Such a powerful means of time rules. Even the immortal Emperor Zhou is not up to it. Mi Ling Buddha is even more unable to fight. Su Lang, old Na is willing to surrender. Lao Na is a man from the boundless universe, he is only forced to yield to Emperor Yuanmingzhou. But Lao Na can't see any hope at all. He just wants to retain some of the boundless universe's strength, and by the way, see if he can preserve the boundless universe and prevent it from being completely destroyed by Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Su Lang, everything Lao Na does is for the boundless universe. Quote. When Mi Ling Buddha Tianzutong was interrupted, he suddenly looked at Su Lang in horror and despair, and he started begging for mercy on the spot. Shut up. I have never seen such a brazen person. Su Lang's incomparably deep cold voice spread throughout the universe, making the already icy and lonely void even colder. Not only that, he also raised the Yudian sword directly, and hit the Mi Ling Buddha with a cut. Wow, the extremely powerful Po Yi sword cuts straight down, and the power it carries gives people a feeling of almost cutting the universe. Stop it, stop it. The Buddha Mi Ling exclaimed again and again, and a huge golden Buddha statue suddenly appeared on his body, crystal clear but indestructible. Rumble. Po Yijian hit the golden Buddha statue fiercely. The extremely violent explosion suddenly remembered. The terrifying battle shock wave presents a huge ring-shaped wave, which constantly washes away. And the golden Buddha statue that was cut with a broken sword had already cracked countless cracks, and instantly turned into powder. What? Even so strong? Upon seeing this scene, Buddha Mi Ling suddenly lost his voice in horror. He immediately understood why Emperor Zhou would be defeated by Su Lang. Simultaneously, he instinctively used his other defenses. The sun and the moon are like streams, and the time is like a thought. Shi dynasty reverses, and the river returns. One thought of prajna, the epiphany reappears. Quote. The Buddha Mi Ling was trembling all over, speaking fast, and countless Buddhist witty words were uttered. Suddenly, streams of time rules gush out, forming a powerful time countercurrent barrier. However, just a time barrier can't stop Su Lang's full force of breaking a sword. Almost in an instant, breaking a sword will consume the time against the current barrier, and continue to kill the Mi Ling Buddha who has suddenly shrunk his pupils and sweats. The sun and the moon are like streams, and the time is like a thought. Shi dynasty reverses, and the river returns. When Buddha Mi Ling was frightened, he used his own time rules as quickly as possible in his life. A time countercurrent barrier reappeared in front of Po Yijian. The broken sword that was consumed twice cut into this time barrier, and both sides were annihilated. Old bald donkey, how many swords can you stop me? Su Lang smiled disdainfully, squeezed his hands, and the infinity made a synchronized movement, raising the giant Yudian sword high. Su Lang, what Lao Na said is true. If Lao Na hadn't surrendered, Emperor Yuanmingzhou would have to kill the endless universe before he would give up. It was Lao Na who knelt in front of him and pleaded with him, so that he temporarily let go of the boundless universe. Quote. Mi Ling Buddha said with a sad face, as if he had been wrong so much, it was simply disgusting. Ha ha, are you begging Emperor Yuanmingzhou to temporarily let go of the boundless universe? Old bald donkey, you really have the face to say. The reason why Emperor Yuanmingzhou didn't act on the boundless universe immediately after the victory was completely because he was seriously injured and needs healing. Too lazy to talk nonsense with you, I will definitely kill you today. Su Lang looked at the Mi Ling Buddha in disdain, and instantly performed all explosive secret techniques. Under the blessing of various secret arts, the power of infinity became even more terrifying. Especially under the blessing of the universal nirvana, all the power of the strong in the infinity was directly emptied and instantly condensed on the Yutian sword. Chapter 2234, The Death of Mi Ling. Suddenly, an endless bright light burst out from the top of the Yutian sword. More terrifying energy circulates on the blade, like an endless galaxy. No, Your Majesty Su Lang, Lao Na is willing to be a slave dog. He is merciful. Feeling the shocking breath on the Yutian sword, Buddha Mi Ling suddenly began to weaken his legs. Wish to be a slave dog? Don't insult the dog. Su Lang's tone was indifferent and cold, and in an instant he slashed out the strongest breaking sword. With this sword, the immortal Emperor Zhou was almost beheaded. Mi Ling Buddha is simply inferior to the immortal Emperor Zhou, how can he stop it? Feeling an extremely intense death crisis, the lingering Buddha is like falling into an ice cave, cold all over. Fear and despair crazily breed in his heart. Simultaneously, he was not reconciled to such a fall. A string of 9 Yan primordial Buddha beads was thrown by him, forming an extremely powerful defense barrier. There are even more magical secret techniques that he has displayed. The power of various avenues, the power of time rules, the power of half-step eternal realm distortion, and even the power of incense that he had never dared to use all poured out. A half-step eternal strong attack with all his strength, the movement is terrible. In a flash, it started to tremble with a radius of several petabillion light years. Even farther away, there are star fields affected, and countless creatures looked up at the sky in horror, only to feel that the end of the universe is coming. However, it is such a powerful force. In the face of Su Lang's restraint of breaking a sword, he was completely vulnerable. Stabbed. Among the numerous methods of attack and defense of Buddha Mi Ling, the characteristic of Po Yijian's restraint is vividly demonstrated. No matter what form of power, even the rules of time, all can be restrained. In addition, exerting the power of incense in front of Su Lang, this is completely for nothing. The virtual spirit universe opened. Any incense is directly sucked away. Under Po Yijian in the virtual spirit universe. In an instant, the powerful attack performed by the Buddha Mi Ling is like frantically shattering layers of foam. The light of the broken sword shone into his eyes, making his pupils shrink like beans. He knew that he couldn't stop Su Lang's attack, but he didn't expect that he would fight hard to resist, and he would still be vulnerable. After all the magical powers are shattered, suddenly, there was only the last barrier left by the Buddha Mi Ling, his magic weapon of the 9 evolution realm Buddha beads. It must be blocked. While praying, Buddha Mi Ling displayed Tianzutong and wanted to leave. But at this moment, a large swath of colorful rays of light suddenly appeared, and in a flash, the Buddha of the Juyan Supreme beginning stage was imprisoned and taken. The defensive barrier unfolded by the Buddha beads is directly annihilated and disappeared. Buddha, save me! The Buddha bead spirit screamed extremely sternly. However, Buddha Mi Ling did not move at all. His consciousness was already occupied by extremely intense despair. Only under the urging of instinct, continued to use Tianzutong. But just when his Tianzutong was about to be successfully used, the broken sword pierced his forehead. Do not, Buddha Mi Ling murmured desperately, and his consciousness instantly plunged into eternal darkness. Ding! You got the soul of the beginning one, the life universe of the beginning one, fragments of the beginning body 32,142,662. The system prompt sounds synchronously, announcing the complete fall of the Mi Ling Buddha in the half-step eternal realm. If it is in other circumstances, perhaps Mi Ling Buddha can still resurrect with his powerful incense and achieve immortality. However, within the scope of Su Lang's virtual spirit universe, the way of incense from Mi Ling Buddha had no use at all. Not to mention, there is also the perfect plundering function to take away his broken body and even soul directly. Finally killed, half-step eternal realm powerhouse. Su Lang looked at the place where the Mi Ling Buddha died, with a trace of emotion in his eyes. Half-step eternal realm is almost the strongest existence in the universe. Because the true eternal realm powerhouse is actually a human-shaped universe. And this time, standing on the top of the universe, Mi Ling Buddha died under the sword of Su Lang. Chapter 2235. One-click martial arts at level 50. Next, return to Tianmi continent. With a thought, Su Lang immediately activated the clone dispatch and replacement functions, and returned to the Tianmi continent. Soon, he continued to lay out the formation, and began to sort out the spoils obtained this time. What Ling Su Lang did not expect was that the biggest gain from killing Mi Ling Buddha turned out to be incense power. For countless years, the old bald donkey didn't know how much incense power he had obtained from the Tianmi continent. At this time, it was all absorbed by the virtual spirit universe. However, a large number of special incense aspirations were condensed in the void dragon veins of the heart-piercing lock, the seven treasure tree and the purple gourd. Among them, it is the most condensed with Zijin gourd. At least it is the crystallization of the incense willingness of 20 to 30 million. Such a large number is completely enough to strengthen the evolution of Zijin gourd to Juyan Tu low level. But before that, let's deal with the rest of the spoils first. Su Lang thought excitedly. Zan even temporarily set aside the matter of the void dragon veins. His eyes fell on the countless treasures of heaven and earth, the source of Emperor Shanyuan. Hey, system, deposit all the Shanyuan Diwan for me into the balance. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and immediately issued instructions to the system. Ding! The storage is complete, the balance is 162 universe origin. The system prompt sounds. All Shanyuan Emperor sources are stored in the system and automatically transformed into the origin of the universe. There is no need to use any counter-refining methods like the Mi Ling Buddha and Yuan Mingzhou Emperor, and it takes a huge amount of time and effort to do it. At this time, the balance figure has changed from 2 digits to 3 digits, again exceeding 100. The system functions can be upgraded again. However, this Mi Ling Buddha is a bit poor, and he has less than 80 cosmic origins. It seems that his life as a dog is not easy. He must have been squeezed all the time. Bah, he deserves it. With a tick at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, he immediately looked at his upgradable system function. One-click cultivation, clones, and strengthening functions all require a whole 1,000 cosmic origins to advance. Only the one-key martial arts function and the one-key treasure hunt function can be upgraded with 100. The one-key martial arts function is level 49. A new bonus feature will be available for reaching level 50. Then, that's it, the system will upgrade me the one-click martial arts function. After Su Lang thought about it, he immediately issued instructions to the system. Ding! Consume 100 cosmic origins, upgrade the one-click martial arts function to level 50, and increase the training speed to 1,500 trillion times the speed of the basic training without lack of aptitude. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the one-key martial arts function to level 50. You have obtained the new bonus function, 10 hard martial arts, top of cultivation technique. After 2 system prompts appear, Su Lang suddenly found that his martial arts villain had become 10. The speed of the one-click martial arts function has reached 1,500 trillion times. After using the 10 hard martial arts bonus, it directly increased 10 times, reaching 15,000 trillion times. Such a terrifying speed of martial arts. All the basic exercises will be completed in a very short time. In addition, also got a more powerful bonus function. At this time, information given by the system. Su Lang has fully grasped the information of the top of cultivation technique. Top of the exercises. Passive function. The master's practiced exercises are merged into one through the Gong method furnace, to form the 10,000 laws into one Gong method, and all the exercises in the unity of one law will be upgraded to the highest level, the level of advanced exercises. Simply put, any exercises that Su Lang had ever practiced, at this time, all became the exercises of the primordial level. Including those low-level exercises practiced when I first stepped into the way of martial artists. Hiss. This is too exaggerated. Unexpectedly, all the exercises I have learned have become too basic exercises. In the future, I will practice those common exercises. Can I also practice them as 2 elementary exercises? The value of any exercise I obtain will be amplified to the primordial level. I'll take it, it's so amazing, it's worthy of the 50 level 1 key martial arts bonus function. The asterisk is bursting, the asterisk is bursting. Chapter 2236, The Limit of Juyan Realm. Su Lang looked at the explanatory information about the new function in his mind, and he was dumbfounded and ecstatic. Simultaneously, he also very clearly felt countless warmth flowing out of his body. These warm currents, it is the terrifying gain brought by those middle and low-level exercises that have been practiced after being promoted to 2 low-level exercises. Until now, Su Lang didn't know how many exercises he had practiced. Anyway, I have practiced dozens of exercises that are too elementary. Godless level, Great Emperor level, the following exercises are completely countless. At this time, these exercises are all upgraded to the early stage, and the benefits it brings are almost indescribable. In that countless warm currents, Su Lang's body was frantically improved. Not only the strength of the body, the quality of the cells, but also the number of cells. Originally, the number of Su Lang's cells had reached an extremely terrifying 170 Gai. Now his bodybuilding exercises have been strengthened to the primordial level, and the number of his cells has been greatly increased in a geometric multiple. When the turbulence of the exercises completely merged into Su Lang's body, the number of his cells has directly increased dozens of times, reaching 10,000 Gai. Such a huge number of cells is almost 1,000 times that of warriors of the same level. At this time, these cells are still in a nascent state, in the middle of mature cells, yet they can't provide Su Lang with much combat power, but the appearance of these cells directly raised Su Lang's potential again. Currently, he is about to touch the path of eternity. What does this path cultivate? It is the way of the universe. The more cells there are, the more crystal wall worlds will be formed, and the stronger eternal realm called the humanoid universe will be stronger. Su Lang had already speculated. The reason why Emperor Yuanmingzhou hunted the natural universe was to make up for his own humanoid universe. Perhaps it was because the number of cells of Emperor Yuanmingzhou was too small at the beginning, which caused it to be relatively weak after breaking through to the eternal realm. Now it is the reverse, to seize the core of the natural universe and make up for one's fundamental potential. Emperor Yuanmingzhou's approach is to promote first and then make up. Yes, for ordinary cultivators, being able to reach the realm of eternity is already incomparably against the sky. The pattern of breaking through and making up for it is probably the norm. A cultivation path like mine is completely a cocoon for them. Su Lang thought so in his heart. Zan even called up his attribute panel. Name: Su Lang race. Human qualification level. Turbidity realm level. Qian Taichu attack level. Juyan Taichu ++ defensive level. Juyan Taichu ++ Shenfa level. Juyan Taichu ++ endurance level. Juyan Taichu ++ spirit level. Realm of pure nirvana plus mastering the exercises. Infinite Heart Sutra. 10,000 laws into one. Infinite profound meaning. Eternal level. Founding activated system functions. 1 key practice function level 50, 1 key martial arts function level 50, clone dispatch function level 49, 1 key treasure hunt function level 48, 1 key alchemy function level 15, 1 key refining function level 15, 1 key refining function level 15, 1 key synthesis function level 15, 1 key empowerment function level 25, 1 key strengthening function level 10, 1 key decomposition function no level. It has reached the limit of the 9 evolution stage. Only a little bit. I reach the true half-step eternal state. When I cultivate to the Bayan primordial beginning stage, I will definitely be able to enter the half-step eternal level. Su Lang looked at his attribute panel and nodded with satisfaction. Immediately after, his gaze fell on those treasures and treasures of heaven and earth. There are many finished products of the treasures obtained from the Buddha Mi Ling. After all, the old bald donkey is a half-step eternal strong, who has lived for more than 8 billion years. Although it is not as good as Su Lang for alchemy refining tools, it is completely possible to refine ordinary quality Taichu pills and weapons. Therefore, during the long years, Mi Ling Buddha refined a huge amount of finished medicines and Buddhist artifacts. Chapter 2237. Decompose the 9 Yan Buddhist beads. But these things are heavenly treasures for ordinary Taichu. In Su Lang's eyes, it was a waste of materials and violent things. Mi Ling's alchemy attainments are really rubbish. Fortunately, I have a key decomposition function, otherwise I will not be able to maximize the value of these finished treasures. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, and immediately disassembled all the finished medicines, Buddhist artifacts, and some Buddhist pagodas and temples similar to magic weapons. Suddenly, countless materials appeared in Su Lang's storage space, piled up into continents. Immediately after, Su Lang took out the string of 9 Yan primordial Buddha beads from Buddha Mi Ling. I would surrender to you, Your Majesty Su Lang. Quote. As soon as the Buddhist beads were taken out, Qi Ling was busy surrendering to Su Lang. Tisk tut, there really is a kind of dog for whatever owner there is. Your master, Mi Ling, is an anti-skeletal boy, and you are also an anti-skeletal boy. In that case, there is nothing to say. Su Lang smiled coldly, looked at the Buddha bead spirit with disdain, and activated the one-key decomposition function. In an instant, an extremely mysterious and powerful force enveloped the 9 Yan Buddhist beads. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Small ones can graze countless believers for you, and let them provide you with incense to the greatest extent possible. Quote. The 9 Yan Buddhist beads were terrified and made an extremely miserable and humble cry for mercy, however. Su Lang dismissed it at all. Speaking of hurting believers, he has the Moon Mother Nest and Luo Yujing. Among them, the mother's nest can spore itself and develop into countless intelligent creatures. In a flash, the one-click decomposition function decomposes the 9 evolution realm Buddha beads into countless materials. Immediately after, Su Lang took out the treasure of Emperor Zhou again. This treasure is also in the 9 transformation realm, possessing powerful defense capabilities. However, under the 7 treasure tree, he still couldn't escape Su Lang's clutches, and he was directly picked off. The reason why he didn't disassemble this treasure like the Jieyuan heavenly sword. It was because Su Lang planned to interrogate him to see if he could get any useful information, at this time. After Zhu Yan Baoyi was taken out, Qi Ling suddenly turned into a little girl, kneeling pitifully in front of Su Lang. Ah! Su Lang saw this scene with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Not waiting for him to speak, I suddenly remembered with a sharp shout, whispering sound, the immortal who has lived for hundreds of millions of years is so pitiful. Xiaoyu ran out of the body, and screamed at Zhuyan Baoyi Ling. Suddenly, the spirit of Zhu Yan Baoyi was a little at a loss. He didn't know whether he should continue to pretend to be pitiful or what to do. After a moment of confusion, Zhu Yan Baoyi Qi Ling can only kneel more humble, and dare not take a mouthful. Humph! Xiaoyu snorted coldly, just floating aside, looking at the spirit. Answer me some questions. If it makes me happy, maybe I will spare your life. Su Lang looked down at the spirit and said lightly, yes. Zhu Yan Baoyi Qi Ling nodded immediately, but did not dare to talk too much. How much do you know about Emperor Yuanmingzhou? Su Lang asked. Return to His Majesty Emperor Zhou. Emperor Yuanmingzhou is a true eternal realm powerhouse, who has hunted multiple natural universes, and is also a strong powerhouse in the eternal realm. There are many half-step eternal realm powers under his command. Some are the local powers of Yuanming universe, and the other are the powers of the rest of the natural universe who surrender to him. After the battle of the boundless realm, the rest of the strong have been sent back to Yuanming universe by him, leaving only the immortal Emperor Zhou to suppress the Tianing continent. On the other hand, Emperor Yuanmingzhou conducted a retreat for billions of years, and then proceeded to the broken continent of the boundless realm. According to a small guess, Emperor Yuanmingzhou should be able to complete the reverse training of the Tianshuan continent soon. When the Juyan treasure apparatus spirit said this, he stopped, and even the immortal Emperor Zhou was not seen by the Emperor Mingzhou. He was only the weapon of the immortal Emperor, and he only knew this. Chapter 2238, Zhu Yan Baoyi also decomposes, tisk tisk. Hunting multiple natural universes, great. Su Lang narrowed his eyes, and a dignified look flashed in his eyes. The eternal realm strong is a humanoid universe, relying on hunting the rest of the natural universe or the eternal strong to improve oneself. Emperor Yuanmingzhou was able to hunt multiple natural universes, and he must have defeated many powerful cultivators like the predecessor Emperor Infinity. This shows that his strength is very strong even in the realm of eternity. Correct. Do you know how the boundless universe goes to the Yuanming universe? Su Lang rolled his eyes and asked in a cold voice. This. The little one only knows that in order to cross the crystal wall between the natural universe, you must rely on the power of the avenue of time. In other words, it can only be done by the means and treasures of the eternal strong or the eternal strong. Zhu Yan Baoyi said tremblingly. Time avenue. My time rule is still far from the avenue of time. It would be great if I could go to Yuanming universe. Taking advantage of the inconvenience of Emperor Yuanmingzhou on the heavenly jade continent, I copied his home and stole his lair. Unfortunately, I can't do it. Su Lang shook his head regretfully, and immediately looked at Zhu Yanbaoyi again. Do you have any valuable information? Small, still no. Zhu Yanbaoyi felt that he was at a critical juncture again, and he was frightened. What else do you know? Su Lang's eyes lit up. Quickly, speak quickly. The little one also knows some of the privacy of the immortal emperor. There are portraits and videos, do you want to see it? Zhu Yanbaoyi said tremblingly, his eyes filled with pleading. Apart from this, he really has nothing more useful to Su Lang. The privacy of Emperor Zhou. The ghosts are interested. Su Lang suddenly rolled his eyes when he heard what Zhu Yanbaoyi said. Simultaneously, the privacy of the immortal Emperor Zhou. Thanks to what you said, is my host the kind of person who would be interested? Dare to be so brazen in front of me, it's really looking for death. Looking at the spirit of Zhu Yanbaoyi, Xiaoyu grabbed Su Lang by the hair. Ahem, decompose. Su Lang smiled blankly and directly activated the one-click decomposition function. Wow, mysterious and terrifying power descended on Zhu Yanbaoyi's body. Do not, Zhu Yanbaoyi screamed desperately, which was finally completely reduced to countless raw materials. Humph, don't you say no. Su Lang smiled coldly, and then sorted out the materials in different categories. For this 9 treasure. He is indeed a very powerful, too low-level treasure, with amazing defenses, but he is also the weapon of the immortal Emperor Zhou. Maybe it will turn back sometime, and keeping it will only add a hidden danger. Not to mention, even if Su Lang needs a strong defensive garment, would he refine a new one by himself with decomposed materials? Refining it yourself, refining whatever shape you want. Qi Ling is also extremely loyal and has no hidden dangers at all. Of course, Su Lang Yudianzhao 8-edged shield, a defensive shield with powerful characteristics, does not need more defensive treasures. Next, it's time to evolve and strengthen weapons again. This time there are really many weapons that can evolve and strengthen. Su Lang chuckled, then took out his weapon. After killing Mi Ling, the treasures obtained are incredible. It also disassembled 2 weapons of the Juyan primal beginning realm, and the heavenly materials and earth treasures obtained can evolve many weapons. The first is Yudian sword. Next is the 8-sided shield of Tianzhao. Then there are weapons such as the Infinity and Zijin Gourd. Taking into account the possibility of insufficient materials, Su Lang decided to use the same good steel as the blade and use the material in the most cost-effective place. Then, system, start the enhanced reset function. With a thought, Su Lang reset the strengthening of Yudian sword first, and immediately countless materials were returned to the storage space. Chapter 2239. Half-step Eternal Yudian Sword. Immediately after. Start the weapon evolution function. Only retain the specified characteristics, evolve the Yudian sword. Su Lang issued instructions in his heart, and the system immediately began to execute. Ding. Consume the soul of the beginning 9866, the elementary material Yuhengyu Heart Star 16884. The Yudian sword has evolved into a weapon of the Juyan beginning. Ding. Not enough materials to evolve. The system prompt appears. In the storage space, countless materials disappeared directly, turning into mysterious energy into the Yudian sword. The Yudian sword was instantly evolved into the 9 evolving realm, gaining extremely powerful power. Wow, the master is amazing. Xiaoyu is getting stronger again. Xiaoyu was originally a little angry because of the spirit of Juyan treasure clothing. She was happy when Juyan treasure clothing was disassembled, and at this time she was already excited. Don't get too excited, you haven't started strengthening yet. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and immediately issued an instruction to the system, start the one-key enhancement function, target, Yudian sword. Ding. Strengthened successfully, Yudian sword +1. Ding. Strengthened successfully, Yudian sword +1. 2. System prompts came, and Yudian sword was directly strengthened twice. Her level had already reached the 9 eternal realm. At this time, she strengthened twice, and she immediately officially entered the half-step eternal realm. Wow, Xiaoyu has reached the half-step eternal state. Now I can help the master hack the enemy more easily. Xiaoyu felt the majestic power in her body. She was so excited, she hung directly on Su Lang's neck. Just be happy, haha. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, letting Xiaoyu toss. Immediately after, he took the 8-sided shield over the sky. Seeing Xiao Yugai on Su Lang's body, Qi Ling Ajia didn't dare to bother him, and only saluted in his body. Aya. Be prepared. Su Lang smiled slightly, resetting and strengthening first, and then evolving and strengthening it. Suddenly, the strengthening effect of Xianxia's 8-edged shield disappeared, and it fell from the peak of the Juyan stage to the 8th stage. Then the basic level is evolved to the Juyan Prime stage by the evolution function. In the end, his level has entered the half-step eternal state. Ajia, thank you master. As long as Ajia does not die, he will not let his master suffer any harm. Ajia thanked Su Lang in his body, his eyes filled with excitement. Well, I am very optimistic about you. Su Lang smiled, and returned the 8-sided shield to the clothes, forming a shield pattern. Su Lang was very satisfied with the 8-sided shield of Tianzhao. In terms of defense, it will not lose the chain and will always block the attack the first time. At this time, Tianjia's 8-sided shield reached the half-step eternal level. There is it, unless it is besieged by multiple half-step eternal powerhouses, or the real eternal powerhouse descends, he doesn't need to worry about his own safety. With the heavenly 8-edged shield, I am afraid that my death replacement function will no longer be triggered in the future. Su Lang smiled in his heart, and his gaze immediately fell on the infinity. At this time, the 120,000 parts of the infinite number all reached the first level of Yian Prime. And the whole has been strengthened 5 times. In the absence of any strong players, there is also the powerful combat power of the Juyan primordial realm. At this time, Su Lang is about to upgrade it a new round. System, start the enhanced reset function. Su Lang's eyes condensed, and he used the same method to upgrade the Yutian sword and the heavenly 8-edged shield to begin to upgrade the infinite. But the remaining materials are not enough to evolve the infinity to a level. After all, he has 120,000 parts. Each one is a part of the primordial level. 120,000 parts evolve together, so too much material is needed. Therefore, Su Lang selected some of the more important core parts for evolution. Among them are Eastern Tai, devouring evil, and more than 14,000 clones of himself. As well as Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui, Yan Engxing, Zhang Wenzhang, and so on. The parts that the warriors of the quasi-primary period entered were temporarily put on hold. After the evolution function is activated. Chapter 2240, the more powerful infinity. The 16,000 parts of infinity suddenly evolved to the second stage of the second Yan dynasty. In the 3 core parts, the parts stationed by the deity of Su Lang and the parts stationed by Eastern Tai and evil devouring have evolved to the Sanyan primordial stage. After the evolution is complete, the power of Boundless suddenly rebounded greatly. Soon, Su Lang has strengthened it non-stop. Completed 5 times of strengthening. The power of infinity immediately surpassed the past and reached an unprecedented new height. When Dongfang Tai and Zhu Xie were stationed together before, its power reached the peak level of the half-step eternal state. At this time, there is no Eastern one, only a half-step eternal powerhouse of evil devouring, and its power has reached the half-step eternal peak level. This kind of power can almost defeat most of the half-step eternity. Add the words of Yutian sword and Tianzhao 8-edged shield. Su Lang was already invincible under the eternal realm at this time. At this time, feel the power of infinity from falling to surpassing, standing on a brand new peak. Everyone in the infinity was stunned, especially Eating Evil. He had never seen the scene where Su Lang was promoted to weapons, and the boss was completely blank at this time. What happened just now? Why, the power of Boundless will suddenly weaken, and then suddenly become stronger, even far more than before. It was His Majesty Su Lang who used any unreasonable means. Hi, His Majesty Su Lang is really too strong. Now, as long as he masters the Time Tao, he will completely possess the capital of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. His Majesty Su Lang is really the dawn of the boundless universe. It is great that I can join His Majesty Su Lang's subordinates. Quote. Biting Evil felt the half-step eternal peak of the boundless, the power of the near-eternal realm. After a lot of shock, endless ecstasy arose. For Su Lang, he also surrendered sincerely. He thought in his heart that if Su Lang really drove away or simply killed Emperor Yuan Mingzhou in the future, he would not leave Su Lang to seek any freedom. At the same time, Su Lang's gaze fell on the exercises seized from the major powers again. From going out of the land of exile, killing the 14 9-yan and 8-yan masters such as Shang Mujuo, to now killing Mi Ling, everything is going on in full swing, and the time is actually not too much. During this time, he didn't have more time to check the exercises he just got. It's time to get empty. It just happens to be able to sort out the newly obtained exercises and the classics of the alchemy formations. This time, he killed Mi Ling, the master of Tianmi continent, and obtained the complete inheritance of Tianmi Buddhist school, and Su Lang would not let it go. He wouldn't be that because the things he got from Mi Ling were Buddhism, he wouldn't use it or study, he would be less pedantic. Knowledge is harmless and innocent. Especially the Buddhism, it actually leads people to the good, the way of blessing the world. Tianmi Buddhism and Mi Ling Bald Donkey are not aware, but in order to maximize the benefits, everything has changed. And in Su Lang's Dantian universe, there is a true righteous Buddha, a monk of heart righteousness. The monk Xinzheng is the saint monk of reincarnation in Leiyan Temple, the land of exile. He can break through the life and death of 100 generations, understand the truth of Buddhism, and in the land of exile, resist Leiyan Temple and Tianmi Buddhism with his own strength. Those dharma can finally be handed over to him for safekeeping. Although in my life universe and crystal wall universe, no incense can escape the swallowing of the ethereal universe. But some of the profound meanings in Buddhism are also very cherished. Perhaps, in my life universe and crystal wall universe without incense, Buddhism will take a different path. And the heart is right, is the pioneer and leader of this road. Su Lang thought so in his heart. Zan even began to count the exercises. And this time, Su Lang not only counted the newly harvested exercises, but also took out all the previously accumulated exercises, because he now has the function of top of cultivation technique. Any exercise can be directly promoted to the primary exercise as long as it has been practiced and incorporated into the infinite profound truth. Chapter 2241. Practice tens of millions of exercises, tisk tisk. The value of those low-level exercises is more suitable for prioritizing cultivation. After all, the level is low and the cultivation is fast. Next, just practice these techniques. By the way, the previous two basic exercises have not reached the founding level, but it should be fast too. There was a glimmer of expectation in Su Lang's eyes, and immediately look at the martial arts villain in the mysterious black space. When setting up the formation in the Tianting continent before, he practiced and completed a practice, and then placed a new practice. At this time, the speed of the one-click martial arts function has skyrocketed again. It's almost time for this two basic exercise to be completed, really. Didn't wait long. The system prompt appears. Ding. Crimson Zuyi Shen Tian 2 has reached the founding level. Immediately after, the profound meaning of the skill was integrated into Su Lang's soul and body, making him stronger again. Hee. It's so refreshing. Next, let's start a large-scale practice exercise. With a tick at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, he immediately began to practice those low-level exercises. Suddenly, one after another, the system prompts the appearance of crazy animals like ghosts. Ding. Flying Wolf Axis has reached the founding level. Ding. The secret map of the fiery sun has reached the founding level. Ding. Galloping Magic has reached the founding level. Ding. Starting from the practice of body tempering level, you can practice one book for 100 millionth of a millisecond. After the practice is completed, under the function of the Gong method melting pot, they are directly integrated into the main body of the 10,000 law into one Gong method, and then they are directly promoted to the primordial level by the top of the practice method. Suddenly, 100, 10,000, 10 million, a huge amount of exercises have been practiced to the primordial level, directly reaching the founding level. Although there are a large number of repetitive meanings in these exercises, resulting in relatively meager benefits, the victory lies in the large number and fast practice. In a flash, Su Lang felt that countless exercises and profound meanings formed chaotically flowing out of his body and soul. These warm currents continuously strengthened and promoted his already terrifying body. Moreover, he continued to blend into his soul, making him grasp a lot of profound meaning instantly. He has mastered most of these profound meanings. But there are always some minor details that I have never noticed. At this point, it's all made up. I have practiced tens of millions of exercises again, it's beautiful. It turns out that these profound meanings still have such details. Lying down, this kind of profound meaning can still be used like this, it's amazing. Well, this passive spiritual enhancement technique is really good. It has increased my spiritual power by 1 millionth. Quote. Su Lang felt that the profound meaning of the universe he mastered was constantly being perfected, approaching perfection and his face was instantly intoxicated. In the next period of time, he continued to practice exercises. From body tempering realm, martial artist realm, martial master realm, to Wushan, Wudi, great emperor, godless level. All the exercises have been practiced by him to the founding level. And the higher the level, the greater the benefits it brings. Su Lang almost grasped all the profound meaning in the boundless universe in his heart. In addition to the solid foundation of his body, he has also reached the pinnacle of understanding the profound meaning of the universe. Simultaneously, Su Lang's strength is also rising further. When all the godless level exercises and the lower level exercises are completed, the number of basic cells in his body has risen from 10,000 Gai to more than 60,000 Gai. Besides, his spiritual power is also constantly rising, and the detection range of his divine consciousness has reached the level of 100 million light years. This has surpassed the ordinary half-step eternal powerhouse. Next, it's time to practice 2 basic exercises again. Su Lang's gaze fell on those techniques that were too elementary. These exercises originated from the powers of the Emperor Underworld, as well as from the Buddhism of Tianmi mainland. Among them, the exercises obtained from Mi Ling Buddha are obviously stronger, especially those special Buddhist supernatural powers, such as the Tianzu Tong, Tianyan Tong, and Tian'er Tong displayed by Mi Ling, Balian and others. Chapter 2242, Half-Step Eternal Power. And while reading these Buddhist techniques, Su Lang accidentally discovered that Tianzu Tong has a more advanced form Calchenjing Tong. Its ability is similar to that of Su Lang's clone replacement and clone dispatch, and it can show up somewhere wherever it wants. Of course, the premise is that there is an anchor. There are also many forms of anchor points, which can be the marks they have planted, the countless believers of their own, and even the spatial coordinates that have been determined. And this supernatural power is already in the category of eternal state. Along with the Shenzhen Tong, there is also the Hexen Tong, which is also a supernatural power of the eternal realm. Lying down, unexpectedly, the inheritance of Buddhism is so powerful. Is there a Buddhist expert who passed the eternal realm in the boundless universe? Or, it is from the rest of the natural universe. Su Lang thought of this, and his eyes suddenly stared. If Buddhism came from other natural universes, that means that it is not only the Zhenming universe that is connected to the boundless universe, but also other universes. If this is the case, things will be complicated. However, the Tianmi Buddhism has been around for so long, at least nearly tens of billions of years, and the universe that may exist has never appeared. In addition, the boundless universe has suffered a catastrophe, and the possible universe has never appeared. In this way, it is not certain whether that universe exists. The source of Buddhism may be elsewhere. Su Lang thought in his heart, and immediately shook his head, throwing his distracting thoughts out of the clouds. Then, while placing a book of exercises, he continued to arrange formations on the Tianmi continent. As for the Buddhist supernatural powers of the eternal realm, he planned to go to the exile and practice with the flow of time. Time passed slowly. Su Lang practiced one book after another, and finally arranged all the necessary formations. Same as Tianting continent, the Tianmi continent was also completely wrapped up by the formation. Tisk tut, finally done. Su Lang laughed, then rubbed his hands and let out a few sighs of relief. Arranging the formation all the time, although it doesn't consume much effort, it also consumes energy. A moment of rest, Su Lang called up his attribute panel. Name: Su Lang. Race: Human. Qualification level: Turbidity realm level, Qian Taichu attack level, half-step eternal defense level, half-step eternal Shenfa level, half-step eternal endurance level, half-step eternal spirit level, realm of pure nirvana ++ mastering the exercises, infinite heart sutra, 10,000 laws into one, infinite profound meaning, eternal level. Founding activated system functions. 1 key practice function, level 50, 1 key martial arts function, level 50, clone dispatch function, level 49, 1 key treasure hunt function, level 48, 1 key alchemy function, level 15, 1 key refining function, level 15, 1 key refining function, level 15, 1 key synthesis function, level 15, 1 key empowerment function, level 25, 1 key strengthening function, level 10, 1 key decomposition function. No level. Conventional power is half a step in the eternal state. Ha ha ha. Although it's slightly worse than the ordinary half-step eternal, but with my weapons and mystery, I can fight against the half-step eternal strong without the infinity. If I use the boundless number, I can easily kill a half-step eternal realm powerhouse. In addition, the strength of my clones is about the same as mine. Hey, even if you use buying clones, the clones are at the level of 9 generations. I'm dear, there are more than 14,000 avatars of the 9 evolution stage, ha ha ha, this is absolutely unprecedented. Quote. Looking at his attribute panel, Su Lang laughed so badly that his face was almost broken. It can be said, he who has cultivated to this level, and has mastered the infinity, is completely invincible under the eternal realm. The feeling of becoming stronger is great. Next, it is time to transfer the Tianmi continent to the vicinity of the Tianmi continent and merge it into the Tianmi continent. At that time, I will let the evil spirits control the advancement speed of Tianmi continent, and I can continue to practice in the exile. Hey, it's a refreshing thing to have a strong subordinate to help with things. Su Lang stretched his waist very happily, and then with a happy mood, he began to transfer Tianmi continent. Chapter 2243, Move Tianmi continent. The formation on top of Tianmi continent. In fact, it was a bit stronger than the formation on the Tianning continent. Because he has obtained all the collections of Buddha Mi Ling, including the countless array texts of Tian Mi Buddhism. The key is that he has mastered a more comprehensive cosmic profundity, and his formation has also been improved. At this time, Su Lang conducted a final check on the formation method, looking at the biting evil and others. His Majesty, seeing Su Lang looking over, Kixi and other strong men bowed their heads in surrender. Everyone, next, we are going to transfer the Tianmi continent. You guys get ready. Su Lang looked around at everyone, and once again gave out a large amount of recovery medicine to reward everyone. Thank your Majesty for the generous gift. Everyone was rewarded and was immediately excited. Immediately after, Tianmi moved the big formation, open. With a thought in Su Lang, he immediately activated the formation that enveloped the entire Tianmi continent. Suddenly, the scene that had appeared on the Tianning continent appeared again on the Tianmi continent. Countless heaven and earth energy was madly extracted by Tianmi's large array, forming a series of sky pillar-like energy tornadoes. The entire formation that obscures the sky and sun shines with unimaginable light. The remaining intelligent creatures on Tianmi continent saw this scene, and they only felt that the end of the world was coming. They were terrified, some running around like headless flies, and more standing there, motionless. Because most people know that under this level and range of power, no one can escape. It is a blessing, not a curse, but a curse cannot be avoided. The intelligent creatures participating in Tianmi continent are waiting quietly for the verdict of fate. At this time, the fulcrum lever of Tianmi's shifting array started to work. The profound meaning of shuttle space has also begun to work. Su Lang urges the boundless to go all out to perform the world heavenly witch fulcrum exercise. Numerous spatial ripples appeared around the Tianmi continent, slowly wrapping them all. Immediately after, the power of the boundless space in the Tianmi shifting array far beyond the half-step eternal realm was amplified by the fulcrum lever, which instantly shook the entire Tianmi continent. Suddenly, endless spatial ripples bloomed from the Tianmi continent, instantly sweeping away the cosmic void of trillions of light years. Soon, just like when the Tianning continent was transferred, the space around Tianmi continent also began to soften and collapse to form a space-folding tunnel. When the space-folding tunnel is completely formed, the Tianmi continent instantly disappeared from the original place and appeared near the extremely distant Tianmen continent. Boom! Another incomparably powerful and vast spatial ripples bloomed. Tianmeng above the mainland, in the heavenly void realm, there was a burst of rapid announcements again. Note: announcement. The Mi Ling Buddha has been beheaded by His Majesty Su Lang, the Emperor of the Universe, and Tianmi continent can be conquered and returned. Announcement. At present, Tianmi continent has been transferred to the vicinity of Tianmen continent. This continent will soon merge with Tianmen continent, so stay tuned. After the announcement, countless creatures have not even recovered from the joy of Su Lang regaining the Tianning continent. They ushered in even more intense ecstasy. What? Tianmi continent has also been recovered. Ha ha ha, great, great. We have regained 3 continents. His Majesty Su Lang is really too tough, and the Tianning continent has only been conquered for a while, and he directly regained the Tianmi continent. His Majesty Su Lang is the strongest and most perfect man in my heart. It is a blessing to have His Majesty Su Lang standing in our sky. Hey, next, is it the turn of the Tianshuan continent? Will our boundless realm be complete again? Admiration Su Lang, Su Lang is the strongest, Su Lang is the strongest in the universe. Countless warriors were extremely excited, talking tirelessly, and they didn't know if their saliva was dry. At the same time, near the Tianmen mainland, after the Tianmi continent shuttled out of the space-folding tunnel, it steadily stopped in the void. Chapter 2244, Mi Ling's Life Universe. The whole process. No creature died because of it. Finished. The Tianmi continent has also successfully transferred over. Great. Being able to participate in the movement of Tianmi continent is really enough for me to blow for a lifetime. Yeah, such miracles, without your Majesty Su Lang, even if we have more than half-step eternal realm powerhouses, we would never have done it. His Majesty Su Lang's methods are really unfathomable. I am afraid that after being promoted to the realm of eternity, he will be one of the best. I must closely follow His Majesty Su Lang. In the boundless space, the top warriors in the boundless universe exclaimed in excitement, and the respect for Su Lang in their hearts was beyond words. And evil devouring has completely become one of them, becoming a fanatical supporter of Su Lang. At this time, everyone, start moving Tianmi continent. Su Lang's voice reached everyone's ears, and everyone suddenly became quiet, ready to move on to the mainland. Soon, Su Lang once again activated the Tianmi movement array, generating an advancing force. Slowly, the incomparably vast Tianmi continent began to slowly advance in the boundless void and flew towards the Tianmi continent. Evil devouring. This is the secret key to the Tianmi shifting. You, together with Xianxia, Zhang Wenzheng, Qin Song, and others, are responsible for controlling the speed of the Tianmi continent. Remember, don't go wrong. Su Lang looked at evil devouring and gave him a secret key to the formation technique. Yes, biting evil will live up to the high hopes of His Majesty Su Lang. Ji Xie immediately agreed respectfully and accepted the secret key. Okay, next, I am going to practice. When the Tianmi continent and the Tianmen continent merge, I will appear again. Su Lang nodded faintly, and immediately used the clone dispatch and replacement, and directly entered the exile. And she began to humbly cooperate with Xianxia and others to control the direction and speed of Tianmi continent. The other side, the Tianting continent also has Golden Crow Dongfang too much control. Soon after, the three continents will merge. By the time, Salong will have a wider territory and more population. The celestial void realm will expand further, enveloping three continents, absorbing the energy of all continents to supply the land of exile. By the time, the energy concentration of the heaven and the earth in the exile will increase crazily and become a more suitable dojo for cultivation. At this moment, in the land of exile, Su Lang appeared alone on top of a giant mountain. On this ordinary giant peak, a waterfall formed by spiritual liquid has been condensed, which is spectacular. It's time to continue practicing. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou may leave the customs at any time, I can't be careless. A dignified look rose in Su Lang's eyes, and immediately began to deal with the fragments of Mi Ling Bald Dunki primordial body. As a half-step eternal realm powerhouse, the limit exists in the beginning. Mi Ling's body contained a very large universe of life and numerous small worlds. Among them, the life universe has been collected into the storage space by the perfect plundering function. Those small crystal wall worlds are contained in the fragments of the body of the beginning. Let's transfer the universe of life first. Su Lang blinked, and took out the life universe of Mi Ling Bald Donkey from the storage space. Divine mind penetrated into it. I saw that the universe of life on this side was extremely huge. It was simply the largest man-made world that Su Lang had ever seen, almost comparable to his 10-life universe blessed and improved by countless exercises. After all, this is the universe of life that Mi Ling Bald Donkey has polished for billions of years. And in the universe of life, there is an extremely mature civilization system. Of course, it is Tianmi Buddhism who cultivates civilization, and all cultivators are cultivating for Mi Ling Bald Donkey. These creatures are the tools with the least freedom. At this time, even the Mi Ling Bald Donkey is dead. Many believers felt the death of Mi Ling, panicked, but still went to worship Mi Ling Bald Donkey, even though they didn't have any eggs at all. These living beings who have become the capital of Shanghai have been thoroughly brainwashed long ago. Can live in Mi Ling's universe of life. All the best believers. Chapter 2245, 1 Trillion Crystal Wall World. Su Lang thought silently in his heart. Zan even activated the Mingguang 10,000 Realms Emperor Jing. forcibly reversed the consciousness of those creatures and turned them into their own fanatics. Suddenly, endless incense aspiration power entered Su Lang's virtual spirit universe, condensed into 3 special incense aspiration power crystals in the emptiness of Dragon Vein Heaven. This incense is really scary. Su Lang nodded slightly, and then began to prepare the crystal wall world that could accommodate this life universe. Because this universe of life is really too big, only relying on a single crystal wall world, even the crystal wall world that Su Lang actively promoted, could not contain it. Therefore, Su Lang's gaze fell on techniques like universal returning to one picture. The function of this method is to permanently fuse many crystal wall cells together to form a single large crystal wall cell. But the disadvantage is that the total number of crystal wall cells will decrease, which is equivalent to self-chopping the foundation, but Su Lang currently has the function of top of exercises, and can practice a large number of exercises, and directly promote to the primary level exercise method, thereby greatly increasing the number of own cells. At this time, the number of his crystal wall cells has reached a terrifying number of more than 60,000 Gai, which is several thousand times that of the ordinary Taichu. Using a few crystal wall cells to fuse into larger crystal wall cells will hardly have any effect on him. Let's start. Yuha Gai wrong. With a thought in Su Lang's heart, he immediately began to revolve the profound meaning of Yuha Gai 2. Suddenly, in the vicinity of the Dantian universe, among those crystal wall cells that had been continuously promoted by Su Lang many times, some crystal wall cells began to fuse with each other. In a blink of an eye, a huge crystal wall cell appeared beside the living universe. It is only a little smaller than the Dantian universe, it is almost the second universe of life. Next, Su Lang put the life universe of Mi Ling Buddha into this huge crystal wall world. In a blink of an eye, the world barrier of this life universe and the world barrier of Su Lang's crystal wall cells merged with each other, completely becoming Su Lang's inner world. Boom! The extremely majestic power of the world poured into Su Lang's body. This made his combat power once again strengthened. Tisk tut, this is so special, it's simply my 11th life universe, it's just that there are no core fragments of the boundless world. Su Lang felt the more majestic power in his body, and the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched, revealing a satisfied smile. Soon, his gaze shifted to the crystal wall world of Buddha Mi Ling again. There are so many crystal wall worlds of Buddha Mi Ling. Because he himself is taking the incense way that desperately needs population. Like the ancestor of the cultivation line, he is also a half-step eternal realm strong, but he contains only close to 100 million crystal wall cells. In the crystal wall cells of the world contained in Buddha Mi Ling's body, there are actually 1 trillion. It is 10,000 times that of a warrior of the same level. Lying down, this Mi Ling is too crazy. There are 100 billion crystal wall worlds that support believers. This is so special, how many intelligent creatures must there be in it? Su Lang looked at the crystal wall world in the fragments of Mi Ling's primordial body, and couldn't help but tisk. Soon, he carefully checked these crystal wall worlds. Found that in most of these worlds, there is only a thin layer of floating continents. Obviously, it is a simple continent built by Buddha Mi Ling himself. The resources on these humble floating continents are extremely poor, and countless believers are living in dire straits. Because the resources produced in the barren world are completely insufficient to meet the needs of the entire world. It is impossible for believers to kill each other, so they can only pray for Mi Ling to reward them with resources that can keep them alive. Except for these simple man-made continents. In a small part of the world, there are relatively complete continents, mostly broken pieces of the planet, on which there are relatively good believers. There are more than 60 billion in this type of world. The least is the crystal wall world with a complete planet. There are only 1.8 billion such worlds. Chapter 2246, 150,000 trillion times the training speed. But regardless of the number of 1.8 billion compared to the number of 1 trillion, it is very rare. In fact, 1.8 billion is already a super abnormal number. This means that Buddha Mi Ling has taken so many life planets from the boundless universe in billions of years. Of course, there may also be cosmic planets he created or robbed believers, no matter what. This number has been extremely abnormal. Before Su Lang killed a lot of Juyan Taichu and Bayan Taichu, he only got tens of millions of planets. 1 trillion crystal wall world. It's so frantic. However, this is the cruelty of the world. The destiny of the weak will be arbitrarily controlled by the strong, even without knowing it, being kept in the dark for a lifetime. Su Lang sighed with emotion, shook his head, and then began to collect the continents and planets in these crystal wall worlds. With his current strength, it is very simple to do this kind of work. In a short time, Su Lang searched all the crystal wall world. All the planets and floating continents were taken into his crystal wall world by him. Suddenly, in addition to the 10 life universes, Su Lang also has more than 1 trillion crystal wall worlds containing countless creatures. Immediately after, Su Lang used the Mingguang 10,000 Realms Emperor Jing to transform all the creatures in these crystal wall worlds into his own believers. After doing all this, he opened up all his crystal wall worlds, and poured the heaven and earth energy of the exile into them. Suddenly, countless crystal wall worlds are full of heaven and earth energy, become vigorous, and resources become abundant. Those believers have also gotten better. Soon, Su Lang's eyes fell on his cultivator and martial artist. Both the one-key training function and the one-key martial arts function have reached level 50, and the speed has doubled again. The time required for his cultivation and martial arts has also become shorter. At my current practice speed of 150,000 trillion times, it won't take much time to condense the time rules of the 8 evolvement realm and break through to the 8 evolve realm. It will be a breakthrough soon, hehe. By the way, there are still exercises to practice. The exercises previously practiced have reached the founding level, and it's time to place a brand new 2 basic exercise. While thinking about it, Su Lang placed a new copy of Yuanming Universe's 9 Evolution Experts exercises. Immediately after, he began his training journey. In the process of waiting for the accumulation of cultivation base, Su Lang was not idle, but continued to actively promote his crystal wall cells. Although he has the crystal wall universe function, he can directly use his cultivation to form the crystal wall universe. But the more you upgrade the crystal wall world now, the less cultivation base will be consumed at that time. In short, efforts are not in vain, but useful. Time passed slowly. Su Lang is constantly accumulating and preparing for breakthroughs. The 2 continents are constantly approaching the Tianmen continent and are about to merge. And above the Tianshuan continent. Died. Mi Ling is dead. That little bunny Su Lang really went to kill Mi Ling, and he really killed him. After all, Mi Ling is also a half-step eternal realm powerhouse. After getting my reminder, he should be able to escape the catastrophe. Unexpectedly, he was still dead in Su Lang's hands. Damn Su Lang. Emperor Zhou looked at the mirror in his hand. This mirror is what she used to contact Mi Ling Buddha. But at this time, this mirror has completely lost its color, as if it was carved from the most common gray rock. This means that the Mi Ling Buddha is dead. Moreover, it is completely dead and cannot be resurrected by any means. The fall of a half-step eternal realm made the Emperor Zhou feel cold and terrified. Fortunately, I have the hair left by my husband. Otherwise, I will die in Su Lang's hands. Su Lang, I will definitely not let you go. Indestructible Emperor Zhou sighed bitterly, and immediately continued to use the Time Avenue array to arrange the Natural Universe Shuttle. Chapter 2247, The Natural Universe Space-Time Channel opens. Have to say, the passage through the natural universe is too difficult to arrange. Even if there are ready-made formations refined by the Eternal Strong, the immortal Emperor Zhou will take a lot of time. After a while, the immortal Emperor Zhou finally completed this big project. Su Lang, my Time Avenue array is finished, and the Natural Universe Shuttle channel is about to open. As long as you have all kinds of methods, it is definitely not the opponent of the half-step Eternal Realm Strong under my husband. I don't believe it. You can beat 10 or even dozens of half-step Eternal Realms. A trace of hatred and killing intent flashed in the eyes of the immortal Emperor Zhou. Immediately after, she came to the middle of the huge Natural Universe Channel array. This altar occupies a very large area. It consists of thousands of arrays centered on the main array, forming a circular array with a diameter of 100,000 light-years. The passage between the 2 natural universes must be opened up. Nature is no small matter. The formation of 100,000 light-years in diameter is not an exaggeration at all. Standing on the top of the middle altar, the immortal Emperor Zhou sat on the ground, adjusting his state. After a while, the rule of time as the guide, the avenue of time travels through the universe, open it for me. Emperor Joe suddenly opened his eyes, pinched the tactics with both hands, and unfolded his whole body's time rules without reservation, paying attention to the formation at his feet. Instant time. A strange wave is coming from the array. That is a breath that exceeds the level of time rules, the real road of time. But this time avenue feels incompatible with the boundless universe, as if it shouldn't exist, at this time. After the time avenue breathed out, countless strange patterns suddenly appeared over the entire Tianquan continent. These weird lines appear to be twisted, like a glass heart. And countless twisted lines, covering the entire sky. Then, centered on the Time Avenue Natural Universe Shuttle Array where the Immortal Emperor is located, spread from the sky to the ground. Immediately after, these lines in the edges of the formations are connected to each other, forming a strange cylindrical twisted channel, as time flows. Emperor Joe constantly urged the formation. The distortion of those weird lines gradually became smaller, and finally approached a straight line. Simultaneously, the cylindrical channel formed by these lines also extends infinitely beyond the Tianquan continent until it touches the cosmic barrier of the boundless universe. At this point, the lines forming the cylindrical channel are completely transformed into straight lines. It's like a channel made up of an infinite number of parallel lines. And these parallel lines are actually the appearance of the power of time and space. Finished. The docking of Time and Space Avenue. Next, take the words of the husband, return to Yuanming Universe, led reinforcements to kill Su Lang, and retake those continents. A bit of killing intent flashed in the Immortal Emperor's eye, and the shuttle function of the channel was immediately activated. Suddenly, an extremely majestic, yet gentle force of time and space acted on the Immortal Emperor Joe. Her body seems to have turned into countless, parallel lines, gradually blending into the huge passage of time and space. Quickly, the body of Emperor Joe disappeared completely, and the Time Avenue Array began to absorb the energy of heaven and earth on its own, and rely on its own stored energy to maintain the passage between the two natural universes. It was at the same time that the Immortal Emperor Joe left the boundless universe and returned to the Yuanming universe. In the land of exile. Hey, the cultivation base is full again, so we can condense deeper time rules. Su Lang looked at his mysterious black space, the cultivator with his whole body turned into gold, and couldn't help showing an excited smile. Immediately after. System, give me the rules of Ba Yantai primary time. Su Lang's eyes flashed, and his thoughts moved, and he gave instructions. The next moment, countless cultivation bases disappeared. An even more difficult and obscure, past, time rule has been incorporated into Su Lang's soul. Chapter 2248, Breakthrough, Bayan Primordial Realm. This is the time rule of the Bayan realm. When these extremely difficult and obscure rules merged into Su Lang's soul, they merged into the Eighth Life universe again, and spread to the surrounding crystal wall world. In a blink of an eye, there are a large number of crystal wall cells integrated into the time rules of the 8 evolving realms. Simultaneously, there is also a part of the time rule integrated into the previous 7 life universes and countless crystal wall cells, further improving the time rule of their integration. In a short time, Su Lang has completed a breakthrough process that traditional early cultivators need many years to complete. And his cultivation realm has officially reached the realm of the Bayan Prime beginning. Breakthrough, 8 Yan realm. Next, hit the 9 eternal realm, half a step into the eternal realm, then let the rules of time merge into the cells of the whole body, and begin to condense the avenue of time. As for the creation of the crystal wall world, in the case of insufficient cultivation, it can be temporarily slowed down. Quote. Su Lang's eyes flashed with thoughtful light, and he immediately called up his attribute panel. Name: Su Lang. Race: Human. Qualification level: Turbidity realm level, Bayan Taichu attack level, half-step eternal defensive level, half-step eternal Shenfa level, half-step eternal endurance level, half-step eternal spirit level, realm of pure nirvana ++ mastering the exercises, infinite heart sutra, 10,000 laws into one, infinite profound meaning, eternal level, founding activated system functions, 1 key practice function level 50, 1 key martial arts function level 50, clone dispatch function level 49, 1 key treasure hunt function level 48, 1 key alchemy function level 15, 1 key refining function level 15, 1 key refining function level 15, 1 key synthesis function level 15, 1 key empowerment function level 25, 1 key strengthening function level 10, 1 key decomposition function no level. All aspects have officially entered half-step eternity. The time rule is weaker, and it can be made up for with the help of the time rule of Eastern Tai or evil devouring by infinity. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth, smiled in satisfaction, then closed his eyes and continued to practice. At this time, he noticed that the incense aspiration that poured into his virtual spirit universe had obviously increased, and in the 3 void dragon worlds, more souls appeared, and more incense and wish power crystals were produced. These 3 void dragon veins have already accumulated a large amount of special aspiration crystals. Among them, the special aspiration crystallization in the purple golden gourd void dragon vein world is completely enough for it to evolve. Before the transfer of Mi Ling's life universe and crystal wall world, those special aspirations will be enough for it to evolve to the Juyin primordial stage. At this time, the incense is willing to crystallize more, and I don't know whether it can be directly evolved to the half-step eternal state. It seems that this weapon has reached the time to shine. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and Zan even took out the purple golden gourd from the void dragon vein heaven. Immediately after, he also took out a large amount of special incense wishing power crystals needed for the evolution of the purple gold gourd. The Zijin gourd had just been condensed, and there was a Sanyan Taichu level. At this time, it is necessary to evolve it into a Xian primordial realm weapon. System. Activate the weapon evolution function and evolve the purple gold gourd. With a thought, Su Lang gave instructions to the system. Suddenly, system prompts sounded one after another. Ding. Consume the special incense and wish power to crystallize *500000, and the Zijin gourd has evolved into a Xian Taichu weapon. Ding. Consumption of special incense wish power crystal *8 million, Zijin gourd evolved into Wuyan Taichu weapon. Ding. Consume. Ding. The special incense is not enough to crystallize. 6 system prompts sounded. The Zijin gourd has evolved to the Juyin primordial stage. There are more than 10 million special aspirations left, but it is still not enough to make it continue to evolve. It seems that it is really difficult to evolve it into a half-step eternal weapon. However, after strengthening it, it can also go further, maybe it can reach the half-step eternal level. Su Lang thought silently in his heart, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Chapter 2249, Half-Step Eternal Purple Gold Gourd. Immediately after, Su Lang immediately locked some unnecessary materials and used them as strengthening materials to strengthen the Zijin gourd. Ding. Zijin gourd strengthen +1. Accompanied by the appearance of system prompts. The countless materials disappeared directly, and the base level of the Zijin gourd of the Juyin primordial stage was enhanced. This enhancement directly caused Zijin gourd to officially enter the half-step eternal state from the Juyin realm. The first time you strengthen, you will definitely be able to advance to a small level. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he immediately looked at the storage space, only to see that the materials had been almost consumed. After all, the spoils obtained by killing Mi Ling had already strengthened the weapons such as the Yutian sword and the Infinity, which had consumed a lot. Half-step eternal realm is already extremely terrifying. With my strength and the power of the purple golden gourd, it is absolutely impossible to escape from the palm of my hand in an ordinary half-step eternity. Su Lang chuckled. Before he brought the Zijin gourd to his face, he looked closely. However, the appearance of Zijin gourd did not change much. It is still the size of a small vase, the whole body is purple and black, and the whole body contains natural golden lines. Its breath is still very ordinary, full of the feeling of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Hey, there is another special incense weapon. Compared to my death to the great emperor, the power of this weapon is even more terrifying. If it can be strengthened to the half-step eternal state, it will be even more abnormal. Su Lang looked at the money gourd in his hand, and an imperceptible smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. He has fully understood and mastered the new Zijin gourd power effects and display restrictions. It is a little different from the magic weapon in the impression of Zijin gourd. This purple gold gourd condensed by special incense, only needs the enemy to agree. Even if it is accidentally answered, it will be immediately sucked into the gourd. In the following, there is no need for a post of, the old man is too anxious as a law or order, to turn it into ash. As long as Su Lang enters the target of Zijin Gourd, he can kill it with a single thought. In short, this is a special weapon that is extremely insidious, extremely powerful, and extremely convenient to use. I really look forward to it. I hope I have an enemy to give me a try now. Su Lang rubbed his hands excitedly, and then temporarily took the purple golden gourd into the Void Dragon Vein Celestial Sect. Soon, his eyes fell on the other two weapons. 7 treasure trees and heart-piercing locks, after strengthening and evolution, have all reached the Juyin Prime stage. But this is not enough. The incense aspiration power obtained this time is completely enough for them to evolve again. System, start the enhanced reset function. With a thought, Su Lang instantly cancelled the strengthening effects of the two weapons. Suddenly, these two weapons have all disappeared after 8 enhancements, and they have been restored to Wuyuntai primary weapons. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang activated the weapon evolution function, evolving the two weapons into the Qian primordial stage, which directly soared the two realms. In fact, if most of the incense aspiration power had not been poured into the purple gourd Void Dragon Vein Celestial Realm, there was a high probability that these two weapons could evolve once. But at this time, it was very powerful to evolve to the Qian primordial beginning stage. After all, this is just innate running state, and we need to strengthen it next. Su Lang did not hesitate to activate the 1 key enhancement function and directly strengthened the two weapons 8 times. Suddenly, the power of Qibao Miaoshu and heart-piercing locks soared wildly, soaring all the way from the Qian primordial realm to the infinitely close to the half-step eternal realm. It can be said that they are only a little short of the true half-step eternal state. And their power is completely enough to pose a strong threat to half-step eternity. It must be known that these two weapons can cause huge trouble to the immortal Emperor Zhou in the Juyin realm. At this time, their power goes further, and the threat to the half-step eternal realm is naturally more terrifying. 2 more weapons that are infinitely close to half-step eternity. Su Lang chuckled, holding 2 weapons and playing with him lovingly. After a while, he put these 2 weapons into the Void Dragon Vein Heaven realm to continue training. With the body world Su Lang possessed at this time, countless believers, it is estimated that it will not be long before they will evolve again. Chapter 2250, Consolidate another sword at this time. The system reminds you that you have completed the practice of the Taiyuan primary exercises and reached the founding level. Su Lang calmly set up a brand new Taiji exercise method. When it comes to exercises, Su Lang suddenly thought of his own breaking sword. Since getting the function of the top of the exercises, he has practiced countless exercises, and the levels of these exercises have all been promoted to the realm of the beginning. But the broken sword at this time was condensed before this. It's also time to update Po Yijian. Based on my current eternal level 10,000 law unity and infinite profound meaning, I don't know how terrifying the condensed broken sword can be. Su Lang's eyes flickered with expectation, and he immediately issued an instruction to the system: activate the function of the source of the technique, and give me a brand new breakthrough sword. Ding. Begin the deduction of the source of the exercises, breaking a sword and condensing. Accompanied by the appearance of system prompts, countless exercises and profound meanings emerged from the soul of Su Lang in colorful, imaginary and wonderful energy fluids. Compared to the previous process of condensing and breaking a sword, the profound meaning of the exercises that appeared this time, every one is so bright and so strong. Tens of millions of wonderful energy fluids of different colors emerged and began to merge with each other. This process took some time. When countless exercises and profound meanings are completely integrated, the real breaking sword deduction begins to condense. But I saw those colorful, virtual energy fluids condense and condense continuously, forming a sphere. The color has gradually changed from colorful to a single color, and it is moving towards a transparent state. This process takes more time. When the entire colorful sphere has experienced color mixing, translucent and fully transparent, it exploded fiercely, forming a brand new Po Yi sword profound meaning into Su Lang's soul and body. So far, a brand new breaking sword condensed by the Eternal Realm exercise, 10,000 laws into one infinite profound meaning, has appeared. This combat technique inherits the previous characteristics and restrains everything. And its power is even more powerful, and its restraint is even stronger. In the face of this trick, the cultivator at the same level has a few levels lower in defensibility out of thin air. If it weren't for the abnormal Tianzhao in the same level, he would definitely not be able to stop it for an instant. Even those half-step eternal powerhouses who can be called Tianjiao absolutely cannot stop a sword. The weapons are good, and the combat skills are good. In the half-step eternal state, I have no one to beat. I just don't know whether I can fight the real eternal state without condensing the great avenue of time. Quote. Thinking of this, Su Lang's eyes felt eager to try, and there was an urge to go to the heavenly Jade continent to find the Emperor Mingzhou trouble. But he quickly suppressed the impulse in his heart. It's better to be safe. I don't feel my strength right now. When you have enough strength, then go to the trouble of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, and easily solve it as the best choice. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. Zan even started to practice, of course. He has been conducting intelligence detection on the Tianshuan continent. After killing Mi Ling, he has been sending clones to the heavenly Jade continent. At this point, it is almost here. Time passed slowly. Every minute and every second, the one key practice function is accumulating countless cultivation skills for Su Lang. Su Lang is also constantly working hard, using the means of actively promoting crystal wall cells to continuously improve himself. At the same time, outside the boundless universe, in the Yuanming universe, Emperor Zhou successfully used the Time Avenue Universe Channel Array to return here. Feeling the familiar taste of this natural universe, Emperor Zhou couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately after, thick anger and killing intent filled her heart. Time is running out, I have to hurry up to summon the half-step eternal realm. Powerhouse. Emperor Zhou took a deep breath and immediately took out a large number of mirrors. Each of these mirrors is a treasure for contact, and can directly contact those strong under Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. Chapter 2251, Immortal Emperor Zhou called people at this time. A mirror was suspended in front of Emperor Zhou. One picture after another appeared in the mirror, a personal shadow. The shapes of these figures are humanoid intelligent creatures, and there are no alien characteristics, but from the aspects of personal clothes and temperament, we can see that they come from different natural universes and different civilizations. And these people are all half-step eternal realm powerhouses standing on top of the universe, and all are powerhouses that Emperor Yuan Mingzhou has subdued to his command. His Royal Highness Immortal Emperor Zhou. After the half-step eternal realm powerhouse saw the Immortal Emperor Zhou, they all saluted respectfully. Everyone, don't give a gift. The Immortal Emperor Zhou showed a noble and graceful temperament, his expression indifferent and unfathomable. Your Highness, I don't know when will His Majesty Origin Mingzhou return, asked a man whose body was snow white and his eyes were crystal clear. Very soon. But this time, there are some small thieves in the boundless natural universe. These little things are not qualified for Your Majesty to take action. Your Majesty ordered me to bring back my oral instructions to summon the half-step eternal realm powerhouse to sweep the boundless universe and completely clean up the aborigines of the boundless universe. Emperor Zhou looked at the eternal statue in the mirror, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his bright red mouth. With so many half-step eternal realm powerhouses, are you still afraid that Su Lang will have waves? That's it, the boundless universe is really difficult. I didn't expect that after so long, some minor troubles would appear. If you have nothing to do on the left or right, follow the palace to the endless universe, solve those troubles, and clear the way for Your Majesty. Please wait for His Highness Immortal Emperor Zhou, and come here right now. His Royal Highness, go down here too. Quote. Among the half-step eternal realm powerhouses, a total of 24 decided to follow the Immortal Emperor to the boundless universe. The remaining half-step eternal realm powerhouses are all important matters that have been explained by the Emperor Underworld, and it is inconvenient to leave. They will not go and will not be punished. What's more than 20 half-step eternal realm powerhouses are going to clean up a ruined universe that has no eternal realm, and even half-step eternity is not even a few, completely enough. Okay, the deity is waiting for you in the passage of the natural universe. Emperor Zhou nodded, and while waiting for the arrival of the 24 half-step eternal powerhouses, he learned about the recent situation of Yuanming universe through the remaining half-step eternal powerhouses. As the base camp of Emperor Yuanmingzhou, the prosperity of Yuanming universe is far from the infinite universe. There are a large number of creatures in this universe, and they are highly unified by Emperor Yuanmingzhou. The various civilizations in the Yuanming universe blended with each other and developed a more convenient way of cultivation, of course. Emperor Yuanmingzhou didn't have the power of alchemy, tool, and formation like Su Lang did. The heavenly void realm and exile land that Su Lang arranged at this time were far more advanced than Yuanming universe. It's just because the time is still short, unable to catch up with the Yuanming universe that has been developed for more than 10 billion years or even tens of billions of years. As long as the endless universe continues to develop, it will be able to surpass the source of the universe very quickly. Closer to home, the half-step eternal powers under Emperor Yuanmingzhou's command soon gathered at the side of Emperor Zhou. 24 powerful half-step eternal realm powerhouses have various postures, but they all exude an extremely terrifying aura, causing the surrounding void to collapse. Everyone, let's go. The immortal Emperor Zhou kept grace and calm on the surface, but his heart was filled with the excitement of impending revenge. She seemed to have seen Su Lang being besieged by more than 20 half-step eternal realm powerhouses, showing despair, and finally being severely torn apart. Yes, Your Highness, all half-step eternal strong men took their orders. Soon, the immortal Emperor Zhou and the 24 half-step eternal powers entered the time and space tunnels of the natural universe, turning them into twists and waves. When these distortions completely turned into straight lines, they disappeared from where they were. The picture turns. In the Tianquan continent, an incomparably vast wave of time and space erupted from the array of time avenues, and suddenly spread over a radius of tens of billions of light years. This kind of huge vision can be clearly felt by Su Lang avatar who rushed to the Tianquan continent. The deity Su Lang in the exile naturally also felt the time and space fluctuations in the Tianquan continent through the perception of the clone. Chapter 2252, called so many people to gang up on me, this is, time and space fluctuations. And it's not ordinary time and space fluctuations, its scope is extremely broad. The key is that this is the fluctuations generated by the avenue of time and space, not ordinary rules of time and space. It's nothing more than the avenue of space. In the boundless universe, the only person who can spur the avenue of time is the Emperor Underworld. Could it be that he has already left the Tianquan continent? Thinking of this, Su Lang couldn't help but shrink his pupils, his hair standing upright. If Emperor Yuanmingzhou is out at this time, he really has no way to fight, and can only use the clone to replace the crazy escape. By the time, even if they can escape successfully, they must abandon the long-run Tianmen continent and the two newly acquired continents. Perhaps it will lose the land of exile, a training weapon with a flow rate of 100,000 times. But, then think again. Su Lang felt something wrong again. Emperor Yuanmingzhou will leave the customs when he exits the customs. What is the use of time and space Dao? The time avenue and the space avenue are displayed at the same time, and the purpose is often to open up the space-time tunnel. If Emperor Yuanmingzhou wants to kill him, he doesn't need to spend so much time. Things are really not right. I have to look into what happened on the Tianquan continent. A trace of doubt flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he immediately continued to send his clone to the heavenly Jade continent. Because that clone is relatively close to the Tianquan continent. With Su Lang's spiritual power detection range at this time, using the clone dispatch function, the clone can move 100 million light years at a time. Not long, the clone arrived near the Tianquan continent. But I saw that this continent had no defensive measures. Looking down from the void, the whole continent was shrouded in endless smoke and dust. It is as if the entire continent has become wasteland. At this time, that incredibly obvious wave of time and space disappeared. Su Lang dispatched the avatar to the place where time and space avenue was, and everything he went through was in full view. Quickly, a strong breath entered the spirit of Su Lang clone. At this time, Su Lang's spiritual thoughts had reached the limit of the half-step eternal state, 100 million light years. This is unmatched by the immortal Emperor Zhou and other senior half-step eternal realm, therefore. Su Lang's clone sensed the existence of the immortal Emperor Zhou and others, but the immortal Emperor Zhou and others did not discover the existence of the Su Lang clone. At this time, after seeing the immortal Emperor Zhou and the others through the clone, Su Lang's eyes suddenly stared. I fork. This is, in addition to the immortal Emperor Zhou, there are a total of 24 half-step eternity. I'll take it. It turns out that the time and space fluctuations just now meant that Emperor Zhou went to rescue soldiers. According to her information on the Juyan Taichu Baoyi, Emperor Yuanmingzhou does have dozens of eternal half-steps under his command. Now these 20-odd statues are half-step eternity, they should be half or half of the eternity under Yuanmingzhou Emperor. Tisk Tusk, Emperor Zhou, how do you hate me? You even called so many people to fight me. Fortunately, I have a clone that is as strong as me, with half-step eternal combat power, well, the number is 147. Su Langling hides the clone in the distance, secretly observing those half-step eternal realm strong. He was a little surprised at first, then the corners of his mouth were raised. In addition to the immortal Emperor Zhou, there are a total of 25 half-step eternal realms. Such power can be said to be extremely terrifying. After all, in an ordinary natural universe, the number of half-step eternal realm powerhouses is only one digit. However, compared to the number of Su Lang's clones, it is still much worse. This is also something that immortal Emperor Zhou and those who broke their heads in half an eternity would never have thought. At this moment, Emperor Zhou and others are discussing launching an attack on Su Lang's heavenly continent. Everyone, this time our offense must be extremely concealed, because that hateful golden crow Dongfang Tai is guarding the Tianing continent. She controls the lifeline of the Tianing continent, and can bring the Tianing continent to death at any time. This is what His Majesty Yuan Mingzhou absolutely does not want to see. We must capture Su Lang alive before Dongfang Tai can react, and then force Dongfang Tai to surrender the Tianing continent. Even if we let Su Lang go temporarily, he will never escape from our palm. At that time, all three continents will fall into our hands, and Su Lang's death time will come. Speaking of this, a strong hatred rose in the eyes of the Emperor Immortal. Chapter 2253, have been seen by others, Your Highness. Then, how should we act? Asked a slender person, holding a sharp blade, and wearing a mask. This person asks a question. The rest of the half-step eternity also all look towards the immortal Emperor Zhou. The deity once hit the space passage through the Tianmen continent. That coordinate, this deity remembers clearly. As long as 25 of us work together, we will be able to directly open up the space channel from the Tianshuan continent to the Tianmen continent. At that time, we will catch Su Lang with the momentum of thunder. Su Lang is extremely cunning, maybe we can't catch him. But no matter what, it can take away the Tianmen and Tianmi continents. With Su Lang's life in danger, Dongfang Tai will definitely not commit suicide, and the Tianing continent will be fine. After that, we will slowly figure out a way to get the Tianing continent. Of course, if you can catch Su Lang the first time, it will be the best. Emperor Zhou said his plan to everyone, and he kept nodding for the rest of the eternal half. And just now, stop negotiating. You are being watched. No matter where you are in your plan, everyone has seen it. A voice appeared in the ears of Emperor Immortal Zhou and others, indifferent and ruthless. It was the voice of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. This statement came out. The immortal Emperor Zhou and the 24 powerful half-step eternal realm experts suddenly changed their expressions. His Majesty Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. Subordinates, see His Majesty Yuan Mingzhou Emperor. Your subordinates don't know that Your Majesty is here, and they are negligent, please punish them. Quote. A half-step eternal strong man knelt on the spot, looking terrified and excited. Husband. Emperor Zhou also saluted immediately, with a look of horror on his face. Why are you horrified? Naturally because of the fact that I am waiting for someone to be monitored. They are in the Tianshuan continent. The heavenly jade continent guarded by Emperor Hades. Just this, there are people who are bold enough to run here to monitor them, which is really incredible. And just as Emperor Zhou and the 24 half-step eternal powerhouses reacted like this, Su Lang immediately noticed something was wrong. It's not good, withdraw. With a thought, Su Lang directly retracted the clone into the mysterious black space. Just then, a wave of invisible energy swept over where the clone was, and almost hit Su Lang's clone. Even if the energy has no horrible fluctuations, you don't need to think about it. Once the clone is touched, there is absolutely a dead end. At this time, Su Lang's clone disappeared. Someone suddenly narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of thought. However, if the Emperor Zhou and others were not destroyed, they looked terrified and claimed to be incompetent. Then Su Lang's methods are indeed weird. But that's it, you just need to be more vigilant. Go, take advantage of Su Lang's time to lay out the means, hurry up and deal with him. The voice of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou once again rang in everyone's minds. Even if Zan disappeared, he would never reappear. It can be seen that he is very busy. Fast. Quickly open up the space channel. After hearing the words of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, Emperor Immortal Zhou immediately changed his expression and ordered everyone to do it. Yes, Your Highness. 24 half-step eternal strong men nodded immediately. Immediately after, with the immortal Emperor Zhou as the center, 24 powerful half-step eternal powerhouses are all displayed on the avenue of space. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared in front of everyone. It was the embryonic form of the space channel. At the same time, heavenly continent, in the land of exile. Time passed quickly, 1 second passed from the outside world, and 100,000 seconds passed inside. Although I found out, but immortal Emperor Joe will definitely not give up, but will continue to implement the previous plan. After all, now my 3 continents have not merged, even if they are not far apart, it is still difficult to balance. But, the coordinates of the previous one. Exchange building square, isn't this asking me to wait and see, a turtle in the urn? A sneer flashed in Su Lang's eyes. It was time for those formations to come in handy. But, he did not leave the place of exile immediately. In this space of 100,000 times the flow rate of time, he has plenty of time to respond and make arrangements. Chapter 2254, Breakthrough, the realm of Juyin Taichu. First, design a joint formation. This time, make a giant combined trap and kill type formation and let them enter the urn as soon as they come over. The corner of Su Lang's mouth outlines an unnoticeable playfulness, and then begins to retrieve the various formations he has mastered, and begins to design joint formations in his mind. Just a few minutes, Su Lang used the various powerful formations he mastered to unite to form a very huge, terrifying half-step eternal killing array. Because this combined formation uses tens of thousands of types of 2 primary formations. Therefore, Su Lang called it the 10,000 flowing killing array. After completing the design in his mind, he tried to arrange it in the exile, and then he stopped. And just when Su Lang was about to go out and set up a formation. Ding! The sea of repair is full, do you break through? A system prompt interrupted Su Lang's actions, making him look at him. Tisk tut, this cultivation speed is too awesome. The immortal Emperor Joe said a few words. The outside time has passed a little bit, and I have completed the cultivation base savings from the Bian primordial beginning realm to the Juyin primordial beginning realm in this exile. Su Lang sighed in admiration, and immediately chose to break through. Suddenly, countless cultivation bases have condensed into his time rules and blended into his body and soul. Then it blends into its life universe and crystal wall world. In a short time, Su Lang's cultivation was directly promoted from the Bian primordial beginning stage to the Juyin primordial beginning stage. This not only greatly increased his regular level strength, but also greatly improved his time base. System, call up the properties panel. Su Lang thought, and gave orders to the system. Properties panel, name, Su Lang race, human qualification level, turbidity realm level, Juyin Taichu attack level, half-step eternal plus defense level, half-step eternal plus Shenfa level, half-step eternal plus endurance level, half-step eternal plus spirit level, realm of pure nirvana plus mastering the exercises, infinite heart sutra, 10,000 Fas into 1, infinite profound meaning, eternal grade, founding activated system functions, 1 key practice function level 50, 1 key martial arts function level 50, clone dispatch function level 49, 1 key treasure hunt function level 48, 1 key alchemy function level 15, 1 key refining function level 15, 1 key refining function level 15, 1 key synthesis function level 15, 1 key empowerment function level 25, 1 key strengthening function level 10, 1 key decomposition function no level. It can be seen that Su Lang's conventional strength has exceeded the ordinary half-step eternal in all aspects. Simultaneously, the strength of the clones has skyrocketed again. Under normal circumstances, the strength is a little bit worse than the real half-step eternity. The main reason is the time rule. Conventional power has actually far exceeded the ordinary half-step eternity. And even after using the buying clone, there is also the ultimate peak of the Juyin realm. Killing an ordinary Juyin realm is like killing a chicken and a dog. Hey, before the fight started, the strength improved again. Indestructible Emperor Joe, come quickly, my open door kill is ready for you. Su Lang chuckled, and immediately left the place of exile directly through the heavenly void teleportation network, and appeared on the exchange building square. In the place where Shenxuang was previously imprisoned, a huge sinkhole still exists. This is the last time that Emperor Immortal Joe used the means placed on Shenxuang to open up the space channel and form the sky hole. At this time, Su Lang just appeared. It was discovered that a small black spot appeared in this Tianqing, which was the embryonic form of the space channel. It only takes a few milliseconds, and this small black spot will expand into a giant space channel, enough to pass half a step of the eternal strong one. Humph, A thought is formed. Su Lang hummed softly, and with a movement of his spiritual thoughts, the 10,000 flow killing array that had been previously designed in the land of exile appeared directly. This shrouded all the space covered by Su Lang's spiritual thoughts. The sky and the ground were all wrapped in it. Chapter 2255, Wanliu Killing Array, starts simultaneously. The formation of the energy transmission network of the heavenly virtual world also participated in this formation. Through the energy transmission network of the celestial void realm, Wanliu Killing Array can obtain the support of the entire celestial continent, so there is absolutely no need to worry about running out of energy. Wanliu Killing Array hidden. As soon as the formation was completed, Su Lang activated its hiding function, making it concealed. Just then, wow, the small black spots in the Tianqing suddenly expanded, directly forming a purple-black space channel with a diameter of several thousand feet. Through this space channel, you can even see the immortal Emperor Zhou and others on the Tianshuan continent. Kill. This time, Su Lang must pay the price. With an order from Emperor Zhou, the other 24 people vacated into the air, one after another, into the space channel. The next moment, the immortal Emperor Zhou came out of that space channel. As soon as she appeared, she immediately started her spiritual thoughts, and then she saw a man who impressed her very deeply, Su Lang. Su Lang brat, unexpectedly, you could run to the Tianshuan continent to watch me and wait. However, even so, what can you do? You can't just watch us kill the heavenly misty continent. Emperor Zhou looked at Su Lang, who was close at hand, his eyes full of hatred and sneer, and the excitement of revenge. Simultaneously, the other 24 accurate half-step eternal powerhouses also flew out of the space channel one after another, and fell behind the immortal Emperor Zhou. These half-step eternal powerhouses also saw Su Lang floating in midair with his hands behind his back, and his expression revealed some contempt and disdain. Are you Su Lang? HMPH, a mere generation who is lingering in the ruined universe, dares to oppose our Majesty, Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Su Lang's little miscellaneous, now you kneel in front of us and offer 3 continents, you can still live. Don't be lucky, we are a total of 25 half-step eternity, you can't be our opponent. Quote. One by one half-step eternal strong men looked at Su Lang, as if they were looking at a dying person. Their faces were full of joy and contempt, as if Su Lang was about to lose. However, something that horrified them had happened. Ha ha ha, a group of lambs, dare to clamor for me to kneel. If you kneel in front of me and let me use my means to control, maybe I will give you a chance. Su Lang looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, and didn't bother to hide it anymore, and directly launched the half-step eternal realm 10,000 flows killing array. Rumble. This hidden invisible formation suddenly appeared, and the extremely terrifying banning ability burst out, directly enshrouding all the people of the immortal Emperor Zhou. What? This is the formation, a half-step eternal formation. Not an ordinary half-step eternal formation, this must be the strongest formation under the eternal realm. Damn it, even if Su Lang knows that we are going to attack the heavenly continent, it is impossible to arrange such an advanced formation in such a short time. This kind of formation, even the half-step eternal strongest who is the most proficient in formation, takes many years to deploy, but now, what is going on? Quote. The immortal Emperor Zhou and the others were so shocked that their eyes were almost staring. As the best in the natural universe, they have never added such incredible things. Just then, the power of Ban instantly closed the space channel opened by the immortal Emperor Zhou and others. Suddenly, the immortal Emperor Zhou and other 15 people were trapped in the closed 10,000 flow killing array. Immortal Emperor Zhou, I give you a chance to surrender. Hand over your everything in exchange for a chance to survive. Su Lang faintly overlooked the 25 immortal Emperor Zhou in the 10,000 flowing killing array. If you can subdue these 25 people, the benefits will be many. After all, they were people who came from the old nest of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. They are also outstanding in the natural universe. Aside from other things, just letting them act as a lead party can achieve great benefits. Chapter 2256, You said I don't have enough people, of course. These people have great hidden dangers. Su Lang would not trust 100%. Even if you accept it, you will kill the donkey in the future. Humph, Su Lang, you are wishful thinking. I also give you one last chance to choose, surrender, or die. The immortal Emperor Zhou looked at Su Lang coldly, as if a snake and scorpion became a fairy. Not bad, little bastard, Quickly open the formation and let us take over the 3 continents. Dogs, hurry up, don't wait for us to do it yourself. You have a broken formation, even if the defense is strong enough, how can you keep it running? Quote. The remaining 24 half-step eternal powerhouses also looked at Su Lang contemptuously. Ha ha, do you think my formation does not have enough energy to maintain? Ha ha ha, you are too naive, see what this is. Su Lang's heart moved, and the heavenly void realm suddenly appeared. Suddenly, the world has changed. The heavenly void realm formed by countless formations appeared in the eyes of the immortal Emperor Zhou and others. That dense array, countless array patterns, seemed to cover every corner of this world. In the Tianmeng Netherworld formation, a large number of formation patterns are connected to the Wanliu killing formation. The energy flow visible to the naked eye is instilled into the Wanliu killing array from those formation patterns. The countless energy streams are like galactic waterfalls hanging from the sky to the earth, and the energy contained in them even the immortal Emperor Zhou and others feel heart palpitations. This is also a half-step eternal formation. My spirit within a radius of 80 million light years can't see the edge of the formation. This is the formation covering the entire world. How is it possible? How can there be such a big formation? Why are those energies so majestic? Could it be that it was a stream of energy gathered from the entire world? Impossible. How could such a terrifying formation exist in this ruined universe? I've only seen such a vast formation once in my life, but it was completed by countless powerful people in a natural universe that took 10 billion years to complete, and the effect is far inferior to this formation. It's terrifying. The people who set up this formation have already reached the real cosmic level for their formation and horror. Quote. Emperor Immortal Zhou and the others looked at Su Lang's celestial void realm. Each one was dumbfounded, their mouths unable to close together. How is it? Now, you still have the confidence to deal with me. Su Lang looked down at the crowd and smiled faintly. Hurry up and surrender, and help me kill Emperor Yuanmingzhou. If he can give you, I will give it 100 times. Huh, you are delusional. We have a total of 25 people. You are only one person. Even with this formation, how can you stop me? No matter how much energy we have, we will definitely not be able to stop our 25 people from attacking together. Su Lang, stop imagining that you can deal with our Majesty Yuanmingzhou. His level is not what you can imagine. Don't you surrender, Su Lang. Quote. Indestructible Emperor Zhou and the others were willing to subdue softly, each with a bitter intent to kill, and the atmosphere in the scene was almost solemn to the extreme. It was as if they were about to do it in the next moment. But at this moment, oh, you said I don't have enough people. So, now, how about? With a tick at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, his thoughts moved, and he directly released his clones. All of them are clones, avatars and twin avatars that did not use buying avatars, a total of 147, and the aura on their bodies all exceeded the ordinary half-step eternal realm. The 147 clones appeared. The immortal Emperor Zhou and the others suddenly looked like geese with their necks pinched. They looked at Su Lang's clones in disbelief. Everyone was completely confused. 147 half-step eternity. How is this possible? How can there be so many half-step eternal strongmen in a dilapidated natural universe? Impossible, this must be false. We have several natural universes together, and we don't have so many half-step eternal powerhouses. Even if we count those who died in battle, there are no more than 100. What is going on? What is going on? Fake, fake, I don't believe it, I never believe it. Chapter 2257, Isn't it, Immortal Emperor Zhou? Emperor Immortal Zhou and the others looked at Su Lang's avatars, all pupils shrank suddenly, like mung beans, and they were still shaking constantly. And at this moment, by the way, there is also evil devouring. There is Tai Oriental, they are in the other 2 continents. With myself, there are a total of 150 half-step eternal strong men. If it's a weapon, even more. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a faint smile. What is going on? What is going on? Did we collectively fall into the illusion formation? What to do? Things are beyond the scope of what we can handle. Quickly, who can contact His Majesty Yuanmingzhou? Only His Majesty can deal with this weird Su Lang. There is no way to contact Your Majesty. Your Majesty will never give us proactive contact with his treasure. Then open the space channel. Let's return to the Tianshuan continent first. No, I have tried it. The space avenue contained in this formation is too powerful, and the space has been completely banned. Damn it, what shall we do now? Quote. The immortal Emperor Zhou and the others were horrified. They tried various methods, but they had no effect at all. They have been completely banned by Su Lang in the formation and have become the turtles in the urn. Everyone. Su Lang made such a terrifying arrangement in a short period of time, it is incredible, beyond imagination, and outrageously exaggerated. So, this is probably just a mere illusion, his purpose is to scare us. Su Lang, this little chopstick has been slow to do it, that must be the reason. I have waited to retreat, there is only one battle. The immortal Emperor Zhou looked around at the crowd, with determination in his eyes. The other 24 people nodded their heads. In fact, they had no choice at all, because no one dared to betray Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. Clang, Zhengming, indestructible Emperor Zhou and other 25 half-step eternal powerhouses, one after another took out their weapons. He even directly activated various self-harming secret techniques and entered a violent state. Rumble, a breath of incomparable horror erupted, forming a hurricane storm, violently hitting the 10,000 flowing killing array. However, Wanliu kills the array but doesn't move. Hateful, everyone, we strike together. Immortal Emperor Zhou's eyes were cold, and he raised an 8th-generation weapon in his hand. She held it very tightly, because she had already been snatched from the weapon by Su Lang, and there were only 2 of them. As a result, she now doesn't even have the weapon of Juyan Taichu. It is good. With a single blow, destroy the formation, pierce Su Lang's lies. The rest of the half-step eternity responded to the half-step eternity, and the next moment will be done. Wait, Su Lang suddenly exclaimed, and at the same time secretly activated the purple gold gourd that was transformed into a pattern and printed on his robe. How? You are scared, sure enough, your half-step eternal strong are all illusions. Emperor Zhou sneered and looked at Su Lang again and again. Hurry down on my knees. Humph, let me ask you one last sentence, you are not going to surrender, are you? Immortal Emperor Zhou, Su Lang let out a cold snort, walked into the Wanliu killing array step by step, and asked indifferently. Yes, indestructible Emperor Zhou roared angrily, and the weapon in his hand flew towards Su Lang. The other 24 people also launched their own attacks. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying force destroys the decayed space of destruction, instantly hitting the flow killing array. Rumble, a violent explosion appeared, and countless energy after waves swept in all directions like a tsunami. At the same time, Su Lang's body suddenly projected an incomparably weird purple-black light beam, which contained traces of golden lines. This purple-black light beam directly passed through the attack performed by Emperor Zhou and others, and instantly fell on Emperor Zhou. What? The immortal Emperor Zhou and the rest are all standing upside down, their scalps are about to explode. The next moment, Chapter 2258, Catch the Emperor Alive. An incomparably weird force enveloped the immortal Emperor Zhou, directly turning it into the size of a mosquito. What? Accompanied by the terrified scream of the immortal Emperor Zhou, she was sucked into the purple gold gourd along the purple-black light beam. How is this possible? His Royal Highness Immortal Emperor Zhou. Quickly, rescue His Highness the Immortal Emperor Zhou. Kill through this formation, save the Immortal Emperor Zhou. Quote. The other 24 half-step eternal powerhouses were caught by Su Lang when they saw Emperor Zhou somehow. They were incredibly angry and resented. The killing intent of the people soared, holding various Bian and Juyan Taichu weapons to slay the Wanliu killing array. Have to say, 24 half-step eternal strong men attacked together, and the momentum was indeed extremely great. However, give me all. Su Lang smiled, and directly ordered the clones to start bombarding the 24 people through the big array. These 149 half-step eternal clones work together, and the momentum is even more terrifying. Instant time, countless powerful magical powers bombarded together, and a series of violent explosions appeared. The visions formed by various regular avenues bloom, like the most gorgeous fireworks in the world. The powerful energy shock wave destroyed everything. Everything in the formation, whether it is mountain, land or anything else, instantly vaporized and disappeared. The spherical killing prison formed by the Wanliu killing array is exposed. The spherical barrier is connected to the hurricane formed by countless energies of the heavens and the earth, maintaining the madness of the array. And most of the 24 steps trapped inside are eternal, just like a turtle in an urn, but these 24 real half-step eternal strong men are indeed extremely fierce. And they still have weapons that are at least Baientai's junior. The avatars of Su Lang only have the time rules of the Juyan realm, and they have no weapons to use. They can only use Po Yijian to continuously attack. Coupled with the terrifying half-step eternal combined killing array of Wanliu killing array, only 24 people were trapped in it. Next, start to clean up one by one. And before that, you have to do a little bit of preparation. Su Lang's eyes flickered with a cold light, and then he put the heart-through lock into the purple gold gourd. But see the inside of Zijin gourd. This is a very vast space, surrounded by purple and black, filled with strange energy, like a deep abyss. After Immortal Emperor Zhou was sucked into this place, he quickly used various powerful attack methods, trying to break the purple gourd and escape. However, Zijin gourd was born to kill. How could she easily break it? No matter how Immortal Emperor Zhou attacks, it is difficult to shake the purple gold gourd. On the contrary, she consumed violently, and was invaded by the strange energy inside the purple golden gourd, making her weaker and weaker. Damn it, Su Lang, if you dare to yin me, you will definitely die. Emperor Zhou opened his eyes angrily, his face was extremely angry. At this time, a small white jade longevity lock fell from the sky, blooming another breath that was infinitely close to half a step of eternity. It's that weird longevity lock. The Immortal Emperor Zhou's expression changed drastically, and various defense methods were instantly displayed. The power of each avenue forms barriers, and there are more time-regular countercurrent barriers around it. Wow! Suddenly 9 black jade chains were shot from the heart-piercing lock, like 9 ferocious black dragons, surrounding the Immortal Emperor Zhou, entangled fiercely. Suddenly, the incomparably powerful banning ability was unfolded, further reducing the power that the Immortal Emperor Zhou could display. So far, she has absolutely no way to break through Su Lang's seal. And in the outside world, when Su Lang threw the heart-piercing lock into the purple gold gourd to besiege the Immortal Emperor Zhou, he dispatched another clone to the Tianmi continent to pick up the evil spirits. Anyway, the Tianmi continent won't be able to reach the Tianmen continent for a while, so it's okay to call the Devourer to come and help. It's not easy to leave from Dongfang Tai. Emperor Yuanmingzhou looked down on Su Lang, thinking that Su Lang was just an ant, and he could kill him by waving his hand, not in a hurry. But he can value the Tianning continent, and once he has a chance, he will definitely take the Tianning continent immediately. Chapter 2259, the new boundless ship debut. Therefore, Su Lang could only call to Bite Evil for help. There was a clone, and it was only a blink of an eye to pick up the evil spirits. Evil devours and sees His Majesty Su Lang, the Emperor of the Boundless Universe. Biting the evil came out of the life universe of Su Lang clone and worshipped Su Lang. Looking at the 24 half-step eternal powerhouses, his heart was full of horror and shock. That's a total of 24 statues half-step eternal. When the boundless world was most prosperous, it was only 8.5 steps eternal. And now, these 24 statues were half-step eternal, and it was incredible that Su Lang was trapped in the big formation. But the most incredible, it is Su Lang's combat power at this time and those extremely powerful clones. But seeing that Su Lang actually possessed a powerful aura that was more than half a step of eternity, so did Su Lang's clones. Notice, at this time, the time since Su Lang was placed on Tianmi continent was extremely short. Su Lang broke through in such a short period of time, which shocked evil devouring to almost impossible to think. Come on, let's enter the infinity. Today we are going to let Emperor Yuanmingzhou taste it and use the appetizers made by his subordinates. Su Lang's eyes flashed with killing intent, and with a wave of his hand, the infinite number suddenly emerged. Yes, Your Majesty Su Lang. Evil devouring expression was invigorated, and he directly entered the infinity. People like Yang Xingxing, Chu Xiaobei, Zhang Wenzheng and others have been preparing for battle in the infinity. Simultaneously, in the trembling pupils of the 24 half-step eternal strong men, the scene of devouring evil entering the infinity is reflected. That humanoid weapon has half a step at the peak of the eternal realm. How is it possible? How can there be such a terrifying weapon under the sky? Just this humanoid weapon can't be dealt with by any of us. His Royal Highness Immortal Emperor Zhou mentioned it before, but it is not that powerful in the mouth of His Royal Highness Immortal Emperor Zhou. Quote. 24 half-step eternal powerhouses looked at Su Lang, who had evolved and strengthened to the half-step eternal pinnacle level, invincible under the eternal state, trembling all over, flow of cold sweat. At this time, start buying clone. With a thought in Su Lang, the clones turned into 14,700 clones of 100 shadows. Even if it is divided into 100, the regular combat power of these clones did not fall into the realm, but continued to remain in the half-step eternal realm. Such a scene. It is foolish to directly look at the 24 half-step eternal powerhouses in the Wanliu killing array. 14,700 statues. How can there be so many half-step eternal powerhouses? These people all look exactly the same as Na Su Lang. Could it be his clone? No, it's impossible. No one can have so many half-step eternal clones, even Emperor Yuanmingzhou can't do it. Quote. 24 half-step eternal hearts rise in endless stormy waves, and there is a trace of fear and despair breeding. Originally they thought that their 24 half-step eternal lineup was already extremely defying. But then Su Lang's 147 clones gave them a blow, letting them know what it means to have a heaven and a human. And now, Su Lang's 14,700 clones have almost collapsed these 20 half-step eternal powers who have lived for countless years. 14,700 half-step eternity, too exaggerated, at this time. 24 half-step eternity watched Su Lang with more than 10,000 clones entering the invincible under the eternal state. Soon, a more terrifying aura burst out. This breath has surpassed the ordinary half-step eternal strong by thousands of times, and it is hardly a level. Rumble. The incomparably vast and majestic aura descended on the 10,000 flow killing array. It was as if the entire universe had collapsed, pressing down on the 24 people. Do not. How could he be so strong? This is a power far beyond half a step of eternity, almost close to the power that can be mastered in the real eternal state. It's over, we're over, there are still such terrifying whole cards in this boundless universe. Quote. Chapter 2260, Instant Kill 24 Half-Step Eternity. 24 powerful half-step eternal strong men were horrified. One by one, the five senses were distorted and displaced, and a great sense of crisis rose in their hearts. Surrender, or die. Su Lang was in charge of the infinite, overlooking the 24 small figures in the 10,000 flowing killing array, and said indifferently, however. Although the 24 people in the formation were afraid, they had no intention of surrendering. If you don't become eternal, you will always be ants. Su Lang, even if you are so powerful, in the eyes of Emperor Yuanmingzhou, you are only a larger ant, and you can still easily crush you. If you kill us, His Majesty Yuanmingzhou will avenge us. But if you are willing to become a strong under His Majesty Yuanmingzhou Emperor, you will definitely shine. Maybe His Majesty Yuanmingzhou will let you guard the natural universe, then you will be the master of one universe, and you will have more backing to rely on, and sit back and relax. Quote. The 24 people were not only hard-mouthed, they even persuaded Su Lang to come down. Ha ha ha, it's extremely ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. Su Lang looked at the 24 people dismissively. If this is the case, then you go to die. The voice just fell. He shook his right hand lightly, and the infinity made a synchronized movement, and an extremely huge Yudian sword appeared in his hand. Half-step long sword of the eternal realm. It's over, we're over, it's over. Half-step eternal formation, half-step eternal clone, half-step eternal weapon, how can this Su Lang be so strong? Quote. All kinds of desperate thoughts appeared in the hearts of 24 strong men. This makes them like falling into an ice cave, their bodies are cold, their hairs stand upside down, and their scalps are about to explode. The breath of death that has never been felt for countless years has enveloped all of them. I thought that coming to this boundless universe was just completing an extremely easy task. But now they understand that coming here by themselves is completely fatal. Just then, I ask you one last sentence, surrender or die. Su Lang looked at everyone, the Yudian sword in his hand was already raised high. Endless energy gathered on the Yudian sword, forming the latest breaking sword that Su Lang deduced. Even at a long distance, 24 people can also feel the incomparably bitter breath, like a sharp knife struck across their skin, cold and deadly. However, everyone remained silent, with wry smiles, despair and a trace of death. I understand, you have been used by Emperor Yuanmingzhou. You can't betray, otherwise you will die. Su Lang looked at everyone indifferently. If this is the case, then goodbye forever. The voice is not over. Infinity held up the Yudian sword, the blade was straight, and the light was sharp, and immediately slashed the sword. Stabbed. Through the 10,000 flow killing array, the terrifying Po Yi sword slammed into the 24 eternal half-steps. Mystery of falling body and silent soul. Blade of explosive Gu God. Quote. 24 half-step eternal last battles, brazenly launched a variety of explosive secret arts, waved weapons in their hands. Suddenly, the power of countless avenues, the power of twisting, and the turbulent flow of time formed a barrier in the 10,000 flow-killing array, trying to resist Su Lang's breaking sword. However, the attack they launched was immediately weakened by Wanliu killing array by 10%, and the remaining power was completely unable to withstand Po Yijian. Rumble, explosions sounded one after another, and screams also sounded. In the torrent of terrifying energy, a half-step eternal strong man's complexion was distorted, he screamed incomparably screams, and died. In a short time, 24 statues are eternal in half a step, and even if they do their best, they can't escape death, all of them fall. At the same time, in the heavenly jade continent, in the depths of the earth, it should clearly be the thick center of the earth, but it is a sea of energy. Countless physical substances have turned into three bizarre powers of gold, red, and white, forming a three-color vortex, running wildly in the underground center of the heavenly jade continent. And in this three-color vortex, a seemingly young man was floating quietly. However, he saw this person wearing a dark brocade robe with a pale purple belt tied around his waist, and his long snow-white hair slowly floating with the flow of energy. His hands exploded with peculiar power, condensing the three powers of gold, red and white to form a small gold jade floating around him. This person, Chapter 2261, Super Rich Looted, is Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. He is refining the origin of the universe, trying to form a more cherished core origin of the universe. In this time, he felt the fall of the 24 subordinates instantly. Instantly kill my 24 half-step eternal subordinates. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou opened his eyes expressionlessly, revealing indifferent star eyes, only a slight surprise flashed through his eyes. As a true eternal realm powerhouse, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou has lived for hundreds of billions of years, hunting each and every natural universe. His knowledge is definitely the widest in this universe. But even so, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou has never seen him, in the half-step eternal realm, can instantly kill 24 warriors of the same level. Su Lang, interesting. Kill my 24 subordinates, either you will replace them, or the dust will return to the dust. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou slowly closed his eyes. He was invincible, not only in this ruined infinite universe. And Su Lang, in his eyes, it was really just a bigger ant that could be killed at any time. He was not in a hurry at all. And compared to the death of 24 subordinates, the cosmic source energy in hand is more treasured. Besides, it won't take long. At the same time, in the heavenly continent, a series of system prompts finally resounded. 24 half-step eternity has completely become the past, and can no longer be resurrected. All their wealth was taken by Su Lang's perfect plundering function. One by one extremely powerful weapon, one by one hides the broken body of a huge world, one by one the highest quality and purest soul of the beginning, as well as countless heavenly materials and earth treasures, Shanyuan Diwan. Tisk Tut, the power that is infinitely close to the eternal state is awesome. A trace of excitement flashed in Su Lang's eyes, but a trace of vigilance was hidden under his eyes. He directly collected the infinity into the universe of life, and the replacement clone and the death clone were already ready. He is waiting for Emperor Yuan Mingzhou to appear. Killing so many half-step eternity, really want to guard against such a hand. But Su Lang, who was ready to run at any time, did not wait for Emperor Yuan Mingzhou to appear. A whole hour has passed, and since the beginning of the exercises have been practiced 10 books, Yuan Mingzhou Emperor did not appear. It seems that Emperor Yuan Mingzhou really doesn't pay much attention to his subordinates. In other words, I don't pay much attention to me, don't put me in the eyes, think I can kill at any time, so don't worry. Humph, no matter which one it is, I like it very much. Su Lang chuckled, then disintegrated the 10,000 flow-killing array in an instant, and used the celestial void teleportation network to enter the exile. Boom. The surrounding energies of the world suddenly surged, giving Su Lang a sense of comfort in lying in a natural hot spring. Soon, Su Lang immediately began to count the spoils obtained this time. System, deposit all the fairy source, emperor source, fairy jade, fairy stone, spirit jade, mysterious crystal. Su Lang looked at the energy spar like Shanyuan Diwan in the storage space and ordered it to be stored in the system. Some of these energy spars come from the rest of the natural universe, with different types and different names, but they are all currency, recognized by the system. After the order is issued, all the currency in the storage space disappeared immediately, and the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! The storage is successful. The balance is 5,298 universe origin. Lying down. There are more than 5,000 universe origins. Noisy. This one is too fat. Su Lang was shocked, his eyes filled with overjoy. More than 5,000 universe origins. How many system functions can this be upgraded? It seems that functions that have not reached the upper limit can be upgraded. Hiss. This is so awesome. Su Lang's eyes flashed with extremely excited light, and immediately issued instructions. System, upgrade me the 1 key practice function. Ding. Consumes 1000 universe origins. The 1 key training function is upgraded to level 51, and the training speed is increased to 300,320 trillion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualification. Chapter 2262, the swallowing clone status can be permanent. The system prompt sounds. Su Lang's cultivation speed doubled again, reaching 300,000 trillion times, or 30 Beijing times. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation. Plus the time flow rate of the exile. Compared to the normal timeline of the infinite universe, that is 3 million Jing, or a speed of 300 Gai. At this time, Su Lang watched his cultivation level skyrocket, and it was 1/3 in a short period of time. This is the eternal cultivation base of Juyin from the early stage to half a step. No one else can practice for billions of years before they have the slightest hope of breakthrough. Putting it here in Su Lang is as simple as breathing. It's so awesome. If this continues, I will be able to quickly condense the time Dao and be ready to fight with Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Su Lang took a deep breath and immediately issued instructions again. System, improve the 1 key martial arts function. Ding. Consumes 1000 universe origins. The 1-click martial arts function is upgraded to level 51, and the training speed is increased to 3,000 trillion times the speed of the basic training without lack of aptitude. Suddenly, the speed of 1-click martial arts has increased again. And Su Lang has a total of 10 martial arts villains, and the speed has increased tenfold, reaching 30,000 trillion times. This speed, practicing 2 basic exercises is like drinking water, and it's done with a grunt. Ding. The great spiritual book of Crossing Edge has reached the founding level. Look, just come. Su Lang immediately placed another exercise, Wen Yu Ji Shin Chi Lu, and let 10 martial arts villains practice together. Soon. System. Su Lang issued an instruction again, give me 1 key enhancement. Ding. Consumes 1000 universe origins. The 1 key enhancement function is upgraded to level 11, the enhancement limit is +1, and the current enhancement can be 11 times. As the system prompts appear, Su Lang is bleeding again. But the increase in the upper limit of the 1 key enhancement function is also a great thing for Su Lang. Next, it's the turn of the clone dispatch function and the 1-click treasure hunt function. These 2 functions can reach level 50 this time. What kind of bonus functions will I get? Quote. There was a strong expectation in Su Lang's eyes, and he immediately issued an order to upgrade the dispatch function of the clone first. Ding. Consume 1000. Universe origin. The clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 50, the number of clones is +1, the current number of clones is 50, the number of clones is 50, and the number of twins is 50. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the clone dispatch function to level 50. You have obtained the bonus function, cooldown reduction, accompanied by the appearance of system prompts. A message appeared in Su Lang's mind. It was the explanatory message about the cooling down of the bonus function. Su Lang opened his mouth in surprise when he saw it. Cooldown doubled. The cooling time after the death of the clone, avatar, and twin avatars is further reduced, and the cooling can be completed in half an hour. Half an hour to cool down. I intervened, this is too abnormal. Su Lang stared at the information in his mind dumbfounded, with an extremely bright light in his eyes. After getting the cooling down function, the clones can cool down in an hour, which is already very abnormal. Now it turned out to be half an hour to cool down. In this way, the cooling time of the clone is the same as the duration of the devouring clone. In other words, as soon as the duration of the swallowing clone is over, the clone is cooled down at the same time, and Su Lang can continue to swallow the clone, maintaining a combat power far beyond normal. This is equivalent to the swallowing clone status can be permanent. In addition, the cooling time of the clone has been reduced, which is equivalent to the indirect enhancement of the death replacement function. Tisk tisk, it's worthy of the bonus function of level 50, it's amazing. With this function, you can be more sure about Emperor Fu Yuanmingzhou. Su Lang thought with his eyes shining brightly, and he immediately focused on the fifth system function, searching for treasure with one click. The one-click treasure hunting function at this time is level 48, and upgrading to level 50 requires 1100 universe origin. And the balance, just left 1298 universe origin. What bonus functions can I get with the one-click treasure hunting function? Su Lang rubbed his hands in excitement, and immediately gave instructions to the system. System, give me 2 levels of one-click treasure hunting function. Chapter 2263, Super Abnormal Treasure Hunting Ancestral Glider, Ding. Consume 100 universe origins. The one-click treasure hunting function has been upgraded to level 49, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders is 1,500 trillion. Ding. Consume 1000 universe origins. The one-click treasure hunting function has been upgraded to level 50, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders is 3,000 trillion. 2 system prompts appear in succession. The number of treasure hunting flying gliders has directly reached 3,000 trillion. This is not over yet. Another system prompt appeared. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the one-click treasure hunting function to level 50. You have obtained the bonus function, Treasure Hunting Ancestral Flying Eagle. Immediately after, 2 pieces of information appeared in Su Lang's mind. 2 bonus functions. Great. Su Lang was overjoyed and immediately began to check the information of the 2 functions. Golden Body from the beginning. The level of the treasure hunting fly reaches the top level of the 2 basic, and is immune to all 2 basic and lower level attacks. Treasure Hunting Ancestral Flying Glider. All the treasure hunting flying gliders of the current level merge together to form a treasure hunting ancestral flying glider. Treasure hunting ancestral gliders exist for 24 hours, the level reaches a higher level across the current level, the speed reaches the eternal realm of a universe, and is immune to all eternal realm attacks. At the beginning of the Golden Body, Treasure Hunting Ancestral Glider, the first bonus feature is expected, and the latter feature is abnormal. All the treasure hunting flying gliders can be merged into one of the strongest treasure hunting ancestral flying gliders, even in the eternal realm. Its speed has reached the eternal realm of one universe. Is this the way to divide the eternal realm? Ha 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 ha, no matter what, with this treasure hunting ancestral glider, I can do something to Emperor Yuanmingzhou. An eager excitement rose in Su Lang's eyes. But, he did not rashly go directly to the trouble of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. After all, his current strength is not enough to face Emperor Yuanmingzhou. If Emperor Yuanmingzhou abandons the Heavenly Jade Continent and has to come out and him, he might really be finished. Therefore, Su Lang decided to go quietly to Yuanming Universe to do things. Not bad, just go to Yuanming Universe. Just before, when he monitored the conversation between Immortal Emperor Zhou and others on the Heavenly Jade Continent through his clone, he didn't forget to analyze the formations that opened up the universe. At this time, Su Lang has thoroughly seen all the formations refined by Emperor Yuanmingzhou. As long as the materials are sufficient, they can be refined. The most troublesome thing about refining the formation that opens up the passage of the universe is the avenue of time. Why do we have to connect the time avenues that merge the 2 natural universes when opening up the passage? Because if you don't do but, there will be an extremely terrifying time turbulence in the 2 natural universe channels with different time avenues, and it is difficult for even the strong of the eternal realm to cross. If you step into the eternal realm halfway, you will definitely die. After all, the avenue of time is the most terrifying force in the natural universe. And the thing of time avenue, Su Lang couldn't get it out. The only way to get the power of the Time Dao is probably to go to the Heavenly Jade Continent to steal the Time Dao array left by Emperor Zhou. But, once you steal it, even if it succeeds, it will definitely attract the attention of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. That's the battlefield leading to his hometown, how can you not care? The result of caring is that it is extremely likely to abandon the Heavenly Jade Continent and run out to chase Su Lang. Su Lang understands this very well. Therefore, he will not steal those time spheres. Well, how should we sneak into the source universe and do things? If it was before, Su Lang really had no choice. But now, with the bonus function of treasure hunting ancestral flying, everything is solved. Treasure hunting ancestral gliders are immune to all attacks in the eternal realm, which is the power of the natural universe, and of course can survive the turbulence of the time avenue when the two natural universes are docked. And so, Su Lang only needs to open up the channels between the two natural universes, and he doesn't need to worry about the turbulence of the time avenue. This is a trick to encircle Wei and save Zhao. If you attack the enemy, you must save it. Once I get involved in Yuanming universe, if Emperor Yuanmingzhou knows, he might return, and I will be much better by then. Now I'm cultivating in a place of exile, and I have nothing to do, so let's start to refine the formation. Chapter 2264, Refining the Gate of the Natural Universe. Su Lang showed excitement, and immediately began to design a new natural universe channel array based on his knowledge of the formations of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. His own formation knowledge is very powerful, and at this time he also obtained the top formation knowledge of Yuanming universe from the formations of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. This allowed him to further sublimate his formation attainments to an even more unpredictable level. From the formations of Emperor Yuanmingzhou, Su Lang learned the space formation technique to break through the barriers of the natural universe. Moreover, he combined his knowledge of the avenue to design an avenue that has no time, but is more powerful on the avenue of space. This kind of formation is called the gate of the natural universe. Su Lang looked at the illusory formation just designed in his mind, and a sneer was outlined at the corner of his mouth. Next, it is to refine the formation. This kind of formation that opens up the passages of the natural universe, to be refined into an eternal realm, will consume countless hours. But Su Lang has a one-key formation function, and can refine countless formations instantly. Considering that the upper limit of one-key refining is the primordial realm. Therefore, as early as when he designed the array into a modular array similar to the infinity. In this way, it can be refined with system functions. In fact, Emperor Yuanmingzhou's set was also considered a combined formation, but it was a bit rougher than Su Lang's system. Start the one-key array refining function. Su Lang's mind came up with the components of the gate of the natural universe, and gave instructions to the system. Suddenly, the one-click array refining function started to run wildly, refining arrays containing horror space avenues. Take advantage of the one-click refining function to refine the array. Su Lang's gaze fell on the rest of the spoils. After counting and using currency, such as Shanyuan Diwan, those two low-level weapons became Su Lang's second target. A full 24 statues are half-step eternal. Oh no, it should be 25 statues. Emperor Zhou still has some two low-level weapons and treasures. Well, go and **** her baby now, and torture information by the way. As Su Lang thought, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and then he took out the purple golden gourd. However, seeing this purple gold gourd occasionally tremble slightly, it is the immortal Emperor Zhou who is struggling inside, trying to escape. HMPH, still want to escape? Clean up your property today. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and took out the Qibao Miaoshu and threw it directly into the gourd. Inside the purple gold gourd, Su Lang, let me go. My husband will come to rescue me soon, you are dead. Only I can help you survive, you let me out immediately. Little bastard, are you ignoring me? Let me out. Quote. Indestructible Emperor Zhou kept shouting in Su Lang's purple and golden gourd, screaming at the threats from the inside, shouting hoarse. At this time, a ray of colorful light suddenly descended from the sky, illuminating the entire nether and hell-like space like a dream. However, this scene caused the eyes of the Emperor Zhou to shrink suddenly, terrified. Because she had already experienced this kind of colorful light once, and was directly robbed of Jiwan heavenly sword and her clothes. And this time, she was wearing a 2 basic treasure, and she was holding a Bian 2 basic long sword in her waist. Su Lang, dare you? Immortal Emperor Zhou looked at the colorful rays of light from the sky shrouding him, and suddenly let out a sharp scream. Do you care so much? Su Lang's faint voice suddenly appeared in the ears of Emperor Zhou. The colorful haze in the sky also slowly stopped. Su Lang, Emperor Yuanmingzhou has never touched my clothes. If you dare to move, he will not let you go even if I plead with you. Listen to me, let me go out quickly, before Emperor Yuanmingzhou comes down, you still have a chance to survive. Chapter 2265, You already believe it. Emperor Immortal Zhou said in a cold tone. It seemed that Emperor Yuanmingzhou would abandon the heavenly jade continent to chase Su Lang, however. Next, Su Lang's words seemed like a basin of ice water poured on her head. Indestructible Emperor Zhou, do you still expect Emperor Yuan Mingzhou to appear now? If he really wants to come, he will come as long as I kill 24 statues in half a step for eternity. Now, I have killed 24 of his subordinates and arrested you, his nominal Taoist companion. He has not appeared. It can be seen that your status is really low in his heart, and it is not as good as some dead things. Ha ha ha, do you think it is ridiculous that you expect him? Su Lang's faint voice was full of playfulness and sarcasm. And this statement came out. The immortal Emperor Zhou suddenly looked like a goose pinched around his neck, with his mouth wide open, but he couldn't speak for a long time. For a while, the Emperor Zhou tremblingly returned to his senses, but the stunned expression on his face still occupies the entire face. What did you say? You killed those 24 statues in half a step for eternity. No, it's impossible. How long it took you to catch me in? How could you kill 20 half-step eternal powers in such a short time? Only the real eternal realm powerhouse can do it. You can't do it, it's impossible. You are lying, you must be chased by those 24 half-step eternal realm powerhouses now. Let me out, you let me out quickly, I will help you intercede. Emperor Zhou didn't believe that Su Lang could kill a total of 24 half-step eternal powers in such a short period of time. That is half an eternity accumulated over countless years in the entire 3 natural universes. In her opinion, there must be only the eternal realm strong who can kill so many half-step eternal powers at once. But just when her voice fell, you do not believe? Then look, what are these? The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and he directly took out the 24 half-step eternal powerhouse weapons and some items that could represent identity, and showed them to Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. Suddenly, pieces of Juyuntai Jr. weapons appeared in front of the immortal Emperor Zhou. In addition, there are some body fragments of half-step eternal realm powerhouses, and even the universe of life. This is not true, this is illusion. This must be an illusion, it is impossible for you to kill so many half-step eternal powerhouses. Emperor Immortal Zhou looked at the familiar weapons, his whole body trembled, and his eyes were unbelievable. In fact, she had already seen that those weapons and other things were real. But she is really hard to accept. Because this is too exaggerated. That's a total of 24 statues half-step eternal. Each one is standing at the top level in the natural universe. How could it be possible to fall so many at once? Tisk tut, indestructible Emperor Zhou, you already believe it, don't you? I caught you and killed so many half-step eternal powerhouses under his command. Your titular husband turned a blind eye and turned a deaf ear to him, but instead practiced the heavenly jade continent wholeheartedly. How about, you are disappointed, ha ha ha. Su Lang looked down at the immortal Emperor Zhou in the purple gold gourd, his eyes flickered. Ruyaniying, if you provide me with some valuable information on the source of the universe, maybe I can spare your life. What? How do you know my real name? It's impossible. The one who knows my real name is now my husband alone. When the Emperor Zhou listened to Su Lang's words, his whole body trembled again. Don't be surprised, I know more. Now, you have to seize the last chance. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou doesn't come to save you. In my hands, you are a completely worthless bargaining chip. If you don't choose to cooperate with me, then I can only kill you. Su Langsenhan's voice was like a cold wind blowing from hell, making the Emperor Zhou cold, like falling into an ice cave. Chapter 2266. I cannot use common sense. The feeling of death has come again. Last time, a strand of hair left by Emperor Hades rescued her. Now, is there any more? He will protect me, he will. Indestructible Emperor Zhou murmured with red eyes, but in fact she didn't believe it. Even the last time that Emperor Yuan Mingzhou left her to save her, it was all unexpected. For a long time, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou treated her very indifferently, almost the same as treating the rest of the people. There was nothing special, they were all as ants. She was really just a Taoist companion in the name of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. She had only one name, and nothing else. This time, she was arrested. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou did not put down the Tianshuan continent to rescue her. Then, if she is going to be killed, will Emperor Yuan Mingzhou appear? Tisk tut, I really don't hit the south wall or look back. In that case, then I can only kill you. Su Lang's eyes were cold, and he directly took out the infinity and entered the core parts. Immediately after, at this time, there are still many clones in the infinity, and the real half-step eternity of evil devouring. Su Lang stationed in it. The Boundless suddenly exploded with the terrifying power of killing 24 people instantly. Soon, Su Lang controlled the infinite, and directly entered the inner space of Zijin Gord. Boom! An incomparably vast breath descended, covering the entire world within the purple gold gourd. Such a powerful Boundless, immortal Emperor Zhou had not seen it because he was caught early. At this time, seeing the infinite number in its heyday, Emperor Zhou finally understood why the 24 half-step Eternals would all be killed in a short time. In the eyes of the immortal Emperor Zhou, the conventional power of Boundless is infinitely close to the real state of eternity. Coupled with that terrifying weapon, half-step eternal time rules, half-step eternal level trapping and killing formation, all kinds of means erupted together, instant killing 24 people is completely possible. Su Lang, when did you have such terrifying power? This is not in line with the common sense of the universe, you can't progress so fast. There are also those weapons, which obviously require countless time to temper, how can they suddenly become half-step eternal weapons? Quote. Emperor Zhou looked at the boundless number holding the Yutian sword in front of him, his whole body collapsed from 3 perspectives, dumbfounded. Sorry, I can't use common sense. Now, the immortal Emperor Ru Yanying, your death date has come. Pray that your ruthless husband will come to save you. Su Lang's indifferent voice came from the infinity. Immediately after, with a move of both hands, Wu Bian raised the extremely sharp Yutian sword aloft. Wow, a more fierce and terrifying aura condensed, making immortal Emperor Zhou's heart palpitations instantly, and his face suddenly changed. My husband will come to save me. Emperor Zhou was muttering words that he didn't believe, and his heart was full of sorrow. Lying down, this scheming is useless. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and immediately narrowed his eyes, bursting out a dangerous light. His hands clenched the sword of nothingness and cut it down. Infinity made a synchronized action, and the Yutian sword in his hand that looked like a waterfall suddenly slashed towards the immortal Emperor Zhou, who was blocked by the heart-piercing lock. Stabbed, the extremely terrifying Po Yi Jian Qi instantly slammed in front of the immortal Emperor Zhou. Emperor Zhou didn't have any resistance at all, he could only watch death keep approaching him. In front of death, time seems to pass extremely slowly. Scenes in her life flashed past her eyes constantly. After being born, he was above the countless people in Yuanming universe, surrounded by countless people. After that, the current Emperor Yuanmingzhou was born and was hailed as the first genius of Yuanming universe, and she could be called the son of the universe. She was betrothed to him and became a Taoist companion. Since then, she has lived in an identity, the Taoist companion of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. As a cultivator, Emperor Yuanmingzhou had only actually met her 3 times in his long life. The rest of the time are avatars and communication phantoms, but the frequency is very small. This was especially true after Emperor Yuanmingzhou took over the banner of Yuanming universe and began to expand territory. This kind of thing is almost universally known. And now, she was going to die. Emperor Yuanmingzhou will come to rescue her. Really, will I see her for the 4th time? Chapter 2267. This is really the last chance, he won't come. A strand of hair is the greatest gift. Emperor Immortal Zhou suddenly realized that in the eyes of Emperor Yuanmingzhou, everything was empty, only cultivation was true, at this time. Wow, the extremely powerful Po Yi sword suddenly dispersed, forming countless spots of light, which passed by the immortal Emperor Zhou like wind. It seems that you finally recognize the reality. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, but he possessed the ethereal universe, not only the incense, but also the overflowing emotional thoughts. Therefore, he clearly captured the emotional changes of the immortal Emperor Zhou, and immediately took the initiative to disperse Po Yijian. Emperor Immortal opened his mouth, with the joy of the rest of his life and the shame and anger of being seen through his mind. In that case, let's talk about it, Yuanming Universe's intelligence. Also, what do you know about Emperor Yuanming Zhou? Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. Speak out, and you can continue to live. Ha ha, I will die too, because you will definitely die in the hands of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Emperor Yuanmingzhou will kill me after killing you. Emperor Zhou took a deep breath, sneered, and said in a cold tone. No, you are wrong, so wrong. Emperor Yuanmingzhou can't kill me, so he can't kill you either. But if you don't say it, you are really dead, and you are going to die now. Su Lang's expression was indifferent. I know you must say something is impossible, I tell you, everything is possible. Joke. Even if you are strong, You are only half an eternity. Half-step eternity and true eternity, there is an insurmountable gap, you can't win. Even if the left and the right are going to die, why don't I die more loyal? Emperor Zhou sneered and shook his head, completely refusing to cooperate. You are the joke. Talking to Emperor Yuanmingzhou about loyalty is a laugh. Su Lang sneered, the expression of Emperor Zhou's expression changed indefinitely. Yes, what did Emperor Yuanmingzhou think of her? Ants, at best they were special ants. Heaven and earth have the greatest life. Indestructible Emperor Zhou, surrender, I will protect you from death. Su Lang looked at Emperor Zhou with indifferent tone, this is really the last chance. It's life or death, it's all between your thoughts. Talking. The Infinity raised the Yudian sword once again. You win. I really want to see how you survived Emperor Yuanmingzhou and defeated him. If you can't, it would be a great pleasure to watch you die with your own eyes. The expression of Emperor Zhou suddenly calmed down, and a strange light showed through his eyes. You start to live for yourself. Su Lang saw the state of Emperor Zhou at a glance, smiled and nodded. Emperor Zhou was taken aback for a moment, the corners of his mouth raised slightly but he did not speak. So, let's talk about it. What do you know about Emperor Yuanmingzhou? Also, the information of Yuanming Universe, such as the core location and important areas of Yuanming Universe. By the way, I am also very interested in the natural universes that Emperor Yuanmingzhou hunted. Su Lang nodded slightly, his eyes faintly looking at Emperor Zhou. Then, Emperor Zhou spoke up, Emperor Yuanmingzhou, Yunj after his real name. I don't know how strong he is, but he has hunted 9 natural universes. Not all natural universes have eternal powers. Of the 9 natural universes, 3 of them are natural universes without eternal powers. Therefore, it is the eternal realm in the hands of Emperor Yuanmingzhou, with a full 6. Besides, there are more than 50 eternal strong men who died in his hands. Emperor Yuanmingzhou possesses an extremely powerful weapon that has swallowed many powerful people. Now I don't know what level of power it has reached. About Emperor Yuanmingzhou, that's all I know, he is too mysterious. The immortal Emperor Zhou paused, and immediately began to tell the information about Yuanming Universe. Chapter 2268, Information given by the Emperor of Immortality. Yuanming Universe is a very powerful natural universe. This universe does not exist like the Infinity Realm. It is composed of countless galaxy regions, with 9 largest star regions and 9 most terrifying planets. Of the 9 largest star regions, only 6 are naturally formed cosmic star regions, and the remaining 3 are artificial star regions. And in the center of these 9 star regions, on the 9 most massive planets, all those who survive are godless and above. Around it are smaller planets with weaker creatures. Of course, a strong presence can also enter the surrounding area, but the weak cannot enter the area where the strong is located. And these 9 largest planets are also the time and space ports of Yuanming Universe to the other 9 natural universes that have been hunted. The so-called space-time port is a permanent natural universe channel. Speaking of this, Emperor Zhou stopped and looked at Su Lang. Oh, the 9 largest star fields form the 9 centers of Yuanming Universe, right? These 9 centers have permanent access to the other 9 universes, time and space ports. So, what about the coordinates of these 9 centers? Su Lang nodded slightly after hearing the words of Emperor Zhou, and immediately asked his own question. Do you want the coordinates of the 9 largest star regions? Do you want to go to Yuanming Universe, and you will save it when you attack the enemy? Led Yuanmingzhou Emperor away, the immortal Emperor Zhou was a little surprised, and immediately sneered, don't even think about it. Without the power of the great avenue of time, it is impossible to pass through the natural universe. Ha ha, it won't bother you to worry about it. Soon, you will see the familiar scenery of Yuanming Universe with your own eyes. Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth and said with a slight smile. Humph, could it be that you have the treasures of the time and space avenue left by the predecessor of the Endless Emperor? Zhou, Emperor Zhou's eyes flickered, and he was surprised. No, Su Lang smiled and shook his head, I can walk through the natural universe channel to reach Yuanming Universe. That's impossible, Emperor Zhou said coldly, but his tone was not very firm. Too many unreasonable things have happened to Su Lang, and it is not enough to describe those things with the word miracle. Therefore, the immortal Emperor Zhou was a little shaken, at this time. One more question for you. Since Emperor Yuanmingzhou built a time and space port to the other 9 natural universes. So, Why didn't he build a space-time port leading to the boundless universe? Su Lang asked curiously. It stands to reason. From the perspective of Emperor Yuanmingzhou, the boundless universe must have fallen into his hands 4 billion years ago. Why not take the time to build a space-time harbor so that your subordinates can come over at any time and clean up the boundless universe? I don't know much about this. I and him, too little contact. Emperor Zhou shook his head and said hesitantly, perhaps he has any scruples about the boundless universe. Cause? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and there was a stronger doubt in his eyes. The boundless universe is just a dilapidated natural universe. What is Emperor Yuanmingzhou still caring about? I just guessed it casually. Indestructible Emperor Zhou sneered. If you want to know the real answer, you can ask Yuanming Universe yourself. Ha ha, I will find him. Now, let's talk about Yuanming Universe and the strength and characteristics of the 9 natural universes. Su Lang looked at the immortal Emperor Zhou with a touch of determination in his eyes. One day, he will face Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Okay, then I will tell you about it. Yuanming Universe's half-step eternal command. In fact, anyone who can move at will is killed by you. The remaining 30 or so are guarding 9 central planets and 9 natural universes. If you can really get into the Yuanming universe, those people are not a threat to you. However, you have to know that Emperor Yuanmingzhou is not alone. Although I have very little contact with Emperor Yuanmingzhou, I gradually learned some clues that he is connected to some unknown eternal realms. Emperor Immortal Zhou said blankly, so, if you go, you may not only face Emperor Yuanmingzhou's subordinates, but you may even stab a bigger hornet's nest. Chapter 2269. Su Lang, your hope is slim. This statement came out. Su Lang raised his eyebrows immediately. Emperor Yuanmingzhou is connected with more eternal realms. In other words, forming a gang. Such a tall existence in the eternal realm is also forming cliques. However, Su Lang was relieved very quickly. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. They are also humans in the eternal realm. They are just too powerful and not as strong as humans, but a human-shaped universe. I understand, but I will not give up Yuanming universe. What about more eternal states? Once I break through to the eternal state, hee. A faint smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, revealing a strong confidence. Break through to the eternal state. So what? The eternal realm is also divided into strong and weak. I just broke through to the eternal realm. Compared with the senior eternal realm, the gap is very big. Immortal Emperor Zhou looked at the tall infinity and shook his head slowly. Then tell me, how does the eternal state cultivate? Su Lang smiled disapprovingly, and asked, why does the eternal realm use Zhou as a sign of realm division? Not sure. The things of the eternal state are only known when the eternal state is reached. But I know that the cultivation of the eternal realm is related to the origin of the universe and the core origin of the universe. They also involve a secret technique called chaos refining anti-true Tao. Mi Ling knows this exercise. Of course, it is unclear whether he has recorded the exercises in his mind. Emperor Zhou said so. I have said so much. Is it enough? Enough for the time being. If it is not enough, I will come to you again. Su Lang smiled, and immediately waved his hand, and the light from the 7 treasure trees suddenly fell, covering the immortal Emperor Zhou. The next moment, the Bian Taichu weapons and the treasures in the hands of Emperor Zhou were swept away by the Qibao Miaoshu. Humph! Emperor Zhou coldly snorted and closed his eyes. Su Lang glanced at Emperor Immortal Zhou, and immediately left the inner space of the Zijin gourd under the infinity. Su Lang, you have no hope. Emperor Zhou's eyes trembled lightly, and immediately turned into a sculpture, without moving a bit. The other side, Su Lang drove the infinity to return to the place of exile, and the aura around him suddenly swarmed in, making him extremely comfortable. Next, Su Lang's gaze fell on the captured weapons. System. Start the one-click decomposition function. Su Lang locked onto a powerful weapon and treasure of the primordial era with his spiritual thoughts, and directly issued instructions to disassemble it. The next moment. What? No, do not want. Great existence, I am willing to surrender to you. Please, don't kill me. Quote. Dozens and hundreds of 2 low-level weapons screamed bitterly, but they could not escape the destiny of being decomposed, and they were all restored into countless materials. The soul of the primordial beginning emerged. That is the soul of the strong man in the early days that was conceived in the countless years of the natural universe. Pieces of heaven, material and earth treasures piled up into the mainland. It is a rare treasure from various natural universes, extremely strange. Of course, Su Lang has a treasure recognition function and can see the detailed information of any natural treasure at a glance. Tisk tut, counting down, a total of 87 pieces of 2 low-level weapons have been broken down. The Juyin primordial weapon had 37 handles, and the rest were small gadgets of the Atian, the Qian and below. Look at the soul of the beginning. Well, there are 970,000. It's amazing. I don't know how long it took those 9 natural universes to have so many souls of the beginning. Su Lang exclaimed, with emotion. In a natural universe, the extremely powerful and rare primordial powerhouse is counted in units of 10,000. Perhaps, this is the vision of the eternal realm. Even those who are too junior are ants. They are just a little bigger, with a smaller number, and many of them can appear over time. Chapter 2270, Utian Sword Evolution Half-Step Eternal. At this time, Su Lang looked at the decomposed treasures. These treasures of heaven, material and earth from various universes are very numerous in variety and quantity. With these materials, the raw materials for strengthening weapons are definitely enough. Just, the evolution function can only reach half-step eternity, and cannot be used. Because the limit of the one-key mixer function is too basic. As a subsidiary function of the one-key mixer function, the limit of the weapon evolution function is naturally also the original level. Half-step eternity is too elementary limit. Further up is the real eternal state. As for a weapon that is too elementary, its spirit has turned into a real creature with flesh and blood. If you want to be promoted to the eternal realm, you must master the great way of time. And the attributes of weapons are generally very single, and their weapon spirits are not like the warriors of the primordial realm. They control the perfect universe except the Tao of time. As a result, even if the too elementary weapon is promoted to the eternal realm, it is also a weak stroke in this great realm. It can only be regarded as a kind of incomplete eternal state that is more advanced than half-step eternity, and masters the path of time. Because the eternal realm is a perfect, humanoid universe. Of course, it's not that there is no way to change this, at this time. Su Lang looked at the various high-level heavenly materials and earth treasures piled up into continents, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. Although his weapon is temporarily unable to be promoted to the eternal state, it is possible to be promoted to the half-step eternal state. System, start the enhanced reset function, target Utian sword. Start the weapon evolution function, target Utian sword. With a thought, Su Lang gave instructions to the system. In an instant, the system prompt sounds. Ding. Consume the soul of the beginning 100000, and the elementary material Yuhengyu Heart Star 266,884. The Utian sword has evolved into a half-step eternal primordial weapon. For an instant, suddenly countless mysterious powers merged into the Utian sword, and its power skyrocketed. But this is not over yet. Su Lang did not stop. System. Start the one-click enhancement function, target Utian sword. Su Lang took a deep breath and gave instructions again. Suddenly, countless materials continued to disappear out of thin air, turning into mysterious power into the Utian sword that had just evolved. Ding. Strengthened successfully, Utian sword +1. Ding. Strengthened successfully, Utian sword +1. Ding. Strengthened successfully, Utian sword +1. This time, the system reminded me 3 times, and the Utian sword has also evolved 3 times on the basis of half-step eternity. An extremely terrifying breath radiated from the top of the Utian sword. Even Su Lang felt deep palpitations for it. Fortunately, he immediately suppressed the breath of Utian sword. Otherwise, this breath will be able to spread throughout the entire exile, causing countless warriors to become confused in panic. Master, I'm stronger again. Utian sword tool Ling Xiaoyu came out of her body, staring at her body dumbfounded. That powerful force gave her a deep sense of dreams. Compared with before, she is so powerful now. Ha ha ha, are you satisfied? Such power is absolutely invincible under the eternal realm. Even those who have spent countless years in the half-step eternal state are definitely not as good as you. Su Lang held the body of the Utian sword, and stroked the white jade sword with his palm, very gentle. Satisfied, of course satisfied. The master is so kind to me. I must help the master hack to death Emperor Mingzhou, Xiaoyu said with great excitement, almost wishing to cut the origin Emperor Mingzhou immediately. Ha ha, wait a little longer, now it must be steady. Su Lang smiled blankly. Okay, tie up my hair. Yes, dear master. Yu Tianjian nodded excitedly, before turning Su Lang's hair into a bun, and turning it into a hairpin to fix it. At this time, Su Lang took out a second weapon, the Tianjia 8-sided shield. The host, Qi Ling Ajia, emerged from his body and knelt in front of Su Lang very enthusiastically. The heavenly 8-edged shield, its level is the same as the previous Yudian sword, and the Juyin Prime beginning stage has been strengthened twice. Chapter 2271, Half-Step Eternal Ceiling, Be Prepared. Su Lang smiled slightly. Zan even started the process of upgrading Yudian sword. First, strengthen the reset, then evolve, and, finally strengthen again. After some operations, Tianjia's 8-sided shield has also become a half-step Eternal Realm treasure that has been strengthened 3 times, and its defensive power can hardly be broken except for the Eternal Realm. Ajia, thank you Master for his kindness. Qi Ling Ajia knelt at Su Lang's feet, almost losing himself with enthusiasm. No gift, get up. Su Lang nodded slightly, turning the octagonal shield into a pattern on his clothes. Immediately after, Su Lang took out the boundless ship again. Everyone, all come out. With a thought, Su Lang retracted the buying avatar in the infinity, and gave orders to everyone in the infinity. Yes, Your Majesty Su Lang. Everyone took their orders one after another, and then left the infinity and came to the land of exile. Back to the practice dojo with 1,000,000 times the energy concentration of the world. Everyone couldn't help but show a smooth and intoxicated color. Even though they have been cultivating here for a while, they still feel extremely shocked when they come back here. Among them, the most shocking thing is no more than the first time to bite the evil here. Hiss. 100,000 times the time flow rate, 1,000,000 times the energy of heaven and earth. His Majesty Su Lang's methods are really terrifying. This is the place to make powerhouses in batches. Quote. Biting Evil felt the incomparable energy of the world around him, and its huge eyes widened in shock. Although he relied on the incense and willingness to improve himself, he also needed the energy of heaven and earth. And he has the means to transform the energy of heaven and earth into incense and aspiration. Of course, the efficiency is not so high at this time. Everyone noticed Su Lang's movements again. But seeing Su Lang wave his hand, the breath of the boundless ship suddenly decreased crazily, and in a blink of an eye he fell into the Juyin Prime stage. Your Majesty Su Lang, this is. Ji Xie was puzzled by this, because he had never seen Su Lang promoted to the boundless, but as soon as the question was asked, he noticed the excited expressions on the faces of the people around him. Suddenly, Jixi understands that this must be a good thing, not a bad thing. Really. Next, in the gaze of evil devouring eyes, the breath of infinity began to rise again, reaching a half-step eternal state in a blink of an eye, and the breath of boundless is still increasing crazily. When the aura stopped growing, the regular power of infinity reached the level that everyone had settled in before. 1,000 times higher than the half-step eternal realm. But this is not over yet. After a short pause, the breath of the boundless has begun to surge again. In the end, he reached a level far surpassing the half-step eternal state tens of thousands of times. Wuyin has become stronger again. Ha ha ha, this breath has almost surpassed the level we were in before. Great, we are one step closer to destroying Emperor Mingzhou. Vengeance, revenge, we want to follow Your Majesty Su Lang, revenge. Quote. Everyone didn't know how the infinity became stronger, but this did not prevent them from being excited about it. This power is invincible under the eternal realm again. All the parts have evolved to the realm of Xian Taichu, plus a full 11 enhancements. Su Lang was also a little excited, but more helpless. Even if the infinity had been upgraded to this level, it would still be unable to break through to the eternal state. It has been suppressed by the ceiling and can only grow horizontally to increase its volume, but cannot perform power sublimation. The main reason is the lack of time. If you can instill the avenue of time for him, he will definitely be promoted to the eternal level. Even if it is only incomplete, I have a way to gradually make up for it and make it stronger and stronger. Cultivation base, quick accumulation. There was a hint of expectation and eagerness in Su Lang's eyes. Soon, he took a deep breath. Then he took out 3 very basic weapons. They are Luoyu Mirror, Lunar Mother's Nest and Bright Sword. The offensive and defensive is almost the same as Wuyin, Yudian Sword and Tianjiao 8-edged Shield. In the auxiliary aspect, you need to produce the moon-constructing Mother's Nest, Luoyu Mirror, and the restorative Light Sword. Chapter 2272. 3 more weapons. Yudian sword, infinite number, and xianxia 8-edged shield have risen to such a terrifying level. Nature needs more majestic energy to support operation. Although Su Lang had a huge amount of 2 primary pill to take, it was a consumable after all. A restoration treasure that can be used permanently is a must, therefore. Su Lang would choose to upgrade the bright sword. And promotion to build the Moon Mother Nest is naturally to create more intelligent creatures in cultivation civilization, nowadays. Su Lang's crystal wall worlds are numerous, and they will be promoted to crystal wall universe in the future, so naturally they cannot be left empty. Therefore, it is necessary to construct the mother's nest. As for Luo Yuzheng, acting for Su Lang to reincarnate in the body, dealing with countless souls all the time, indirectly raising the level of the world in Su Lang's body and increasing the power of humanity. At this time, Luo Yuzheng, Bright Sword, and Moon Constructing Brood are all relatively low level. They have been strengthened 9 times on the current basis, and they are only in the 5 beginning stage. How about such a low level? Su Lang smiled slightly, and immediately began the operation of strengthening reset, evolution, and strengthening, quickly. The Bright Sword, Luo Yu Mirror, and the Mother Nest of the Moon were all evolved by Su Lang to the state of Juyun Taichu. And on this basis, it has been strengthened 3 times, reaching a level that is stronger than the half-step eternal level. Suddenly, the recovery ability of the Bright Sword has directly reached the point of incomparable horror, and it can even bring back a powerful person who has just died. And the Mother's Nest of the Moon has become stronger. Not only has the number and quality of spores increased wildly, but it has even mastered the real-time acceleration method for spores. Before, it could only accelerate the spore creatures physically, which is an ability to increase the speed of cell metabolism and the speed of thinking. At this time there is a certain time acceleration means. The spores produced by the mother's nest can develop at tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of times, the speed of normal human development. Almost a breathing room, a simple civilization of intelligent creatures can be born, and with a little more time, these civilizations can become mature. Then, the humane power born of these civilizations will be attributed to the virtual spirit universe. After Luo Yuzheng was promoted, the transformed world of reincarnation is more real and majestic, and the ability to collect the souls of the world in Su Lang's body is also greatly increased. Hardly any soul that can be pulled into reincarnation will be missed. Except besides, there are other magical functions, such as cultivating dead souls, at this time. The promotion of the 3 weapons is completed. Shaoluo thanked Master. Yuei, thank you Master. Asafar thank you Master. 3 Qi Ling immediately grateful to Su Lang. How can you treat you badly if you do things for me? Su Lang smiled slightly, then waved his hand. Now that you are promoted to this level, you should change your name. Talking. In the eyes of the 3 spirits extremely expectant, Su Lang gave 3 new weapons with different names. They are the Mirror of Reincarnation, the Sword of Life, and the Nest of Creatures. Go. After the 3 weapons once again thanked him, Su Lang waved him back. In an instant, the 3 weapons returned to their respective positions. The Mirror of Reincarnation enters Su Lang's Dantian universe and controls the universe of 10 directions, the reincarnation of countless creatures in the Crystal Wall world. The Nest of Living Beings enters the Tai Sui universe, continuously producing spores, throwing out the heavens and worlds in Su Lang's body. The Sword of Life turned into a pattern on Su Lang's other sleeve, which could restore Su Lang's strength and heal his injuries at any time. So far, this aspect of weapons is handled. Su Lang's gaze fell on the newly obtained Gongfa classics. He has roughly processed those exercises, and at this time he is looking for the chaos refining anti-true Tao in the mouth of the immortal Emperor Zhou. Unfortunately, carefully searched for many Ling ball donkeys, but did not find this exercise. Unwilling to reconcile, Su Lang searched for the other 24 half-step eternal realm powerhouses, various classics, but did not find this technique. Looking at the source, Emperor Mingzhou doesn't allow them to burn this technique. In that case, I can only go to Yuanming universe to try my luck. If you haven't, you can only talk about it after the Emperor Yuanming universe. Su Lang thought so, and soon took out the body fragments and life universe of 24 half-step eternal realm powerhouses. Not bad, he wants to transfer the life universe and crystal wall world that the half-step eternal powerhouses have operated for countless years. Chapter 2273, 24 Supergiant Life Universe, appear. Su Lang flicked his right hand in front of him. Suddenly, bright spherical life universes emerged, a total of 24. These ones, all are artificial life universes that have been managed by half-step eternal powers for countless years. And these people were killed by Su Lang with a single sword. There is no long-term fierce battle. Therefore, the world inside them is relatively well preserved. Only a few half-step eternal use of explosive mystery is too cruel, causing most of the lives in the universe to die tragically. In these half-step eternal life universe, Su Lang discovered that their insides were a little different from the life universe of the Boundless Universe Warrior. The life universe of the Boundless Universe Warrior is roughly a huge planet. In the half-step eternity of these Yuanming universe, its life universe will be a galaxy. These galaxies are very large, with many small planets. It's a bit strange. This approach can probably reduce the difficulty of creating a universe of life. Su Lang thought so and continued to observe these life universes. As a result, he was surprised to find hundreds of powerful men from the beginning. Count carefully. There are a full 531. Among them, there are many masters of Qian, Bian, and even 9 Yan. These were those half-step eternal subordinates from the beginning. 24 statues are eternal in half a step, each with more than 20 subordinates too. Hey, now these 2 junior warriors are mine. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a bright smile. Immediately after, Clone Dispatch, with a thought of Su Lang, he sent an avatar into these life universes. Soon, one by one incredibly powerful clones unfolded the Mingguang myriad realms, and began to illuminate the countless creatures in the universe of life. The clone at this time was almost the same as Su Lang, and it could be easily crushed by ordinary people who were too junior. Not to mention, in a living universe, there are often 6 or 7 clones simultaneously opening up the Mingguang 10,000 realms. And the level of Mingguang 10,000 realms has been raised to the highest level of being too elementary by the top function of the exercise technique. Therefore, one life in the universe, no matter how strong the existence is, it will be transformed into Su Lang's own person by Mingguang Wanjidu in a short time. Instant time, 24 life universes, more than 500 senior primaries, and countless creatures have become Su Lang's subordinates, have to say. It is really terrifying that this technique of Mingguang 10,000 realms has been raised to its current level. Next, just put it in the body. Su Lang looked at the 24 giant life universes in front of him, and immediately began to move into the universe. This approach, he also used it when he accepted Mi Ling's life universe before. Under the profound meaning of Yuha unity, suddenly, in the 24 parts of Su Lang's body, countless crystal wall cells began to fuse with each other. In a blink of an eye, 24 extremely large crystal wall cells appeared. Next, Su Lang put the 24 half-step eternal life universe into it. The barriers of the 24 life universes and the barriers of the crystal wall cells merged with each other and gradually merged into one, completely becoming Su Lang's internal world. Suddenly obtained a full 24 half-step eternal life universe. Whether it was the power of the world or the power of humanity, Su Lang felt a great improvement. Especially the power of humanity. How many creatures exist in the 24 half-step eternal life universe? These living enzymes produce countless incense aspirations every minute, and then they are all absorbed by Su Lang's ethereal universe. In a short time, in the imaginary universe, the 3 imaginary dragon vein heavens, a large number of special aspiration crystals have been produced. 100,000, million, even tens of millions. Hiss. So much incense is willing to crystallize. I don't know if weapons go with incense. Can they bypass the avenue of time and enter the realm of eternity? Perhaps it is possible. I will save some more hope to crystallize and try it later. A look of expectation flashed in Su Lang's eyes. Immediately after, he brought the body fragments of 24 half-step eternal strong men in front of him, and began to transfer the crystal wall world among them. Chapter 2274. The gate of the natural universe is refined because these 24 people are not the existence of incense. So instead of building the crystal wall world like Mi Ling went crazy, and pushed the number to a full 1 trillion. The crystal wall world of these 24 people is basically in the billions. Add up to hundreds of billions. The key point is that the quality of these crystal wall worlds is much better than the quality of the Mi Ling Buddha crystal wall world. Every crystal wall world is more complete, and the living creatures are stronger. At this time, Su Lang detected all the half-step eternal body fragments, and began to transfer the crystal wall world. First dig out the world in each crystal wall cell, and then throw it into your own crystal wall world. He was already familiar with this kind of thing, and quickly completed the transfer of all crystal wall worlds. At last, he has 100 billion more crystal wall world with creatures. The incense willingness gained has skyrocketed again. Suddenly, a huge amount of special aspirations condenses. But Su Lang didn't care about it for the time being, but planned to store more willpower crystals to use together. Next, his eyes fell on those alchemy classics and heavenly materials. Killed 24 half-step eternity. There are so many alchemy materials that Su Lang has obtained, and I don't know how many pills he can refine. Look at the alchemy classics in Yuanming universe first, and learn. Without immediately refining alchemy, Su Lang took out a large number of alchemy classics from Yuanming universe to read, quickly. Countless alchemy knowledge was absorbed and digested by him and turned into his alchemy attainments. The alchemy of Yuanming universe is indeed a little different from the alchemy of infinite universe. Su Lang has gained many benefits, making his alchemy vision wider. System. Start one key alchemy function. After Su Lang finished reading the classics, he immediately began to refine alchemy. Suddenly, system prompts appeared one after another. Every system reminder means that Su Lang has received 5 perfect quality pills. Immediately after, Su Lang began to use these pills to synthesize more advanced pills. It didn't stop until those pills became 2 primary pills, even half-step eternal realm pills. So many elixirs can just help me. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and directly took out a huge amount of the perfect Taichu pill and started taking it. 1 pill, 2 pills. The extremely majestic medicinal power spreads in the body, and is transformed into a cultivation base by the system's function, and is stored in the body of the cultivation villain. I saw the speed at which the cultivator turned golden, and it immediately accelerated a lot. At this time, the 1 key mixer villain finished his work. All the parts of the gate of the natural universe have been refined. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou may appear at any time. If you want to do something, you must be as early as possible, otherwise it will be too late. Su Lang's eyes flashed, and the clone was dispatched instantly. Because opening the space-time channel of the natural universe will inevitably produce huge movements. Therefore, he did not intend to open up the space-time channel on the heavenly misty continent. Instead, choose a very remote place. The next moment, this avatar of Su Lang appeared in a void far away from Kanglan Star. There is a planet in this void named Feishui Star. At first, in order to find Yuanli Baoyu, Su Lang dispatched his clone to move towards the extreme east of the Xinghai Great Region, and found Feishuexing on the way. I also saw a quasi-no-god class in the world of Hidao. At this time, not far in front of Su Lang's avatar, is the ice-blue flying snow star. Xinghai Deu came to its original position because of the attack of Tongtian Temple. But because Feishuexing was too remote, he actually stayed here, and it happened to be a coordinate for Su Lang to dispatch the clone. The left and right are also a life planet, so just accept it. With a thought, Su Lang ordered the clone to take the flying snow star into his body. Immediately after, he made the clone continue to move far away. It wasn't until countless light years had passed without encountering a planet, even if it was a Death Star, that Su Lang stopped the clone. Chapter 2275. Activate the treasure hunting ancestral flying function, start the clone replacement function. When Su Lang moved in his heart, he directly exchanged positions with the clone. Suddenly, he left the place of exile and appeared in the extremely remote and lonely void. Here, it is almost the farthest place from the Tianmen continent and the Tianshuan continent. Just here, Su Lang looked around the empty void, waved his hand to arrange the elements of the gate of the natural universe. Countless array components have been arranged. A huge sphere was formed immediately. The surface of the sphere is composed of countless array parts. They are connected to each other to form a whole, and the size is larger than ordinary planets. This is the gate of natural universe refined by Su Lang. At this time, Su Lang waved his hand again, instantly throwing out countless superior emperor sources, blending into those formation parts. The entire gate of the natural universe received sufficient energy, and a faint light suddenly lit up. The light gradually became brighter and brighter, and finally condensed a strange pattern, like countless shiny silk threads. But in fact, these are the rays of light distorted by time and space. Has not officially opened yet. This is the vision. It is enough to see how terrifying the natural universe gate refined by Su Lang is. At this time, the door of the natural universe opened. Su Lang's eyes condensed, and countless strength poured into the formation. It contains a perfect space avenue. Boom! An extremely terrifying spatial fluctuation exploded, forming a vast ripple, dispersing in all directions. In a flash, this ripple spread over tens of millions of light years, and even continues to spread. If this is done on the heavenly misty continent, the custody will be sensed by the Emperor Mingzhou of the heavenly jade continent. Maybe that guy would run out to stop Su Lang. After all, Su Lang's goal is his lair. At this time, after the first terrifying space ripple swayed, the second, third, continuous spatial ripples continue to appear, like a tsunami, and become denser. After a dozen breaths, the spatial ripples are completely connected, and at the inner center of the entire planet-shaped political arena, a small black spot appeared. The immense power of time and space burst out. The whole formation trembled fiercely. Fortunately, Su Lang had already considered the existence of time when refining the formation. Therefore, he added a huge amount of time rules to the battlefield. The turbulent flow of the time avenue of the universe channel gathers inside the channel, and only a very small amount of power escapes, and so, Su Lang's natural universe channel array has been preserved and continues to operate. Next, the black spot in the middle of the battlefield gradually expanded. The light emitted from the array turned into an arc, surrounding the black hole, forming a strange picture scroll, quickly. The black light spot in the altar became a huge hole, and it remained the same without changing. The passage has stabilized, a place full of turbulence on the avenue of time. Su Lang looked solemn, took a deep breath, and soon summoned all the treasure hunt flying gliders. A full 3 trillion flying gliders appeared around Su Lang, densely packed, like endless cosmic dust. System, start the treasure hunt ancestral flying function. With a thought, Su Lang issued instructions to the system. Instant time, a total of 3 quadrillion treasure hunting flying gliders suddenly merged together, forming a treasure hunting flying that has been completely dark and has 3 golden patterns on its back. A weird breath radiated from this treasure hunting ancestral glider. If the rest of you see it, you will definitely get terrified and palpitations. But in Su Lang's view, the treasure hunting ancestral glider is full of intimacy. Hey, the treasure hunting ancestral glider of the eternal realm, an existence that can't be killed even in the eternal realm. Its speed has reached the realm of a universe of eternity. The general half-step eternity is afraid that even the shadow is hard to find. An excited smile appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Go, give me the door to the natural universe. Chapter 2276. Then you see what this is following the order of Su Lang. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider flew into the gate of the natural universe instantly. Its speed was so fast that Su Lang could not see clearly. Had it not been for him and the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, he had an extraordinary connection. It is almost impossible to find a big mouse flying in front of him. The other side, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider entered the gate of the natural universe, and indeed passed through the terrifying turbulence of the time avenue, and continued to advance in the time and space tunnel. Su Lang shared the perception of treasure-hunting ancestral flying. I just felt like a moment passed in the time tunnel, and it seemed like a long time passed. The next moment, a purple-red nebula appeared in front of him. Arrived. Yuanming Universe. Ha ha ha, Emperor Yuanmingzhou, I didn't expect it, this uncle is going to steal your home. Su Lang laughed, with a touch of excitement in his eyes. Immediately after, through the perception of the flying treasure hunting, Su Lang carefully observed the surrounding environment and found that except for the purple-red nebula, the rest of the place was a dead void. I don't know if I can use the avatar dispatch function. Su Lang narrowed his eyes. Before I master the rules of time, the clone cannot travel through the turbulent flow of time. At this time, it may be difficult to cross the turbulent flow of time. Next, Su Lang tried to dispatch the clone. It turns out that it really doesn't work. The avatar cannot cross the turbulence of time avenue. It seems that you can only use the treasure-hunting ancestral glider to do things. With a thought, Su Lang dispatched the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. Go. See where that nebula is. Squeak. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider made a shrill cry and instantly disappeared from the spot. When it appeared again, it had already entered the purple-red nebula. Original. This purple nebula is a star field. There are a large number of stars and more planets in the star field, forming a constellation galaxy. In these galaxies, some actually existed. Unfortunately, this is like a very remote star field. Those galaxies where life exists, the cultivation civilization is relatively backward. Relative to the entire Yuanming universe, this is probably a small village, right? Even, there are very few star teleportation arrays in the galaxies here. Well, this can't work, this kind of remote and poor place is not my goal. Su Lang thought so, slowly shook his head, and immediately moved his mind, taking out the purple golden gourd. When I talked with the Emperor Zhou before, I was busy with other things before I got the coordinates of the 9 spaceports. Ask now, stop struggling. Su Lang looked at the still purple gourd in his hand and smiled coldly. Since the previous conversation ended, the immortal Emperor Ru Yuanying never struggled anymore. She chose to yield, and Su Lang was a grasshopper on the same rope. But in her heart she didn't believe that Su Lang could defeat Emperor Yuanming Zhou, and she was in a very contradictory state. Where are the 9 time and space ports in Yuanming universe? With a flash of Su Lang's figure, he entered the inner space of Zijin Gourd. Are you here again? Immortal Emperor Zhou looked at Su Lang with a smile on his face. Suddenly his face was surprised. Didn't Su Lang just ask her a lot of questions and then left? Why did you run in again in a blink of an eye? Yes, I'm back again. Indestructible Emperor Zhou, I have entered the Yuanming universe. Su Lang looked at the immortal Emperor Zhou who was bound by chains and smiled lightly. However, this sentence, it fell into the ears of the immortal Emperor Zhou, but it was like a thunderstorm. What? What did you say? You have entered the Yuanming universe. Haha, how is this possible? Only by mastering the power of the Time Avenue can you enter the Yuanming universe. You have not broken through to the eternal state at all. How can you pass through the natural universe channel? Su Lang, your lie is too ridiculous, huh? Emperor Zhou looked at Su Lang in disbelief, and immediately showed sarcasm. Haha, do not believe, then look what this is. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and waved his right hand lightly, and the Zijin Gourd suddenly punched a crack, revealing the door of the natural universe outside. Chapter 2277. Let you know, but I saw the endless darkness of darkness. The huge gate of the natural universe stands, like a strange planet. This is, the formation. You have refined so many space-time channel formations. These formations, have a familiar feeling, as if they are somewhat similar to those refined by Emperor Yuanmingzhou. No, these formations do not have the power of time and avenues, and the rest are more refined and perfect than those refined by Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Could it be that when you watched me on the heavenly jade continent, you learned the refining methods of those formations by the way? How is this possible? How can you learn in such a short time? How can you refine such a perfect formation? What's more, each of these formations is extremely complex and extremely difficult to refine. Even for the existence of the eternal realm, it takes 10,000 years to refine so many time-space channel formations. How long has it passed since you were in the Tianshuan continent? It's not even a few hours. You can't refine these formations in such a short time. Emperor Zhou looked at Su Lang like an ordinary person saw a ghost. He was dumbfounded, and his face was full of disbelief. But I made these formations. By the way, there are also this chain, this gourd, that endless number, the Yudian sword. I made it by myself. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a slight smile. What? Your refining skills are so terrifying. No, it's impossible, you're just a half-step eternity, and you still don't know how to force promotion in a short time. You can't have such a powerful refining method. This is unmatched by Emperor Yuanmingzhou. The immortal Emperor Zhou shook her head in disbelief, but she couldn't think of other possibilities if these weapons such as the formation and the infinity were not made by Su Lang. Where did they come from? Unexpectedly the possible origin, only the hands of Su Lang are the most reliable. Thought of this, Emperor Zhou immediately felt a strong sense of absurdity. Immediately after, Su Lang, you don't have the power of Time Avenue at all in your formation. How can you cross the channel and enter the Yuanming universe? The immortal Emperor Zhou suddenly changed his expression and exclaimed, sure enough, you are still lying, your formation is just like a fake. Finished talking, Emperor Zhou shook his head in disdain. Tisk tut, it's really long and short. In that case, I will let you see and see today. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and waved his hand to visualize the shared treasure-hunting ancestral flying vision. Suddenly, a miniature purple-red nebula appeared in front of the immortal Emperor Zhou. What is this? A tiny nebula. Emperor Zhou looked suspiciously at the nebula that Su Lang transformed into. Not bad. Su Lang nodded slightly. This is the nebula of Yuanming Universe. I have just been there just now. Have you seen it? Whispering sound. How could I have seen so many nebulae in Yuanming Universe? In my opinion, you just turned into a nebula casually. Indestructible Emperor Zhou sneered, but he was a little surprised, because the nebula that Su Lang transformed into did have the characteristics of the nebula universe. But from the bottom of her heart, she didn't believe that Su Lang could enter the Yuanming universe, so she instinctively denied the nebula. Is it? Then you give me the coordinates of the 9 major time and space ports, and I will go and see. Then, I will show you what I saw. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth. By the way, I can also show you how I harmed Yuanming universe, ha 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 ha. Finished talking, Su Lang stared at the immortal Emperor Zhou, as if quickly gave me coordinates. Humph, what about you? I want to see if you have actually entered the Yuanming universe. The immortal Emperor Zhou gave a cold snort, and then directly gave 9 coordinates and some reference objects. Su Lang remembered the coordinates and references given by Emperor Immortal Emperor in his heart. Immediately dispatched the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, searched for relevant documents everywhere in the purple nebula to find the location of the current nebula. Fortunately, everything went well. The treasure-hunting ancestor glider quickly grabbed some documents from the masters of a planet, recording the current position of the nebula. Chapter 2278. According to this clue, and the information given by the immortal Emperor Zhou, Su Lang quickly determined the approximate locations of the 9 space-time ports. Immediately after, go to the nearest space-time port first. Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth, and then dispatched the treasure-hunting ancestral flying. Suddenly, treasure-hunt flying drifters have started dispatching again and again. Even if it does not have strong enough divine consciousness, the dispatch distance is still very far. Every dispatch, Su Lang's shared vision will change. And this scene after scene has been transformed by Su Lang in real time and presented to the immortal Emperor Zhou. Looking at the constantly changing picture, Emperor Zhou couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart, and he was also shaken by his previous judgment. Time passed slowly, with a familiar galaxy appearing in Su Lang's disillusioned picture. A stormy sea suddenly rose in the heart of Emperor Zhou. She has been to that galaxy before. It's really a galaxy in Yuanming universe. Su Lang, you actually entered the Yuanming universe. Although he didn't go in by himself, he could cross the barriers of the natural universe and explore the source universe. How is this possible? How did you do it? Quote. Emperor Zhou looked at Su Lang in disbelief. His face was full of shock. Only by mastering the power of Time Avenue can we shuttle through the barriers of the natural universe. This is common sense recognized by countless natural universes. However, Su Lang clearly did not master the avenue of time, but used a certain method to explore the interior of the rest of the natural universe. This directly subverted the common sense of the immortal Emperor Zhou. Ha ha ha, believe it now. I said earlier, I can enter the Yuanming universe. Next, you will see me doing things in Yuanming universe with your own eyes, hee hee. Su Lang smiled happily, and while continuing to dispatch the treasure hunt flying forward, he dispatched a clone to maintain the gate of the natural universe, and used the clone to replace it directly back to the exile. Time is precious. Su Lang still prefers to stay in the land of exile. At this time, he took the purple gold gourd and appeared on a peak in the exile land. The illusion of Yuanming universe in front of him still exists, but the screen is like being pressed to slow down. It becomes extremely slow, and it will flicker from time to time. Because of the external flow of time, it was originally 100,000 times slower than the exile. And the treasure-hunting ancestral glider is in Yuanming universe. The time flow rate of Yuanming universe is different from that of infinite universe. This causes the picture to become slower and somewhat unstable. It's uncomfortably slow to watch the sight of the treasure-hunting ancestor glider here. Su Lang shook his head helplessly, but had no choice but to continue to maintain the perception-sharing function. Purple gold gourd. Emperor Zhou also looked at the slowing down scene, and flashes of horror flashed in his eyes. She has seen it. The time flow rate of the place where you are now is countless times faster than the outside world. And The energy concentration of heaven and earth here is extremely high and terrifying. The energy of heaven and earth is higher than anywhere in Yuanming universe. This is a practice dojo with extremely fast time flow. No wonder Su Lang can cultivate to this level in a very short time. No, that's not right. Even with such a fast time flow and heaven and earth energy concentration, it is impossible for him to break through so many realms in just a few days. There are other secrets in him. This man is so mysterious. Quote. In the heart of Emperor Immortal Zhou rises heavy stormy waves. In her eyes, Su Lang's body is almost full of mist. Immediately after, she also continued to watch the vision of the treasure-hunting ancestor glider transformed by Su Lang. The picture was so slow that it was heartbreaking and violent, but there was no way to speed it up. Both Su Lang and Emperor Zhou could only show patience and wait slowly. Time passed slowly. Countless heaven and earth energy poured into Su Lang's body, turning into endless cultivation in the sea of cultivation, quickly. The cultivator has completely turned golden. Su Lang ignored him temporarily. To break into the half-step eternal realm, need to condense more powerful time rules. And the rules of time must be integrated into a living universe and part of the crystal wall cells in the body. Chapter 2279, Su Lang is going to wait for a while. Then a breakthrough. Time continues to pass. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider keeps moving forward. The pictures in front of Su Lang and the immortal Emperor Zhou changed very slowly, just like slow-moving landscape paintings. An extremely majestic, nebulae with very regular shapes appeared in the sight of the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. It also appeared in the picture before Su Lang and the immortal Emperor Zhou. It's a time and space port. Yuanming Time and Space Port, one of the 9 time and space ports of Yuanming universe, is connected to the evil nature and universe. Emperor Zhou recognized that nebula for the first time. Amazingly, it is the terrible star territory, one of the 9 star regions of Yuanming universe, the place where the terrible time and space harbor is located. Sa Shikonggang. The question of Su Lang in the heart of Emperor Zhou completely disappeared, replaced by the horror of the shaking heart. But, Su Lang, you can't enter the Yuanming universe by yourself. You are only able to detect Yuanming universe, and at most you can get some detailed information. How can you cause chaos in Yuanming universe? Emperor Immortal Zhou turned his head and looked at Su Lang, somewhat confused, somewhat disturbed, and somewhat ironically asked. No matter how Yuanming universe is her hometown. Even when she was born, she was one of the masters of Yuanming universe. How would you like to see Su Lang making trouble in Yuanming universe? Ha. I really can't personally enter the Yuanming universe. But it doesn't mean I can't make trouble. Look, this time and airport will soon be destroyed by me. Su Lang grinned with a cold smile. Soon, the scene of the treasure-hunting ancestral flying darts constantly approaching the time and space of the fierce world appeared in the picture. Gradually, a galaxy outside of the ferocious Pluto star field appeared beside the treasure-hunting ancestor glider. Because of the powerful means of warriors, there are more than 20 planets in this galaxy, all of which are living planets. Then, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider landed on a planet, instantly locked some kind of treasure, and flew directly over. In the picture transformed by Su Lang, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider flies very slowly. However, comparing the treasure-hunting ancestral glider with this galaxy and the creatures in the galaxy, you can find that the entire galaxy and any existence on the planet are almost static. Only one creature is moving. This is the abnormal speed of the eternal realm of one universe. Immediately after, Emperor Zhou saw the treasure-hunting ancestor flying past the warriors, and all the valuable things on his body were found. Those warriors all maintained a static state. Even if the wealth of the whole body, and even the clothes were taken away, I still failed to notice the changes in my body. Emperor Zhou watched the treasure hunt ancestor glider search all the top people on the planet. Then he also scoured all the palaces and residences of these people in the places where various cultivation resources were produced. The scariest thing is, after doing all this, the goal of treasure hunting ancestral flying has become the entire planet. It plunged into the bottom of the planet, shuttled around without any barriers, frantically plundering underground mineral resources. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider is now in eternal existence. I don't know how terrifying the efficiency of its search for heaven, material and earth treasures is. It can take a whole mountain-like underground vein in an instant. Inside the planet, all valuable treasures have been completely searched by the treasure-hunting ancestor gliders, and even the core of the planet, the treasures born over millions of years. When the treasure-hunting ancestor glider completed the search, the entire planet became extremely barren, and the energy of heaven and earth declined in an instant, as if entering the age of the end of the law. In the picture transformed by Su Lang, treasure-hunting ancestral gliders are very slow, everything seems to be watching slow motion. But in fact, treasure-hunting ancestral glider finished all this, it took a breath of time. After searching the first planet, it immediately went to the second planet, and in the same way, all the valuable treasures of this planet were searched away. Of course, treasure-hunting ancestral gliders will not be attached to the galaxies outside these fierce Pluto stars. It walked all the way, in a straight line, towards the center of the evil star field, and rushed to the evil time and spaceport. Chapter 2280, Along the way, the immortal Emperor Zhou watched as the treasure-hunting ancestor glider would scrape all the planets along the way. As you get closer to the center of the evil star field, the bigger the planet, the stronger the energy of the heavens and the earth, the more the treasures of the heavens and the earth, and the stronger the strong above it. But no matter what, no planet, no strong man, in front of the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, cannot escape the fate of being raided. This extremely terrifying search ability. Suddenly the Emperor Zhou was shocked, and he couldn't help but feel angry and aggrieved. Yuanming Universe is where she was born and grew up. The 9 major time and space ports, such as Xiaoming Shikangang, are places she has lived in for many years, and she is very familiar with it. Watching that familiar hometown was harmed by Su Lang. How can the immortal Emperor Zhou not be sad? How? Feeling very sad, Su Lang turned his head and looked at the immortal Emperor Zhou, with a sneer in his eyes. Humph. Emperor Zhou hummed coldly and said nothing. Ha ha, you are sad. Where are you when the universe is cruel and poisonous? What about the time when the previous Emperor Infinite Universe was killed, countless powerful men were killed, and the Infinite Realm was abruptly broken into 4 pieces? Now, I just use the way of the person to treat the person. That's it, right now, it's just an appetizer. It's a pity that Emperor Yuanmingzhou failed to witness all this with his own eyes. However, with his means, he can definitely keep in touch with Yuanming Universe and learn about Yuanming Universe's suffering. Su Lang looked at the immortal Emperor Zhou. Even if this woman surrendered, she could not conceal and erase her crimes against the boundless universe. After listening to Su Lang's words, Emperor Zhou couldn't refute it at all. At this time, the treasure-hunting ancestor glider successfully entered the center of the evil star field, the evil superstar. The whole process is like entering no man's land. Ferocious superstar. It's really vast, worthy of being one of the 9 centers of Yuanming Universe. Su Lang looked at the scene in the sight of the treasure-hunting ancestor flying, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Fierce star, 10 times larger than the half-step eternal life universe planet Mi Ling Buddha. Countless creatures live on it. For the vast majority of creatures, the land of the evil superstar is almost limitless. In this planet, it is also one of the 9 most prosperous planets in the Yuanming Universe. Hey, soon, this place will become a piece of white ground. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and ordered the treasure-hunting ancestral glider to move on go to the fierce natural universe. He has to develop a dispatchable map in the fierce natural universe, and then he will attack the time and spaceport. The haunted spaceport is just above the haunted star. It looks like a huge black sun is hanging, surrounded by silky arcs of light, which is quite mysterious. Guarding the fierce time and airport are 2 half-step eternal strong men. But these 2 half-step eternal powerhouses did not react at all. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider disappeared in the space-time channel. I felt some strange reactions in the space-time channel. The expressions of these 2 half-step eternal powerhouses changed drastically. They looked at each other in disbelief, and their facial features were about to shift in horror. In the picture transformed by Su Lang, compared with the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, the speed of the 2 is extremely slow. All movements and expressions are extremely slow, like sloths, extremely funny. Immediately after, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider entered the fierce natural universe. This is the 3rd natural universe that Su Lang has come into contact with. Real-time image transformed by Su Lang. Emperor Zhou also saw everything the treasure hunter ancestor saw. She opened her mouth slightly, her face full of shock and anxiety. It's a fierce natural universe. You actually entered the fierce natural universe. Could it be that you will not only cause chaos in the Yuanming universe, but also in the fierce natural universe? Quote. Indestructible Emperor Zhou looked at Su Lang incredulously, it was hard to imagine that Su Lang's appetite would be so terrifying. Ha 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 ha, I don't just want to do things in Yuanming and Fierce Universe. I want Emperor Yuanmingzhou to do harm to all the natural universe. There was a sneer at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and his eyes were full of cold light. Chapter 2281, Can he really win? You can't do it. Emperor Yuanmingzhou will definitely get news soon, returning to Yuanming Universe to stop you. Maybe when he leaves the Heavenly Jade Continent, he will kill you easily. Quote. Emperor Zhou shook his head in disbelief, looking at Su Lang as if looking at a lunatic. Humph, Emperor Yuanmingzhou is proud of his heart, how can he do it to me? What's more, he didn't know that it was me who was doing things in Yuanming Universe and other 10 natural universes. He will only think that a stronger enemy is eyeing him. Su Lang glanced faintly at Emperor Zhou, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Quote. The immortal Emperor Zhou was speechless. She knew that what Su Lang said was indeed the case. Emperor Yuanmingzhou didn't even know that Su Lang was playing a ghost. I would only think that a powerful enemy invaded, and then rushed back in a hurry. How can you care about Su Lang, the ant, that can be killed at any time? Understand, even if I can't kill Yuanmingzhou Emperor now. Su Lang laughed, but I have already started to play with him. Hear this. Emperor Zhou immediately felt his whole body stand upside down, his hair was horrified, and his gaze at Su Lang was full of tremors. So horrible, this man was obviously just a half-step eternity, but he just showed the signs of playing with the Eternal Realm powerhouse. Half-step eternal calculation of the real eternal state. This is absolutely unprecedented in the natural universe. He said he wants to win Yuanmingzhou Emperor. Could it be that he really can win? Emperor Yuanmingzhou, it hunted a whole 9 natural universes, and controlled the existence of 10 natural universes. Su Lang. Emperor Zhou stared at Su Lang, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank, and they kept shaking. At this time, Su Lang sent his treasure-hunting ancestral flying back to Yuanming Universe with a thought. He wants to expand all the other 9 natural universes into dispatchable maps in a short time. Therefore, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider will not stay in it for long. At this time, the treasure-hunting ancestor glider has opened up a dispatchable map in the Fierce Natural Universe, and once again appears in the Yuanming Universe. In this time, the guards of Shikonggang haven't even finished the expression of horror. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider once again appeared on the evil superstar. But Su Lang still didn't let it make trouble immediately. Instead, he went to the second time and spaceport through the superstar teleportation array on the evil star. In the land of exile, Su Lang waited for a while, and then the treasure hunt ancestral flying gathering ended. A new time and spaceport suddenly appeared before his eyes. It's UGU time and spaceport. He really wants to attack the rest of the natural universe. It's getting started, he's stepping on it now. Immortal Emperor Zhou looked at the picture displayed by Su Lang, and endless stormy waves rose in his heart. At this time, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider used the same method to enter the natural universe of Yugu, then opened up a dispatchable map and immediately returned to the source of the universe. Next, just repeating this approach, one after another opened up 9 dispatchable maps of the natural universe. Because no one has seen the treasure-hunting ancestor glider from beginning to end. Therefore, the guards are very hesitant. They don't know whether they should take more drastic measures to block the teleportation array and conduct detailed and rigorous investigations. When all the guards of the 9 times and airports found out that they were abnormal, their frustrations became more and more serious, and only then did they discuss the beginning of a blockade investigation. However, at this time, the treasure-hunting ancestral flying has completely completed the stepping points of the other 9 natural universes. Since then, he can make the treasure-hunting ancestral flying fly freely to send back and forth in the 9 natural universes. Even if there is no time and spaceport, no time and space channel, it can be done. At this moment, after the treasure-hunting ancestral glider finished stepping on it, he returned to the source of the universe, the evil superstar. Look at it, the show begins. Su Lang smiled lightly and thought, and the treasure-hunting ancestral glider immediately flew towards the 2 guards. However, the 2 guards were discussing something with all expressions of surprise. The next moment, Chapter 2282, the power of treasure-hunting ancestral flying, the clothes on their bodies and the weapons in their hands disappeared. The successful treasure-hunting ancestor flying horses kept running, and immediately flew towards the rest of the targets. In a flash, a large number of early powers suffered. Immediately, the Supreme Emperor suffered again. See this scene. Emperor Zhou couldn't help but his eyes widened. The treasures and weapons of those half-step eternal, primordial warriors are all top treasures in the Yuanming universe. At this time, they were all snatched by the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. What a pity. The treasure-hunting ancestor glider can't search for the treasures in the universe of the living warrior's life. Only the prey killed by me or the clone can be perfectly plundered. Su Lang shook his head with regret, and immediately issued a brand new order to the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. Then, the next scene, directly make Immortal Emperor Zhou take a cold breath. Because, after the treasure-hunting ancestral flying robbed these people, they started to attack the evil star. It first attacked the buildings on the evil giant star that were built with rare materials. Seeing it pass through a brilliant tower, the tower disappeared out of thin air and directly entered Su Lang's storage space. The buildings that can be erected on the evil superstar are all made by rare treasures. Therefore, in the hands of the treasure hunt ancestral glider, the cities on the fierce star are disappearing one after another. Such a horrible scene immediately aroused the horror of countless people on the ferocious superstar, including the two half-step eternal powerhouses. What happened? Oh my god, my clothes are gone. My home is gone. I am taking a bath. First the house is gone, and then the bathtub is gone. Even the liquid for medicated baths is gone, so I am gone. My god, look, the whole city has disappeared. Oh my god, what happened? Quote. On the fierce superstar, countless warriors shouted in horror, talking, and they only felt that the world is about to change drastically. Damn it, what the asterisk is this going on? The more than 93 million cities have all disappeared, but all the valuable materials have disappeared. Only buildings made of the most common earth and rocks can survive the disaster. Damn it, did you find out? Signs of the disappearance of the city are spreading towards us. I want to see what the asterisk is it. Quote. The two half-step eternal powerhouses of the fierce superstar Shikangang are extremely angry talking about. They unfolded their spiritual thoughts, and were extremely cautious. Because this time the treasure hunt ancestral glider did not cover up at all, plundering wildly. Therefore, the two statues can judge the location of the treasure hunting ancestral glider by showing signs of disappearing through the city for half an eternity. After trying my best to use spiritual exploration, two half-step eternal powerhouses finally see clearly what is destroying a little flying squirrel with dark body and 3 golden lines on the back. Fast speed. This is the speed far surpassing ours, the speed of the eternal realm. God, what the asterisk is this? Quickly, start the formation to stop it. Quote. 2.5-step eternal strong men saw the real body of the treasure-hunting ancestor glider, and they were shocked and unbelievable. It was the first time they saw something so strange. He clearly doesn't have the slightest spiritual power in his body, but he can have the speed of the eternal realm. This is simply a fantasy. However, the fact is in front of them. The black gold patterned flying squirrel looted everything frantically and collected all the valuable treasures on the ground in a short time. Immediately after, it is eyeing the time and space port. The space-time port is a building that permanently maintains the passage of time and space in the natural universe. In order to create a space-time port, I don't know how many materials are used. It can be said, at this time, the airport is definitely the most valuable thing on the evil superstar. As the forbidden land of Yuanming universe, time and space harbor is not only guarded by 2.5 steps of eternal powerhouses, but also guarded by countless formations. At this time, under the control of 2 half-step eternal guardians, countless formations have emerged, layer upon layer, row upon row, countless. But, chapter 2283, it's over. He started to tear it down, but 2.5-step eternal guards thundered, and a jaw-dropping scene happened. However, I saw that the weird black flying squirrel had passed through countless array barriers in an instant. No matter how powerful the formation is, the black gold pattern flying squirrel can pass directly through as if nothing was left. What? How is this possible? These formations are all of the primordial level, containing countless great powers. Even, there is a half-step eternal combined formation in it. What is the origin of that little flying squirrel? It can ignore the formation that our Yuanming universe has spent countless years on. Damn it, it rushed over. Its target is the time and space port. Quickly, kill it. Quote. The two half-step eternal guards looked at the treasure-hunting ancestral glider in disbelief, and their eyes were about to fall out of shock. Soon, looking at the treasure-hunting ancestral flying closer and closer. When the 2.5 steps of the eternal strong were horrified, they brazenly launched a terrifying attack. The first is the super time rule that is eternally mastered in half a step. The power of time second only to the avenue of time, together with the avenue of space, formed an endless turbulent flow of time and space, blocking the treasure-hunting ancestral flying. There are also other magical powers and great powers, forming countless attacks and barriers, trying to stop the treasure-hunting ancestral flying. However, still no effect. Regardless of the attacking methods of the two powerhouses, or the defensive blocking methods, it has no effect on the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. Even the terrifying turbulence of time and space can't make the treasure-hunting ancestral glider get a little hindered. In a blink, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider flew over countless distances and rushed to the space-time harbor building. No, it's impossible. What the asterisk is this, and why our attacks have no effect on him? Unbelievable, even in the real eternal realm, we must use various methods to disperse us. Damn, he rushed to the body of time and space harbor. It's over, he started to tear it down. Quote. The two half-step eternal guards were so shocked that their thinking was about to freeze. Immediately after, they watched with extreme horror as Su Lang's treasure-hunting ancestor glider dug down a mountain-like part on the body of Time Kong port. Boom! A roar came from above the time and space port. Immediately, the natural universe space-time channel resembling the black sun trembled violently. Fast! Contact Your Majesty Yuan Mingzhou. Only His Majesty the Emperor Hades can stop him. Quote. The two half-step eternal level powerhouses saw the time and space port being damaged, and immediately trembled all over, and began to contact Yuan Mingzhou Emperor. But, they are just half-step eternal strong. And Emperor Yuan Mingzhou is far in the boundless universe, separated by the time and space barriers of two natural universes. Even if they had the means bestowed by Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, they couldn't contact Emperor Mingzhou in a short time. Besides, Su Lang wouldn't let them contact Yuan Mingzhou Emperor so easily. See you. The two half-step eternal guardians each took out a half-set of strange formations. It is refined by Emperor Yuan Mingzhou himself, and contains the Time Avenue, a treasure that can penetrate the time and space barriers of the natural universe to connect. After taking out the battlefield hurriedly, the two half-step eternal powerhouses immediately began to activate the formation. Their facial features were about to shift with anxiety. But at this moment, go with. Snatch them. Su Lang smiled coldly, and instantly gave instructions to the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. Squeak. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider, who was originally in the scourge of time and space, was ordered, and did not hesitate to abandon time and space, turning around and rushing to those battles. The speed of the treasure-hunting ancestral glider has reached a terrifying eternal level. The two half-step eternals almost didn't even see the phantom. The formation in front of them disappeared. Oh my god, that weird black flying squirrel with gold stripes is also interested in these formations. It's over, we can't contact His Majesty Yuan Mingzhou. Quickly, notify the guards of the other 8 time and space ports, let them contact His Majesty Yuan Mingzhou Emperor, and be prepared. Chapter 2284, What kind of horror is there? The 2.5 steps of the Eternal Strong were frightened, but helpless. They were almost vomiting blood. Immediately after, they quickly took out the communication treasure and wanted to contact the 8 major time and space ports that were arranged hundreds of millions of light years away. Hee, don't raise a lesson. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth, making the treasure-hunting ancestral flying attack again. Then, as soon as the 2 half-step eternal powerhouses took out the messaging treasure, they were instantly taken away by the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. Ah, the communication treasure was also taken away. Damn, quote. 2.5 steps eternally dumbfounded, and then roared angrily. But they know the seriousness of the matter and cannot just give up, therefore. The two immediately gave orders to their subordinates. Let countless warriors contact the warriors of the other 8 time and space ports and pass the news. Oh, it's a smart one. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately dispatched the treasure-hunting ancestral glider to the rest of the time and space port to prevent those half-step eternal strong from contacting the Emperor Mingzhou. Anyway, his treasure-hunting ancestral glider can instantly go back and forth between the 9 major time and space ports, so fast. And those half-step eternal powerhouses wanting to start the formation containing the avenue of time, it is not something that can be done with a breath or two. At least a dozen breaths. At this time, in a flash, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider appeared in the second time and space port. This time and space port also has 2 half-step eternal powerhouses. They were unbelievably unbelievable when they got the bad news about the haunting time and airport, and they thought it was false news. But they immediately took out the formation left by Emperor Yuan Mingzhou and began to contact Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. However, treasure-hunting ancestral gliders are waiting for them to come out. As soon as these 2 half-step Eternals took out the formation containing the avenue of time, they were immediately snatched by the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. What? Disappeared. Our cross-universe communication array. Ah, what is going on here? What kind of terrifying existence is eyeing our Yuanming universe? Quote. The 2 half-step eternal powerhouses were dumbfounded, looking at the place where the time avenue array disappeared, and they were directly stupid. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider has already left and headed to the 3rd time and space port. There are also 2 guardians of this time and space port. These 2 people have already started the cross-universe communication circle. But he was just getting started. He was snatched away by the treasure-hunting ancestor flying, leaving only 2 eyes bursting, his face full of incredible half-step eternity. Use this method. Su Lang made the treasure-hunting ancestral gliders appear in time and space ports. Take away all the cross-universe communication formations owned by the half-step eternal powerhouse in the 9 major time and space ports. In this scene, in the place where he was also exiled, the immortal Emperor Zhou in the purple gold gourd was in sight. Unbelievable. Your black gold patterned flying squirrel, without the help of any transmission tool, can directly span countless light years and shuttle through time and space. Furthermore, you actually took away all the guarded cross-universal communication circles. Quote. Emperor Zhou's unbelievable open mouth, his eyes were full of horror. Notice, although Emperor Yuan Mingzhou still has half an eternity under his command. But those who have the cross-universe communication formation are also the guardians of the 9 time and space ports. Because this thing is not easy to refine. At this time, Yuanming universe is basically cut off from Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. In the words of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, unable to return to Yuanming universe. No one can stop the treasure-hunting ancestral glider's pace. So horrible, such a shuttle distance, movement speed, and non-eternal realm can't even think about it. Emperor Zhou shook his head, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. She seemed to have seen the scene where Yuanming universe was devastated by the treasure-hunting ancestor gliders. It's just a small trick. My treasure-hunting ancestor glider has more than that. Su Lang smiled slightly, and began to let the treasure-hunting ancestor gliders harm the body of the evil time and space. Then, ignoring all obstacles, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider flew directly to the main body of the time and space port and began to scrape all kinds of treasures. The huge space-time harbor, suspended in the sky like a star ring, is terrifying in size. Chapter 2285, The airport is over. However, under the abnormal collection ability of the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, this vast star ring space-time harbor disappeared at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It's almost like some invisible behemoth is opening its blood basin and eating it like biscuits. Boom, boom. The space-time port where a large number of parts were dug away by the treasure-hunting ancestor gliders can no longer maintain the space-time passage to the fierce natural universe. After the violent shaking appeared, the space-time channel began to collapse, and extremely strong space-time fluctuations broke out. This is the aftermath of the power of time. Even if they were guarded by 2 half-step eternal class guards, they didn't dare to resist, they could only escape far away. Those warriors who are closer to the time and space port, but have relatively weak cultivation bases, almost instantly disappeared in the power of the time avenue. In some moments, they lived through billions of years and died of old age on the spot. Others instantly regained their age, their powers madly spilled, and finally returned to the seeds of life. It's over. The time and space port is over. Xinming Shi Kong Kong is over. We still can't contact His Majesty Yuan Mingzhou. What can we do? The ***** mysterious force unexpectedly attacked us shamelessly while our Majesty Zhou was away. Quote. 2.5-step guards of the Eternal Realm were flushed, like pig livers, their lungs were almost exploding. Simultaneously, a trace of fear also appeared in their hearts. From their perspective, those who dare to do something about Yuanming universe must be the existence of Eternal Realm. Now that Emperor Yuanmingzhou is not here, if an Eternal Realm powerhouse intrudes into Yuanming universe, they will almost certainly die in these half steps of eternity. How to do? Are we going to sit and wait to die? No, quickly think of a way. Quote. 2.5 step eternal strong men are anxious like ants on a hot pot. It's not just them. The half-step eternal guardians of the other 8 time and space ports are equally anxious, but helpless, and fear and terror breed in their hearts. At this time, the ferocious superstar, the black hole-like space-time channel in the sky was completely annihilated, and the space-time port itself was decomposed and dug away by the treasure-hunting ancestor glider. This consumes countless efforts of Emperor Yuanmingzhou and countless resources of Yuanming universe to create a space-time port, and at this time it has completely entered Su Lang's storage space. One of the 9-time space ports. It's over. Emperor Zhou couldn't help shaking as he watched this scene, and this. It's just the beginning. Go to the next time and space port. Shanming time and space port. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and he directly dispatched the treasure-hunting ancestral flying to the Shanming time and space port, and began the road of forced demolition. Squeak. The treasure-hunting ancestral flying screams excitedly, collecting all the materials on the body of this time and space port. Stop him, kill him, at all costs. Quote. The half-step eternal powerhouse on this Xianming time airport has lessons from the past and is ready to deal with it. Under the orders of 2 half-step eternal guardians, countless strong men form a human wall, surrounding time and space. Various forces have formed countless kinds of barriers, and hope that there is a kind that can restrain the treasure-hunting ancestral glider and block him. However, everything is in vain. Come on, shine on them. Su Lang smiled softly, and the treasure-hunting ancestral glider flew directly into the crowd and began to **** everything frantically. Those warriors, anyone who dares to take out any treasures will be snatched by the treasure-hunting ancestral gliders. Even the clothes you wear, as long as they are not ordinary things, are all taken away. Suddenly, countless warriors have become naked, including the 2 half-step eternal guards of Shanming time and Comport. Damn, he has no signs of being blocked at all. What the **** is this? Why can I **** my blood recognizing treasure instantly? My clothes, I spent countless treasures to refine them. He has gone to Shikonggang. It's over, the space-time port itself has disappeared. Quote. The countless looted warriors were terrified, and then looked desperately at the treasure-hunting ancestor gliders eroding the time and space. They are extremely angry, extremely resentful, but there is no way. Chapter 2286. What, you have to break through again, haha. I like the way you hate me, but helpless. When I finish robbing the space-time port, I still have to attack your planet. Su Lang watched the scenes in the vision of the treasure-hunting ancestor glider, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Next. Time flies, and treasure-hunting ancestral gliders are faster. In a short time, he successively harmed 6 time and space ports. 6 entire space-time channels of the natural universe were annihilated. Countless treasures of heaven, material and earth have entered Su Lang's storage space and piled up into mountains, and even the mainland. 6 time and space ports. Really no one can stop that weird flying squirrel. The Emperor Zhou looked at Su Lang, with endless stormy waves and feelings of anger rising in his heart. Simultaneously, for Su Lang, she also had a trace of fear. This man is really terrible. Only half an eternity is now, and the natural and cosmic scourge of others has been rendered powerless. If you really cultivate to the eternal state, how terrible would it be? How? Now believe that I can kill Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Su Lang noticed the strange look of Emperor Zhou, and smiled faintly. Humph, even if you have all kinds of wonders, all kinds of extraordinary. But, your hope is still not high, you have too little time available. Emperor Zhou snorted softly, don't go too far. It seems that you have admitted my potential. However, in terms of time, I have enough time. No, I'm going to break through again. A light smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and he sat down on the spot under the trembling eyes of Emperor Zhou. Yes, all of his cultivating villains have turned golden. The sea of cultivation has no upper limit, and during this time, a large amount of cultivation has been accumulated. At this time, Su Lang's cultivation in the Sea of Cultivation is enough to condense stronger time rules and break through a higher realm. What? You have to break through again? How is this possible? It has only been a few days since I entered this time flow training dojo. If it is calculated in terms of outside time, it is even more terrible. It is estimated that it has only been more than 20 breaths in the past. He clearly broke through to the Juyin Prime beginning realm not long ago. How could he break through again? Quote. Emperor Zhou looked at Su Lang dumbfounded. His whole three views were rubbed on the ground to powder. At the same time, system. Give me a more advanced time rule. Su Lang thought, and immediately issued instructions to the system. Ding. Start to understand the rules of time. The system prompt sounded, and suddenly, the more mysterious time rules appeared in Su Lang's soul. This is exactly the time rule of half-step eternal realm. Such a difficult and obscure time rule. If it is the ordinary Juyin Taichu, most of them will not be able to comprehend it until the seemingly endless life span is exhausted. But in Su Lang's place, the comprehension was completed instantly. But after half a step of understanding the time rules of the eternal realm, in the mysterious black space, the cultivator is still golden all over. This means, Su Lang can continue to consume his cultivation base and improve his realm. Half a step in the eternal state, here I am. Su Lang's eyes flashed, and he gave the instruction again, system, give me a breakthrough. Ding. Start breaking through. The system prompts the voice to fall. The golden villain turned pure white almost instantly. In an instant, countless cultivation bases poured into Su Lang's body. These cultivation bases merged with the time rules previously understood, and gradually merged into the two wind system life universes in the legs. Soon, the time rules and cultivation bases of the two wind system life universes are beginning to spread toward the surroundings. Not only the nearby crystal wall cells. There are also the 8 life universes in front, as well as the crystal wall cells that have integrated the rules of time. All have begun to be tainted by the half-step eternal time rules. 1, 2, 3. When this process is over, in Su Lang's body, 10 life universes, 25 half-step eternal crystal wall worlds, and more crystal wall worlds have successively possessed the power of half-step eternal time profound meaning. And the number of these crystal wall cells has exceeded 100 Gai. Chapter 2287, Breakthrough, Half-Step Eternal State 100 Gai Crystal Wall World. This number has surpassed countless half-step eternal strong men. The crystal wall cells of those half-step eternals may only be tens of Gai. But for Su Lang, this number is only a small part. Because his body at the beginning at this time has a full 66,000 Gai of crystal wall cells. 100 Gai, just 1/600th. It was also because Su Lang had too many crystal wall cells. As a result, he doesn't need to be like the rest of the primordial primaries. He needs to be integrated into the regular crystal wall cells to reach the total number in order to break a realm. The number of crystal wall cells that Su Lang broke through one realm fusion rule was equal to many crystal wall cells that broke through several realms in the beginning. However, the number of crystal wall cells is so large that it is bursting. It also means that Su Lang's potential at this time has only shown a small part. When his entire crystal wall world has completed the fusion of time rules, he will release all his combat power. At that time, its regular level must break through to the realm of eternity. Of course, for Su Lang, what matters at this time is the avenue of time. Once the cultivation base is sufficient, the time avenue must be condensed first, and then the life universe and crystal wall universe must be improved. As long as there is a time avenue, he can compete with Emperor Yuanmingzhou. There is no time avenue, and once you encounter Emperor Yuanmingzhou head-on, you will be forced out of the clone to replace death. At this moment, a whole 100 Gai of crystal wall cells are integrated into the half-step eternal time rule. Su Lang suddenly burst into a breakthrough wave, sweeping tens of millions of miles. Breakthrough. My realm has finally reached the true half-step eternal realm. Su Lang opened his closed eyes, an astonishing light flashed. Really breakthrough. Su Lang, he really broke through to the half-step eternal state in less than 3 days after breaking through the Juyin primordial stage. It is against the common sense of the natural universe. Abnormal, evildoer, incredible. Emperor Zhou looked at Su Lang, whose aura changed drastically. His whole body was shocked and his brain went blank. Her 3 views, which were rubbed over and over again by Su Lang, were hit again and again, making her directly suspect that the world doubted life. At the same time, Su Lang has brought up his own attribute panel. Name: Su Lang race, human qualification level, turbidity realm level, half-step eternity attack level, half-step eternity plus defensive level, half-step eternal plus shenfa level, half-step eternal plus endurance level, half-step eternal plus spirit level, realm of pure nirvana plus mastering the exercises, infinite heart sutra, 10,000 laws into one, infinite profound meaning, eternal level, founding activated system functions, 1 key practice function level 51, 1 key martial arts function level 51, clone dispatch function level 50, 1 key treasure hunt function level 50, 1 key alchemy function level 15, 1 key mixer function level 15, 1 key refining array function level 15, 1 key synthesis function level 15, 1 key empowerment function level 25, 1 key enhancement function level 11, 1 key decomposition function no level tisk tut. So many pluses. If you continue to upgrade the crystal wall cells, these plus signs will definitely become infinite symbols. Su Lang looked at his attribute panel, a satisfied smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. His strength has reached this level. The strength of the clones is also rising. Even if the 100 shadow clone function is used, one clone becomes 100 shadow clone, these clone also have half-step eternal realm combat power. In other words, Su Lang now has a full 15,000 half-step eternal shadow clones. 15,000. 5-digit half-step eternal. Those senior eternal bosses who keep this exaggerated figure will be dumbfounded. Half-step eternal realm clone. I don't know if after I swallow all the clones, the regular level combat power can break through the almost impossible barrier and reach the eternal state. Su Lang's eyes flashed with eager light. But he finally dispelled the idea. At this critical moment, you must always maintain an avatar that can replace death, just in case. It was also a breakthrough in Su Lang. The Emperor Zhou was shocked and trembling. Yuanming in the universe. The helpless half-step Eternals finally figured out a way to send a signal to Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Chapter 2288. Use death to alert Yuanmingzhou Emperor. This way is suicide. Yes, the lives of many powerful men under Yuanmingzhou's command are extremely closely related to him. Basically everyone's life is completely controlled by Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Through this connection, Emperor Yuanmingzhou could perceive their state. Of course, the time and space barriers between the two natural universes cannot be easily perceived. Only death. Only then will Yuanmingzhou Emperor feel it. And it's not the death of ordinary subordinates. It must take half a step of the death of an eternal realm powerhouse, that kind of real and complete death, before the two barriers of time and space in the natural universe can be induced by Emperor Yuanmingzhou. At this moment, Yuanming in the universe, one by one half-step eternal realm powerhouse gathered on a very hidden planet. The look was extremely ugly. They used all means. There is no way to stop Su Lang's treasure hunt ancestral flying. At this time, the treasure-hunting ancestral flying man was carrying out a tragic demolition and plundering of the 7th space-time port. Damn, is there really no way? Do we really want to use our own death to attract the attention of Emperor Yuanmingzhou? This can only be done. Our Yuanming universe has been targeted by a mysterious and powerful force. We must alert His Majesty Yuanmingzhou as soon as possible. No, not only Yuanming universe, there are other 9 natural universes that belong to His Majesty Yuanmingzhou Emperor. That mysterious and powerful force wants to swallow our 10 natural universes together. Damn it, who is it? It's too despicable, too shameless. Hurry up, none of us want to die, we can only decide through lottery. Quote. A total of 29 half-step eternal strong men's expressions are pale, gritted teeth, full of resentment and fear. They hate treasure-hunting ancestral gliders so much. But there is no way to kill it. At this time, it must be at the cost of life to alert Emperor Yuanmingzhou to return to Yuanming universe in time to prevent disaster. At this time, an eternal strong man took out a round tripod in half a step. The eyes of the rest trembled suddenly, and it was time to decide life and death. This tripod, the eagle-nosed man said solemnly, there are 28 black ***** and 1 red ball. Those who touch the red ball can only die. Everyone looked at each other, and then checked Yuanming with ugly faces to confirm that they were correct. This round tripod can block all means of perception. Even the half-step eternal realm strong person is absolutely unable to explore and perceive its interior. The black ball and the red ball inside are nothing unusual. Since there are no objections. Then let's start, I will come first. The eagle-nosed man nodded slightly, and then put his hand into the round tripod. Call. The half-step eternal powerhouse all stared at the hook-nosed man, each one was short of breath and extremely nervous, at this time. The man with a hook nose resolutely grabbed a ball, took it out, and presented it in front of everyone. Result. In a flash, everyone was stunned. It's the red ball. The eyes of the man with a hook nose burst open, his face twitched, and his pupils were trembling. This. Yes, the red ball. The rest of the eternal powerhouse was incomparably stunned, and didn't know what to say, can only say. This half-step eternal powerhouse with a hook nose is really ***** mildew. The one who touches the ball first has the least chance of touching the red ball, but he missed it. Goo. The man with the hook nose swallowed in disbelief, he couldn't believe the facts in front of him. Brother Eagle, according to the rules, you are going to commit suicide. Brother Eagle, don't worry, your wife and daughter, I will take care of you. Yes, you can rest assured, maybe Emperor Yuanmingzhou can bring you back to life. Brother Eagle, thank you. Every half-step is eternal, you say one by one, and the look at the man with the hook nose is very complicated. Go. The death crisis of the man with the hook nose enveloped his body, and his voice began to tremble. But he has nothing to do. In the remaining half of the eternal strong gaze, the man with the hook nose left everything he could. Chapter 2289, The Surprise of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Such is the universe of life. Such is Crystal Wall World. For example, your own weapons, treasures treasured for countless years. Immediately after. What, Your Majesty Yuanmingzhou, avenge me. With a disintegrating roar, the eagle-nosed man rushed out of the planet into the void in an instant. The next moment, boom, the red light bloomed, endless blood spilled into the void, a half-step eternal strong man was just so forced to explode in place by Su Lang's treasure-hunting ancestor glider. At the same time, the boundless universe, in the Tianshuan continent, deep underground, in the sea of energy transformed by the thick center of the earth, the three-color vortex of gold, red and white is still running wildly. Wearing a secluded black brocade robe, the Emperor Mingzhou with long snow-white hair worked hard to practice the origin of the universe, forming a small gold jade floating around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes violently, and a hint of surprise flashed. What? A half-step eternal subordinate has fallen. It's a half-step eternal warrior who guards the time and space in my Yuanming universe. Could it be that an eternal realm has learned the location of my Yuanming universe and invaded my Yuanming universe? No, it's not right, only one person died. I'm afraid it was not an eternal invasion. Could it be that the guy tried to comprehend the avenue of time, but failed and fell? Well, it's even more likely. Now the reverse refining of the Tianshuan continent is a critical moment, let's see the situation. Maybe they will contact me soon using the cross-universe communication circle. Thinking about this, Emperor Yuanmingzhou closed his eyes again, and tried his best to reverse the origin of the universe and form the core origins of the universe. Although Emperor Yuanmingzhou misjudged his lair, nothing major happened. But he was still vigilant, ready to finish the matter quickly and return to his lair. Then, Emperor Yuanmingzhou did not immediately return to Yuanming universe. That extremely unlucky hook-nose half-step eternal man gave his life in vain. At the same time, in the land of exile, hey, another time and space port was demolished. Great. Su Lang watched the treasure-hunting ancestor fly, completely demolishing the 7th space-time port of Yuanming universe, and suddenly smiled. Immediately after, he immediately dispatched the treasure-hunting ancestral glider to the 8th time and space port, like entering no man's land, and madly demolishing. Countless treasures continuously appear in the storage space, gradually accumulating into continents after another. At this time, Su Lang, don't be too proud. The strong under Emperor Yuanmingzhou must still have a way to contact him. Soon, Emperor Yuanmingzhou will return to Yuanming universe and get rid of your weird flying squirrel. The immortal Emperor Zhou's cold voice came. She lost any hope for Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and her heart turned into broken ice. But watching Yuanming universe in his hometown was harmed by Su Lang, it was still very heartache. Seeing Su Lang so proud, she ran out to pour cold water. Oh, Emperor Yuanmingzhou will return to Yuanming universe soon. Haha, it doesn't matter, he can't kill my treasure-hunting ancestral glider anyway. Su Lang heard the words of Emperor Zhou, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Joke. No matter how weird your treasure-hunting ancestral glider is, it is definitely not a true opponent of the eternal realm. Emperor Zhou sneered, but there was a groan in his heart. She knows. Su Lang never speaks big words. Every imaginary rhetoric he said became a fact in the end. Therefore, hearing that Su Lang said so confidently that Emperor Yuanmingzhou could not kill the treasure-hunting ancestor flying, Emperor Zhou had actually believed it. Waves of stormy waves beat her heart, destroying her cognition. Tisk tut, you believe it or not. I am really interested in those half-step eternal ways to contact Yuanmingzhou Emperor. Without the cross-universe communication formation, what method would they use to alert the Emperor Mingzhou? Could it be life? Yes, it should be life. Emperor Yuanmingzhou can perceive their life and death. Su Lang whispered faintly, a smile flashed in his eyes. Chapter 2290, Too Much, Life. They will wake up Emperor Yuanmingzhou with their lives. You. After listening to Su Lang's speculation, Emperor Immortal Zhou's pupils trembled, and he felt a great horror from Su Lang. This man, without personally entering the Yuanming universe, he killed half of the eternity. This is terrible. Suddenly, Su Lang let out a soft sigh. Emperor Zhou's eyes fixed on him. What a pity. These half-steps of eternity did not personally die in my hands. Even if they will leave their inheritance and die, they will eventually be acquired by me, but still lose some treasures. Su Lang sighed slightly, and shook his head helplessly. You. Seeing this scene, the Emperor Zhou was immediately sluggish and speechless. This man, easily forced to death the half-step eternity in Yuanming universe. I am still not satisfied, even thinking about other people's legacy. Too much, just too much. Well, next, Emperor Yuanmingzhou will probably return to Yuanming universe. If this is the case, I can go to the Heavenly Jade Continent to take a closer look. I don't know what Emperor Yuanmingzhou has done to the Heavenly Jade Continent. Revenge from him in time. Su Lang touched his chin, with a slight excitement in his voice. This man, he succeeded. In order to attack the enemy and save it, led Yuanmingzhou away. However, if you don't solve the root of the problem of Emperor Mingzhou, everything is in vain. The immortal Emperor Zhou looked at Su Lang tremblingly, with a complex look in his eyes, with horror, resentment, sneer, admiration. At this time, Emperor Yuanmingzhou will return to Yuanming universe. He will definitely produce huge time and space fluctuations. It's time to send a clone to stare at the Heavenly Jade Continent. Su Lang thought, and with a thought, he sent a buying clone to the vicinity of the Tianshuan continent. He was not afraid that Emperor Yuanmingzhou would find his own 100 shadow clone. Because he knew that he was just a small ant in the eyes of Emperor Yuanmingzhou, at best it was a disease of moss scabies. In the case of problems in the old nest, Emperor Yuanmingzhou will definitely return to the old nest first. Next, Su Lang began to practice exercises while accumulating cultivation base. These days, he has completed all the basic exercises he has obtained. 3 powerful supernatural powers, such as the Tianyan Tong, Tianzu Tong, and Tian'er Tong, of Buddhism, have been mastered. In addition, those lower levels, such as Godless, Great Emperor, Martial Emperor, and other levels of exercises have not been spared, and they have all been practiced. So far, Su Lang has practiced more than 50 million exercises. Because it also contains some techniques that the treasure-hunting ancestral flying has just collected from the source of the Ming universe. These exercises are roughly similar to the exercises of the boundless universe, but each has its own merits. After the practice, Su Lang mastered the profound meaning of the exercise more perfect. In this time, he is already practicing the Shenjingtong from Tianmi Buddhism. Shenjingtong is an upgraded version of Tianzutong, a real half-step eternal magical power. With the use of Shenjingtong, you can show up wherever you want anchor points. There are many forms of anchor points. Basically, with a little connection to the user, they can be directly transmitted. This perverted supernatural power can, to a certain extent, make up for Su Lang's duplicate replacement function. After all, the replacement of the clone must exchange positions with the clone. The place where the Shenjingtong can go does not need to have a clone. The key is, after the Shenjingtong practice is completed, the clone can also be used. This can further enhance the clone dispatch function. The difficulty of the eternal realm is great. I don't know how many days it will take to finish the practice. Su Lang touched his chin, thinking like this, and didn't know if this idea was known by other Eternal Realm bosses. Would he just spit out a bit of blood? People practice the exercises for hundreds of millions of years. Do you use the sky? Still make people live? Chapter 2291. A touch of red brightened his eyes. It was also when Su Lang had how many days left for himself to complete the Eternal Realmsashenzhen Tong. Yuanming in the universe. A group of half-step eternal powerhouses have become ants on the hot pot. What's the matter? His Majesty Yuan Mingzhou hasn't come back yet. It stands to reason that His Majesty Yuan Mingzhou must be able to perceive the death of Brother Ying. Why hasn't he returned? Could it be that because only one died, Your Majesty thought it was an accident? Ah, this seems to be the truth. Damn it, should we still use death to alert His Majesty Yuan Mingzhou? I don't want to die, but 7 space-time ports have already been destroyed. Once the 9 space-time ports are completely finished, and the 9 universes are completely isolated from us, it must be the time when the mysterious force started. That weird black golden flying squirrel is destroying the 8th space-time port. We are running out of time. If the 9th space-time port is over, if His Majesty Yuan Mingzhou does not return, we will all die. So, do we have only one choice? We can only choose to continue to commit suicide and to alert His Majesty Yuan Mingzhou. Don't be afraid, for Yuanming Universe, we should treat death as home. Then let's stop the lottery, just you. Let's grab lots. 28 half-step eternal powerhouses talked anxiously, and finally came to a desperate conclusion that if Emperor Yuan Mingzhou returned as soon as possible, they would have to die. But they broke the head and couldn't think of it. After the end of the 9-time airports, there will be no mysterious forces attacking the whole situation and killing them all. Because from the beginning to the end, there was no powerful mysterious force to invade Yuanming Universe, and it was only Su Lang that was half-step eternal. Next, the round tripod representing death was placed in front of 28 people. Who will come first? An old man with a beard asked. I come, a sturdy red-skinned muscular man said immediately. The one who gets the ball first has the least chance of touching the red ball. He doesn't believe that he is as unlucky as a hooked nose. Then you come first. The others looked at each other and took a step back. In full view, the red-skinned muscular man put his hand into the round tripod, and then took out a ball very simply. Instant time, a touch of red blinded his eyes. The audience is also frozen in time, becoming deadly silent. The next moment, red ball. How could it be? How could it be a red ball? I don't believe it. This is fake. It must be fake. How could I be so unlucky? Quote. The red-skinned muscular man screamed like crazy. His crazy voice was like a big rock thrown into the lake, making the dead lake surface alive. The red ball, it turned out to be a red ball. Oh my god, red skin is so unlucky. The probability of 1 in 28 is met by him. The key is to catch the red ball directly in the half-step of the first lottery in succession. This is too scary. Quote. The remaining 27 half-step eternal powerhouses saw this scene. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and their mouths opened wide. This bad luck is really incredible. After a horrified discussion, the scene became dead again. Because someone is dying. Why is it me? The red-skinned muscular man murmured sadly. He was unwilling. Brother Hongskin, don't worry, we will take care of your wife and daughter. Don't worry, His Majesty Yuan Mingzhou will definitely find a way to save you. Come and give us the inheritance. Quote. Half a step, the face was eternally sad, and even the body was trembling slightly. I will be resurrected, I will definitely be resurrected. You can keep these things for me, and I will come back. The red-skinned muscular man gritted his teeth and said, and then left all the legacy he could leave. The public half-step eternally accepted the inheritance of the red-skinned muscular man, and then turned their faces sadly, as if they did not want to see the tragic scene of the brother going to death. Chapter 2292, Emperor Yuanmingzhou returns the next moment. I have red skin, go. The red-skinned muscular man's eyes are red, flying directly into the void of the universe and exploding. The second half-step eternal strong man has fallen. The boundless universe, in the Tianshuan continent. Emperor Yuanmingzhou sat in the void, with long white hair floating slightly with the flow of energy, very mysterious. Suddenly. What? Another one died. It's not an accident. it's definitely not an accident, it's not a fall caused by a failed breakthrough. My Yuanming universe, something must have happened. But, until now, why haven't they contacted me with the Trans-Universal Lianzun Forum? Could it be a planned unrest? But this probability is too small, but I made perfect preparations before leaving Yuanming universe. Damn it, what happened? Emperor Yuan Mingzhou opened his eyes, and a trace of thunderous anger burst out. Next moment, he stood up. Numerous golden, red and white vortexes suddenly dispersed around his body, turning into a stream of mottled energy. This means that Emperor Yuan Mingzhou wants to condense the core origin of the universe again, and must condense the tricolor vortex from the beginning to continue. This is equivalent to starting again. The three-color vortex dispersed and turned into a mottled energy stream. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou took it into the universe of life together with the core origins of the Guyu-shaped universe. Immediately after, I'd like to see, who is it that dared to make trouble in Yuanming universe at the critical moment when I reverse the core origin of the universe. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou gritted his teeth with a low growl. Soon, rumble, an extremely terrifying wave of time and space bloomed from his body, covering hundreds of millions of light years in an instant. The avatar of Su Lang staying on the heavenly jade continent felt it for the first time. Okay, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou finally moved. I thought he would ignore the unrest in Yuanming universe. Through his clone, Su Lang sensed the majestic wave of time and space. Suddenly his expression changed, and a burst of light burst into his eyes. Immediately put the clone back. Simultaneously, little ants, dare to spy on the deity. After the deity finishes handling the chores, he will return to the infinite universe, which will completely annihilate this universe. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou also discovered the prying of Su Lang's clone, frowned and snorted coldly, and a burst of light burst out behind him. This light gradually expanded until it completely enveloped Emperor Yuan Mingzhou himself, and disappeared in an instant. Boom! A ring wave broke out at this instant, and the entire Tianshuan continent trembled. Lying down, completed the shuttle across the natural universe so soon. Is the power of the eternal realm so awesome? Even if Su Lang was in the exile of the heavenly continent, he faintly felt the last wave from the direction of the heavenly jade continent, and couldn't help but be speechless. Soon, he immediately sent a clone back to the Tianshuan continent and began to explore this disaster-stricken continent. At the same time, Yuanming in the universe, rumble, over the eighth star named Hongtai, the black hole-like space-time channel was completely annihilated. Squeaky, the treasure-hunting ancestral flying screamed excitedly and was dispatched to the ninth time and spaceport by Su Lang instantly. At this time, on the previous ferocious superstar, numerous ripples suddenly appeared in the sky, eventually forming a huge black hole, from which a man with black robe and white hair appeared, king over the world. What? My time and space port? How could my space-time port disappear? Damn, who is so bold to commit a heinous crime on my site? No matter who you are, I want to kill you, I want you to live forever, not to die, not to die. Quote. The Emperor Yuan Mingzhou looked at the empty sky and the incomparably messy ferocious star. His eyes were splitting, his forehead violently jumping. At this time, a series of slight fluctuations spread from his body. It is a message from a group of half-step eternal level subordinates constantly. Chapter 2293. Who did it? What the happened? The Emperor Yuan Mingzhou showed anger and eagerness, and immediately took out a piece of jade metals of quite high level for transmission. Wow, the figures of half-step eternal warriors have been projected on these jade cards. Your Majesty Yuan Mingzhou, you are back. Your Majesty, a mysterious and powerful force is eyeing our Yuanming universe. They sent an extremely strange black flying squirrel with gold patterns to destroy it everywhere in Yuanming universe. Your Majesty, 8 of your 9 time and space ports have been completely destroyed. At this time, the weird flying squirrel is destroying the last time and space port. Your Majesty, that black gold patterned flying squirrel is extremely difficult to deal with. Not only has its speed reached the eternal state, but it is also completely unimpeded. We can't hurt it, nor can we stop it. Yeah, even the cross-universe communication formation of servants was snatched by the flying squirrel as soon as it was taken out. His Majesty, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, is incompetent and can only watch the flying squirrel destroy the time and space harbor. We really have no choice but to call you with our lives. Brother Ying and Brother Hongskin committed suicide because of this. Your Majesty, only you can take care of that weird black gold flying squirrel. It is now in Maigong time and spaceport. Come on. Quote. A total of 27 half-step eternal strong phantoms knelt at the feet of Emperor Yuanmingzhou, one by one with anxious expressions, talking about their own experiences in a very sad state. What? A weird flying squirrel. It has destroyed my entire 8 time and space ports. 8 space-time ports. I am right that there are only 9 space-time ports in total. Those time and space ports, but I spent countless energy and wealth to create a bridge that connects the 9 natural universes. Quote. Emperor Yuanmingzhou looked at the phantoms creeping under his feet in disbelief, and couldn't believe what he heard. Simultaneously, stormy waves also rose in his heart. What flying squirrel can reach the eternal state? And completely unhindered, why doesn't it kill those eternal realms, but only destroy time and space? Could it be that some mysterious and powerful force is eyeing his Yuanming universe, and it is separating the 9 universes from the Yuanming universe at this time? Divide the battlefield. This is a precursor to a big fight. Damn it, who is it? Who is hitting my Yuanming universe's idea? The pupils in Emperor Yuanmingzhou's eyes shrank suddenly, filled with endless anger. He has already dealt with the rest of the eternal realm of this universe, and he has also ended the alliance, agreeing not to attack each other, and unanimously outside. But now, someone invaded his Yuanming universe and destroyed it everywhere. This made him have to wonder if someone violated the agreement and took advantage of his hunting of the boundless universe to use his Yuanming universe to operate. And a precursor to such a big move. It is possible that more than one force wants to do something against him, Yuanming universe. Could it be? Are those eternal realms going to unite to deal with me? Quote. Deep anger and fear rose in Yuanming's eyes. But he didn't have time to think about it, because the last time and spaceport is also at stake. In a flash, Emperor Yuanmingzhou stepped forward and came to the fierce giant interstellar teleportation array, but when he wanted to use this super teleportation array to go to the time and airport of Maigong, he found that the teleportation array had failed. Original. After Su Lang discovered that Emperor Yuanming had left the boundless universe and returned to the Yuanming universe, immediately let the treasure-hunting ancestors destroy the teleportation array on the superstar of the Charm Palace, and then continue to demolish the time and space port of the Charm Palace. What? The teleportation array is also destroyed. Damn, you can only use the rest of the way, feel free. Emperor Yuanmingzhou took a deep breath of incomparable anger, and instantly activated his own supernatural powers across time and space. Boom. A burst of terrifying spatial fluctuations bloomed. The figure of Emperor Yuanmingzhou disappeared from the place and appeared in another galaxy. Chapter 2294. Crazy alchemy and medicine-saving cultivation-based Yuanming universe has been developed for countless years. In addition to the ultra-distant interstellar teleportation array between the 9 giants, there are also some teleportation arrays with a shorter distance. These interstellar teleportation arrays formed a huge interconnected network, linking the entire Yuanming universe. Because it extends in all directions, so these interstellar teleportation arrays are not so easy to destroy. Combining these teleportation arrays with their own space shuttle supernatural powers, Yuanming universe can travel countless light years at a time, constantly approaching Maigong time and spaceport. At the same time, the remaining 27 half-step eternal powerhouses have already set off from their hidden planet and rushed to the time and spaceport of Maigong. Emperor Yuanmingzhou must pass by. They dare not go. It was also when Emperor Yuanmingzhou and his subordinates rushed to the Magic Palace Superstar in less than half a year. In the land of exile. Well, Emperor Yuanmingzhou hasn't come yet. In that case, I'll sort out some trophies. Su Lang watched the treasure-hunting ancestor flying steadily destroying the 9th space-time harbor, his eyes turned to the storage space. After so long of copying home, the treasure-hunting ancestor glider demolished a total of 8 space-time harbors, as well as all the valuable buildings on the surface of the evil superstar, and robbed countless treasures. At this time, these little cuties are lying obediently in the storage space. This time there is a lot of material. Well, it's too much. It's a pity that the source of the Shanyuan Emperor is relatively small, and it's definitely not possible to upgrade the system functions, so let's put it here. Su Lang glanced back and forth over the countless trophies, and immediately began to use these treasures of heaven and earth. His top priority, it is to condense the avenue of time. Therefore, the cultivation base is the most important. To accumulate cultivation base, in addition to relying on the extremely abnormal system functions, 100,000 times the time flow rate and 1 million times the energy concentration of the world. You can also use drugs. System. Activate the one key pill refining function to refine all the pill that can be refined for me. With a thought, Su Lang gave instructions to the system. Suddenly, system prompts resounded through my mind. Ding. Consume Taishuan Nourishing Spirit Grass 2541, Return Soul Fixation Spirit Flower 8757, Beidou Rongling Jade 1122, you get the perfect Xian Taichu Pill, Taishuan Wanling Pill 5. Ding. Consume Zifu Huishan Wood 1233, Juding Money Mushroom 4256, Qingwei Tianling Grass 4526, you get the perfect Wuyan Taichu Pill, Zifu Juding Pill 5. Quote. The system prompt appears crazy. Countless materials have become a rare and perfect pill of Taichu. Because the one-key alchemy function has various powerful auxiliary functions. Not only can one ingredient be used to refine 5 pills, but also some rare main ingredients can be saved. It can be said that all alchemy materials are used to the extreme. In a short time, in the storage space, the number of perfect beginning pills exceeded 100,000. The number continues to skyrocket. Ha ha ha. With these medicines, I can accumulate cultivation base faster and condense the time road. As long as there is a great path of time, Emperor Yuanmingzhou will have no absolute advantage over me. Su Lang was extremely happy, and then took out the refined medicine on the spot. Wow, countless perfect primordial medicines are suspended by Su Lang's side, like a bright nebula. This is the pill. They are all immortals of perfect quality, and many of them are at the beginning level. My God, where did Su Lang get so many perfect primordial pills? Quote. Emperor Zhou was dumbfounded in horror when he saw the pill surrounding Su Lang. If it is a few perfect quality Taichu pill, she was not so shocked yet. But Su Lang had taken out too many medicines, she had never seen so many perfect medicines at the beginning. At this time, Emperor Immortal Zhou saw Su Lang ingest some pill again, and when the pill fell into his hands, they merged together to form a more advanced pill. The Yiyantai primary pill will merge with each other to become the Ariyantai primary pill. Then the second Yan Taichu pill continued to fuse and became the Sanyan Taichu pill. Chapter 2295, Emperor Yuanmingzhou burns himself in anger back and forth. In the end, those low-level medicines turned into perfect medicines for the half-step eternal realm. This is a very mysterious scene. Let the immortal Emperor Zhou, who was already shocking, stagnate again and his brain blank. Her Sangguan, which was rubbed to smash by Su Lang, was pressed on the ground again to continue rubbing, almost to be wiped out. After a long time, only countless thoughts of horror rose from her heart. What the is this? Why, he confused those low-level pills into higher-level pills. This has completely violated the rules of the natural universe. This shouldn't exist. Quote. Emperor Zhou looked at Su Lang sluggishly, only to feel that his common sense formed over the years seemed completely inapplicable. At this time, something that made her even more incredible happened. However, he saw that Su Lang had taken a Juyan Taichu pill, just one, and then gently slapped it. The pill became a half-step eternal realm pill. This is not true. This is an illusion. I must have an illusion. Emperor Zhou opened his mouth big and small, his pupils trembling constantly. Soon, in her silly expression, Su Lang has merged all the medicines together, and then combined with the one-key strengthening function to turn them into a half-step eternal realm medicine. There are many types of pill, used for cultivation, healing, enhancing understanding, everything you can think of course. Under Su Lang's intentional control, there are still the most cultivation medicines. You can start taking drugs. This may be the largest scale drug practice in my history. Su Lang looked at the perfect half-step eternal realm pill that was all around, like a nebula, and there was a look of expectation in his eyes. Immediately after, he picked up a pill and swallowed it straight into his stomach. Suddenly, boom, a powerful medicinal power burst out, rushing through his dantian and meridians madly. Soon, these medicinal powers are all transformed into cultivation bases by the one-key cultivation function, adding a touch of gold to the cultivation villain. Immediately after, Su Lang aftertastes a bit, nodded slightly, showing a smile, and then took a pill again and swallowed it into his abdomen. Hiss. Just took one, and immediately took the second one. Su Lang, can he refine the eternal realm pill so quickly? Seeing Su Lang successively swallowing half a step of the Eternal Realm pill, Immortal Emperor Zhou was immediately shocked by Su Lang's refining ability. At this time, Su Lang suddenly grabbed a handful of half-step eternal medicine, and swallowed them all in one bite. What? How dare he swallow so many perfect half-step eternal pill in one go? That's a half-step eternal realm pill, its power is terrifying, how dare he swallow so much at once? Isn't he afraid of taking medicine and getting crazy? Emperor Zhou saw that Su Lang swallowed at least a dozen perfect quality half-step eternal pill in one breath, and his whole body trembled in disbelief. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but swallow. If she can also have so many pills, I am afraid there is a chance to hit the real eternal realm. But the pill is Su Lang's. She may not have the opportunity to take it. He could only watch Su Lang eagerly taking medicine and practicing, his face was intoxicated and enjoyable. Seeing this scene, Emperor Zhou couldn't help feeling envy, jealousy and hatred in his heart. It was also when Su Lang was constantly swallowing pills, combined with the one key practice function and exile to accumulate cultivation skills. Yuanming in the universe. The furious Emperor Mingzhou finally arrived at the time and space port of Maigong. However, the entire circular space-time harbor in the past has disappeared for more than half, leaving only the last bit floating in the sky. The black hole-like space-time channel has long been annihilated. Ah, my space-time port, you squirrel, give me life. Seeing that his last time space port was also cold, Emperor Yuanmingzhou's eyes were red with anger, and a mouthful of old blood almost spurted out. Squeaky. The treasure-hunting ancestor glider snatched all the last point of time and space, turned his head and made a mocking sound at Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Chapter 2296. This miscellaneous flying squirrel is dead. This scene. It happened to be seen by the 27 half-step eternal powerhouses who arrived later. Suddenly, they were shocked. In their eyes, Emperor Yuanmingzhou is an invincible existence. After all, it is hunting a whole 9 powerful existences in the natural universe. For countless years, no one dared to show no respect to Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Emperor Yuanmingzhou was ridiculed, it was definitely the first case in tens of billions of years. This miscellaneous flying squirrel is dead. Yes, this dares to destroy our 9 major time and space ports, to kill our 2 fellow Taoists, and to taunt the great Emperor Yuanmingzhou. It will definitely die. Damn it, if it can leave a corpse, I will humiliate it in every possible way. Not only it, but also the sneaky power behind it will also be completely destroyed by His Majesty Yuanmingzhou. Yes, His Majesty Yuanmingzhou is invincible. Quote. Half a step, the eternal powerhouse stared at the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, with resentment, killing intent and sneer in his eyes. From their perspective, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider must be dead. Just then, die to me. Emperor Yuanmingzhou was full of beards and hair, and his robes fluttered, and an eternal atmosphere of terrifying horror came. The power of the Time Tao, which only the eternal realm can master, also burst out instantly, covering the void of the original time and space. The treasure-hunting ancestral flying was immediately covered by the power of Time Avenue. Not only the power of the Time Avenue, there are other kinds of great power and supernatural powers, which are extremely terrifying. However, I saw a series of indestructible barriers, one after another, wrapping the treasure-hunting ancestral glider one after another. This is a siege method specially used by Emperor Yuanmingzhou after hearing that his subordinates could not stop the treasure-hunting ancestral gliders. In this layer of siege barriers, the horrible Time Avenue has begun to form a turbulent flow of time, and the treasure-hunting ancestors will be completely wiped out. There are also various splendid powers of the Great Avenue, which are also looting wildly. The power of the 5 elements and 5 colors avenue, black power of death, the power of the invisible rules of life. Countless forces are densely packed, let alone a galaxy, even a star field can be directly annihilated. However, in this terrifying attack of Emperor Yuanmingzhou, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider is safe and sound, even his hair is not messy. Squeak, squeak. Treasure-hunting ancestor Yan turned his head to look at Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and once again made a squeaky sneer. Such a scene. The scene became deadly silent in an instant. What? It turned out to be unscathed. How is this possible? I have displayed the power of time. No matter how this black gold flying squirrel has to resist to avoid injury, it has no resistance, how can it not be injured? Emperor Yuanmingzhou looked at the treasure-hunting ancestral glider in disbelief, unable to accept the facts before him. The 27 half-step eternity is almost stupid. No. Unharmed. Impossible. This is impossible. How could the great Emperor Yuanmingzhou not kill it? I must have fallen into some kind of terrifying illusion. I want to wake up. Quote. The half-step eternal strong can hardly believe their own eyes, because this is really incredible. The invincible Emperor Hades, his attack was actually invalid to that weird flying squirrel. Just when Emperor Yuanmingzhou and his subordinates were dumbfounded. The boundless universe, the heavenly continent, the land of exile. Su Lang and immortal Emperor Zhou also saw this scene happening on the superstar of Yuanming Universe's Charm Palace. No injury. I don't even bother to resist, just avoid injury. How is this possible? How could Emperor Yuanmingzhou's attack be invalid on that flying squirrel? What is that weird flying squirrel? Quote. The immortal Emperor Zhou exclaimed in shock, his body trembling and Warong turned pale. Ha ha, if you want to kill my treasure-hunting ancestor glider, don't even think about it. Su Lang smiled faintly, already expecting this scene. Treasure-hunting ancestral gliders, but they are immune to all attacks from the eternal realm. Unless it is an unknown realm powerhouse who transcends the eternal realm, can the treasure-hunting ancestor glider be obliterated. Chapter 2297, Eternal Weapon, Dead Universe, Su Lang. How did you do it? Where did the treasure-hunting ancestral glider come from? Quote. Emperor Zhou looked at Su Lang and couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice. Sorry, no comment. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, and immediately called up the attribute panel of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Name: Guanghu Yunj race. The day after tomorrow qualification level. Absolutely congenital source of the Ming Dao Tire level of realm. 2 universes eternal attack level. 2 universe eternal plus defensive level. 2 universe eternal Shenfa level. 2 universe eternal endurance level. 2 universe eternal spirit level. Realm of universality mastering the exercises. Shantian Yuanming Heart Sutra Major Chaos Reverse Refining Anti-True Dao Eternal State. Founding Zhou Yuan Refining True Dao Eternal State. Founding Yuanming Infinite Dao Eternal Level. Shaocheng Yuanming Yu Lu Dao 2 Elementary. Founding partially omitted Second Eternal Realm. Unexpectedly, after this situation, Yun Zhe would even rise to the next level after breaking through to the eternal state. When you reach the realm of eternal realm, the division of realm is universe, while the realm of spiritual soul is Wani. Human nirvana, universe nirvana. I want to raise my spiritual soul to the level of the universe. Chaos refining anti-truth. This is the technique used by Emperor Yuanmingzhou to refining the origin of the universe and the core origin of the universe. And that Zhou Yuan's cultivation of the true way is probably a technique used to restore the origin of the universe and the core origin of the universe to the original substance. This guy is very strong. No wonder it can sweep 9 natural universes, plus the endless universe. There are 10 natural universes. The former endless Emperor Zhou also fell into his hands. I don't know if I can kill him after I understand Time Avenue. Quote. Su Lang looked at Emperor Yuanmingzhou's attribute panel, and thoughts arose in his mind. No matter how, finally, I have a clearer understanding of the strength of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Know yourself and the enemy, 100 battles will never end. Now that the strength is inadequate, you should avoid the edge and not confront it head-on. Humph, it's not your opponent now. But I can play you around, he. A hint of playfulness flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and immediately looked at the treasure-hunting ancestral glider again. Yuanming Universe. Emperor Yuanmingzhou saw that his attack could not work, and he couldn't accept this fact in disbelief. He is invincible to 10 powerful existences in the natural universe. I don't believe I can't kill you. Emperor Yuanmingzhou's eyes were about to split, so angrily he took out his weapon, a folding fan. This is an eternal weapon. Unexpectedly, Emperor Yuanmingzhou had even built the eternal realm weapons. Yes, this guy has plundered 10 natural universes, and it is reasonable to create an eternal weapon. Through the weapon recognition function, Su Lang saw through the bottom of the folding fan, and immediately narrowed his eyes. The folding fan is called Dead Universe, and it is a weapon of eternal state. From the name of the Dead Universe, you can see how terrifying weapons are. The source of the Ming is infinite, and the Dead Universe is determined to live and die. Emperor Yuanmingzhou flicked his right hand and opened the folding fan with a scream. Its fan face is purple and black, exuding an extremely fierce atmosphere. At this time, the near-infinite majestic power of Emperor Yuanmingzhou is instilled into the weapon, condensing a super attack that combines the power of countless avenues including the time avenue. Squeak. Seeing this scene, the treasure-hunting ancestor glider squeaked again. Die to me, Emperor Yuanmingzhou roared and waved his right hand fiercely. Instant time, a torrent of brilliant purple-black energy fell directly on the treasure-hunting ancestor glider. Go, we can't handle this aftermath. His Majesty Yuanmingzhou is too strong, this time he will definitely be able to kill the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. Yes, it must die. Quote. The half-step eternal strong. Even the aftermath of the Yuanmingzhou Emperor's attack was unbearable, and they fled towards the distance. Simultaneously, seeing such a powerful attack on the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the treasure-hunting ancestral glider would definitely die this time. However, next moment, the shocking thing happened. Chapter 2298, Treasure-Hunting Ancestral Glider, Hard Front, Squeak. I saw the treasure-hunting ancestral glider squeaking with excitement, and it seemed like a hot spring in the torrent of terrifying attacks. What? Such a powerful attack, that weird flying squirrel is still unscathed. How is this possible? That attack is a terrible attack that His Majesty Yuanmingzhou uses with the weapons of the Eternal Realm. Yes, if this powerful attack spreads, it can destroy everything within trillions of light years, and the ordinary eternal state cannot easily resist it. It's too weird, it's really weird. Where did this black golden flying squirrel come from? Look, it is laughing, it seems to be laughing, damn, it is so arrogant. Quote. Hidden in the distance and explored the battlefield with spiritual thoughts, the eternal people saw that the treasure-hunting ancestral flying was still unscathed, and couldn't help but explode the pot. And the person involved, Emperor Mingzhou, thundered on the spot, his eyes burst. No, it's impossible. In my case, Yunj used this trick to kill 2 celestial eternals, how can it be a little flying squirrel? Emperor Yuanmingzhou looked down at his hand and the folding fan in his hand, he almost doubted whether he had hallucinations. And just now, Squeaky, the treasure-hunting ancestor screamed in excitement, directly against the majestic purple-black attack torrent, rushing towards Emperor Yuanmingzhou. What excites it is the eternal weapon in the hands of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Damn it, dare to come forward, I will kill you. Upon seeing this scene, Emperor Yuanmingzhou instantly felt ashamed and humiliated, and turned into anger. During the entire flight, he violently waved the folding fan in his hand. Rumble, a series of extremely terrifying attacks were released from the folding fan. With the endless destructive power carried by the time-space avenue, the surrounding void was instantly annihilated. Countless spatial grids shattered, revealing terrifying holes. But the treasure-hunting ancestral glider received only a slight obstacle, and moved on. Only the weapon in the hands of Emperor Yuanmingzhou was in his eyes. Impossible, you die for me. The Emperor Yuanmingzhou's icanthus was about to split and went crazy and launched an attack like crazy. But these attacks couldn't hurt the treasure-hunting ancestral flying glider at all, and Dingtian slowed down the treasure-hunting ancestral flying speed. How fast is the eternal state? The distance of a few light years will come soon. The treasure-hunting ancestral flying greeted a series of attacks, and at this time had already flown in front of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Too much bullying. Really, I can't solve you. Emperor Yuanmingzhou's eyes were blood red, and he was extremely angry, and his body was bursting with black-red light, as if his body were about to be cut apart. This turned out to be a self-harming secret method. The aura of Emperor Mingzhou who used the secret method skyrocketed, and his attack power also increased, instantly falling on the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. Squeak. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider made a squeaking sound, like a sneer. In the flow of terrifying energy, a pair of small claws directly caught the dead universe folding fan. What? It actually wants to grab my eternal weapon. Arrogant, really arrogant, don't put me in the eyes at all. Emperor Yuanmingzhou roared, slamming the folding fan of the dead universe with one hand, and grasping the treasure-hunting ancestor glider with the other. The hatred in his eyes was almost gushing out. Wow, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider who grabbed the dead universe folding fan was slammed by Emperor Yuanmingzhou, but his claws were firmly grasped on the dead universe folding fan and refused to loosen it. Simultaneously, ah, master, its paws can hurt me. A scream came from the folding fan of the dead universe. It was the spirit of the folding fan. It turned out that the treasure-hunting ancestral glider with the horror-gathering ability actually caused damage to the folding fan of the dead universe. But there was a trace of where the treasure-hunting ancestor flying claws caught it. In this trace, some of the powder that escaped from the folding fan swelled out, instantly turning into huge existences like meteors. Original. The body of the dead universe folding fan is far from being so small. Its body is actually larger than the superstars of the 9-time spaceports. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider dug a trace from its body. In fact, if the dead universe folding fan reveals its body, those traces will turn into an extremely terrifying Rift Valley. Chapter 2299, Tear the Eternal Weapon and Die in Those, Powder. It is the flesh and blood, dug from the folding fan of the dead universe, a treasure cast by countless treasures of heaven, material and earth. After the treasure-hunting ancestral glider dug it down, it was instantly taken into Su Lang's storage space. Such a scene directly make Emperor Yuanmingzhou dumbfounded. His scalp is about to explode. What? This weird thing can actually hurt my eternal weapon. The weapon of the eternal realm is hard to damage even if I am, how could it hurt? Damn. When Emperor Yuanmingzhou was horrified, he was furious, and his other empty hand also directly pinched the treasure-hunting ancestral flying. Suddenly, there is a touch of pinching cotton. This made Yuanmingzhou Emperor feel a sense of suffocation with nowhere to go. Squeak. The treasure-hunting ancestor glider clings to the folding fan of the dead universe. This time all 4 paws are caught on the folding fan, and they are madly scratching and scratching. Instant time, a large number of scratches appeared on the folding fan of dead universe. What? The spirit of the folding fan of the dead universe made a sharp scream, and the whole body broke out an extremely majestic attack, trying to push away the treasure-hunting ancestor glider. But there is no effect at all. Die to me, Emperor Yuanmingzhou roared heartbreakingly. He pinched the hand of the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, desperately squeezing, all kinds of power, twisting power, all displayed, to kill the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. However, no matter what method or secret method is used, there is no effect. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider still clung to the dead universe folding fan, and the 4 claws continued to dig out piles of heaven and earth treasures from its body like a motor. Do not. This is not true. Go away. Go away. Seeing this, Emperor Yuanmingzhou's expression was distorted with grief. The folding fan of the dead universe, but it took him countless years and countless treasures to be gradually promoted to the eternal treasure. Moreover, this weapon had been with Emperor Yuanmingzhou his entire life, so Emperor Yuanmingzhou had deeper feelings for it than anyone else. At this time, I saw the treasure-hunting ancestral glider continuously destroying the folding fan of the dead universe. It's like watching your most important person being tortured and killed, but you can't stop it. Emperor Yuanmingzhou was so hated that he was about to vomit blood. At this time, Master, please let me dock to survive. Otherwise, if this continues, I will really die. The folding fan spirit of the dead universe appeared in the mind of Emperor Yuanmingzhou with the sound of endless pain. Dock the tail to survive, lose the car to save your handsome. This deity Tang Yuanmingzhou Emperor, the lord of the 10 natural universes, is going to do such a shameful scheme. Emperor Yuanmingzhou showed grief and unwillingness in his eyes, and he was extremely reluctant. But the treasure-hunting ancestral glider held on to the folding fan of the dead universe. He tried various methods but couldn't get rid of it. Folding fan spirit's proposal is already the best way, although extremely unwilling. However, Emperor Yuanmingzhou made a decisive decision. His heart was bitten, and his terrifying power was hit on the Fanzhou folding fan. Simultaneously, the folding fan of the dead universe immediately self-mutilated itself. With the cooperation of the master and servant, a crack suddenly appeared in the body of the folding fan of the dead universe. Immediately, what? Amid the incomparably screaming screams of the folding fan ling of the dead universe, the complete fan was directly torn by a third and fell off. Squeak. The treasure-hunting ancestor glider held the remains of 1/3 of the dead universe folding fan, screamed dissatisfied, and collected the remains of the folding fan into Su Lang's storage space. Dare to force me to slash my weapon, I will kill you. Emperor Yuanmingzhou roared like crazy, and directly displayed endless sealing methods, to trap and seal the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, and then study its weaknesses to kill. At the same time, the boundless universe, the heavenly continent, the place of exile. The time flow here is also about 100,000 times faster than Yuanming universe. 1 millisecond happened in Yuanming universe. A long time passed here, therefore. Su Lang has eaten all the refined half-step eternal realm perfect pill. His cultivating villain had already completely turned golden. But this point of cultivation is definitely unable to condense the time avenue, and you must rely on the unlimited cultivation C to continue to accumulate cultivation. Chapter 2300. Decompose eternal weapon fragments in this time. Su Lang looked at the scene of the treasure-hunting ancestral flying dragon in front of the Emperor Mingzhou tearing apart the folding fan of the dead universe, and a faint smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. As for the immortal Emperor Zhou, he hung it on the lock of the heart-piercing silly, and his whole body was shaking with shock. It was incredible that the treasure-hunting ancestral glider could resist Yuan Mingzhou's damage, totally unexpected. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider took the initiative to attack, directly forcing Emperor Yuan Mingzhou to tear his eternal weapon. Such a scene from the fantasy world would never appear even in a dream. But it appeared alive. This, too incredible. Treasure-hunting ancestral glider, what kind of existence is it? Emperor Zhou looked at Su Lang's rebroadcast video, and there was only an endless disbelief in his blank mind, at this time. Weapon fragments of the eternal realm, hee. Countless treasures will definitely be broken down. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, his right hand spread out, and a third of the dead universe's folding fan suddenly appeared on the palm of his empty palm. What? This is the torn part of the dead universe folding fan. How could it appear in your hands? Although that part was torn apart and snatched by the treasure-hunting ancestor glider, it is impossible to cross the time and space barriers of the two natural universes and directly fall into your hands. Emperor Immortal Zhou looked at the fragment of the folding fan in Su Lang's hands, and he trembled in disbelief, almost convulsing. Oh, you want to know, but I just won't tell you. Su Lang dangled his eyes and glanced at Emperor Zhou, revealing a touch of playfulness. Soon, in the sluggish expression of Emperor Zhou, Su Lang thought, and the fragments of the folding fan in his hand rose into the sky, revealing his body, instantly covering the sky and the sun. Have to say, the eternal realm weapon of the dead universe folding fan is really worthy of the name. It's terrifying. Its body size alone is countless times larger than infinity. 1/3 of its body covered half of the skies of the land of exile and plunged countless areas into darkness. This strange scene also immediately attracted the attention of countless warriors in the exile. What is that? What a terrifying breath, I feel the whole world is shaking. It's terrible. What kind of existence is this? It exudes such a terrifying aura. Don't be afraid, this must be the handwriting of His Majesty Su Lang, Emperor of Boundless Universe. Yes, only His Majesty Su Lang, the Emperor of the Endless Universe, can create such an incredible scene. Worship Your Majesty Su Lang, the Great Infinite Emperor. Countless warriors exclaimed and talked, and then worshipped under the nearest statue of Su Lang golden body. The other side, awesome. Really amazing, it is more and more anticipated. Su Lang showed an excited smile, and then directly used the one-key decomposition function on the broken fan fragment. In an instant, an extremely mysterious and powerful force enveloped the fragments of the folding fan of the dead universe. Immediately after, the fragments of the folding fan of the dead universe that covered the sky instantly collapsed into countless gravels, and disappeared from the place. Hey, one-click decomposition function is also awesome. The treasures of the eternal realm can be decomposed directly. This function is a non-level function. Is it equivalent to full level when activated? Su Lang thought excitedly, then looked at the storage space, but saw that there was an infinite continent made up of heaven, material and earth. When the Emperor Zhou saw this scene, the shattered three views were rubbed once again. That's a fragment of an eternal weapon. It turned into countless raw materials just before Su Lang thought. What kind of method is this? It's a fantasy. Emperor Zhou couldn't even dream of doing this. At the same time, relatively speaking, the flow of time is about 100,000 times slower in Yuanming universe. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou has just used countless sealing methods. Wow, layers of barriers emerged. Chapter 2301. That's all my money bag. It is different from the trapping and killing method that Emperor Yuan Mingzhou used in the beginning. These are all sealing methods with a single function but a stronger effect. Its function is to seal and besiege. But, even if Emperor Yuan Mingzhou used all his energy and displayed a special seal method, he could not trap the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. Because, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider can be dispatched by Su Lang at will. No matter how strong your seal is, dispatch directly to other places, or recover the mysterious black space, and you will be out of trouble. Therefore, Emperor Yuanmingzhou just finished using those sealing methods. Su Lang dispatched the treasure-hunting ancestral glider outside the seal. Lost. Failed. Emperor Yuanmingzhou watched the treasure-hunting ancestor fly directly from his sealing method, and appeared in front of him like a teleport. Suddenly, he thundered again, trembling all over, his eyes full of incredible color. The seal failed. His Majesty Yuanmingzhou couldn't help that weird black gold flying squirrel. Oh my god, how strong is the mysterious force that stares at us? It is clearly a small flying squirrel, but even the Emperor Yuanmingzhou can't solve it. It's over, our Yuanming universe must be over. It's not just our Yuanming universe, there are other 9 universes, they must be completely finished. Quote. The half-step eternity who watched the battle from a distance saw Emperor Yuanmingzhou crazily eaten, and suddenly felt desperate. Dog awful, you dare to think that the deity will lose. The deity will kill you first today. Emperor Yuanmingzhou heard the discussion from a group of half-step eternal subordinates, and his hair was about to explode with anger. Originally, in his eyes, there were all ants under the eternal realm. Even his subordinates are ants. Therefore, being considered by his subordinates to be defeated, Emperor Yuanmingzhou felt the endless shame, and had to turn his spearhead to kill his subordinates on the spot. No, Your Majesty Yuanmingzhou. Your Majesty, we were wrong, you are invincible, and no one can defeat you. You will definitely be able to drive away that weird flying squirrel, but you have not displayed your true strength yet, you will definitely do it. Quote. Seeing that Emperor Mingzhou was so cold-blooded and ruthless in the public half-step, he was so scared that the souls of the dead were frightened, and the ***** rushed. Simultaneously, in the land of exile, Su Lang also raised his eyebrows when he saw that Emperor Yuanmingzhou was about to kill and vent his anger and resentment. No way, those half-steps of eternity are all my pocketbooks, I can't let Emperor Yuanmingzhou ruin it. Treasure-hunting ancestral glider, don't hurry up, go and pick up Emperor Yuanmingzhou's clothes. While talking eagerly, Su Lang gave instructions to the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, making him hurriedly drag Yuanmingzhou Emperor. Hear these words said by Su Lang. Emperor Zhou's face twitched. Good guy, now that he can't defeat Emperor Yuanmingzhou, he has already regarded his subordinates as money bags. The other side, after getting Su Lang's order. Squeaky. The treasure-hunting ancestor glider made a squeaking sound, and instantly killed Emperor Yuanmingzhou to take off his clothes. The clothes that can be worn by Emperor Yuanmingzhou are extremely precious, and the level has reached the half-step eternal state. This is also a big treasure. In an instant, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider flew behind Emperor Yuanmingzhou, 2 pairs of claws fiercely. What? Dare to come, deceive people too much. Seeing that the treasure-hunting ancestral glider had come again, Emperor Yuanmingzhou had to give up killing his subordinates to vent his anger, and quickly put the broken dead universe folding fan in his hand into the universe of life. But he got the target of the treasure-hunting ancestral glider wrong. Puff. There was a slight noise. The claws of the treasure-hunting ancestor glider firmly grasped on the treasure of Yuanmingzhou Emperor's half-step eternal realm. Damn it, grabbing my clothes. Emperor Yuanmingzhou's eyes were bulging, and he felt a strong sense of shame. His 10 masters of the natural universe, the big boss of the eternal realm of the second universe, were going to be stripped in public by a little flying squirrel. This is simply a shame. I almost didn't even think about it. Emperor Yuanmingzhou directly tore the piece of clothing held by the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. Then he changed the clothes on his body with the fastest speed of his hand, and used energy to create a set of clothes to cover his body. Chapter 2302. The goal is to become a superstar although successfully kept his clothes. But not to mention the clothes being caught and broken, and being forced to take the initiative to undress is also a shame. Emperor Yuanmingzhou's eyes are blood red, his entire popularity is so smoky, his lungs are about to burst. At the same time, he no longer dared to put the treasure outside or even get it in his hand. Those half-step eternal realm also gathered all the treasures into the universe of life, while condemning the Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and tremblingly retreated to a farther distance, kneeling there to watch the battle. Treasure-hunting ancestral glider here. It squeaked, then put the torn pieces of treasure clothes into Su Lang's storage space. Tisk tut, it's another good baby, although it is only a very small part of a treasure, it is equivalent to a 9th-generation weapon. The system, activate the one-click decomposition function, and break down this precious garment fragment for me. Su Lang rubbed his hands in excitement, and gave instructions to the system again. Suddenly, the fragments of the eternal treasure clothing in that half-step have also become countless raw materials, piled up into a continent in the storage space. Immediately after, treasure hunting ancestral flying. From now on, the goal is to turn to the 9 space-time superstars and the important planets in the surrounding galaxies. A sneer flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and once again gave orders to the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. Squeak! The treasure-hunting ancestral glider got the order, his eyes brightened, and he plunged directly into the ground. Not good, it wants to the wealth from the superstar. Seeing this scene, Emperor Yuanmingzhou immediately guessed the purpose of the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Not only did he know what the treasure-hunting ancestor glider had done from the transmission of the subordinates of Half-Step Eternal. I also saw with my own eyes the ferocious superstar who was scoured into white ground by the treasure-hunting ancestor gliders. One of the most prosperous planets in the entire universe, all the treasures on the surface and in the shallow layers have been looted. At this time, the tragedy is about to repeat itself on the superstar of Maigong. Damn it, what the asterisk is this and why is it so difficult? Emperor Yuanmingzhou cried out with great grief, and then stepped forward to chase the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. Although he knew that his various methods were not effective against the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. But he was really unwilling, and still wanted to try if he could stop the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. At the speed of the second universe eternal realm of origin Mingzhou Emperor, it was much faster than the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, and he caught up almost instantly. Then, he watched as the treasure-hunting ancestral glider came to the most prosperous city on the Maigong superstar and snatched away a huge building made of rare materials. This is just the beginning. Next, the treasure-hunting ancestor flying fast, in a short time, directly emptied the entire city. Damn it, this miscellaneous rat is so greedy. The Charm Palace city is the deity's favorite city, and I even snatched it all away, even the low-level materials used to lay the foundation. Emperor Yuanmingzhou looked at the scene of countless warriors crying from a prosperous city to a barren, almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. At this time, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider has gone to the second city. No, you can't let it it. Since it can't be stopped, then I will take the lead in robbing those cities. Emperor Yuanmingzhou gritted his teeth and had no choice but to execute a stop-loss strategy, take the path of treasure-hunting ancestral gliders, so that the treasure-hunting ancestral gliders have no way to go. Then, Yuanming Space Road, Emperor Yuanmingzhou took a few deep breaths, and instantly displayed terrifying space magic. Wow, an endless city under his feet was taken into his life universe. Because I understand that I have nothing to do with the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider is simply a super abnormal weapon of demolition. Therefore, Emperor Yuanmingzhou didn't dare to collect the treasure-hunting ancestral glider into his life universe, avoiding a catastrophe. At this time, Emperor Yuanmingzhou used means to collect a city into the universe of life, leaving only the treasure-hunting ancestor flying in the cold wind to stay there alone. Squeak! Looking at the deserted scene in front of him, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider made 2 voiceless calls. Simultaneously. Chapter 2303, No Way simultaneously. In the land of exile. Ooh, Emperor Yuanmingzhou, do you have a real way? It's a pity, your method is not very useful for my treasure-hunting ancestral glider. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised, and the treasure-hunting ancestral glider was dispatched to another superstar in space and time. Then, this time Emperor Yuanmingzhou was dumbfounded. Gone. What's the situation? Where did the miscellaneous flying squirrel go? By the way, those trash subordinates once said that the miscellaneous flying squirrel can instantly reach another time and spaceport from one time and spaceport. Could it be that it used this incredible ability to go to other superstars in time and space? Ah, this, miscellaneous flying squirrel, dare you? Emperor Yuanmingzhou gradually stunned, his complexion distorted, revealing endless aggrieved and resentment. The interstellar teleportation array on the superstar of the palace has long been killed by the treasure-hunting ancestor glider. And, no need to think about it. After the treasure-hunting ancestral glider arrives at other superstars, it will immediately destroy the teleportation array, cutting off the most convenient way of teleportation between the superstars. even if there is a complicated transmission network. But those very low-level teleportation arrays could not allow Emperor Yuan Mingzhou to reach the other 8 superstars in time and space in a short time. Just then, news came to Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, original treasure-hunting ancestor, flying to the space-time superstar Nemedni Mang, and demolished the most prosperous city in an instant. Immediately after, it was a catastrophic plunder. The cities were robbed by the treasure-hunting ancestral gliders, and even the foundations were not left behind. It was ruthless. The warriors of Taichu who guarded the local area were terrified, and immediately reported to their superiors over the half-step Eternal Realm powerhouse. Then the half-step Eternal Strong forwarded the news to Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. Damn rattles! Emperor Yuan Mingzhou squeezed his fists' knuckles turned white, showing how angry and resentful he was. But various methods have been tried. He has nothing to do with the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. This made him feel a strong sense of powerlessness and endless shame. He originated from Emperor Mingzhou, invincible in 10 natural universes, beheading countless enemies. Now, it's a shame to be helpless by the weird flying squirrel. Damn it, I see how much you can take away. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou roared, extremely frustrated, and immediately issued orders to countless subordinates. Record all valuable treasures on the spot, and then move them into the universe of life. Here is an order. Countless warriors were stunned immediately. This is to dismantle yourself, destroy the achievements of countless years of construction. Even if these things entered the life universe of each warrior. But Yuanming universe has gone back countless billions of years in an instant. Even later, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou can let countless warriors spit out everything. But it is easy to destroy and difficult to build. To rebuild it will also cost countless wealth, energy and time, but there is no other way. Even ordinary martial artists felt the powerlessness of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. This immediately made the entire Yuanming universe and all intelligent creatures frightened. Let's move the things around us into the universe of life on the spot. Heaven, is there no way for Emperor Yuan Mingzhou to stop that weird flying squirrel? Behind the flying squirrel, what kind of terrifying force exists? Is our Yuanming universe about to perish? It's over completely. Our Yuanming universe will definitely be destroyed. The best ending will be the same as that of the 9 natural universes such as Xiaoming. It will be ruined, decayed, and even dying in the flames of war. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou has been advocating attack for many years, and now, it is finally ushered in retribution. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Anyway, the universe is going to be destroyed. If so, why not go crazy? Jia. Hurry up, grab everything, and enjoy what we have never enjoyed before. Quote. Countless warriors looked at the sky in despair, some gradually showed their madness, and some even attacked on the spot, causing countless tragedies. Chapter 2304. The tragic loss of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. Almost at the moment when Emperor Yuan Mingzhou ordered it. There are many places in the entire Yuanming universe, and there are even early warriors among them. The news soon reached Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's ears. This made him so angry that he almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Pass my order. Anyone who dares to make trouble, I'll arrest. I want to make him live forever in endless torture. Quote. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's eyes were blood red, and he gave orders with murderous aura. Those half-step eternal realms don't dare to turbulence, and have been obediently waiting for orders. At this time, I received the order from Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, and immediately relayed the orders to the grassroots level by level. Suddenly, suppression began. Countless warriors have carried out brutal and inhuman killings on those warriors who have made trouble. It can be said that they would rather kill 100 by mistake than let one go. Then, in a short time, countless warriors have fallen. The chaos of Yuanming universe was suppressed immediately because of the timely suppression and fierce intensity. Simultaneously, the rest of the warriors are also executing the order of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, registering the surrounding things on the spot, and incorporating them into the universe of life. Just in case, those strong men even took the inhabitants of every planet into the universe of life, the Crystal Wall world. The 27 half-step eternal powerhouses directly took away the natural life planets. The Emperor Yuan Mingzhou took a deep breath and prepared to directly collect the superstar of the Charm Palace under his feet. However, the size of the Maigong superstar is really too big. Even Emperor Yuan Mingzhou still needs some time to enter the Crystal Wall world in his body. Yuanming Unlimited Space Road. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's eyes burst with light, and the terrifying power of space bloomed from his body, instantly radiating countless light years, and enveloping the entire superstar of the Charm Palace. Boom! Having existed in this void for countless billions of years, the huge and incomparable Charm Palace star suddenly shook, and the terrifying spatial ripples suddenly opened. Dense folds appeared directly in the near-field void of the superstar. It is as if the surface of the space will peel off like an old wall at any time. Immediately after, the power of the space avenue on Emperor Yuanmingzhou continues to expand. This powerful eternal realm powerhouse. At this time, it turned into a real black hole, and countless matter, energy, light, and even time and space were rushing into his body madly. All this is simply a cosmic wonder. However, the Emperor Mingzhou who created this majestic scene, was extremely painful. Because the Maigong superstar is really too big. To accept the superstar of the Charm Palace, he must merge many crystal wall worlds in his body to form a huge world that can accommodate the superstar of the Charm Palace. This is a very painful loss for Emperor Yuanmingzhou. In this, it involves the cultivation path of the Eternal Realm. When it comes to the Eternal Realm, the road continues the two of the Primordial Realm, namely the Great Thousand World and the One World Road. At the same time, we must continue to study Time Avenue. The Dakion universe and the Gaia universe, the former belong to the Crystal Wall universe, and the latter belong to the Monolithic universe. In the Primordial Realm, the ordinary Primordial will choose the path of unity to the universe. Because this will greatly reduce the difficulty of breakthrough, accelerate the speed of realm breakthrough, and get more lifespan. Only the best in the early days would choose the two practitioners. And only a pervert like Su Lang would choose to completely follow the path of the great universe. In the realm of eternity, the difficulty of cultivation is reversed. A warrior who walks the path of the Great Thousand Universe, after breaking through to the eternal state, the difficulty of practicing will be much lower than that of the eternal path of the One Universe. Because the Eternal Realm practice the way of the universe, the purpose is to constantly improve the humanoid universe of oneself. Using the origin of the universe and the core origin of the universe of life and the universe of crystal walls can be perfected. The effect of the core of the universe is naturally stronger than that of the universe. The Big Thousand Universe is a collection of a large number of small universes of the crystal wall system. Each universe is smaller, and this crystal wall universe is easier to reach perfection. Using the origin of the universe and the core origin of the universe to reach a perfect state of a crystal wall universe, you can obtain a very powerful universe. Chapter 2305. Do you think this is over? On the other hand, the use of the universe is a huge monster. A little bit of the origin of the universe, the core origin of the universe, is basically insignificant. The overall improvement is very difficult. If you can't achieve consummation, you will not be able to obtain that cosmic power. Ordinary eternal realms are generally co-cultivators in the universe and the universe. It has a life universe, a part of a small crystal wall universe, and a part of a single unitary universe. The specific ratio varies from person to person, but most of them are based on the unified universe. Because in the primordial realm, it is really too difficult to walk the way of the universe, even a genius, it is difficult to break through to the eternal realm. Therefore, we can only compromise and choose a part of the universe to merge and unify. In short, the eternal realm strong, relying on the perfection of the small crystal wall universe, gradually accumulates strength. In the realm of the beginning, take the simplest path to the eternal state of being in the unified universe. The more the unified universe, the more difficult it is to practice in the eternal state. Choosing the most difficult path of the Great Thousand Universe in the early stage. The road in the realm of eternity will become very easy. Well, there are many eternal realm powerhouses in Gaia universe, and it is almost impossible to progress. Is there any way to remedy it? The answer is yes. The eternal powerhouses can use the core origin of the universe to the unified universe that they have formed into a whole, divided into more crystal wall universes, and pave the way for themselves. This is the Emperor Yuan Mingzhou constantly hunting the natural universe. Refining the origin of the universe, the root cause of the core origin of the universe. In Su Lang's eyes, this must be a violent thing. The core of the universe, how many small crystal wall universes can be perfected? But it is a helpless move by the eternal powers of the universe. If you don't do this, you can't make progress. Closer to home, Emperor Yuanmingzhou needs to reintegrate the unified universe that he has slashed, in order to accept the superstar of the Charm Palace, otherwise He could only abandon the undivided universe, cultivated the world for countless years, risking being harmed by the treasure-hunting ancestor flying, and put it into the Yuanming universe, but how rare is the world that can be cultivated in his body for countless years? Compared with the Maigong superstar, the palms and backs of the hands are all meat. Therefore, we can only choose to fuse some relatively large crystal wall universes to store the superstars of the palace. At this moment, Emperor Yuanming Zhou used the method of Yuanming's infinite space avenue. While fusing many crystal wall universes in his body, he also incorporated the superstar of the Charm Palace into his body. He was heartbroken, because it meant that many of the core sources of the universe he had used were wasted. At the same time, enter Ni Mang. Countless warriors collected everything around them into the universe of life. But the speed of treasure-hunting ancestral flying is also very fast. In a short time, it has already searched all over 1 million cities, leaving no grass behind. At this time, the entire Ni Mang superstar, under the looting of the treasure-hunting ancestral gliders and the rescue nature of the local warriors, has turned into a piece of white land just like the evil superstar. The prosperous planet built for countless years has become like a barren star with no traces of civilization. Not only Ni Mang and the evil star, the 7-time space superstars such as Maigong, as well as the very important planets around them, have all been rescued by countless local warriors and turned into barren planets. But, even if it has already done so, can't stop the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, do you think this is over? As long as your space-time port superstar exists in the world for a moment, you can't escape the poisonous hands of my treasure-hunting ancestor glider. Oh no, cute paws. Su Lang looked at the barren superstar, the corner of his mouth twitched, and instantly issued instructions to let the treasure-hunting ancestor glider go to the ground of Ni Mang superstar. A planet with strong spiritual energy is not only on the surface of the earth. Underground, more, squeaky, the treasure-hunting ancestral flying screamed excitedly, and dived into the ground instantly. In an instant, it detects a mineral vein, shuttles directly over it, and digs all the veins away with one claw. Treasure-hunting ancestor of flying, terrifying. In the scene of the treasure-hunting ancestor flying into the ground. It also happened to be seen by an early warrior on Ni Mang superstar. Chapter 2306, The Divine Realm Tong reaches the founding level. Chapter 2306, The Divine Realm Tong reaches the founding level, followed by. In the stunned gaze of this primordial warrior, thundered, within the detection range of his divine mind, a plane collapsed and turned into a bottomless chasm in the valley. Moreover, this chasm is still spreading into the distance, as if it is going to cut the entire planet. It's not good. That weird black gold patterned flying squirrel has drilled into the ground. It's over, it's going to dig up the entire Ni Mang superstar. When this primordial warrior saw that terrifying scene, he was instantly stunned, and trembling, and those who didn't know thought he was scared to pee. Followed by, he quickly passed this information to his superiors. In an instant, the Origin Emperor got the news. Into the ground. Damn miscellaneous rats, it's really pervasive. The Origin Emperor was so angry that his forehead was bruised, and his gums were almost bloody with a mouthful of teeth. But there is nothing he can do. He didn't even dare to go to Ni Mang's giant star and take that planet into the Crystal Wall universe together with the treasure-hunting ancestral shrew. Because the Origin Emperor was very jealous of the treasure-hunting ancestral eagle, he did not dare to take it into his body. At this time, after receiving the Charm Superstar, the Origin Emperor painfully went to another giant star named Xuanhao to continue to implement the stop-loss plan. Thereupon, Su Lang's treasure-hunting ancestor formed a strange competition with the Origin Nether Emperor, frantically competing for the treasures in the Origin Nether universe. Origin Emperor, you can slowly stop the loss. When I accumulate enough cultivation, the loss you stop will be taken away by me all at once, haha. Su Lang knew the plan of the Origin Emperor through the treasure-hunting ancestral eagle, and he couldn't help but hook the corner of his mouth, revealing a shallow sneer. Right now, ding, the Divine Realm Tong has reached the founding level. A system prompt appeared in Su Lang's mind. Followed by, the endless mysteries of the Divine Realm were instilled into his soul and body out of thin air. These mysteries were completely fused with Su Lang's soul and body. Suddenly, Su Lang was like a Divine Realm Tong who had practiced for countless years, and he had completely formed his instincts. Divine Realm Pass, an eternal realm footwork. As long as you want an anchor, you can go almost anywhere you want. This and Su Lang's doppelganger sent doppelganger replacement, causing his mobility to soar wildly again. But that's not all. Don't forget, the one-click martial arts training function has a heaven-defying auxiliary function, the peak of the exercise. The pinnacle of exercises. Any exercise that Su Lang had practiced would be upgraded to the level of the most advanced exercise in the infinite mysteries of 10,000 laws. Other words, the highest level of exercises that Su Lang practiced at this time had reached the eternal level. So, the remaining more than 50 million exercises have all passively reached the eternal realm. This is the most explosive effect at the top of the exercise. This is the moment. The more than 50 million exercises that Su Lang had practiced had all reached the eternal realm, and the aura on his body instantly skyrocketed countless times. Bang! The incomparably majestic, incomparably terrifying aura spread towards the surroundings like a tsunami. In an instant, everything in a radius of tens of millions of miles has been razed to the ground. Lying noisy, quickly converge your breath. It's good that there is no one around, otherwise it will definitely cause accidental injury. Su Lang was surprised and delighted, and quickly converged all his breath. Meanwhile, eternal realm, how is it possible, how is it possible? It's only been so long, how could he break through to the eternal realm in such a short time? No, it's not true, I must be crazy to have such an illusion. The immortal emperor, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was already shocked to the point that his face was stunned, and his mouth was wide open. Her eyes were sluggish, and her eyes were full of the collapse of the three views. Hey, wipe your saliva. Seeing the immortal emperor's dumbfounded look, Su Lang suddenly raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said playfully. Chapter 2307. Eternal combat power in a universe, fake, all this is fake. Breakthrough to the eternal state in such a short time, this is an impossible thing in the natural universe. Quote. Emperor Immortal Zhou didn't seem to hear Su Lang's words, and still murmured unconsciously. Mental breakdown. Forget it, I don't bother to care about you. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. System, call me the attribute panel. Name, Su Lang race. Human qualification level. Turbidity realm level. Half-step eternity attack level. 1 universe as eternal defensive level. 1 universe as eternal Shenfa level. 1 universe void realm eternal endurance level. 1 universe as eternal spirit level. 1 universe as eternal mastering the exercises. Infinite heart sutra. 10,000 laws into 1. Infinite profound meaning. Eternal level. Founding activated system functions. 1 key practice function level 51, 1 key martial arts function level 51, clone dispatch function level 50, 1 key treasure hunt function level 50, 1 key alchemy function level 15, 1 key mixer function level 15, 1 key refining array function level 15, 1 key synthesis function level 15, 1 key empowerment function level 25, 1 key enhancement function level 11, 1 key decomposition function no level Not half-step eternal infinite, void realm eternity. Understood, this is the threshold for the conventional level combat power to cross the eternal realm. The reality is eternal, that is, the real eternal state. Tisk, with half a step in the state of eternity, to push the conventional power to the real state of eternity, no one except me has done it. Not only do I fail to comprehend the avenue of time, but even the crystal wall cells on my body have huge parts that have no rules of fusion time. Moreover, because there is no time avenue, the effects of the exercises that reach the eternal state must not be completely released. Once I complete these training steps and reach the true, eternal state, my strength will further grow across the state. Quote. Su Lang looked at his attribute panel and couldn't help but his eyes brightened, revealing a look of joy. Economics. His gaze shifted to another eternal realm technique, it is, hexentong. His heart is clear, and he can directly penetrate the other's thoughts to a certain extent, and even the thoughts that are fleeting. Read what others think directly. It's another terrifying technique. Hey, with this technique, you can always see through the enemy's thoughts when facing the enemy, and do all the countermeasures. You can achieve the most perfect control effect for your subordinates, and you can see any dissent at a glance. Tisk, this technique is really exciting. Su Lang looked at the eternal realm exercises that the martial artist was constantly practicing, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but outline a smile of expectation. Next, he glanced at the golden cultivator in his entire body, and tried to activate the bonus function of Power of the Tao, to condense the Tao of time. The results are insufficient repair. This shows that it is really difficult to condense the avenue of time and reach the eternal state of transcending the universe. It's okay. Just wait a little longer, it doesn't matter. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and immediately looked at the treasure-hunting ancestral glider again. But in a short time, the treasure-hunting ancestor glider has shrunk Ni Mang's superstar a full circle. Countless treasures of heaven, material and earth were dug away by it, put into Su Lang's storage space, and piled up into an almost endless continent. And the treasure hunt ancestral glider is still going deep. Crazy mining for the superstar Ni Mang. No one can threaten it anyway, and the squeezing force generated by the planet itself is even less worthy of it. At the same time, Emperor Yuanmingzhou also learned of Ni Mang's experience. This made him tremble with heartache, and his eyes were cracked. But he couldn't help it. It can only fuse the crystal wall universe to form a larger crystal wall universe, and take the Xuanhao superstar into the body. Then, Emperor Yuanmingzhou gritted his teeth and traveled to the third space-time superstar at the fastest speed. Time passed slowly like this. Treasure-hunting ancestral gliders constantly plunder the resources on the superstar. Emperor Yuanmingzhou constantly rescued the superstars of time and space. As for Su Lang, he stayed in the land of exile, snoozed happily, accumulating cultivation skills quickly. Chapter 2308, Ni Mang's superstar collapse. Time flies and time flies. The place where Ni Mang's superstar is. Because Ni Mang's superstar was dug by the treasure-hunting ancestor gliders and collapsed, as if the end of the world was about to come. Therefore, countless great magical warriors have filled the universe with living beings, leaving the planet ground, entering the near-space void, and heading to other planets. But the number of warriors is really too much. A large number of warriors cannot be transferred instantly. Then, the vast majority of people can only stand in the void, watching the Ni Mang superstar, which has existed for countless years, collapse again and again. Under the gaze of countless eyes. Suddenly, boom, an extremely terrifying muffled sound followed the endless dust, air, and energy, forming an extremely terrifying spherical shock wave, spreading in all directions. The whole piece of void trembles, and countless space cracks emerge, just like the black doomsday thunder. It collapsed again. Our Ni Mang superstar is really going to be destroyed. What is the existence of the black gold striped flying squirrel? Is it the messenger of the world that even Emperor Yuanmingzhou can't stop? Don't worry, there is still hope. Emperor Yuanmingzhou will not abandon us, Your Majesty. He is already gathering the rest of the planets. No matter what, next, we will probably face a battle for the destruction of the universe. In the past, I only heard that His Majesty Yuanmingzhou led an army to invade and capture the rest of the universe, but now, oh, our good days are coming to an end soon, let's do it and cherish it. Quote. Countless great magical warriors watched the distance in the void and continuously collapsed in the middle, constantly rising to cover the sky and the sun, and the giant Ni Mang star shrouded countless voids, and their eyes were full of lament. At this time, boom, rumble, there was a continuous roar. It turned out that the Ni Mang superstar became too fragile due to its internal structure, and the force of its collapse was too strong, causing the entire planet to collapse into a large number of broken continents. Ni Mang superstar is completely over. 9 times spaceport superstars, only 8 are left. Quote. Countless warriors showed shock, as well as endless pain and despair. At the same time, Ni Mang superstar, destroyed. The 7th time spaceport superstar is being collected. The source of the Milan superstar, Mingzhou Emperor, saw the destruction of the Ni Mang superstar through his subordinates, rebroadcast, and his eyes were red with countless bloodshot eyes. This even affected his collection of Mi Land superstars. Damn it, no matter who it is, such deep hatred, Yunj will surely return it 100 times after my condition. Emperor Yuanmingzhou clenched his fists and murmured tremblingly. He seems to have returned to his youth. Facing the oppression of countless seniors, he has risen infinite resentment and fighting spirit. Immediately after, Emperor Yuanmingzhou packed his mood, and while watching the treasure-hunting ancestral glider's movements, he collected the 7th space-time superstar. But after Ni Mang's superstar was destroyed and turned into countless broken continents, the figure of the treasure-hunting ancestor glider has disappeared. At this moment, Emperor Yuanmingzhou's pupils suddenly shrank, and his whole body was standing upside down. He thought of a possibility: the treasure-hunting ancestor will not give up. Then, it is very likely that it has come to the Milan superstar in front of him, and its purpose is to get into his body. Actually, The cautious Emperor Mingzhou guessed very correctly. At the moment when Ni Meng's superstar was dug and destroyed by the treasure-hunting ancestor glider, Su Lang dispatched him to the Milan superstar, waiting for Emperor Yuan Mingzhou to collect him. At this time, the Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, whose gap was a bit of a crisis, immediately gave up collecting Milan superstars. Damn it, that weird stray flying squirrel may be inside the Milan superstar. Now I don't dare to put Milan superstar into my body, what should I do? Emperor Yuan Mingzhou revoked the supernatural powers of the Space Avenue, and his whole person was extremely stunned, gritted his teeth and looked at the Milan superstar under his feet. Obviously Milan superstar is in front of him. He dared not put it into his body. How unforgettable the shame is. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou was so angry that his eyes were torn apart, bleeding and tears coming. Chapter 2309. He reached the founding level at the same time. The boundless universe, the place of exile from the heavenly continent. So alert, it deserves to be an eternal strong man who has hunted multiple natural universes. However, if you don't move, then I won't move. I want to see, what do you do next? Through the perception of the treasure hunting ancestors, Su Lang discovered that Emperor Yuan Mingzhou had interrupted the collection of the Milan superstar, and the corner of his mouth was immediately hooked, revealing a sneer. Of course. The immovability here only refers to preventing Emperor Yuan Mingzhou from discovering movement, therefore. Su Lang actually made the treasure-hunting ancestral flying into the deepest part of the Milan superstar and began to collect treasures. Milan superstar near the void. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou was suspended in the icy void, overlooking the majestic Milan superstar under his feet. In order to find out whether his guess is correct, while making his subordinates pay attention to the 8th superstar, the Qilong superstar, he probed the Milan superstar with the extremely terrifying universe divine sense. As an eternal powerhouse, a universe-level existence, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's divine consciousness detection ability is super powerful. For ordinary warriors, the vast and boundless Milan superstar is all wrapped in his spiritual thoughts. Immediately after, the pervasive divine mind began to penetrate into the interior of the Milan superstar. The whole planet, the crust, the mantle, the outer core, and the core of the giant star. But, still haven't found the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. What, is it because I think too much? That weird hybrid rat didn't come to Milan's superstar at all. No, the kernel has not been explored yet, maybe it is hidden in the kernel. Quote. Thinking of this, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's expression changed and he began to explore the inner core of the Milan superstar. His spirit is really too strong. Even if Su Lang hides the treasure-hunting ancestral flying deep and deep, he was discovered. It's here, sure enough in the core. Damn it, it's in the core of the Milan giant star, I can't get the planet into my body. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's eyes were about to split, his fists clenched, his fingers almost pierced through his palm. The moment the treasure-hunting ancestral glider was on the planet, he couldn't take the planet away for a moment. I can only give up temporarily. The 8th time space superstar, the same is true for the Qilong superstar. It can go to the rest of the planets in an instant. I am afraid that it will pass directly when I arrive at the giant star of Qilong. In that case, I can only collect those planets that it has never been to and are easier to explore. Thinking of this, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's body flushed with anger flashed, and instantly disappeared from the spot. He is going to collect more important planets besides the 9 superstars. In the land of exile. See Yuan Mingzhou Emperor leaving. Su Lang smiled slightly, making the treasure-hunting ancestor Yan continued to dig for the Milan superstar. Digging for a while, so he sent the treasure-hunting ancestral flying to Qilong superstar to see if Emperor Yuan Mingzhou had gone to Qilong superstar. If you go to Qilong superstar, you can continue to be the source of nausea. If Emperor Yuan Mingzhou didn't go, it didn't matter, let the treasure-hunting ancestral flying dig on the spot. Then, the Emperor Yuanming began to collect the other more important planets in the Yuanming universe, except for the 9 giant stars. As for the superstars of Qilong and Milan, he was not relieved and could only give up temporarily. Actually, so far, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou has discovered that the treasure-hunting ancestral glider itself does not seem to be very intelligent, and there is probably a black hand behind it. Therefore, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's attention has faintly shifted to the man behind the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. But because there are still many planets that have not yet been charged, he could not give up, so he could only hold it back temporarily. Time continues to pass. A short time in the past. But in the land of exile, day after day passed. During this time, Su Lang not only uses the one-key empowerment function, but also instills time rules for Chu Xiaobei and his companions, and strengthens his cultivation. Also supported batches of warriors in the primordial realm. The key is, Su Lang successfully completed the second Eternal Realm exercise, Hexentong, and reached the founding level. He successfully probed the mind of the immortal Emperor Zhou by using the method of Hexentong. Chapter 2310. The eternal clone of the imaginary world is dispatched. This woman was full of complex emotions such as fear, resentment, and shock towards him. From time to time, there will be longing for Yuanming universe, hatred for Yuanming Zhou Emperor, and regret. Yes, Emperor Immortal Zhou regretted that he had given part of Yuanming universe's information to Su Lang. At the beginning, because of the persecution of death, there was a heart of revenge against Emperor Yuanming Zhou, and I didn't think Su Lang could win. She will tell Su Lang some information about Yuanming universe. But she never expected that Su Lang could grow so fast and the methods were still so unsolvable. She would directly play Emperor Yuanming Zhou helpless. Seeing one of the 9 giant stars die, the heart of Emperor Zhou is really like a knife. However, there is no regret medicine in this world. Through his Shintong, Su Lang saw what the Emperor Zhou was thinking in his heart, and suddenly smiled and shook his head. Immediately after, his eyes fell into the storage space. But see, this time, the treasure-hunting ancestor glider dug 9 time and space ports, a whole superstar, and tore the eternal weapon of the Emperor Yuanming Zhou, the folding fan and half-step eternal treasure. Therefore, countless treasures have been accumulated in Su Lang's storage space. Using these treasures, the Yutian sword and other weapons can definitely be greatly improved. However, it's still early anyway. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider is still collecting treasures, and it won't be too late to upgrade the weapon after collecting enough treasures. While thinking about it, Su Lang paid attention to Tianmi continent and Tianting continent again. Because the time flow of the boundless universe and Yuanming universe is very slow. Seeing that the distance between the 2 continents is not long, the left and right clones are fine. Just send the clone out to speed up the merger of the 2 continents and the Tianmen continent. There was a flash of light in Su Lang's eyes, and he immediately dispatched the clone avatar and the twin avatars to the 2 continents. Rumble, an avatar and a twin avatar with an eternal cosmic void landed on the Tianting and Tianmi continents respectively. On every continent, there are a total of 50. Instant time, an extremely terrifying breath descended on 2 continents. Fortunately, as early as when Su Lang used the world pivot lever to transfer the mainland, he had collected countless creatures in his body. Otherwise, just the breath of these clones can cause countless creatures to die instantly. At this time, on Tianting continent and Tianmi continent, only Dongfang Tai and Jixi were at the helm, controlling the advancement speed of the 2 continents. The moment Su Lang appeared, the 2 half-step eternal powerhouses were directly stunned. On the Tianting continent, what kind of breath is this? Eternal Realm, is the breath of Eternal Realm. Although the aura of the predecessor Infinite Emperor is somewhat different, this has indeed reached the level of Eternal Realm. The key is that there are 50 existences that exude aura. Heaven, it's Su Lang's clone. Dongfang Tai saw the 50 avatars of Su Lang through his divine sense, and he was stunned and his thinking was stagnant. 50 Eternal Realms. This is something she can't even dream of. The key is, these Eternal Realms are all the clones of Su Lang. Dongfang Tai clearly knew that Su Lang had more than 50 clones, but more than 100. This also means, Su Lang has more than 100 clones of the Eternal Realm. This is simply too exaggerated, too beyond imagination, and completely broke all common sense. Gosh, what exactly is going on? His Majesty Su Lang, how could he suddenly have so many Eternal Realm clones? Even the clone has reached the eternal state. Isn't His Majesty Su Lang even stronger? How long has it passed since the Tianting continent was transferred here? How many hours? His Majesty Su Lang has already broken through to the eternal state. One day? No, not even a long time. Just break through to the eternal state. Is this true? Am I in an illusion? Dongfang Tai looked at the 50 avatars of Su Lang in divine mind, and his whole body was completely dazed. Chapter 2311. Xing Quan Yun and 2 Universe Void Realm. In addition to the shock in his mind, it is incredible. She knew that Su Lang was extremely perverted. But the perversion to such a degree is completely incomprehensible. Simultaneously, Tianmi continent. The reaction of evil devouring was as shocking and incredible as Dongfang Tai. Because of the late contact with Su Lang, he was even more shocked, and Su Lang and him were not in the same world, and the feeling of doubting the world and the life of himself. At this time, even more incredible things have happened. System, activate the function of, claim dispatch Xing Quan Yun He. With a thought in Su Lang, the 50 avatars and 50 twin avatars sent out merged with each other in an instant, forming 2 more terrifying Xing Quan Yun He clones. Boom boom boom, 50 eternal clones of Void Realm merged. A 2-plane virtual realm Eternal Realm Star Quan Yun clone appeared. The incomparably terrifying aura not only directly enveloped the entire continent, but even spread to the heavenly continent through the distant void. That feeling as if the entire universe had come down, made countless warriors panic. Everyone speculated, did Emperor Yuan Mingzhou come here? But in an instant, the server machine spirit of the heavenly virtual world issued an announcement. Note: announcement. In order to speed up the advancement of Tianmi and Tianing continent, His Majesty Su Lang, the Emperor of the Infinite Universe, used powerful magical powers. Please don't panic. The announcement came out. People breathed a sigh of relief in an instant, turning their fright into surprise, almost jumping with excitement. My God, His Majesty Su Lang, the Emperor of the Boundless Universe, has displayed such a terrifying supernatural power. It is simply a cosmic level aura. Yes, His Majesty Su Lang always makes people look at him with admiration, and it will grow to an unimaginable level in an instant. It is indeed the hope of our boundless universe. Ha ha ha, great, we will surely see the victory of the boundless universe, a day of revival. Quote. Countless warriors shouted in surprise, enthusiastically worshipping under the statue of Su Lang. Su Lang immediately contributed a wave of incense aspirations. Simultaneously, among Tianing continent and Tianmi continent, 2 eternal clones of the second universe Void Realm appeared in front of Dongfang Tai and Jixi respectively. Subordinates knock on Your Majesty Su Lang. Biting the Evil immediately gave a big gift to meet Su Lang. Your Majesty Su Lang, you have broken through to the eternal state. Dongfang Tai looked at Su Lang's avatar, his eyes flashed wildly with crystal light, shocked, unbelievable, and deeply moved. Su Lang broke through to the eternal realm. This means that the boundless universe truly has the ability to come back. She persisted in Tianing continent for countless years just to wait for this moment to come. Ha ha ha, there is no real eternal state. Because I didn't comprehend the avenue of time, it was just a conventional power that crossed the mode and reached the eternal state. However, it is fast to comprehend the time avenue, and then Emperor Yuan Mingzhou will be able to complete the results. By the way, I'm teaching Yuan Mingzhou Emperor now, he is sad now. Quote. Su Lang used perfect possession to control the avatar of Xing Quanyan and said to Dongfang Tai. Now that there is good news, naturally, I have to say it and share it with my friends. Let's have fun together. At this time, in Dongfang Tai's dumbfounded expression, Su Lang told the story of the ancestral flying ancestor he sent to hunt for treasure. Dongfang Tai gradually recovered a trace of God from the shock, and his gaze at Su Lang was full of endless touch, surprise, fanaticism, worship. From Su Lang, she felt a sense of security that she had never felt before. Su Lang carried everything, and is about to blow away all the oppression fiercely and ruthlessly. This made her whole person relaxed countless times at once. With sincere touch and joy on her face, she wished to pounce on Su Lang and cry. Chapter 2312. Make you come back thousands of times. Well, that's it. Now my treasure hunting ancestral glider is still digging for the superstar Chulong. Every moment, countless treasures enter my pocket and become my capital for resisting Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. And now, I'm sending a clone here to make the 3 continents merge faster, which is more conducive to the time flow practice dojo in the place of exile. Su Lang looked at Dongfang Tai with red eyes with excitement, and said with a smile. By combining the 3 continents, the energy concentration of heaven and earth can be further increased. Dongfang Tai nodded again and again, and his eyes towards Su Lang were full of brilliance. Well, let's start now. Su Lang smiled lightly, and immediately looked straight, and instantly took control of the formation that enveloped the Tianing continent. Next moment, Su Lang controlled the avatar of Xing Quanyan and displayed a powerful force on the Tianing continent, instantly making the Tianing continent soar. At the same time, the same is true for the Tianmi continent. Driven by the Xing Quanyan He clone, it is advancing rapidly toward the Tianmi continent. Originally, it took more than half a day, and it was completed in just a dozen breaths. Tianting continent and Tianmi continent were extremely close to Tianmen continent, and even a strong gravitational force was generated between the three. This almost increased the speed of Tianmi and Tianting continent, of course. Su Lang will not let the three continents collide. The two eternal clones of the second universe void realm showed their endless mighty power together, causing the speed of Tianting continent and Tianmi continent to suddenly slow down. When the three continents meet, Tianting continent and Tianmi continent have completely stopped. Suddenly, the three continents were successfully spliced together to form an even more expansive continent. But this is not over yet, because there are still rifts between the three continents. Your Majesty Su Lang, next, do you want to merge the three continents together? Dongfang Tai seemed to understand Su Lang's thoughts and asked immediately. Not bad, if the three continents are not fused together, and the ground veins cannot be connected, they are not a whole. Su Lang nodded, looked at Dongfang Tai who was hesitant to speak, and smiled. If you have any suggestions, just say it straight. Actually, it's not really a suggestion. Actually, what truly merges the four continents of Tianmen, Tianxuan, Tianting, and Tianmi are the core fragments of the infinite realm. If this is not the case, even if the four continents merge, it will only be a superficial fusion. However, the core fragments of the boundless realm have been built by Your Majesty into a life planet in the universe of life. Used to integrate into these four continents, the loss will be very large. As soon as Dongfang Tai talked about it, she stopped talking. She just meant to point this out, and everything was left to Su Lang to judge and decide. I understand. The core fragments of the infinity realm are indeed extremely important. I plan to roughly merge the mainland first, and I'll talk about the rest later. And before that, you come with me, and we will move the Tianxuan continent back. The corner of Su Lang's mouth turned into a huge giant directly, stretching out his arms and opening his palms. It is good. Dongfang Tai naturally wouldn't refuse, and stood on the palm of Su Lang clone with excitement. Immediately after, with the thought of Su Lang, he took away all the world fulcrum lever formations surrounding Tianting continent and Tianmi continent. Anyway, these two continents don't need this kind of formation. Just use this ready-made formation to transfer the heavenly jade continent. Take away the formation. Su Lang dispatched the clone to the heavenly jade continent. Eat evil over there. Su Lang was going to be more brutal, let the clone catch the evil spirits directly, and activated the clone dispatch function. In an instant, two eternal clones of the virtual realm appeared on the Tianxuan continent. This is the second infinite fragment continent that has been harmed by Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Before the Emperor Yuanmingzhou left, Su Lang sent a clone to investigate the continent, and found that countless cavities as large as planets had appeared in the continent. Humph, Emperor Yuanmingzhou, if you take my things, I will make you return it thousands of times. A cold light flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and then ordered the clone to start arranging the formation. Chapter 2313, Move Tianxuan continent. The formations are readily available. It is the two half-step eternal formations of mainland migration, arranged on Tianting continent and Tianmi continent. And the size of the heavenly jade continent is similar to Tianting and Tianmi, therefore. Even if Su Lang didn't leave the place of exile, he went out in person. By remotely controlling the clone, the two formations can be perfectly installed on the Tianxuan continent. And still use two whole formations together. In addition, Su Lang's strength is no longer the same. Xing Kuanyan and the level of the clone have reached the terrifying second universe void realm eternal. The strength and formation have been greatly improved. To transfer a heavenly jade continent, it is not too simple. Under the arrangement of two powerful clones, the two continent shifting formations were quickly transferred and arranged, wrapping the entire Tianxuan continent. But, to be safer, Su Lang did not immediately activate the formation. Instead, let the clone surround the entire Tianxuan continent and search the Tianxuan continent with extremely large mental power. In the absence of any abnormalities, Su Lang then caused the clone to activate the two large moving formations, and began to move the heavenly jade continent. Instantly, countless energies of heaven and earth gathered in the two formations. A cosmic-level powerful spatial fluctuation slowly generated around the Tianxuan continent, and gradually drifted away. The two eternal avatars of Void Realm moved up and down, suspended in the formation, madly instilling their own strength, of course. The most important thing is the World Pivot Lever profound meaning, derived from the Wu clan. because the level of all exercises has been elevated to the eternal state. The profound meaning of world heavenly which fulcrum has also successfully advanced to the eternal level. Although the power cannot be completely released without the bonus of time avenue, with the current power, there has also been an increase of hundreds of thousands of times. Under various better conditions, don't transfer the Tianquan continent too easily. Almost instantly, the cosmic space folding tunnel is perfectly formed. The incredibly huge Tianquan continent began to sink, slowly, entering the seemingly bottomless, but actually connected to another starry sky. Tianmiao on the mainland side. A safe distance away, the extremely terrifying time and space fluctuations suddenly opened. It spread to the other 3 continents almost instantly. If it was before, those creatures would be extremely panicked. But now, the warriors on the heavenly continent have already experienced the spatial fluctuation of the continent shift twice. Feel this familiar spatial fluctuation. Countless creatures cheered on the spot. It's another spatial fluctuation caused by the movement of the mainland. Ha 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 ha, this must be His Majesty Su Lang who has also snatched the Tianquan continent. Yes, we have gathered 3 boundless broken continents, and this 4th one must be the Heavenly Jade continent. It is said that Emperor Yuanmingzhou is on the continent of Heavenly Jade. His Majesty Su Lang can move the continent of Heavenly Jade. Has he already driven away or killed Emperor Yuanmingzhou? I don't know, but what is certain is that even Emperor Yuanmingzhou cannot stop our great Majesty Su Lang. Yes, our Majesty Su Lang regained all the other 3 continents in just 1 or 2 days. This time is simply a flash of time. This miracle can be achieved. How does the Emperor Yuanming and our Su Your Majesty Lang fights? Yes, we have already won, and the great Majesty Su Lang has already been able to defeat the Emperor Zhou. Your Majesty Su Lang, we praise you, your greatness cannot be expressed in words. Quote. Whether it is the heavenly misty continent, the cultivation realm, the Wu clan continent, or the place of exile, countless creatures are talking excitedly and admiring the statue of Su Lang. Simultaneously, the server spirit in the heavenly virtual world also issued an announcement. The official announced the return of the Tianquan continent. At this moment, countless creatures cheered more excitedly. Countless fanatical beliefs are rolling toward Su Lang, almost forming a colorful galaxy visible to the naked eye. Just then, rumble, more terrifying spatial fluctuations came. In the distance on the side of the Tianmen continent, an equally large continent appeared. Chapter 2314. Preliminary reappearance of the boundless world. As soon as it appeared, it flew quickly toward the Tianmen continent. This is because Su Lang ordered the clone to push the mainland, causing it to float over at an extremely fast speed. With 2 full eternal clones of Star Kunyan and Void Realm, as well as 2 large shifting formations, Su Lang could perfectly control the connection between the Heavenly Jade continent and the Heavenly Misty continent. After just a few breaths, the Heavenly Jade continent is spliced on one side of the Heavenly Jade continent. Just watch it from the outside. The 4 broken continents have been completely closed, the territory has become more and more vast, and it instantly expanded to 4 times its original size. At this moment, it was broadcast live all over the world by Su Lang through the world of heaven and earth. In an instant it caused the biggest cheer in history. The whole continent is like a boiling pot of oil. Countless people danced and cheered, talked about, worshipped, tears streaming down their faces, and they were extremely moved. Finally, recovered. Wu Yingji, it's back again. Our boundless universe is finally going to be revived. Dongfang Tai couldn't help but burst into tears with excitement. She stayed alone in Tianting continent for billions of years, and now she finally saw the result in her dream. 4 continents merge, and the boundless world has appeared again. His Majesty Su Lang completed this incredible scene in just a few days. It is incredible. Even if I saw it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe my eyes. But that's true. His Majesty Su Lang really won, and the infinite universe has achieved a phased victory. Xianxia's eyes widened, and his eyes were full of deep shock, as well as the enthusiasm and worship of Su Lang. Finally closed. It's not easy. Su Lang looked at this scene with emotion. Of course. This is just a close on the surface. The ground veins inside the 4 continents are not yet connected. This makes it difficult for the energy contained in the continent to be shared. Only relying on the air condensed around the continent to conduct the energy of heaven and earth, the efficiency is very slow. Therefore, Su Lang began to implement the decision before fuse the ground veins of the 4 continents to make a relatively shallow fusion connection. Go. My clones. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and dispelled Xing Kuanyan and his clone. Immediately after, a full 150 clones used the 100 shadow clone function to become a full 15,000 clones, instantly appearing in the place where the heavenly misty continent connects with the rest of the continent. Space Avenue, Earth System Avenue, Golden Avenue, quote. The 15,000 powerful clones used various powerful methods to completely heal the cracks that spread in light years. Countless earth veins, magma fusion, gradually merged the 4 continents, and the energy of heaven and earth was initially connected. Suddenly, the heaven and earth energy on the 3 continents Tianting, Tianshuan and Tianmi began to spread towards the Tianmen continent. The heavenly misty continent, which was originally drawn by the heavenly misty void realm and turned into aridity, began to slowly rise for more than 2 years. Continental fusion, the energies of heaven and earth are also merging with each other. Of course, this process cannot be accomplished overnight. It will take some time to complete. Therefore, Su Lang's attention temporarily moved away from the 15,000 clone in the boundless realm, and once again moved to the Yuanming universe. In this short period of time, the treasure-hunting ancestor glider has shown great power and has almost dug out the superstar of Chulong. The entire huge planet has collapsed a whole circle. In the void in the distance, Yuanmingzhou Emperor Kuang Huyunj watched this scene broadcast by his subordinates. His eyes were red with anger, his fists clenched, and he wished to find the treasure ancestor flying desperately, but he is not impulsive. Quickly, Emperor Yuanmingzhou removed the broadcast picture and continued to collect the natural life planets in the universe wholeheartedly. He is fast. Since the collection of Xuanhao superstars, millions of life planets have been collected. Have to say, Emperor Yuanmingzhou's stop-loss ability is quite strong. Unfortunately, most of the high-level resources of Yuanming universe have hit the top 9 superstars. Chapter 2315, The Collapse of Chulong Milan Superstar. Emperor Yuanmingzhou struggled to rescue those small life planets. But its value is really inferior to the 2 superstars of time and space, Chulong and Milan. Besides, the goal of treasure-hunting ancestral flying. It's not just Yuanming, a natural universe. Time passed slowly. At a certain moment, rumble, the disaster of the collapse of heaven and earth once again occurred on the superstar Chulong. And this time, it was also the last disaster that happened to it, because it could no longer withstand the large-scale excavation of the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, and it collapsed. Another superstar. Damn, I will kill you one day. After the Emperor Yuanmingzhou learned of the news, his chest suddenly felt tight, and his mouth was so sweet that he almost sprayed out blood. In the land of exile, Su Lang was completely the opposite, showing an extremely cheerful smile. Awesome. Another superstar has been destroyed. Who said that treasure-hunting ancestral gliders have no combat effectiveness? Look at this world-destroying power, haha. Su Lang laughed, and then dispatched the treasure-hunting ancestral flying to the Milan superstar. Squeak. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider was very excited, and immediately began to work without feeling tired at all. In a blink of an eye, the underground veins and mineral veins were dug away by it and put into the storage space of Su Lang. And the Milan superstar also repeated the same mistakes as the previous Keelong superstar, and gradually began to collapse. During this time, anything that can be used to refine pill medicine, Su Lang immediately refined into a pill to further increase the speed of his cultivation base accumulation. As for the refining materials, they will be kept temporarily, not yet in time. In a blink of an eye, a wave of powerful destruction that trembles the void of the universe swayed away, and countless rubbles splashed around, turning into countless meteor showers flying towards the distance. Milan's superstar was also dug to collapse. Squeak. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider appeared at the original position of the Milan superstar's star core. A pair of cunning and excited eyes looked in other directions. In the starry sky, the stars are shining brightly. These are all its favorite prey. But Su Lang did not let it dig those planets. During this period of time, all the planets with higher value have been taken away by Emperor Yuanmingzhou. The remaining small planets are all barren and there are no high-level resource planets. Perhaps the largest resource on some planets is population. Looking back, the other 9 natural universes were looted by Emperor Yuanmingzhou. But after billions of years of restorative development, many valuable planets or void continents have emerged. Therefore, Su Lang's goal was directly transferred to the 9 natural universes. Go, first search for the valuable things in the fierce universe. Su Lang hooked his mouth and smiled coldly, directly causing the treasure-hunting ancestral glider to cross the barriers of the natural universe and appear in the fierce universe. At the same time, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou received the news of the collapse of the Milan superstar, and was furious again with incompetence. Immediately after, deep worries appeared in his heart again. Where will the treasure-hunting ancestor fly after digging for the Milan superstar? Or, will it appear in which planet he is about to take over by Emperor Mingzhou? Thought of this, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou couldn't help shaking his whole body. His eyes were cracking, his fists were pinched as if he was about to explode. Damn it! If I continue to collect planets next, I must carefully detect each planet. Not only is this extremely troublesome, but some of the weird flying squirrels may not be detected at all. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou stood on the spot, looking at the slowly rotating Great Emperor-class planet in front of him. A touch of reluctance appeared in his eyes, and he turned into decisiveness. He decided, give up temporarily to collect these less valuable planets, look at the situation, and make a decision after the treasure-hunting ancestral glider reveals its traces again. Then, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou stopped at the same place, waiting with a pale face, as if there was a fire burning in his heart, almost igniting his whole person. Soon, finally, he got some information. Some subordinates in the evil universe are dead. Chapter 2316, Open Up 9 Other Natural Universes Original. Because of the shortage of communication circles across the barriers of the natural universe, the powerful subordinates of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou in the fierce universe also chose to use death to remind Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. Something happened to the evil universe. The black gold patterned shards appeared in the fierce universe. It can pass the barriers of the natural universe silently. It's incredible. Quote. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's eyes opened in anger, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes were full of incredible colors. But things happened. Even if you cannot accept it, you must accept it and come up with countermeasures. But there is only one dumb way: stop loss. Could it be? Do I have to sacrifice the crystal wall universe in my own body? If this continues, I've finally paved the road to promotion, and it will be difficult to narrow it down again. Well, go to rescue some important places, the rest can only be given up. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's pupils trembled, and the endless resentment and anger almost sprayed out. Immediately after, he forcibly suppressed the tsunami-like emotions in his heart and began to use the avenue of time and space to shuttle to other natural universes. However, he did not choose Fierce Universe, but Xuanhao Universe. Xuanhao Universe is one of the natural universes he manages best, second only to Yuanming Universe, and there are many important things in it. For example, believers who provide incense aspirations. In the Xuanhao Universe, his best believers are the ones who survive. At this moment, rumble, an extremely terrifying wave of time and space exploded from Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's body, instantly covering a radius of hundreds of millions of light years. Immediately after, a gloomy light appeared behind him, slowly growing, covering it completely. For an instant, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, who was shrouded in gloom, left Yuanming Universe and arrived at Xuanhao Universe. Just came in, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou felt the incense strength of incense, and his mood improved. At the same time, the heavenly Mian continent, no, it should be said that it is in the exile land of the boundless world. Su Lang has always shared the perception of the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, and has witnessed the destruction of the 5 Juyun Taichu. It is to remind Emperor Yuan Mingzhou with his life. Haha, it's really miserable. With these people's reminders, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou may not dare to come to this fierce universe. So, which of the other 8 natural universes will he go to? Well, it should be priority to go to the more important one. When I sent the treasure-hunting ancestral flying step on the spot, before, I discovered that the Xuanhao universe is different from the rest of the universe. It looks like a universe that has never raised believers. Moreover, the quality of believers is still very high. Then, he is likely to go to this universe. It doesn't matter if you guess wrong, it's nothing more than sending out treasure-hunting ancestral flying a few more times. Quote. Su Lang thought so, with a sneer in his eyes. The next moment, he dispatched the treasure-hunting ancestral flying to the Xuanhao universe. Because when stepping on the spot, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider travels through the passage of time and space, so the dispatchable map is also near the passage of time and space. It was just at the beginning of the construction of the airport. It is near the most prosperous cosmic area in the natural universe, therefore, As soon as the treasure-hunting ancestral flying appeared, he immediately faced Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Squeak. The treasure-hunting ancestor glider looked at a galaxy floating in the distance, and the Emperor Yuanmingzhou floating above a certain planet, exuding the eternal horror, made a cunning cry. "It's you, miscellaneous flying squirrel." Emperor Yuanmingzhou also looked at the treasure-hunting ancestral flying stunned. His face was full of anger, aggrieved and incredible colors. In his heart, there are endless stormy waves beating his chest. Emperor Yuanmingzhou couldn't believe it. The miscellaneous flying squirrel that was supposed to be in the fierce universe suddenly appeared in the xianxia universe, and it appeared in front of him. After an instant of horror and disbelief, Emperor Yuanmingzhou felt a strong sense of play. He is being played by the squirrel, or the man behind the squirrel. Chapter 2317. Yuanmingzhou Emperor mentality exploded. Dog awful. Who are you? Why are you targeting me so much? I am also an eternal state. You show up to fight with me, even if you die in your hands. I don't want to be teased by you. Emperor Yuanmingzhou roared, and waves of anger rose from his heart, almost bursting him on the spot. Ha ha, after the situation, Yunj, do you think I am an eternal state of other natural universes? It's really dark under the light, the deity is far away from the horizon, ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Su Lang couldn't help but let out a small smile. The immortal Emperor Zhou, who was bound by the heart-piercing lock, also saw this scene, with a complex look on his face. Emperor Yuanmingzhou, that unbelievably powerful man, was incredibly furious in Su Lang's palm. At this time, Squeak, the treasure-hunting ancestor glider looked at the huge planet not far away, squeaked at the Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and then flew to that planet. You, miscellaneous flying squirrel, dog byproducts, I will kill you. Emperor Yuanmingzhou watched the treasure-hunting ancestor flying towards the planet, and suddenly became so angry that his facial features were about to shift. That was his pre-selected target planet. As an enemy, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider swaggers to ****** the planet under his nose. This is simply naked contempt and naked humiliation. The great shame swept through Emperor Yuanmingzhou like a tsunami, and his teeth burst with hatred. However, there is no way to stop it. I can only give up this planet to prevent the treasure-hunting ancestral glider from being collected into the body, causing myself to suffer. Dogs, even if I am dead, you need to know who is playing with me. I want to find you, behind the scenes. Emperor Yuanmingzhou roared heartbreakingly. He trembled all over, like sifting chaff, and his blood-red eyes were full of thick anger, and even an endless will to fight. Immediately after, he directly abandoned his plan to collect the planet himself. Instead, let those powerful warriors from the beginning to accept the planets and the creatures in the universe. And he himself began to make preparations to investigate and find the origin of the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. This ghost appeared in Yuanming universe at first. I want to return to Yuanming universe, find out its origin, and directly deal with the black hand behind the scenes. Anyway, it's a death, it's better to die vigorously. Anyway, it didn't live tens of billions of years in vain. Quote. Emperor Yuanmingzhou clenched his teeth and began to use the Tao of time and space to return to Yuanming universe. In his speculation, to be able to possess the strange spirit pet of the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, the black hand behind the scenes must be very strong. Therefore, he almost has a mortal heart. In the land of exile. Oh, just give up the stop-loss plan. Are you going to find out my behind the scenes? And it's still speculating that I am a strong man behind the scenes. This is my mentality exploded. Su Lang saw Emperor Yuanmingzhou's anger and roar through the treasure-hunting ancestral flyer, and the corner of his mouth immediately hooked, revealing a strong playfulness. Soon, the color of playfulness disappeared. The solemn color revealed from Su Lang's eyes. Emperor Yuanmingzhou thought he was a stronger eternal realm powerhouse. But he is not. If he was caught by Emperor Yuanmingzhou, he would have to face a battle. With his current strength, it was not enough. You must be prepared. It's time to upgrade a wave of weapons and treasures. Insufficient combat power, come with equipment. However, without the Tao of time and space, I can at best guarantee that I will not die under the pursuit of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. The most important thing is Time Avenue. The system immediately refines the new materials I currently obtain into a pill, and then synthesizes and strengthens me to the half-step eternal level. While thinking about it, Su Lang gave instructions to the system. Ding! Successful alchemy, you will obtain the perfect quality Juchao Michin Pill 5. Ding! Successful alchemy, you will get the perfect quality Yuan access control pill 5. Ding. The synthesis is successful, you will get the Juyuntai primary perfect pill, Taiwei Qingxi Dan 1. Ding. Successfully strengthened, you will get a half-step eternal level perfect pill, 2 Clean Shi Dan 1. Quote. A series of system prompts appeared, and a half-step eternal realm perfect pill appeared in the storage space. Whenever one appears, as long as it is a cultivation type of medicine, he will swallow all of it instantly. At the same time, Su Lang waved his big hand, and the Yudian sword, Tianya 8-edged shield, infinity, and other weapons appeared in front of him, floating up and down, exuding an extremely powerful aura. It's time to strengthen the weapon. Chapter 2318. You don't want to order me. There are 6 weapons in front of Su Lang. Yudian sword, Tianjia 8-sided shield, the mirror of reincarnation, the sword of life, the nest of creatures, and the infinity. Among them, the levels of Yudian sword and Tianjia 8-edged shield have reached the half-step eternal realm, and on this basis, they have been strengthened 3 times. Its power almost reached the ceiling of the half-step eternal state. The state of reincarnation, the sword of life, and the nest of creatures have all reached the 9-generation primordial stage, and strengthened 3 times to reach the half-step eternal level. As for the boundless number, it is also invincible under the eternal realm, completely reaching the ceiling of half-step eternity, unable to reach the next level. You can only accumulate energy in the current realm and try to use quantitative changes to cause qualitative changes to see if you can break through to the eternal realm. Just come from Yudian sword first. The system, immediately activate the enhanced reset function, target Yudian sword. With a thought, Su Lang issued instructions to the system. Suddenly, the mysterious strengthening effect disappeared from Yudian sword, and his power suddenly began to fall. But even so, after all the strengthening effects disappear, the power of the Yudian sword is much stronger than the ordinary half-step eternal, enough to complete a spike. System, start the weapon evolution function. Target, Yudian sword. Su Lang held the Yudian sword in his hand, took a deep breath, and gave instructions. Ding. Insufficient function level. Ding. Using the 1000 universe core source can raise the limit of the current function and unlock the current function to level 16. Ding. Insufficient materials. Lack of the origin of the universe 100. Ding. Yudian sword has insufficient conditions, and the spirit has not yet merged with Time Avenue. The 4 system prompts sounded in Su Lang's mind, which immediately surprised him. Lying down. I just want to try to see if it can evolve, but I didn't expect to get so many hints. The level of the 1-key mixer function reached the limit of level 15 a long time ago, and now it is possible to use the core of the universe to increase the function limit and unlock it to level 16. Tisk tusk, I never expected it. In addition, the evolution of the Yudian sword actually requires the origin of the universe and the great avenue of time. Where can I find these 2 things now? It seems that the Yudian sword cannot be evolved today. The light in Su Lang's eyes flickered, with surprise and helplessness. The host. It does not matter. Even if it is Emperor Yuanmingzhou, even if it is an eternal powerhouse, Xiaoyu will help you cut him. Even if Xiaoyu's body is broken, she will never regret it. Xiaoyu emerged from her body, squeezed her fist, and said very seriously, "What?" Hearing this, Su Lang was immediately stunned. It was the first time he saw Xiaoyu so serious, and he couldn't help being a little moved, however. Anyway, if Xiaoyu is finished, the master must be finished too. Xiaoyu continued to say earnestly, Xiaoyu is already very happy to be buried with his master. Puff, lie noisy, you don't want me to be good. Give me back to your funeral, God, I will give you a funeral, today this deity will let you know who is the master. Su Lang rolled his eyes and the corners of his mouth twitched on the spot, then stretched out his hands and grabbed Xiaoyu. What? Brother Su Lang is the master, and Xiaoyu is the maid. Master, what are you going to do to Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu is still a child. Xiaoyu thumped his hands and feet like a caught cat, exclaiming in her mouth. I won't do anything to you. Just to let you know that flesh and blood is itchy. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, one hand grasped Xiaoyu, and the other began to tickle. This is no ordinary tickling. Instead, special techniques are used. Anyway, I don't know which strange technique I learned from. This technique has been passively raised to the eternal level. Then, under the super tickle means of the eternal realm. What? Master, no. Ha ha ha, itchy, ha ha, itchy. Stop it, Master, Xiaoyu can't take it anymore. Xiaoyu, who had been terribly skinny before, suddenly screamed and itchy, and immediately began to beg for mercy. Chapter 2319. The process is too fast, humph. See if you dare to hide in the future. Su Lang let go of Xiaoyu temporarily with a soft snort. Slightly, isn't it still Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu's eyes rolled around, and he ran into the body with his tongue out. This stinky girl. The corner of Su Lang's eyes twitched, and he immediately used methods to pull Xiaoyu out and continued to clean up. But at this moment, the host, Xiaoyu will not be finished, neither will the master. It is Emperor Yuanmingzhou who is going to die. We will definitely kill him. We don't want to die together, we must live together. Xiaoyu's voice filled Su Lang's mind full of excitement. Well, it's almost the same. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. But in the next moment he activated his hexentong and quietly looked at Xiaoyu. He successfully changed the subject. The owner is so cute. Xiaoyu was full of joy in her heart, completely unaware that her thoughts had been understood by Su Lang. Ah, I really want to, forget it. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he quickly took a deep breath, suppressing the idea of catching Xiaoyu out for education in his heart. Xiaoyu, the girl's temperament, hardly changed. Call. Su Lang let out a long sigh and immediately issued instructions. System. Activate the one-key enhancement function. Target Yutian sword. Ding. Strengthened successfully. Yutian sword +1. Ding. Strengthened successfully. Yutian sword +1. Ding. Strengthened successfully. Yutian sword +1. Ding. Strengthening success. Ding. The system prompt sounded 6 times in succession, and the Yutian sword was strengthened 6 times. One after another extremely powerful aura sprayed out of Yu Tianjian's body. To the end, the breath of Yutian sword is so terrifying that it can easily crush a powerful person from the beginning. If it weren't for Su Lang to suppress it, it would definitely sweep the entire place of exile and accidentally kill a huge number of warriors. Wow, 6 times, so comfortable. It's just that the process is too fast. It would be better if you can experience it for a longer time. In the Yutian sword, Xiaoyu felt the majestic energy all over his body, and suddenly groaned in comfort. At the same time, the immortal Emperor Zhou, who was bound by the piercing heart lock, was dumbfounded. What's the situation? In the end, what happened? That extremely powerful half-step eternal weapon, why in the hands of Su Lang, it became even stronger in an instant. This majestic breath is already comparable to the eternal realm. Hey, how did this happen? Although Eternal Emperor had seen the natural universe gate array refined by Su Lang, as well as weapons such as Zijin Gourd. But I haven't seen the scene of Su Lang upgrading his weapon with his own eyes. At this moment, she saw Su Lang lifting the Yutian sword with her own eyes, and she was shocked again. Emperor Zhou couldn't help but look at Su Lang, and he felt a great horror. Su Lang is really too strong. And it's almighty and powerful, there is no shortcoming kind. The cultivation speed and the real combat power are beyond imagination. Even the 3 ways of refining alchemy are extremely abnormal. This is simply a freak that is difficult to appear in countless natural universes and countless epics. The immortal Emperor Zhou clearly realized. Give Su Lang a little more time, and Emperor Yuanmingzhou will lose. At the same time, Su Lang faintly smiled at the shock of the immortal Emperor Zhou, and then used the weapon recognition function to see the information of Yutian sword in his eyes. Yutian sword at this time. Based on the half-step eternal realm, 6 enhancements were made. The powerful energy it mastered was crazily concentrated and increased crazily, but the qualitative change still did not occur. It is equivalent to Su Lang himself, possessing a regular level power comparable to the eternity of a universe, belonging to the eternity of a universe. Just. The conventional power is like a bubble in front of the real eternal powerhouse. No matter how big a bubble is, it bursts with a single poke, really. After all, we still have to condense the avenue of time. There was a dignity in Su Lang's eyes, and he immediately looked at the cultivator and tried to condense the path of time. Ding. Insufficient cultivation, unable to condense time avenue. The system prompt seemed a bit ruthless. Chapter 2320. Eternal Weapon of Void Realm, still not enough. Well, let's upgrade the weapon first. Su Lang frowned slightly, and immediately threw a half-step Eternal Realm pill that had just been refined into his mouth, and then continued to strengthen the weapon. Behind the Yutian sword, there is the 8-edged shield of Tianzhao. The level of the 8-sided shield of Tianzhao is the same as that of the Yudian sword. Su Lang didn't use enhanced reset anymore, because he couldn't evolve anyway. Directly on the current basis, the heavenly 8-edged shield was strengthened 3 times, so that its regular level defensive ability also reached a virtual realm eternal. Immediately after, Su Lang took the Sword of Life, the Mirror of Reincarnation, and the Nest of Creatures system. Start the enhanced reset function. Su Lang holds the Sword of Life and activates the system functions. Ding! Strengthen the reset successfully. A system prompt appeared, and the 9 enhancements of the Sword of Life suddenly returned to 0, and its power fell back to the realm of the Juyan Prime beginning. System, start the weapon evolution function. Only retain the current characteristics, promote the Sword of Life. Su Lang started to evolve the Sword of Life. Ding! Consume the soul of the primordial asterisk 86,988, the elementary material, the life and death jade of the sun and the moon asterisk 1,889,688. The Sword of Life has evolved into a half-step eternal weapon of the primordial primacy. The system prompts that the voice has just dropped. Su Lang immediately issued the second instruction: activate the enhanced function, target the Sword of Life. In an instant, countless materials disappeared. Turn it into an incomparably mysterious and powerful force, pour it into the Sword of Life, and increase its power level by level. Strengthen once, strengthen twice, strengthen 3 times. The same as after 6 enhancements. Su Lang just closed the enhancement function. So far, the power of the Sword of Life has also reached the eternal level of a universe of Void Realm. As long as Su Lang wields his sword, he can immediately resurrect countless creatures who have died soon, and they are full of blood and blue. Of course. The Sword of Life was prepared by Su Lang for himself. This is equivalent to a comprehensive recovery medicine bottle, which can recover a huge amount of life and mana at one time. The key can be reused, which is awesome. Asafir thanked the master for his power. The spirit Asafi flew out of the Sword of Life and bowed in front of Su Lang. He has angel wings on his back, full of holy energy. Okay. Su Lang nodded slightly, took it into the Sword of Life, and then blended it into his robe to form a pattern. Soon, Su Lang brought the realm of reincarnation and the nest of creatures before his eyes. These 2 auxiliary weapons continued to manage the inner world for Su Lang, and everything was developing methodically and rapidly. Now every moment, there are endless incense aspirations into the Void Spirit universe, entering the 3 major Void Dragon Vein worlds, and turning them into special aspirations. And so, regardless of the fact that the 2 of them have no sense of existence, they are actually very important. System, start the enhanced reset function. Su Lang grasped the realm of reincarnation, and started to improve. Again, a short moment, countless materials disappeared in the storage space. The state of reincarnation has evolved to a half-step eternal state, and it has been strengthened 3 times, possessing very powerful power. Xiaoluo thanked Master. Qiling Xiaoluo also came out to thank you immediately. The woman was dressed in white, with a slightly frosty sleeve, her temperament surpassing all beings. Okay, go back and take charge of reincarnation. Su Lang smiled and nodded, and collected it into the Dantian universe. Finally, it was the turn of the living creatures, Nest. Using the same method, Su Lang evolved it once and strengthened it 3 times, reaching the same level as the reincarnation realm. Today's nest of creatures has greatly improved. The creation of countless spores is just the most basic function, more characteristic abilities, but it has become a derivation civilization. Now, there are countless derivative cultivation civilizations formed on the basis of martial arts civilization in my body. In that case, you should call it the nest of civilization. Su Lang thought for a while, renamed the nest of living beings to the nest of civilization, and then put it into the universe of life. Next, it's the turn of infinity. Last time, all the parts of infinity have evolved into the realm of the Xian Taichu. The number of enhancements has reached the limit of the 1 key enhancement function, 11 times. Its power has skyrocketed to the level of tens of thousands of times the ordinary half-step eternal. Now, he ushered in another promotion. Chapter 2321, Terrifying Infinity, System. Start the enhanced reset function. Start the weapon evolution function. Target infinity number 120,000 parts. Su Lang looked at the materials piled up like planets in the storage space, a look of expectation flashed in his eyes, and gave orders. Suddenly, on the boundless, the strengthening effect disappeared instantly, and the powerful aura immediately dropped a lot. But then, a breath more powerful than one burst from the body of infinity. This is the 120,000 parts in his body that are being promoted. Promotion of every part will bring him a huge improvement. After all, this is the basic level of upgrading parts. 120,000 complementary and indispensable parts have been crazy improved in a short period of time. In a blink of an eye, all the parts have been promoted to the stage of Wuyan Taichu stage. But this is not over yet. The parts in infinity are still being promoted. 100, 1,000, 10,000. The parts of the Wuyan primordial beginning stage one by one became the 6 Yan primordial beginning stage. To the end, all the 120,000 parts have been promoted to the primordial 6th stage. But the promotion of the infinite has not stopped. There are many materials in the storage space. The materials used to build the 9 major time and space ports are really too many times more than the 2 superstars that have collapsed in the treasure hunt ancestor flying. After the parts have evolved in all directions twice, the core components of the infinity continue to evolve. The first is the central part controlled by Su Lang, and then the surrounding important core parts, one after the other, evolved into the weapon of the Qian primordial stage. To the end, 10,000 parts have evolved to the Qian primordial stage. So far, the Boundless has not been strengthened, its power has exceeded the previous 11 times of strengthening. System. Startup has been enhanced with one key. Target, infinity. Su Lang's eyes were extremely bright, and he quickly issued instructions. Ding. Successfully strengthened. Infinite number +1. Ding. Successfully strengthened. Infinite number +1. Ding. Successfully strengthened. Infinite number +1. Quote. A series of system prompts resounded through Su Lang's mind, 11 times. This also means, the number of enhancements of Boundless has once again reached the limit of the current enhancements. And what level of power has the infinity reached? The second universe void realm is eternal. Yes, its power has reached the eternal 2-universe void realm. Incredible, unbelievable. Su Lang's super-humanoid weapon unexpectedly possesses the eternal aura of the second universe. Although busy Yuan Mingzhou Emperor's breath has a vain feeling, it is indeed the eternal breath of the second universe. Oh my god, who is this Su Lang? Is he really just a man who grew up in the run-down universe of the infinite universe? Quote. Indestructible Emperor Zhou looked at Su Lang's refined boundless number in disbelief, and the 3 views that had been rubbed into powder were rubbed again. Su Lang possesses such a powerful weapon, to some extent, he has caught up with Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. How long is this? If you use the timeline of the endless universe, it will only take a few days. Even if you add in the time spent cultivating in the land of exile, this time is scary. If it is a general Taichu warrior, I'm afraid that I can't even increase the mana in the body. Tisk Tut, the eternal weapon of the second universe void realm. Although it is also fragile like a bubble in front of the eternal realm, as long as it is poured into the time avenue, it can immediately become a real eternal realm weapon. Su Lang looked at the brand new infinity, a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes, and a trace of solemnity. Soon, his gaze immediately fell on the treasure-hunting ancestral glider in Xuanhao's natural universe. Never mind that it took a while to promote weapons in the exile. But in Xuanhao universe, the timeline was about 100,000 times slower. At this time, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou had just unfolded the power of the space-time avenue, and he wanted to travel through the barriers of the natural universe and head to Yuanming universe. It's so cool that the time flow is fast. All other people's actions are slow motion in my eyes. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth, then turned his eyes, and fell to the edge of the boundless universe, where the gate of the natural universe was. Chapter 2322. Then I'm as you wish. Some clones are maintaining the operation of the gates of the natural universe. But now there is not much need to maintain the gate of the natural universe, therefore. Su Lang directly asked the clone to cancel the gate of the natural universe and put the array into the storage space. Rumble, lost the natural universe array, that terrifying black hole-like passage, instantly collapsed and disappeared, causing extremely terrifying time and space fluctuations. Fortunately, this place is already at the edge of the endless universe, and there is no life planet around it. Otherwise, these living planets will not only die, but even the planet will be shattered. Without the avenue of time, the power of time and space is too unstable. Su Lang curled his lips, and immediately tried to condense the Tao of time, but it still didn't work. Then, He put his gaze on Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's body. Through the treasure hunt ancestral flying, Su Lang clearly saw that the Emperor Yuan Mingzhou burst into a strange gloom, and the power of the time and space on his body surged, and he quickly completed the shuttle of the barriers of the natural universe. Go with. Follow him. Su Lang frowned slightly, and sent the treasure-hunting ancestral flying into Yuanming universe. But Yuanming universe is too big. I don't know where Emperor Yuan Mingzhou appeared after he shuttled past. He wants to find out where I am. The best way is to use time to look back. Although the treasure-hunting ancestral glider is immune to attacks from the eternal realm, it is not immune to such harmless behavior. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou will almost certainly find my position, and it shouldn't take long. Then, there is only one way for me, and that is to drag words. Quote. Su Lang touched his chin, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The immortal Emperor Zhou on the side saw this and immediately understood what Su Lang was going to do. His pupils trembled, and he mourned for Emperor Yuan Mingzhou in advance. The brain is running fast. Various strategies flashed in Su Lang's mind, but they were all overturned after he thought about them. Finally, Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and secretly changed his dragging tactics into cheating tactics. Humph, don't you want to find the man behind the scenes? In that case, then I will let you find, ta as you wish. Su Lang waved his hand, and a large number of heaven, material and earth treasures from outside the boundless universe appeared in front of him. He wants to refine a kind of audiovisual stone. But you can't use the material of the boundless universe, otherwise you can see it with the savage look of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. It is a good way to choose the materials of Yuanming universe. Anyway, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou definitely couldn't infer from the materials that people in the boundless universe were doing ghosts. But this is not perfect. Unable to meet the requirements for the use of cheats, the best choice. In fact, it uses materials that Emperor Yuan Mingzhou has never seen before. Use the relatively low-level but very rare materials in the remaining 9 natural universes, and then use the one-click synthesis function to synthesize brand new materials. Then, it is very possible to produce completely unrecognizable material. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and the one-key synthesis function was immediately activated. Then, in the sluggish eyes of the immortal Emperor Zhou, a lot of materials in front of Su Lang merged together to form a brand new material. This singular ability, the immortal Emperor Zhou immediately shook his brain blank again, almost becoming a fool. Well, there are still traces of the 9 universes. Su Lang put the material aside, and then took out a pile of materials again to fuse them. But it still doesn't work. If you look closely, you can still see the clue. Su Lang tried a few more times without believing in evil, and the best result was that it was 80% likely to have concealed it from Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. But once Emperor Yuan Mingzhou discovers that there is a problem with the material, it comes from the 10 natural universes he has mastered, he will definitely be suspicious, and he will not believe anything Su Lang said. I'm going, what should I do? By the way, the fragments of the dead universe, that were decomposed before are eternal weapons. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou is in contact with the eternal powerhouses of the rest of the universe, maybe they have made a deal. Then, the materials obtained by decomposing the fragments of the dead universe are likely to have materials outside the netherworld, the infinite universe, and the other 9 natural universes. Hey, if it is true, I can not only deceive Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, but also bring disaster to the east. Wonderful, wonderful. Su Lang's eyes brightened, and he immediately searched for such materials from the storage space. Chapter 2323. Make a bait for trouble. The materials obtained by decomposing the fragments of the dead universe are all good things. Su Lang can't bear to use it as a strengthening material, so it's all stored in the storage space. The incomparably huge fragments of the folding fan of the dead universe have been decomposed to obtain more materials and have accumulated into a huge material planet. Su Lang's spirituality explored wildly in it. Under the effect of material recognition, every material is clearly recognized by him. Combining the materials of the boundless universe, Yuanming universe, and the other 9 natural universes in the storage space, we will conduct multiple comparisons and screenings. Su Lang quickly found out some materials that were by no means infinite universe, Yuanming universe and other 9 natural universes. Hey, it is very possible that these materials were traded by Emperor Yuan Mingzhou from other natural universes. However, just in case, more careful identification is needed. Su Lang smiled, and then began to make further identification to prevent the possibility of misunderstanding. Checked it back and forth several times. Only then did Su Lang believe that the materials he had selected had no problem at all, and they were definitely materials outside of the 11 natural universes, such as Infinity and Yuanming. But this is not over yet. To bring disaster to the east, that's not enough. I have to select materials that were born in the same natural universe. Otherwise, if these materials are all mixed together, it is estimated that Emperor Yuanmingzhou will not recognize the synthesized materials, and the tricks for disaster will not take effect. He must be able to recognize it by himself, otherwise I can't come out and point him out myself. Quote. Thinking about this, Su Lang started another identification. Quickly. Rely on the material identification function. Su Lang divided the currently selected materials into 7 parts. This means, these materials come from the other 7 natural universes that he has never seen before, but the Emperor Yuanmingzhou has set foot and traded. Tisk tut, a total of 7 natural universes. Emperor Yuanmingzhou, you really have a lot of friendship. Unfortunately, you are not sure who is doing you right now. Thozadao friends must be among your doubts. Just let me increase your suspicion, no, let you know from the bottom of your heart that someone in their 7 natural universes is doing you. A playful smile was outlined at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and he immediately selected the most numerous pile of materials in front of him. Immediately after, select a few from the remaining 6 piles of materials and add them to the list of synthesized materials. This is to disguise synthetic materials. Otherwise, Emperor Yuanmingzhou would see through it at a glance, and it would not be perfect. After all, a big boss who can become an eternal powerhouse is not a fool, and he will definitely cover up. It is a bit fake if he doesn't cover up at all, and he will be suspected, and so Emperor Yuanmingzhou must not be able to see through at the first glance, and only at the second or third glance. In this way, he will trust his judgment more. Okay, that's it. So, the system, start the 1 key synthesis function. Su Lang was very satisfied with his plan and immediately activated the synthesis function. Suddenly, the material selected by him instantly merged into a single material. This is a special gem, with a very high level, with a full half-step eternal level. In this special gem, exudes a very unique breath. It's done. Just want this feeling. Su Lang licked his lips excitedly, and immediately picked out a few more materials and began to refine the video stone, a small object that can transmit images and sounds. With his current refining skills, he can refine this stuff by picking up a piece of soil, not to mention using the main material of the half-step eternal realm. Quickly, under Su Lang's meticulous creation, a red diamond-shaped audiovisual stone appeared. This red diamond-shaped audiovisual stone exudes a more peculiar aura. At first glance, it was completely different from the large pile of alien and natural cosmic materials that Su Lang had selected before. But if you take a closer look, you can faintly discover some clues. Then continue to observe deeply, and you will discover the truth and determine which thing in the natural universe this is from. Chapter 2324, I don't believe you are not fooled, finished. Such a perfect bait, I don't believe you are not fooled. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a sneer. Simultaneously, Emperor Zhou sees Su Lang refining the audiovisual stone. Although I don't know what Su Lang is going to do, but because of Su Lang's expression, there was a shuddering feeling. Suddenly, Emperor Zhou sighed again for Emperor Mingzhou. As for Su Lang, he picked up the red audiovisual stone in his hand and placed it in front of him. Immediately after, I change, Su Lang turned around and became a muscular man. Is this going to record audio and video footage? Seeing this scene, Emperor Zhou, his eyes flashed, secretly guessing, is it possible that Su Lang is looking for the Emperor Mingzhou to negotiate? But the next moment, Su Lang's words directly overturned her guess. Ha 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 ha, Emperor Yuanmingzhou, Quang Hu Yunj. How does it feel to be looted by my flying squirrel? Quote. Su Lang faced the audiovisual stone that had been opened in front of him, and began to act wildly. Quickly, Su Lang recorded the video and audio he wanted, and then looked at the site of the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. In order to make the bait for the audiovisual stone, a little time passed in the exile, but in Yuanming universe where the flow of time is relatively slow, only a moment has passed. Emperor Yuanmingzhou also just used the time-space barrier shuttle method of the natural universe to reach the Yuanming universe. Next, Emperor Yuanmingzhou's figure flashed, and he came near the evil star. Simultaneously, Emperor Yuanmingzhou wants to explore the origins of the treasure-hunting ancestor flying, and he will definitely use the method of backtracking. The place to look back is most likely to be the first-time spaceport superstar that the treasure-hunting ancestor glider makes a noise, near the evil superstar. Su Lang's eyes flashed with thoughtful light, and he instantly dispatched the treasure-hunting ancestral glider to the void near the fierce star. Really? Just appeared. Su Lang saw Emperor Yuanmingzhou through the sight of the treasure-hunting ancestral glider. And Emperor Yuanmingzhou naturally found the treasure-hunting ancestor glider. Damn it, you dare to follow along. When I find the man behind you, I must make you pay. Even if it's dead, I won't make you feel better. Quote. Emperor Yuanmingzhou looked at the treasure-hunting ancestral glider close at hand. Even if the treasure-hunting ancestral glider did nothing, he felt a deep humiliation. Immediately after, Emperor Yuanmingzhou was ready to use the time retrospective function to find out where the treasure-hunting ancestral flying lance appeared. But at this moment, squeak, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider made a sly smile. Immediately after, as soon as it lost its claws, it passed the red diamond-shaped audiovisual stone by Su Lang using the item transfer function. This is Video Stone. Emperor Yuanmingzhou looked at the red diamond-shaped audiovisual stone with a fluctuating expression. He instinctively sensed something wrong with the audiovisual stone. Wow! However, a beam of light was suddenly projected from the audiovisual stone, condensed into the appearance of a muscular man. Who are you? It's you, controlling this weird stray flying squirrel, harming the natural universe, and even humiliating it. I have no grudges with you, you have to deal with me like this. Emperor Yuanmingzhou frowned, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his voice was as cold as if he were about to freeze the void. Ha 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 ha, Emperor Yuanmingzhou, Kuang Hu Yunj. How does it feel to be looted by my flying squirrel? Tell you, this is just an appetizer. If you take the initiative to surrender your natural universe, I can give you a way out. But if you refuse, you will be embarrassed, your natural universe, and your life. I want it. Finally, don't ask me why, asking is the weak and the strong. The big man projected by the red audiovisual stone laughed wildly, his eyes full of superiority and contempt. You. Dog awful. Who are you? Who are you? Emperor Yuanmingzhou looked at the contemptuous and ruthless big man, suddenly furious, and wanted to vomit blood and shame. The term, the weak eat the strong. He has always used it on others. Now, someone said to him that they wanted to eat the flesh of a weak man. Chapter 2325, Yuanmingzhou Emperor Zongji, ha 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 ha. Emperor Yuanmingzhou, Kuang Hu Yunj. Quote. The big man projected by the video stone laughed wildly again, but only repeated the previous words. This is a pre-recorded video. Give me the final letter. Knowing my real name, the only people who have contact with me are the 7 surrounding universes, Emperor Zhou. When did you dare to attack me? Emperor Yuanmingzhou couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, and with a wave of his hand, he took the audiovisual stone into his hand and crushed it fiercely. Click. The audiovisual stone suddenly fell apart, and even a faint smoke burst out. Okay, this kind of breath is unfamiliar, but it also feels familiar. Yes, this is the treasure of the mysterious universe in the other 7 natural universes. Although I have tried my best to conceal it, the craftsmanship of the person who refines the audiovisual stone is obviously not enough, and the concealment is not thorough enough. Let me see a clue. Even the part of the material used to cover up the main material is also a product of theirs. Sure enough, it is Emperor Xuanyu who wants to do something to me, and they want to pretend to be the other more powerful and unfamiliar Emperor Zhou to intimidate me, and defeat the soldiers without fighting. What an abomination. Perhaps I grew up too fast and destroyed 10 natural universes one after another, which aroused their fear and finally caused them to unite against me. Quote. After analyzing and replenishing his brain, Emperor Yuanmingzhou immediately determined that it was the 7 natural universe Emperor Zhou that united to engage him. Suddenly, there was a burst of anger in his heart. To be able to trade with those 7 emperors, the 2 sides must have friendship, but now the 7 emperors of the universe began to engage in him silently. This immediately made him feel betrayed by being stabbed from the back. This feeling instantly deepened his hatred. Damn it, Xuanyu Emperor Zhou, Zixu Zhou Emperor. I know you are looking at me, you want to kill me, it's not that easy. I said, even if you die, I will make you pay the price. Quote. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou looked at the treasure-hunting ancestral glider hanging high in the air. His eyes were cracking, his teeth were gritted, and he roared with incomparable resentment. Immediately after, he immediately started thinking about countermeasures against a total of 7 Emperor Zhou. I have to say that Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's courage is really amazing, even at this point. There has never been any idea of giving up, of course. The truth is, giving up is no use. Facing the joint attack of the 7 emperors, he had no choice at all. Even if you give up resistance, it is a dead end. Why not fight to get that chance? At the same time, infinity, a place of exile. Ha ha ha, sure enough, I was fooled. Actually, it was expected. My strength is too weak, he won't doubt me even if he kills him. With a little guidance, he will directly target the 7 emperors of the universe. Su Lang looked at the resentment scene of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou through the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, and he laughed and burst into tears. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, I was deceived. He who was wise all his life was played by Su Lang between his hands, but he didn't even know it. Su Lang, this man, terrible. Emperor Zhou looked at Su Lang, who was laughing loudly, with a touch of fear on his demented face. Next, it's time to watch a good show. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, looking at Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's every move through the treasure hunt ancestral flying eagle. Xuanyu you choppy, I know you are listening. I'm telling you, I will never get caught with my hands. You want to kill me, want to seize my natural universe, I will make you pay a heavy price. Ha 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 ha, come on, see who can't bear it. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou went mad and roared at the treasure-hunting ancestral flying lance, thinking that behind the treasure-hunting ancestral flying eagle were the 7 emperors. Next moment, he directly gave up the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, and the power of the time and space avenue burst out from his body. Suddenly, a faint light burst out from behind Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. This gloomy light gradually grew, and gradually enveloped the body of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. Chapter 2326. This deity has already penetrated everything. Go, take a dip, and see if you can take a ride. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, causing the treasure-hunting ancestral flying to rush to Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's side. But it didn't work at all. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider failed to reach the light of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, and got on the ride to the site of one of the 7 emperors. Pity, if I can take a ride, I have more sorrows. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou has already killed one of the 7 emperors, and I must discover the truth soon. During this time, I have to speed up my time to practice. Treasure-hunting ancestor glider, go, and collect me the resources of the 9 natural universes of the origin Mingzhou Emperor. Quote. Su Lang's eyes flashed with thoughtful light, and immediately dispatched the treasure-hunting ancestral glider to the fierce universe and began to collect treasures. Wow, in the treasure hunt ancestral glider's scrape, countless treasures appeared in piles in Su Lang's storage space. Among them, Su Lang was most excited by the natural treasures that could refine alchemy. After all, for every additional pill, one more cultivation base. System, immediately activate the 1 key alchemy function and give me priority to refine the elixir that improves my cultivation level. Su Lang looked solemnly and gave the order. Ding, you get Heavenly Ninth Palace Taichu Pill 5. Ding, you get, quote. System prompts kept ringing, and a large number of elixir appeared out of thin air in the storage space. Su Lang immediately used the 1 key synthesis function and the 1 key strengthening function to turn all the medicines into half-step eternal grade medicines, and then swallowed them into his stomach. At the same time, mysterious desire in the natural universe. Rumble, an incomparably mighty time and space fluctuation suddenly descended somewhere in the star field. The terrifying power of time and space swayed like a sea of stars, and instantly shattered a whole star field, and the creatures on it were directly dead. Immediately after, in the center of the most intense time and space fluctuations, a man with a black robe and white hair and a twisted look of bitterness appeared. It was Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's Kuanghu Yunj. Zan Yu, you are going to kill me. Today I will destroy your natural universe. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou did not directly trouble the Emperor Xuanyu. He was driven by hatred to make the 7 emperors pay the greatest price. And so, his goal is the natural universe under the command of the 7 emperors. Children, kill me. Suspended over the fragmented star field, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou spread his hands, revealing a hideous smile. Next moment, a series of weird phantoms rushed out of his body, it was the incense evil spirit he raised. This kind of incense creature has no effect on the warriors of the same level, and even has no effect on the powerful 2 junior. But for the weaker Taichu and weaker creatures, the lethality can be great. The key is that these incense evil spirits have a large number of thieves, and they don't feel distressed when they die. They are perfect cannon fodder. At this time, countless incense and evil spirits radiated from Emperor Yuanmingzhou's body, and suddenly disappeared into the void of the dead universe. They are going to find the galaxy of life and release their most evil desires. Go, kill me everything, Emperor Yuanmingzhou hissed and roared, and he stepped out, instantly appearing over another star field. Boom. The incomparably terrifying energy condenses into 1 foot, crushing dozens of galaxies and countless planets like a mud pill. The creatures above screamed before they even had time to scream. At this time, after the situation, Yunj, why do you want to do something to my natural universe? You bastard, are you crazy? A very angry voice reached Emperor Yuanmingzhou's ears. Immediately afterwards, a spatial ripple spread out, and a short, thin, pale-skinned man emerged, his face full of anger and disbelief. Ha ha ha, Zan Yuzi, just pretend it. The deity has already penetrated everything, you want to kill me, just come. Emperor Yuanmingzhou looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, with cruel words in his mouth, but his body fled away. He didn't plan to fight with Xuanyuzi, because in his calculations, the other 6 people will be supported soon, and he will definitely die without a place to bury him. What he has to do is to make Xuanyuzi and other 7 people pay the price as much as possible. Chapter 2327, Don't plan to act at this moment. Emperor Yuanmingzhou teleported to the sky above another star field. Immediately, his thoughts moved, and an avenue of space suddenly descended. The entire star field shattered in an instant, turned into a canopy of cosmic dust, and countless creatures died tragically in an instant. After the situation, Yunj, stop it for me, you lunatic, who is going to kill you? The deity has been cultivating well in the old lair. You scumbag suddenly said that I was going to kill you, and even directly attacked my universe. It was crazy. Stop it to me. Zan Yuzi was furious, chasing behind Emperor Yuanmingzhou in disbelief, shouting continuously, trying to prevent Emperor Yuanmingzhou from doing damage everywhere, but his cultivation base is a little weaker than Emperor Mingzhou. It takes a bit of effort to catch up with Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and it is extremely difficult to stop Emperor Yuanmingzhou. And so, Zan Yuzi could only watch Emperor Yuanmingzhou frantically slaughtering his natural universe in front. Every shot, there is a bustling star field completely destroyed. Countless creatures, not even dead souls left. After the situation, Yunj, you crap. I hate you or blame you for doing this to me. Stop, you lunatic, if you don't stop, I'll fight you. Seeing Emperor Yuanmingzhou constantly destroying his natural universe, destroying his star field, and killing his own creatures, Zan Yuzi's anger grew more and more. Zan Yuzi, you old yin guy has good acting skills. If you want to kill the deity, let the deity kill it first. Emperor Yuanmingzhou's eyes are blood red, his body is full of murderous aura, his hair and robe are constantly floating. Immediately after, he was reckless and dashed in the mystic universe, rushing towards the most prosperous area. Damn it. After that, Yunj, you bloodthirsty dog. I think you just want to find an excuse to attack the deity's natural universe. It must be so. If the deity had not broken through to the level of the second universe 5 billion years ago, I am afraid you would have done it long ago. I tell you, fight as you want, don't do such a despicable thing. Zan Yuzi kept chasing behind Emperor Yuanmingzhou for a moment, his eyes flickered, and his brain quickly filled out the truth. Thought of this, Zan Yuzi couldn't help but gritted his teeth, furious. As an emperor of the second universe, although he is weaker than Emperor Yuanmingzhou, he won't be so scared. 9 Profound Star Universe Arrow, kill. However, I saw that Zan Yuzi was chasing behind Emperor Yuanmingzhou while taking out a strange longbow, which was an arrow at Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Call out. An ice blue arrow wrapped in terrifying power instantly penetrated time and space and appeared behind Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Don't plan on acting, miscellaneous, you are finally going to show your true colors. As soon as you do it, Zishu and the others are definitely going through the barriers of the natural universe, they are coming over. I won't make dumplings for you. I want to kill me. Go hard. Emperor Yuanmingzhou sneered and turned his head, the broken dead universe folding fan in his hand slammed out and collided with the ice blue arrow, bursting out a terrifying aftermath that destroyed hundreds of thousands of light years. Simultaneously, an incomparably powerful force of time and space erupted from Emperor Yuanmingzhou's body, forming a burst of gloom. What? After the situation, this guy Yunj, he thinks the seven of us have to deal with him. At this time, he is going to the rest of the natural universe. What's going on? What the asterisk is going on? After hearing the words of Emperor Yuanmingzhou, Zan Yuzi was shocked, and understood that things might not be as simple as he thought. Next moment, the gloomy light on Emperor Yuanmingzhou burst out, enveloped the whole body, and then completely disappeared. After the situation, Yunj really went to other natural universes. If he wants to find an excuse to deal with my universe, then it shouldn't be like this. He should fight with me and kill me before I can ask Zishu and others for help, but now, he's gone. Does he really think that the seven of us have to act on him? That's why he is so crazy. Could it be that among the other 6 people, someone tried to attack him without telling me? Damn, what happened? Zan Yuzi thought in a daze, and then immediately took out the treasure to transmit information across the barriers of the natural universe. Chapter 2328, What do you think about it at the same time? Emperor Yuanmingzhou has passed through the barriers of time and space in the natural universe and reached another natural universe, Zixu Natural Universe. The Zixu Natural Universe is the home of Zixu Zhou Emperor, a universe that has been developed for many years, and is more prosperous than the universe of Xuanyuzi. At this time, as soon as Emperor Yuanmingzhou appeared, he immediately started to kill, and instantly destroyed a giant star field not far away. Ha ha ha, I let you deal with me. Let you me. Today I will let you taste the bitter fruit of Yunj's response to my situation. Die for me. After the Emperor Yuanmingzhou destroyed a star field, he let out a stern laugh, and instantly shuttled through the space to the second star field, and then wiped it out with his hand. Suddenly, I don't know how many other creatures died tragically in his hands. But Emperor Yuanmingzhou was not satisfied at all. He could not wait to destroy all the old nests of Xuanyuzi and Zishuzhou. It was at the time when Emperor Yuanmingzhou launched a slaughter in the Zixu universe. As the master of the Zixu universe, Emperor Zixu immediately sensed something was wrong, and his expression changed drastically. What? Someone dared to break into my natural universe and kill everywhere. Forget about killing people, and destroying the star regions I have worked so hard to cultivate. Damn it, who the is that is so bold? Zishu looked in the direction where Emperor Yuanmingzhou was raiding, with a look of horror, at this time. As the anger rose, Zishu's face was gradually covered with purple fine patterns. Next moment, he used special supernatural powers to transform into a mirror, which showed the figure of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. What? Is Yuanmingzhou Emperor Huang Huyunj? Why did this guy go crazy, come to my universe to kill people? Fortunately, I still trusted him so much and gave him the coordinates of the core universe. Damn it, I should have known it, this guy is bloodthirsty and hard to change, I really feel it. Emperor Zishuzhou glared at Emperor Yuanmingzhou in the mirror, and was about to leave on the spot. But at this moment, he suddenly changed his expression and took out a strange jade medal from his sleeve. As soon as the jade card appeared, it immediately rose in the wind, and instantly turned into a huge formation. The altar is covered with various patterns. At this time, those patterns were all bright, and a figure was condensed. It was Xuanyuzi. Zan Yuzi, why are you looking for me? Emperor Yuanmingzhou is killing in my universe, wait until I drive him away. With that said, Emperor Zishuzhou planned to turn off the formation altar to deal with Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and many more. Emperor Zishuzhou, that Emperor Mingzhou is not right. He just started killing in my natural universe. What else did the seven of us want to deal with him together, so he made his move first and made me pay the price. After some explanation, he didn't listen, but decided that we would harm him. Now I have to wonder if one of the seven of us actually shot him. I believe in you so I can contact you. What do you think about this? Zan Yuzi looked at Emperor Zishuzhou who looked anxious, and said the matter in a few words. What? Among the seven of us, someone shot him at Emperor Yuanmingzhou. It's impossible. For the seven of us, we are not sure that each one-on-one can kill Emperor Yuanmingzhou. What's more, we have always been in the same spirit, and we all act together. When has anyone acted alone? No, Emperor Yuanmingzhou must have misunderstood this matter. Wait for me to stop him. Emperor Zi Shuzhou frowned, and immediately disappeared from the spot, and went directly to pursue Emperor Mingzhou. Hey, what exactly is going on? Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, who originally wanted to join our offensive and defensive alliance, suddenly turned his face. The other 5 people, let's get in touch and see what they say. I hope someone is not stupid enough to shoot alone. Zan Yuzi shook his head helplessly, and then contacted the other 5 Zhou emperors one by one with the cross-natural universe communication formation. Chapter 2329, Zishu and Zan Yu also started to replenish their brains, but the 5 emperors all denied that they had done it themselves, and expressed their disbelief and were very surprised. This immediately made Zan Yuzi's brows frown even tighter. Is it true that no one has ever acted, or is someone lying? The other side, Emperor Zi Shuzhou kept pursuing Emperor Mingzhou, anxious and angry in his eyes. So far, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou has destroyed thousands of his star regions one after another. The loss in it made him want to vomit blood, and he couldn't wait to put aside all his scruples and fight to the death with Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. But he knew, things are still turning around. Before the truth is unknown, it is better not to do it. You must stop him at all costs. Emperor Zixuzhou took a deep breath, and instantly threw out a gossip-shaped mirror with countless colored smoke rising and falling, as if it contained a special sea of clouds. Go with Bafang Wuzhou, trap Yuan Mingzhou Emperor. Emperor Zi Shuzhou opened his arms, and instilled endless energy from his body into that 8-sided fog mirror. In an instant, an extremely thick smoke rushed out of the mirror, instantly forming a vast sea of clouds and mist in the starry sky. This fairy sea of clouds and mist covers hundreds of thousands of light years, and it continues to spread. Emperor Zi Shuzhou held the 8-sided fog mirror, chasing Emperor Mingzhou non-stop. The fairy sea of clouds and mist around him is also frantically expanding, and it will take a few breaths to envelop Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, trapping him temporarily. Old stuff. Want to trap me? No way. Upon seeing this scene, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou suddenly changed his expression and immediately displayed various powerful magical abilities. What is the power of the infinite Tao, the Tao of time and space, and the power of the folding fan of the dead universe, all will be thrown away. Immediately after, without hesitation, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou once again cast a burst of gloom, covering himself. Wow! The endless clouds and mist shrouded the fairy sea. At the moment, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou disappeared, and the sea of clouds and mists covered a loneliness. Damn it, let him run. Seeing this scene, Emperor Zi Shuzhou gritted his teeth with anger. He immediately took out the communication formation and contacted Zan Yuzi. How about it? Have you trapped the Emperor Mingzhou? Zan Yuzi asked nervously. I think it's possible that a third-party force is interfering with it, causing Emperor Yuan Mingzhou to misunderstand. I didn't trap him. This time, it's a good way to travel through time and space barriers. Also, Zan Yuzi, what you said makes sense. But the problem is that Emperor Yuan Mingzhou has not listened to any explanation. The 7 of us are in the same spirit. From his point of view, we are one, and our combat power far exceeds him, which is harmful to his strength and motivation. Explanation alone is useless, you can only use force to stop him. But to stop it, it's better to stop it and kill it. We did have this idea anyway. However, if there is really a third-party influence, I am afraid we will be caught in the right place. Emperor Zi Shuzhou looked at the Xuanyuzi phantom in the altar, with a trace of aggrieved expression on his face. Damn it, which force is eyeing us? Zan Yuzi also clenched his fists bitterly. They have already made up for a terrifying force, and are planning to engage them. This kind of enemy is dark and its strength is unknown. It's extremely uncomfortable to be seen in every move and every action of one's own side, at this time. In the formation of Emperor Zi Shuzhou, a large circle of patterns lighted up. This is Emperor Feng Lingzhou. Both Emperor Zi Shuzhou and Zan Yuzi were shocked and immediately connected to the communication formation. Then, in the formation in front of Emperor Zi Shuzhou, beside the phantom of Xuanyuzi, another phantom appeared. This phantom has a bright head and a fierce complexion. He carries a peculiar luo umbrella on his back. It is the Emperor Zhou, Feng Ling. Chapter 2330, The Decision of the Emperors, 2. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou has looted my natural universe. The body is amazing, it runs all over the universe, but it doesn't happen to go to my heavily guarded places, and focus on the weakly guarded star field to make a devastating blow. I have lost many star fields. I also know that Emperor Yuan Mingzhou was probably provoked by others, but we really don't do anything, just watch him destroy everywhere. Emperor Feng Lingzhou looked at Emperor Zi Shuzhou and Zan Yuzi with anger and coldness in his eyes. Long ago. He had advocated against Emperor Yuanmingzhou, but he couldn't stop later. At this time, his own universe was severely destroyed by Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and countless creatures died. In the heart of Emperor Feng Lingzhou, a strong anger and hatred had already risen. If we don't do it, let him vent. Zan Yuzi frowned and said, look for compensation when he wakes up. How about? This statement came out. A light flashed in Zi Shuzhou Emperor's eyes, as if it seemed feasible. But Emperor Feng Lingzhou frowned and shook his head. No way. In his hysterical way of destruction, I can't afford it. What's more, we have a total of 7 people, and he knows 7 cosmic coordinates. If he destroys it like this, how can he afford to be alone? Feng Ling shook his head and said with a sneer, this sub-wolf ambition may be self-directed and acted. In fact, he has colluded with the rest of the forces and started to attack us. This statement came out. Both Emperor Zi Shuzhou and Zan Yuzi changed their faces. What Feng Ling said was not wrong. Emperor Yuanmingzhou really might collude with the rest of the eternal forces. In this time, Emperor Yuanmingzhou directed and performed himself to test the strength of the 7 universes and get the latest information. At this time, on Zi Shuzhou Emperor's communication formation, a large number of peculiar formation patterns lit up again, original. When the other 4 emperors learned the news, they had to connect to the battlefield to discuss countermeasures together, quickly. The communication forum is connected. 4 brand new figures appeared on the battlefield, 3 men and 1 woman, all of them unparalleled and magnificent. Come on. Make the final decision, whether to fight or not. Seeing that the 7 people were all present, Zan Yuzi took a few deep breaths and asked. The others looked at each other and then expressed their opinions. Hit. In that case, then we will kill Emperor Yuanmingzhou directly. I want to see what forces are secretly instigating, or colluding with Emperor Yuanmingzhou to attack us. Zan Yuzi and everyone looked at each other and nodded heavily. It's time to make a decision. After the situation, that mess of Yunj has already ruined thousands of star regions. Hurry up and support me, and I will kill him together. Emperor Feng Lingzhou sneered before disappearing from the altar. At the same time, fangling in the natural universe. Boom. The boundless dark void, a dreamlike colored galaxy suddenly annihilated, turning into countless cosmic dust, and its inner creatures can hardly leave even dead souls. Ha ha ha. Come on, do it to me, I see how long you can pretend. Emperor Yuanmingzhou looked at his masterpiece and couldn't help showing a perverted grin. In Yuanming universe, he was exploded by Su Lang's treasure-hunting ancestral glider, and he recovered a little bit of joy here. Suddenly, after the situation, Yunj, you kid, the deity has no grievances and no grudges against you, and even trades treasures with you to help you refine weapons, and you actually avenge your grievances. If this is the case, don't blame me for not talking about the past. A cold voice reached Emperor Yuanmingzhou's ears. Immediately afterwards, a bald head emerged from the space with a frosty face and murderous aura. Feng Lingzhou Emperor, don't be fake there. This deity has long seen through your disgusting true colors, ha ha ha. Emperor Yuanmingzhou sneered coldly, and while fleeing towards the distance, he activated the time and space shuttle method of the natural universe. Chapter 2331, Fight and Destroy Itself, Damn Thing. Feng Ling caught up. According to the traces of time and space fluctuations left by Emperor Yuanmingzhou when he shuttled, it was obvious at a glance that Emperor Yuanmingzhou had gone to the 4th natural universe, and Taiyuan had returned to the universe naturally. Taiyuan natural universe. After the situation, Yunj, you little bastard, you really know how to pick it, and you picked the universe under our ambush. Emperor Feng Lingzhou was ecstatic in his heart, and immediately used the time and space shuttle method of the natural universe to go to the natural universe of Taiyuan. At this moment, Taiyuan in the natural universe. Outside the core area, outside a huge star field. 5 people, including Emperor Zixuzhou and Zan Yuzi, were already in ambush here, hiding around the star field with the help of an eternal treasure. This is like a big net, waiting for Emperor Yuanmingzhou to capture this fish. And this ambush place was also specially selected according to Emperor Yuanmingzhou's behavior habits. The possibility of ambushing Emperor Yuanmingzhou is very high. Really, an extremely majestic wave of time and space came. The figure of Emperor Yuanmingzhou appeared in the sight of the emperors. Die to me, I want you all to pay the price. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou was extremely angry, and he was killing him all the way, already jealous. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, you stop me, no one of us wants to do anything to you. You have misunderstood everything, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, there must be a third-party force working on it, you believe us. After that, Yunj, you mess, we have already done it for you, so why go to your universe and startle the snake so that you have the opportunity to come and destroy our universe? Quote. Emperor Taiyuan Zhou frantically chased after Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, speaking various persuasive words. This is not only attracting the attention of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, but also the last attempt to persuade Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. And this statement came out. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou suddenly shook his body, as if he felt very reasonable. Yes, the 7 Emperor Zhou wanted to do something on him, they could do it directly, so why bother to humiliate him by hunting for treasure? Is it really maddening me? Then it was hid by someone else's plan. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's pupils shrank suddenly, and this thought came up in his heart, but he was very uncertain. After all, the first thing that treasure-hunting ancestral glider destroys is the 9 time and space ports, which isolates the source in the universe from the most convenient communication in the rest of the universe, not to completely humiliate him. And just as Emperor Yuan Mingzhou was hesitant and uncertain, you is really hopeless. Since you think we are going to deal with you, then take it seriously. After all, Yunj, die. Destroy me thousands of star regions, I want you to pay for it. Quote. Emperor Feng Lingzhou and the others rushed out from the ambush star field, and instantly surrounded Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. In an instant, the body of the Emperor Zhou burst out with extremely powerful time and space power, sealing all the time and space around it. In this way, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou will not be able to use the natural universe shuttle method without breaking the seal of time and space. Ah, you despicable old guys, you really want to do something to me. Seeing this scene, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou instantly let out a hysterical, grief and stern roar. Without further ado, kill this crap. Feng Ling's eyes were blood red, and he took out his weapons and slammed toward Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. The other Emperor Zhou also started immediately. Now that they have decided to kill the Emperor Mingzhou, they will not leave any room. But everyone obviously underestimated Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's trump card and courage. Death Universe, die. Who is Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, conquering the powers of the 10 natural universes, and fighting against the sky? When Zhou Emperor, Zhan Yuzi and others started their hands, he instantly poured most of his energy into the broken dead universe folding fan, and threw it out. Want to kill my master? Dream. The dead universe device spirit sees death as home, and instantly destroys itself. As an eternal weapon, even if it is broken, its self-destructive power is extremely terrifying. Almost instantly, an extremely terrifying force exploded, forming a ring-mounted shock wave, breaking the seal of time and space, and blasting towards Feng Ling and the others. Chapter 2332, Su Lang condenses Time Avenue, the eternal treasure of self-destruction. Damn, this guy is so decisive. The attack is blocked, he wants to escape. Quote. Emperor Feng Lingzhou and the others were shocked when they saw this scene. An eternal treasure requires an eternal strong man to spend countless resources and life's hard work to cultivate. However, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou didn't hesitate at all, so he destroyed it directly, which was shocking. The occasion of horror, Emperor Feng Lingzhou and the others watched as their attacks were swept away, and Emperor Yuan Mingzhou burst out with gloomy light, gradually disappearing under their noses. Rumble. After Emperor Yuan Mingzhou disappeared, the terrifying power produced by the self-destruction of Death Universe is still looting. The emperors of the universe fully resisted the self-destructive power of the Dead Universe, and took advantage of their efforts to flee towards the surroundings. At the same time, in the boundless world, in the land of exile, the Emperor Yuan Mingzhou ravaged the Xuanyu universe and other places in a short time. Many days have passed in the exile. Su Langguang is a powerhouse of the primordial beginning stage, and he has been promoted thousands of times. Under the function of one key practice, Su Lang also accumulated countless cultivation bases. I don't know what Emperor Yuan Mingzhou did over there. Hey, if only I could see it with my own eyes. However, you can probably guess that Emperor Yuan Mingzhou might be persuaded and then discover the truth about how he was being played with. When the time comes, he will definitely come back and kill me with great anger. But at that time, my time avenue must be condensed. Well, you can try it now. Thoughts flashed in Su Lang's mind, and immediately issued instructions to the system. System condenses the road of time. Ding! Time avenue begins to condense. A system prompt appeared, making Su Lang shocked and ecstatic. Before trying to condense the time avenue, the hints given are all insufficient. Cultivation. Su Lang was already used to it. Suddenly heard a different sentence. I was shocked. I fork. The cultivation base is enough. The avenue of time has begun to condense. I can have real eternal combat power. Haha, it's so cool. Su Lang's eyes revealed extremely excited light. See you. The one-key cultivation villain suddenly changed from golden to completely white. Numerous cultivation bases were integrated into his body. A trace of time rules integrated into the living universe and crystal wall cells resurfaced, and under the influence of the cultivation base, a rare sublimation began. Those time rules that have reached their limits. The present, the past, the future, all the derived time rules are all merged together to form a wonderful whole. Driven by endless cultivation, this process is very fast. In a blink of an eye, Su Lang felt that he had mastered countless new time profound meanings. When the time rules are all sublimated to the time road, started a new journey of integration. However, he saw that the power of the mysterious time avenue gradually integrated into his life universe and crystal wall world on the one hand. The number of integrations is the same as the number of integration time rules before, on the other hand. The power of the time avenue was also integrated into the soul of Su Lang. His soul has already reached the eternal state of the void. At this time, it was integrated into the Tao of time, and it suddenly changed from the realm of pure nirvana to the real realm of nirvana. At this moment, Su Lang's sea of consciousness began to grow wildly, and his soul had undergone a qualitative change, directly condensing into a soul villain who was exactly the same as Su Lang. But after seeing Su Lang's soul villain condensed, he disappeared directly into the sea of knowledge. At this time, Su Lang's sea of consciousness had become extremely vast, at least 100 times larger than before. In addition to knowing the sea, the virtual spirit universe has also changed, the territory has become larger, and everything in it has become extremely real. The fusion of the sea of knowledge and the virtual spirit universe has almost formed a real, brand new universe. The realm of the universe. This is the realm of the universe. Compared with the realm of pure nirvana, it is simply the difference between cloud and mud. If I use the eternal combat power of the void realm to deal with Emperor Yuanmingzhou, the soul alone is a major weakness. It is very likely that he will catch the flaw and kill it with one blow, and then trigger the death function. Quote. Su Lang thought so in his heart, took a deep breath and opened his attribute panel. Chapter 2333, 2 Universe Void Realm Eternal Name, Su Lang Race, Human Race Qualification Level, Turbidity Realm Level, Half-Step Eternity Attack Level, 2 Universe Void Realm Eternal Defensive Level, 2 Universe Void Realm Eternal Shen Law Level, 2 Universe Void Realm Eternal Endurance Level, 2 Universe Void Realm Eternal Spirit Level, Realm of Wani Mastering the Exercises, Infinite Heart Sutra, 10,000 Laws into 1, Unlimited Profound Meaning, Eternal Grade, Founding Activated System Functions, 1 Key Practice Function Level 51, 1 Key Martial Arts Function Level 51, 1 Key Clone Function Level 50, 1 Key Treasure Hunt Function Level 50, 1 Key Alchemy Function 15, 1 Key Mixer Function Level 15, 1 Key Refinement Function Level 15, 1 Key Synthesis Function Level 15, 1 Key Empowerment Function Level 25, 1 Key Enhancement Function Level 11, 1 Key Decomposition Function No Level. The second universe void realm is eternal. It seems that only relying on the avenue of time, without the power of the universe, still cannot grasp the true eternal power. However, with a half-step eternal cultivation level, it is also very good to reach the eternal state of the second universe void realm before the time avenue has been fully implemented. I don't know how many in the natural universe can do it. In addition, with the power of the great Tao of time and the soul of the realm of nirvana, my weakness is not obvious to Emperor Yuanmingzhou. But my muddy body is also very strange. I have reached the point where I am now. I have integrated all the cosmic avenues and practiced countless eternal realm techniques, but it has not changed. It stands to reason that my current physique is the best in the natural universe, right? Well, maybe you can find the answer in the rest of the natural universe in the future. Su Lang looked at his attribute panel, and various thoughts emerged in his mind. He looked up at the sky. The gaze seemed to penetrate the land of exile, beyond the boundless realm that initially merged, across the boundless universe, and even Yuanming, fierce, Maigong, Xuanhao. In the end, there was an immensely vast world in front of him, composed of natural universes, without knowing the profound world. The strong of eternal realm. A strong person beyond the natural universe. In this realm, one can regard the world composed of natural universes as the earth, walk on it, and pursue a higher realm. The natural universe is not the ultimate end of the world. A universe made up of the natural universe. Maybe not. Su Lang thought so, with a strong expectation in his eyes. At the same time, Emperor Zhou was completely stupid when he saw the entire process of Su Lang condensing the great path of time and his strength soaring. Again, another breakthrough. This time, it condenses the avenue of time. Su Lang, he has condensed the avenue of time in such a short time. This is most of the things that can't be done for half an eternity and a lifetime. How can he condense in so little time? This is not true. This must be my illusion. There can be no such existence in the natural universe. The Emperor Zhou made a hysterical cry in his heart. She knew that Su Lang was extremely perverted, and it was not reasonable. But now, Su Lang condensed the avenue of time in a short time, still making her unacceptable. The reaction to the immortal Emperor Zhou. Su Lang was used to it a long time ago, even a little tired. He glanced at her faintly, and then began to look at himself. Look at the life universe and the crystal wall world that integrate the avenue of time. In his mind, the path of eternal cultivation also emerged. Eternal realm, based on the origin of the universe, perfect the universe of life in the crystal wall world, gain a share of the power of the universe that integrates the endless road, and strengthen yourself. Choose the easiest way to unite the universe in the realm of the beginning. At the time of eternity, the path of cultivation will become extremely difficult, or even cut off. On the contrary, choosing the most difficult path of cultivation in the realm of the primordial beginning, and reaching the state of eternity, the path of cultivation is relatively simple. Chapter 2334. Enable Crystal Wall Universe Function. Su Lang is in the realm of the beginning. Except for the integration of individual crystal wall worlds, the life universe used to store the rest of the warriors has almost completely followed the way of the universe. In this way, there is no need to consume the core of the universe to smash the fused crystal wall. World in the eternal realm. There are 66,000 Gai in Su Lang's crystal wall cells, not surprisingly, enough to reach the peak of the eternal state. The key is, not only did Su Lang not need to use the core of the universe to split the fused crystal wall world. There is no need to use the origin of the universe to fill the crystal wall world. Instead, you can use the function of crystal wall universe to replace the origin of the universe with the cultivation base to perfect the crystal wall world and form the crystal wall universe. Repair. For one-click cultivation villains are always being produced. Even the most ordinary energies of heaven and earth can be transformed into cultivation bases with maximum efficiency, and then perfect the natural universe. Except for Su Lang, all emperors of the universe need to practice chaos refining anti-true Tao, refining the treasures of the universe, and forming the origin of the universe, in order to perfect their own crystal wall universe. I didn't expect it before. The function of a crystal wall universe, obtained at the beginning, is also an auxiliary cultivation function of the eternal realm. Su Lang looked at the endless crystal wall world in his body, and the function introduction of crystal wall universe appeared in his mind. Crystal wall universe, active function. After using it, you can consume a certain amount of cultivation base to strengthen the crystal wall cells to a level close to your own life universe. The life universe represents the upper limit of the crystal wall universe, which cannot be surpassed. For the general eternal martial artist, the universe of life is too huge. Even if the crystal wall world uses the origin of the universe to improve it, it is difficult to advance it to a level that is close to the life universe. In addition, it is precisely because the universe of life is too large, usually. The ordinary eternal realm powerhouse would not give priority to using the origin of the universe to perfect the universe of life. Because a little bit of the origin of the universe or the core of the universe is thrown into it, it may not even be able to lift the ripples. They will choose the easiest path. That is, starting from the simplest crystal wall world, accumulating strength with the fastest efficiency, going to a higher level, acquiring more resources, and repeating this cycle. The crystal wall cells have the function of a crystal wall universe, to assist in cultivation. My universe of life belongs to the functional category of Thetan Direction's inner realm, and can also be filled and perfected with cultivation bases. Tisk tisk, others need to use the core origin of the universe, to perfect things. I only use the most common cultivation base. It is really beautiful. Su Lang looked at the Shifang life universe and those crystal wall worlds in his body, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but outline a touch of excitement. Simultaneously, there are other things that make Su Lang extremely excited. For example, once you have the avenue of time, you can instill in weapons or your companions to create an eternal helper. For example, with the Time Avenue and Space Avenue, the avatar dispatch function will not be restricted by the barriers of the natural universe, and can be dispatched to Yuanming universe and other places. For example, he can also refine the natural universe space-time transmission array and Lianzun array, connecting two independent natural universes together. After owning the avenue of time, there are so many things you can do. So now, it's time to enable the feature of a crystal wall universe. At the rate of one key training function, it takes a long time to condense the road of time. But to perfect a small crystal wall universe, it certainly doesn't take much time. Su Lang took a deep breath, and a gleam of light burst into his slightly narrowed eyes. System, activate the crystal wall universe function, goal. After selecting a crystal wall world, Su Lang activated the crystal wall universe function. Really? Ding. Crystal wall universe is strengthening. Accompanied by the appearance of system prompts, Su Lang's selection of a crystal wall world next to the Dantian universe suddenly began to change. But I saw countless cultivation bases integrated into it. The power of countless great avenues that Su Lang comprehend appeared. Avenue of time and space, avenue of 5 elements, avenue of yin and yang, avenue of life and death, avenue of power, avenue of destiny and cause and effect. All are revealed as strands of peculiar energy flow, between illusion and reality, extremely dreamy. Chapter 2335, there is no longer the word virtual world immediately after. Under the influence of endless cultivation, the power of these dreamlike avenues began to grow rapidly and merge with each other. Almost instantly, all the power of the Great Tao merged together to form a transparent and invisible force. Immediately after, this transparent and invisible power suddenly exploded again, returning to countless individual powers. These great powers have become perfect. In the previous avenues, each path was understood individually. In the power of the cosmic avenue, in fact, each of them are related, complement each other, and form the cosmos avenue together, rather than independent. At this time, the powers of the great avenues that I have understood are fused to establish connections, complement each other, and complement each other. It is the same as the universal avenue in the natural universe. Quote. Su Lang observed the qualitatively changed crystal wall world. But seeing it grow rapidly, and become more and more crystal clear and firm, a trace of terrifying and unique power is brewing in it. It is the power of the universe. Appeared, the power of the universe. Sure enough, this is a higher level of power beyond the power of the avenue, the power of twisting, and the power of incense. If the rest of my power is cotton, then this cosmic power is diamond. It's great. With just a trace of cosmic power, I feel that the real combat power has increased a little. Su Lang was excited and opened his attribute panel again. See you. All the two universe void realm eternal no longer have the word void realm. Instead, it has become a real world eternal realm of the second universe. But his cultivation level of half-step eternity has not changed. I understand. My path to the beginning is actually not over yet. After all, my time rule only incorporates 100 crystal wall cells. Most of the 66,000 plus crystal wall cells have not yet reached the level that can be perfected with the origin of the universe. In other words, they have not reached the standard of eternal crystal wall cells. At this time, my path to the beginning and the path of eternity overlap. But it doesn't matter. With the function of the crystal wall universe, these problems are nothing. As long as the heavens and the earth have enough energy, I can lie down and finish the path of the eternal realm. Su Lang looked at his brand new attribute panel, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Immediately after, he looked at the crystal wall world that produced the power of the universe. No, it should be said that it was the crystal wall universe. This crystal wall universe has not yet reached its limit, approaching the level of the universe of life. Continuing to use the function of the crystal wall universe can consume the cultivation base, grow it, and gain more cosmic power, of course. The larger the crystal wall universe, the more cultivation base it consumes when it grows. When it reaches a certain level, use the power of cultivation to grow, so that the cost of obtaining the power of the universe will decrease. By this time, it should give priority to upgrading the rest of the crystal wall world. Now, although my cultivation realm has not yet reached the eternal realm, but the true strength, in every aspect, has reached the eternal level, and there are no longer any shortcomings. If you really want to say it, the weapon is still a bit short. Then, it's time to instill time to weapons. Even without the origin of the universe, it cannot evolve for it, but after obtaining the avenue of time, its power will also undergo a qualitative change. There was a glow of excitement at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and he directly took out all the weapons he had upgraded before. Utian sword, xianxia eight-sided shield, boundless number. The realm of reincarnation, the sword of life, the nest of civilization. Among the first three, infinity has already possessed the eternal power of the second universe void realm. The Utian sword and the eight-edged shield of heaven also possess the eternal power of a universe. Three weapons such as the mirror of reincarnation are the pinnacle of the half-step eternal state, a ceiling-level weapon system. Activate the function Ophone Key Empowerment Avenue Empowerment. Target, Utian sword, instill the avenue of time. Su Lang pulled the Utian sword from his hair bun, and gave the order with a smile on his face. Chapter 2336, Instill a Time Road for Xiaoyu, Ding. Time Avenue is instilling. The system prompt resounded through my mind. Immediately after, there was a time avenue that was exactly the same as Su Lang, which was completely instilled into Utian sword. What? It hurts. A cry of pain came from Utian sword, and it was Xiaoyu who was groaning in pain. As a unique weapon creature, her ability comes from the body, which can be said to be innate. This was the first time Su Lang had instilled other power into her. Therefore, it is normal to have a little pain. Hold on, Xiaoyu. When you get used to it, it won't hurt. Su Lang's heart tightened as he heard Xiaoyu's painful cry, and he calmed down. Yeah, master, I listen to you. I hold back. Xiaoyu's intermittent voice came from Utian sword, sometimes mixed with a bit of pain. But, quickly, Xiaoyu's painful cry disappeared. Instead, it was the joyous cheer that was nourished by the new power. Wow, master, it is the power of time. Great, Xiaoyu also has the power of time and great power, the master is great. When Time Avenue was finished instilling, Xiaoyu suddenly ran out excitedly and hung on Su Lang's body, with a pretty face blushing, extremely excited. Haha, let me see. Well, you have also changed. After you have the power of the Time Dao, your power level becomes higher. Although it has not yet reached the level of the power of the universe, it can already pose a threat to it. Especially when you are held in my hand, you can pose a fatal threat to it. Su Lang smiled and rubbed Xiaoyu's hair, with a satisfied smile on his face. Yeah, great, I really want to do it again. Xiaoyu was praised, and she was immediately happier. The avenue of time is a terrifying force that surpasses the rest. Injecting it into your body will only greatly increase your combat power, and will not affect your original strength. If it is the power of the rest of the Great Tao, I am afraid it will affect your characteristics. This is also why I always keep only the current characteristics when I evolve for you. Your terrifying characteristics, if it is mixed with other elements, becomes impure, and has a deviation, you will lose it. Su Lang continued to rub Xiaoyu's hair, softly explaining to her. That's it, then, master. Xiaoyu nodded, and then asked expectantly, is there a higher level in Time Avenue? If so, can I instill it in the future? As the level of Time Avenue, I can faintly feel that Time Avenue really seems to have a higher level. If it is true, I will instill it in you after I understand it. Su Lang touched his chin for a moment, then nodded slightly, rubbing his hand on Xiaoyu's head twice. Really, that's awesome, master, you must hurry up, Xiaoyu will not wait. After hearing Su Lang's words, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up and she was so excited. Haha, no hurry, no hurry. Su Lang smiled slightly, I will definitely not let you down in the future. Yeah, I'm done. Xiaoyu nodded seriously. Zan even returned to his body. Simultaneously, the immortal Emperor Zhou who watched Su Lang instilling the Time Dao in Utian sword has completely closed himself. She looked at Su Lang blankly. I don't know if this man is still a human. Su Lang glanced faintly at Emperor Zhou, the corner of his mouth twitched. Soon, he continued to use the one-key empowerment function, allowing all four weapons including the Mirror of Reincarnation to master the Avenue of Time. After mastering the Time Avenue, the power of the three weapons, including the Mirror of Reincarnation, has also reached the eternity of a universe, with the kind of Time Avenue. The level of the eight-sided shield of the sky is a little weaker than the Udian sword, but it is higher than the weapons such as the Mirror of Reincarnation, belonging to the kind that is approaching the eternity of the two universes. As for the Endless Number, this is a terrorist weapon with 120,000 parts. The level of each of its parts is no more than Qian primordial stage at most. Su Lang tried it. It was discovered that even the most core central part cannot withstand the power of the Time Avenue. Chapter 2337, Shouldn't You Say It Is Your Majesty Su Lang? It seems that half a step of the weapon of the Eternal Realm is necessary to instill the Avenue of Time. We can only wait for its parts to evolve before instilling time. However, with my current strength, plus the Heavenly Sword, the Sword of Life, the eight-edged Shield of Heaven, and 150 clones with similar combat power, it is completely enough to deal with Emperor Yuanming. After all, my current-swallowing clone state can be permanent. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised, and Dongfang Taiyi and Shixi were summoned. Notice, there are a total of 495 times of one key empowerment and avenue empowerment. And Eastern Taiyi and Devouring Evil are both half-step eternity of the veteran. Once the power of the Time Avenue is obtained, it is equivalent to obtaining the key to break through to the realm of eternity. As long as you have enough power of the origin of the universe, you can complete the perfection of the Crystal Wall world, gain the power of the universe, and advance to the realm of eternity. Before this state, it can also be called eternal in the virtual world. For Eastern One and Biting Evil, Su Lang wanted to promote them only with a small amount of effort. When he got two powerful subordinates, he could just look at his family. Why not do it, at this moment, in front of Su Lang? Subordinates pay homage to His Majesty Su Lang, the Emperor of Infinite Universe. Dongfang Taiyi and Shixi bowed in front of Su Lang respectfully, and both of them were extremely excited. Because the two have felt it, Su Lang's breath is completely different. They are all people who have seen Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Su Lang's aura at this time is already at the same level as that of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. In other words, Your Majesty Su Lang, you have been promoted to the realm of eternity. Ji Xie couldn't help the excitement and shock in his heart, and asked in disbelief. Dongfang Taiyi was much reserved, but his body trembled slightly with excitement. Haha, I said I was promoted, but my realm is still half-step eternal. Said that I have not been promoted, and I have mastered the path of time and the power of the universe. In general, the realm has not risen, and the strength has been reached. It is completely possible to deal with Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Su Lang smiled faintly and explained to the two of them. The realm has not risen, but the strength has been reached. Mastered the iconic powers of the two eternal realms of the power of the universe of time, Avenue. Regardless of why this is the case, His Majesty Su Lang is equivalent to crossing a large realm and possessing true eternal combat power. Oh my god, this is an eternal realm. His Majesty Su Lang's combat power has crossed the endless gap from the beginning to eternity. This is definitely a miracle of countless natural universes before and after. Quote. After listening to Su Lang's words, Dongfang Taiyi and Kixi were shocked. Don't be so surprised. It would be strange if I couldn't do such a thing as a cross-border battle. A small smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. I'm talking about business, and I'm calling you to give you the power of time. This statement came out. Dongfang Taiyi and Tu are even more thunderous, and they are instantly numb inside and out. Give me the power to wait for time. Your Majesty Su Lang, you can bestow the power of time. It's an unheard of, unreasonable method, shouldn't it be called Su Lang? Quote. Dongfang Taiyi and Jixi only felt that their minds were dizzy and buzzing. Simultaneously, watching this scene all the time, the autistic Emperor Zhou suddenly trembled, and a pair of gloomy pupils burst out with extremely complicated light. In the color of shock and horror, disbelief and collapse that has never dissipated, there is a touch of desire. The power of time. Mastering the power of the Time Avenue is equivalent to mastering the key to the eternal realm. You only need to use the origin of the universe as the force of pushing the door, and with a light push, you can step into that new and eternal realm that is beyond the natural universe. This opportunity, even the immortal Emperor Zhou, who is autistic, is extremely eager, almost wanting to give up everything, begging for Su Lang, pity her, reward her. However, this is impossible. Su Lang glanced at the immortal Emperor Zhou indifferently, got up and walked to the front of Dongfang Tai. "Your Majesty Su Lang." Dongfang Tai looked up at Su Lang, with brilliance in his beautiful eyes. "Be prepared. I'm coming." Su Lang stretched out his hand and pointed at Dongfang Tai. Chapter 2338, The time is almost there, okay. Dongfang Tai was touched by Su Lang's finger and couldn't help but let out a soft snort. Immediately, start the avenue empowerment function. With a thought, Su Lang immediately issued instructions. Suddenly, an extremely surging avenue of time poured into Dongfang Tai's body, and instantly merged with her body and soul. As a veteran, half-step eternity. In her body, all the crystal wall cells have reached the half-step eternal realm, and all have integrated the rules of time. Therefore, the avenue of time came, and it was directly integrated into all of her crystal wall world. So strong, so comfortable. This feeling, this is the first time in my life. Mrs. Dongfang felt an incomparably warm feeling swelled and spread in his body, and his whole body was full of warmth. On its body, the already very majestic and vast aura, further growth, expansion, and constantly buried towards the real eternal state, but because there is no power of the universe, Tai East cannot break through to the eternal state. But even so, this scene also made the biting evil next to him look dumbfounded. As for the immortal Emperor Zhou, her trance and silly craving became even stronger. But she knew that she couldn't have been instilled in time by Su Lang. Therefore, that trace of desire quickly disappeared and turned into a deep envy, jealousy, regret, despair. At this time, go and consolidate your realm. Su Lang retracted his fingers and patted Dongfang Tai's shoulder lightly. A smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, his gaze fell on Eater of Evil. Your Majesty Su Lang. Biting Xie lowered his eyelids, not daring to look at Su Lang. Recently you have been considered meritorious. I will give you the avenue of time, so that you can get the key to the eternal realm. You are a strange incense creature born at the beginning of the endless universe. Perhaps your path of cultivation will be different, and you can enter the eternal realm in other ways. Su Lang's eyes flashed with thoughtful light, looked at the evil spirits, and said lightly, "Subordinates, thank your Majesty for the gift." There was a deep gratefulness in the eyes of the biting evil, and the human body crawled under Su Lang's feet, very respectful. Okay. Su Lang smiled slightly, and even if Zan activated the Dao empowerment function, he instilled the time Dao into evil devouring. Suddenly, the special half-step eternity of this old brand also possesses the power of the great avenue of time. Feeling the power of that terrifying time avenue, Chi Evil couldn't help shaking with excitement. He had already broken through to the half-step eternal state many billions of years ago. But it has been unable to comprehend the avenue of time. At this time, he finally got the time avenue bestowed by Su Lang, and stepped half of his foot on the path of the eternal realm. All of these, all from Su Lang. Okay, you go and consolidate it too. Su Lang smiled faintly. I will go to Yuanming Universe soon, and you will guard me in the boundless universe. Yes, Your Majesty Su Lang. Dongfang Tai and Shixi respectfully salute, and then retreat. After the two left, the time is almost here. Su Lang's eyes burst out with a strong light, and soon sent the treasure-hunting ancestral glider to Yuanming Universe. Immediately after, he once again issued an order to dispatch a clone. In a flash, a clone was dispatched to the treasure-hunting ancestral glider's side. It happens to be at this moment. Rumble, an unusually vast and majestic wave of time and space came from the dead void not far away. It's the fluctuation that shuttles through the time and space barriers of the natural universe. Emperor Yuanmingzhou has returned from the natural universe that was caused by me. Su Lang's expression moved, and a thick sneer was outlined at the corner of his mouth. I don't know which universe is the victim, and has he been beaten? Thinking so, Su Lang directly dispatched the clone to make it rush towards the place where the time and space fluctuations came. Simultaneously, Yuanming Universe, somewhere withered and empty. I see. Emperor Yuanmingzhou looked very ugly, even a little embarrassed. In order to escape from the siege of 7 eternal powerhouses, he even sacrificed his life. That was a weapon that took his whole life to build. He is also his closest partner. But at this time, Death Zhou is dead. Chapter 2339, Wanted to go, asked me if. Damn it, a group of old bastards. When the deity breaks through to the level of the 3 universes, it is your death date. Now, it's time to go to the boundless universe. The Emperor Yuanmingzhou revealed endless resentment and anger, and then activated the power of the space-time avenue, preparing to shuttle through the barriers of the natural universe to the boundless universe. The reason for this choice: one is that there are fragments of the boundless universe that have not yet been reversed. The second is the coordinates of the boundless universe, which xianxia and others don't know. The third is the 9-time space superstars of Yuanming universe. They collapsed, and the ones that were put away by him were put away. There is nothing that is valuable to the eternal realm. The rest of Xiaoming waited for the 9 nature universes. Xuanyuzi and others didn't know the coordinates, and they also didn't have much value. I must practice the origin of the universe as soon as possible. After passing, kill the little Su Lang cub. The golden crow in the Sky Ting continent was also killed directly. If she wants to destroy the Tian Ting continent, she will do whatever she wants. It's a big deal to bear some losses. Thinking about this, the light on his body is getting more and more shining, and it is about to cover his whole body. But at this moment, after the situation, "Yunj, where are you going?" a voice suddenly reached his ears. Original. It turned out that Su Lang's clone arrived. Because the distance is not very far, and so, without dispatching a few times, Su Lang's clone Divine Mind saw the figure of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Zhan Yuanmingzhou Emperor wants to shuttle through the barriers of time and space in the natural universe. Su Lang worried that his destination was the boundless universe, so he immediately let the clone speak. After all, if Emperor Yuanmingzhou went to the boundless universe and treated it as the main battlefield, the loss might be a bit big. At this time, Su Lang Avatar shouted. Suddenly, Emperor Yuanmingzhou trembled all over, and his movement through the barriers of the natural universe was also stagnant. In his divine mind, he also saw the figure of Su Lang clone. What? This voice, this breath, this figure is Su Lang. No, it's impossible. How could it be Su Lang? He is just a half-step eternal ant. How could it appear in my source universe? Furthermore, his aura has reached the eternal state, a real eternal state, and his aura has become more powerful than a universe. Fake. It must be fake. This Su Lang must be faked from another eternal realm. A mere half-step is eternal. How can it be possible to condense the time avenue in such a short time, let alone reach the level of the second universe? Quote. Emperor Yuanmingzhou looked at Su Lang's avatar, his whole body trembling like thunder, and he screamed hysterically in his heart. The unbelievable thick on his face made his look even more ferocious. He didn't believe that what he saw was Su Lang. However, he couldn't understand again, which eternal state will know the small half-step eternal Su Lang in the boundless universe, and which eternal state will pretend to be Su Lang. Not to mention, Su Lang's body is really familiar. He has seen Su Lang's clone in the heavenly Jade continent. Unbelievable occasion. Emperor Yuanmingzhou didn't want to think too much. He planned to go to the boundless universe first and talk about it desperately. Boom. The power of time and space swept away. The figure of Yuanming universe became looming in Su Lang's eyes. Want to leave? Have you asked me? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and the clone instantly displayed the power of time and space and a broken sword, which interfered with Emperor Yuanmingzhou's movements. He has more methods than Yuanmingzhou Emperor. The more than 50 million exercises and various methods he cultivated all reached the eternal state. Most of the ranks are ordinary goods in the eternal realm, but the comprehensive power is extremely terrifying. At this time, Emperor Yuanmingzhou was disturbed, and the pace of traveling through the time and space barriers of the natural universe was delayed for a moment. Just at this moment, call out. Breaking a sword came with a bang. Damn, you are not Su Lang. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? Emperor Yuanmingzhou had to give up the shuttle and fought back. The whole person hated to the extreme, and at the same time, he was enveloped by an extremely strong sense of death crisis. Chapter 2340. Yes, I did it all. The end was stopped. It was overtaken by Zhan Yuzi and other 7 people. If you are entangled, there is only one word in the end, death. Rumble. Emperor Yuanmingzhou's attack collided with the Po Yi sword of Su Lang clone, bursting out endless aftermath of battle, tearing the endless void. A gleam of light rose again. Emperor Yuanmingzhou is going to run. But Su Lang's clone attacked again and directly entangled Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Go away. What hate do I have with you? You have to pretend to be Su Lang to stop me. Emperor Yuanmingzhou was about to catch fire with anxiety. His roar was hoarse and sharp, and there was no trace of Emperor Zhou's demeanor. What hate? Of course it is the enemy to destroy the boundless world. After the situation, Yunj, you destroy the boundless realm, slaughter countless creatures, and refining the origin of the universe. Now is the time when your blood is paid for. The avatar of Su Lang continued to use various tyrannical methods, while grinning coldly while fighting against the source of the Ming Dynasty Emperor. You are really Su Lang. No, impossible, you can't be Su Lang. How long is this? How can you rise from half an eternity to this realm? In all the endless natural universe, it is impossible for such an outrageous thing to happen. I don't believe it, I don't accept it. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou let out a hoarse roar, constantly trying to escape the entanglement of Su Lang clone. Suddenly, squeak, squeak, a treacherous voice came. It turned out that the treasure-hunting ancestral glider appeared on the battlefield. This treasure-hunting ancestral glider appeared. Stand with Su Lang avatar immediately. In this scene, suddenly, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou shook his whole body, his pupils shrank suddenly, and even stronger shock and resentment appeared in his eyes. It's you. It turned out to be you. That **** weird flying squirrel was released by you, and you are behind the scenes. It's you who destroyed my 9 major time and space ports, destroyed the time and space port superstars such as Mei Gong, and harmed all the natural universe in my hands. It's you. It turned out to be you. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's eyes widened in disbelief, and the endless stormy waves in his heart almost drowned his mind. He got it. Zhan Yuzi and others didn't do anything to him at all. From the beginning to the end, I was deceived, played round and round by others, and led to misfortunes, and forged feuds with Zhan Yuzi and others. In front of Su Lang, he was defeated. This is the most miserable and complete failure of his life. It was also when Emperor Yuan Mingzhou was shocked and lost. Not bad, I did it all. How about it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? A voice came from the other side, with a faint smile and playfulness. But Su Lang activated the clone replacement function, and went directly from the place of exile to the source of the universe. Wow! Su Lang's figure appeared in the void of Yuanming universe, with his hands on his back, standing out of the void. What? Another Su Lang. Furthermore, is the breath of the second universe eternal great again? Impossible, this is fake. Me, when did I have hallucinations, and when? When Emperor Yuan Mingzhou saw Su Lang's deity, it was as if he had been hit by a hammer on his head, buzzing directly, and his thinking was about to freeze. He even suspected that he had hallucinations. At this time, squeak. When the treasure-hunting ancestral glider saw Su Lang, he squeaked, flew to his shoulder, and stayed obediently. Good job. Su Lang stroked the black gold-patterned hair of the treasure-hunting ancestor flying. If it hadn't been for the treasure-hunting ancestor flying to delay the footsteps of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, he would not have so much time to accumulate cultivation base and condense the path of time. Not to mention, now you can still travel comfortably, slowly overlooking Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. Squeak, squeak. The treasure-hunting ancestral glider was praised, and immediately called out happily. Ha ha, now that there is nothing to do, continue to scrape the treasures of heaven and earth, that is your favorite activity. Su Lang smiled slightly, caught the treasure-hunting ancestral glider in his hand, and gently threw it forward. Suddenly, the treasure-hunting ancestral glider disappeared directly, went to the other natural universe of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, and continued to copy his home. You, how dare you? Emperor Yuan Mingzhou watched Su Lang release the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, and his heart suddenly felt suffocated, and thick aggrieved and humiliation surged. Su Lang unexpectedly released that weird clone in front of him, and continued to search his universe. I really want to me off. Chapter 2341, 7 Emperors Coming, ha. What can I not dare? Don't talk about your natural universe. Even you, I want to harvest it cleanly. Su Lang smiled coldly, and immediately used the devouring clone. He only condenses a trace of the power of the universe, and must swallow the clone to ensure the true eternal power. And at this moment, boom, boom, a series of extremely powerful time and space fluctuations came, appearing 7 times in succession. Sure enough, it's nearby. After the situation, Yunj, you mess, let me see where you go. Kill that dog thing and carve up his natural universe. Fengeling Zhou Emperor, Zishu Zhou Emperor, Xuanyu Zhou Emperor, Taiyuan Zhou Emperor, 7 people have descended to Yuanming universe, and according to the time and space fluctuations of Emperor Yuanmingzhou when he fled, the coordinates where they traveled through the time and space barriers of the natural universe were near the place where Emperor Yuanmingzhou came back. Almost just arrived. For these 7 emperors, they saw Emperor Yuan Mingzhou and Su Lang's deity and clone who were fighting. What happened? After the situation, that kid Yun Zhe is actually fighting with an Emperor Zhou. There is also a Emperor Zhou standing next to him, and he looks exactly like the strange Emperor Zhou who is fighting. Oh my god, it doesn't seem to be an illusion technique, they really grow one by one, and the aura is the same. Could it be that one of them is not a clone? When Feng Ling and the others saw this scene, they were astonished and lost their voices, their expressions changed. 7 emperors of the universe. 4 deities of the 2 universe level, 3 deities of the 1 universe level. It looks like they are the people who have been led by me and suffered. It's just I didn't expect Emperor Yuan Mingzhou to be able to toss so much, and immediately provoke 7 eternal realm powerhouses. Fortunately, there is no powerhouse at the level of 3 universes, otherwise I am afraid that I will have to run away this time. Su Lang looked at Emperor Feng Lingzhou and the others, called up all their attribute panels and read them all over, seeing all their cultivation bases and the techniques they mastered. At the same time, Taoist Xuanyuzi, Emperor Zishu, Taoist fellow of Emperor Taiyuan. I was wrong. I was induced by this person. The misunderstanding was that you were targeting me. In fact, it was this person who was secretly messing with me. The name of this son is Su Lang. He is very weird, and possesses an incomparably terrifying big secret. In less than a day, he has been promoted from half-step eternity to eternal state. He also has a very mysterious black flying squirrel with gold patterns. Even in the eternal state, it can't cause damage to it. My fellow Taoists, I apologize for the mistakes I made before, and I also ask you to shed light on the past and kill Su Lang with you. Su Lang comes from the boundless universe. Sha is willing to give up the boundless universe and tell you the coordinates. There are also 3 vast continents formed at the beginning of the universe, as well as endless star fields, which can reverse the origin of the universe. In addition, the boundless universe is a separate natural universe, and Su Lang is alone, without any eternal power background. The Emperor Yuan Mingzhou uttered a hoarse voice, explaining very eagerly. He wants to contact misunderstandings. I also want to unite with Xuanyuzi and others to fight Su Lang. Otherwise, even if Zhan Yuzi and others don't do anything, they are afraid that they will watch from the sidelines. And the explanation of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou came out. Zhan Yuzi and the others looked at each other immediately. There were complicated lights in the eyes of the 7 people, there were surprises, doubts, disbelief, stunned colors, and greedy lights. After the situation, what Yunj said should be true. It is this person who led the situation, and that fellow Yunj led his nose, and was also led to wreak havoc in our natural universe. After that, Yunj is wrong, but if the matter of the boundless universe is true, we can kill that Su Lang together. Well, yes, even though Su Lang is extremely weird, he is suspected to have cut himself into 2 emperors of the same strength with great supernatural powers, but our 4 great and 2 cosmic ranks are completely enough to kill him. But just an endless universe is not enough. We should divide a natural universe into another. Although it has been trained by Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, it is not bad. Chapter 2342, Devouring the Clone, the Power of the 3 Universes. The 7 eternal emperors exchanged in an instant, and negotiated a result. After the situation, Yunj, before you did not listen to persuasion, which caused us heavy losses. So, in addition to the endless universe, your 10 natural universes, you have to give us 7 points. Otherwise, it would not be impossible for us to stand on Su Lang's side. Emperor Feng Lingzhou stepped forward, with a sneer in his cold voice. I promise you. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou felt extremely painful in his heart. But there is no way, if you don't agree, you will die immediately. It is good. Feng Ling and others looked at each other and laughed. Immediately after, the eyes of the 7 emperors fell on Su Lang, and the endless killing intent spread over him. As an eternal powerhouse, each of them has killed countless powerful people, and they can add up to countless planets. Facing Su Lang and Su Lang's avatar, 2 universes are eternal. The 7 are full of confidence and know-how. Clang, Zhengming, 7 Emperor Zhou with vast aura, one after another took out their weapons. There are 4 eternal weapons. They are the long sword, Zhongyu blade, the long bow, Dongyu Jinxian, Luo Sands, Manyu star, and the Hathorn, Wanyu Shuangxing sting. The remaining 3 have not yet reached the eternal state, but it has also been cast into countless precious materials, and the power is extremely terrible. Yo, Are you trying to do something to me? I now give you a chance to disappear from my sight, otherwise, at your own risk. Su Lang looked at the 7 menacing Emperor Zhou, suddenly raised his eyebrows and sneered. Ha ha ha, what a boastful statement. It's very powerful to think that you are split into two universes. You must have damaged your foundation. It's really foolish. Little bunny, pay your life obediently, the deity will use your body to reinforce the origin of the universe. Quote. Emperor Feng Lingzhou held the eternal realm weapon, Man Yu Xing Chen, with a deep grin on his face. Zhan Yuzi, Zishu and others glanced at each other, a trace of thought flashed in their eyes, and finally they chose to do it. Then, success, Su Lang, don't resist, suffer less flesh and blood. Quote. The 7 were brandishing weapons, the 4 of them slew towards Su Lang's trembling clone with Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and the 3 of them slew towards Su Lang's deity. Do it to me, I'm looking for death. Su Lang's pupils condensed, his complexion sinking slightly. Start the swallowing clone. This time, he swallowed a total of 49 clones, leaving only 1 clone to die in order to prevent accidents. Instant time, the clone that fought with Emperor Yuanmingzhou directly disappeared and was swallowed. Together with the remaining 48 clones, it became Su Lang's power. Rumble, a breath of incomparable terror erupted from Su Lang. What kind of breath is this? It should be the 3 universes, the breath of the 3 universes. Oh my god, this is the eternal realm. What secret technique can make him soaring so terrifying combat power instantly? Unbelievable, unbelievable. Quote. Emperor Yuanmingzhou, Emperor Fenglingzhou and the other 7 people all felt like 5 thunders, their pupils shrank suddenly, their bodies trembled, their vellus hair stood upside down, and almost their scalp burst. The 8 emperors of the universe, at this moment, all their brains were blank in shock. The endless stormy waves in their hearts almost destroyed their 3 views. Simultaneously, Su Lang called up his attribute panel. Name, Su Lang race, human qualification level, turbidity realm level, half-step eternity attack level, 3 eternity plus defensive level, 3 eternity plus Shenfa level, 3 universes eternal plus endurance level, 3 eternity plus spirit level, realm of universality mastering the exercises, infinite heart sutra, 10,000 laws into 1, infinite profound meaning, eternal level, founding activated system functions, 1 key practice function level 51, 1 key martial arts function level 51, 1 key clone function level 50, partially omitted, 3 universe level plus. Hey, see if I don't punch all of your shit. Su Lang looked at his attribute panel, and immediately looked at Emperor Feng Lingzhou and the others with a horrified look, with a touch of excitement in his eyes. Chapter 2343, Misunderstand a fart, forgive me a fart and this time. Emperor Yuanmingzhou, Emperor Fenglingzhou, Xuanyuzi, Zixu and others still failed to suppress the horror and disbelief in their hearts. Especially Yuanmingzhou Emperor. He knew more about Su Lang, knowing that less than a day ago, Su Lang was just a half-step eternity like an ant. But now, Su Lang has already become the eternal powerhouse of the 3 universes, surpassing him by a whole small realm. Such a thing directly led Emperor Yuanmingzhou doubt life he had cultivated for tens of billions of years before he reached his current level. Where is Su Lang? It took less than a day. Thought of this, Emperor Yuanmingzhou trembled, almost vomiting blood. At the same time, Yuanmingzhou Emperor, Feng Ling, Zhan Yuzi and other 7 emperors, looked at Su Lang. In addition to shock, there was a hint of fear. The strongest of them is only at the 2nd level. Su Lang is the eternity of the 3 universes. In the eternal state, the gap of a small state is extremely terrifying. It's definitely not like the low realm, but all geniuses can leapfrog the enemy. In the eternal state, it is almost impossible to leapfrog the enemy. Therefore, although they are crowded, they can't afford to fight at all, and they have even developed a desire to escape. At this time, everyone, why aren't you moving? Aren't you going to kill me? Let me give up resistance and avoid the suffering of flesh and blood. Come on, I'm here, come and chop me. With one hand on his back, Su Lang walked towards Emperor Yuanmingzhou and other 8 eternal realm powerhouses with a hint of playfulness and sneer on his face. He walked in the void. There was obviously no sound. But in the eyes of Emperor Yuanmingzhou and other 8 people. But there was a huge hammer in his heart. Following Su Lang's steps, it hit their hearts again and again. Gu. Zhan Yuzi swallowed secretly and said respectfully, "This fellow Su Lang, This fact is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Su Lang glanced at Zhan Yuzi faintly. Just now I was still yelling, wanting to kill me, to carve up my natural universe, and now it's a misunderstanding to me. Quote. Zhan Yuzi was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Friend Su Lang, this matter is indeed our fault. The Emperor Zixuzhou secretly took a breath and stepped forward, but we only follow the rules of the natural universe, the weak and the strong eat the strong. Will we think about you that you shouldn't? This is common sense, please understand. Excuse me, you follow the rules of the natural universe, the weak will eat the strong, and the fittest will survive, and so do I. I am killing you now, I want to kill you, this is common sense, you have to understand. Su Lang looked at Emperor Zixu indifferently, the sneer outlined at the corner of his mouth became more intense. Suddenly, Emperor Zixuzhou was also speechless and speechless. Su Lang, don't be too arrogant, you have used the secret method now to reach the eternal state of the three universes. Such a terrifying secret method, you will definitely not last long, and soon you will be beaten back to your original form. Emperor Yuanmingzhou's expression was gloomy, his pupils shrunk slightly like mung beans. Immediately after, dear friends of the Emperor Zhou, he looked at Zhan Yuzi and Zixuzhou Emperor and others, this Su Lang clearly doesn't want to reconcile, and can only fight one. Tying himself to Xuanyuzi and others is the best choice for Emperor Yuanmingzhou at present. He was not sure that he could escape from Su Lang's hands. Therefore, it can only add fuel to the fire, making it impossible to reach a reconciliation between the 7 people including Xuanyuzi and Su Lang, otherwise. Zhan Yuzi waited for the 7 to leave. His origin Mingzhou Emperor is probably about to end immediately. At this time, Su Lang wanted to eat everyone in one breath. It was his opportunity for Emperor Yuanmingzhou to win over Xuanyuzi and the others. Humph. After the situation, Yunj, it is all because of you that we will offend. Fellow Su Lang, otherwise, how could we be against the mysterious and extraordinary Taoist Su Lang? Emperor Taiyuanzhou let out an angry cold snort, and his gaze at Emperor Yuanmingzhou was full of disgust and hatred. The rest of the Eternal Realm Eternal Emperor also did the same, venting their grievances on Yuanming Eternal Emperor. Especially those 3 deities are eternal. Once war starts, they are bound to die. Chapter 2344, Return your words to you, so shameless. There was a bite of the weak in front, and now I blame it again. Emperor Yuanmingzhou's red eyes looked at Emperor Taiyuanzhou, and his teeth were crushed. At this time, friend Su Lang, actually, what Emperor Yuanmingzhou said before is also reasonable. Now you have the power of the 3 universes only after using the secret technique. I don't know if you have a swollen face to fill a fat man. Even if your strength is really that strong, we still have a chance to last until the moment when your secret technique is over. When that happens, you will be finished. We are now taking a step back, reconciling thoroughly and never committing each other. How about? Emperor Feng Lingzhou with a gloomy expression stepped forward. His venomous snake-like eyes stared at Su Lang, and his dangerous gaze flicked between Su Lang's vitals like a knife. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Look at the way I am walking slowly and leisurely now, as if the secret technique time will end. As long as I want to, I can always maintain my current combat power. Finally, I have given you the opportunity. You don't cherish it yourself, and you have to do it to me. I want to reconcile now, don't you think it's too late? Su Lang smiled faintly, facing the entire 8 emperors of the universe. It was calm and calm, without any urgency. You, friend Su Lang, do you have to fight us to the death? Do you know why our 3 Yizhou Eternals dared to form an alliance with Xuanyuzi and the 4 Eternals, but are not afraid of being killed? Tell you, we have more powerful natural cosmic coordinates in our hands. Once the eternal power inside knows our coordinates, it will definitely kill you. A Yizhou Eternal look eagerly said, Taoist Su Lang, if you stop it, do you know the coordinates of their natural universe? Do you know the coordinates of my endless universe? Even if Emperor Yuanmingzhou told you the coordinates, do you have a chance to leak the coordinates? Now, I want to return your words to you, so I'll catch it with my hands and suffer less pain. Su Lang smiled coldly, and then lightly squeezed his right hand, and the Yutian sword suddenly appeared. For an instant, another incomparably powerful aura permeated. The 8 people including Emperor Yuanmingzhou felt this breath. It was as if a mouse noticed the breath of a cat, almost exploding on the spot. Eternal weapon of Zhou. Although there is something wrong with the breath, this majestic and vastness is definitely the eternal weapon of the 2nd universe. How is this possible? Su Lang himself hasn't finished reaching the 3 universes himself, and the weapon is also the eternal state of the 2 universes. No, this is not true, it is definitely not true. Emperor Yuanmingzhou and the others stared in disbelief, looked at Su Lang and Yudian's sword dumbfounded, all of them fell into horror again. The weapon of the eternal realm of the 2nd universe. This is definitely only possible with the existence of more than 3 universes. These 2 universes, using their life's hard work, barely created an eternal weapon. And the eternal weapon of 1 universe, compared with the eternal weapon of 2 universe, is simply vulnerable. If the weapons in the Yudian sword in the hands of Xuanyuzi and others were the front, they would definitely be destroyed soon. And just as the 8 people including Emperor Yuanmingzhou were dumbfounded, as this scared, the corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and a snap of his left hand snapped his fingers. Soon, the sword of life and the 8-sided shield of the sky appeared. Suddenly, the breath of 2 eternal weapons spreads out again. What? There are still 2 eternal weapons, how is that possible? A strong eternal realm should have only 1 eternal weapon throughout his life. Fake, it's all fake, it must be some kind of magical power of eternity, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Emperor Yuanmingzhou, Emperor Fenglingzhou and others couldn't believe their eyes, and their 3 views were also rubbed on the ground. At this time, if you want to be happy, don't resist. The corners of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and his body instantly disappeared from the place. When he appeared again, he had already come to Emperor Feng Lingzhou. Chapter 2345, Doppelganger, Kill Me Among the 8. It was this Emperor Lingzhou who was most unconvinced. Therefore, he is naturally the first to get the sword. Do not, help me. Emperor Feng Lingzhou's expression changed wildly, terrified, and his facial features shifted. However, the 7 people including Emperor Yuanmingzhou took this opportunity to use the technique of natural universe shuttle to escape the Yuanming universe. In despair, Emperor Feng Lingzhou was ruthless in his heart and decided to learn from Emperor Mingzhou and destroy the eternal weapon by himself, in order to get a chance. But just when he was about to destroy his weapon, no one wants to escape today. Su Lang let out a cold snort, and a terrifying time-space fluctuation suddenly burst out of his body, instantly disrupting the surrounding time-space. In an instant, the time and space shuttle technique of Emperor Yuanmingzhou and others was immediately interrupted. Flee to a distance, escape from his attack range. Zhan Yuzi yelled loudly, tried his best, and flew towards the distance. Emperor Yuanmingzhou and the others followed suit and fled towards the distance. You guys. You must not die. When Emperor Feng Lingzhou saw everyone continuing to run away, his heart was desperate, and his liver was splitting. But at this moment, I said that, no one wants to escape. Clone dispatch, Xingquan Yunhe. Su Lang smiled coldly, immediately dispatched the avatar and the twin avatars, and activated the Xingquanyan combination function. Suddenly, the 50 avatars are divided into 3 teams, and each team merges with each other to transform into 3 more powerful 2-plane combat forces. 50 twin avatars are divided into 4 teams, which are also integrated with each other, turning into 4 eternal powers beyond the ordinary 2 universes. Then, a total of 7 eternal clones of Zhou, far superior to the same level, have arrived. They surround this battlefield. The extremely terrifying aura moved towards the suppression in the middle, and the void oscillated at this moment, as if the natural universe were about to collapse. The Emperor Yuanmingzhou and others were once again caught in a more violent shock. 7-2 universes eternal, every one is far beyond us, and has even touched the eternal bottleneck of the 3 universes. They look exactly the same as Su Lang, they are Su Lang's clones. No, this is impossible. This is not true, there can be such incredible things in the endless natural universe. Fake, everything is fake, it's my nightmare. It's over, everything is over, we are dead. Friend Su Lang, his men are merciful, the old man is willing to hand over 5 natural universes. 7 people, including Yuanmingzhou Emperor, Xuanyuzhou Emperor, Zixuzhou Emperor, and Taiyuanzhou Emperor, all trembled with fear, their hairs were standing upright, and they felt that the crisis of death had completely enveloped them. Although everyone is a very powerful Emperor Zhou, they are invincible in 1 or even several natural universes. They are aloft, overlooking everything, but the higher you stand and the longer you live, the less you want to die. They are reluctant to rule over all beings, as long as there is hope of survival. Not to mention surrendering the natural universe, even if they let them bow their heads, they are willing. But Su Lang would not accept their terms. He would not believe these old foxes. The avatar listens to the order, kill me. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and the 7 avatars immediately started to work together, condensing an extremely powerful sword out of thin air. Jung. The sound of swords shook the void of the universe. The extremely sharp aura directly tore through the void that had been around for dozens of light years. This sun won't let us go, we can only fight together. Emperor Yuanmingzhou roared and flew towards the nearest Emperor Xuanyuzhou, who also thought the same way, and flew towards Emperor Yuanmingzhou. However, Yi Nian function, with a thought in Su Lang, together with the 7 stars Kuan He clone, he instantly opened the Nianfeng space, and pulled his opponents into it. In an instant, the 8 emperors are separated directly, even if they seem close to each other. In fact, it has been completely separated by the Nianfeng space, and it is impossible to fight together. And it is not just the 8 emperors who are separated. There are also 4 eternal powers such as Emperor Feng Lingzhou and their eternal weapons. Chapter 2346. Kill the first eternal emperor. Weapons and weapons are transformed into flesh and blood, even if they are special creatures. When you reach the eternal state, you can be regarded as an independent and special creature, and will naturally be separated by the Nianfeng space. It's over. All separated. My weapons have been separated. What kind of supernatural power is this? It is so strange. Quote. Emperor Feng Lingzhou opened his mouth and looked at the gray world around him. Looking at the eternal realm weapon, Man Yu Xing Chen, that lost its color and wandered anxiously in the void. Looking at himself and Su Lang, who are only in color, the whole person is terrified and desperate. Before you dared to stare at me like a poisonous snake, so courageous. Why have you become so timid now? What about you? Why shake, sift the chaff? Su Lang looked at Emperor Feng Lingzhou, who was trembling slightly, with a hint of playfulness on his face. You don't come here. I am also an eternal 2 universe, be careful that I die with you. Don't look at you as the 3 eternal eternity, you just use the secret method to temporarily achieve it. What's more, if you can't kill me, I will be resurrected in my universe, and then you will have one more enemy hidden in the dark. You let me go, I can give you 7 natural universes, and I can tell you the coordinates now. Let me go. Quote. Emperor Feng Lingzhou shouted hoarse, almost incoherently roared, like a pig about to be killed. Ha ha, the coordinates of the natural universe. I don't know which of your natural cosmic coordinates. Su Lang looked at Emperor Feng Lingzhou in front of him, and the corners of his mouth had a hint of playfulness. The eternal state's abnormal supernatural power, He Shintong, has quietly unfolded. And he said this. What? He knows the coordinates of all my natural universe. How is this possible? Impossible. When have the coordinates of my natural universe leaked? Emperor Feng Lingzhou immediately stared, showing a look of surprise. For the Emperor of the Eternal Realm, the natural universe is the most important thing besides eternal weapons. Because it is very important, always pay attention to it, and information about the natural universe can easily come to mind. Therefore, suspicious occasion. Instinctively, a few thoughts flashed through Emperor Feng Lingzhou's mind. It was his coordinates in the natural universe. And these few thoughts were immediately caught by Su Lang, who used his heart to know. Ha ha, how can it be impossible? Listen, the first one is your Fengling natural universe. Take Yuanming universe as a reference point, and its coordinates are. In addition, there are 7 natural universes, each in. Su Lang looked at Emperor Feng Lingzhou in surprise, with a playful smile in his eyes. What? You actually know the coordinates of my natural universe? It's impossible. Could it be? Can you see through my thoughts directly? No, this is not true. Quote. When Emperor Feng Lingzhou heard Su Lang finished his natural cosmic coordinates, he almost collapsed. Ha ha ha, everything is true, but you can't accept it. Alright, Emperor Feng Lingzhou, let's get on the road. There was a sneer at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and the Yutian sword in his hand suddenly pierced out, breaking a sword. Stabbed, the rich cosmic power turned into an incomparably terrifying sword intent and hovered on the Yutian sword, instantly piercing Feng Lingzhou's forehead. Puff. When the sharp blade penetrates into the flesh, the Yutian sword is triggered by the characteristic of breaking the defense in death. Emperor Feng Lingzhou's pupils trembled and suddenly lost his light. Ding! You get Eternal Soul 1, Eternal Tao Crystal 1, Eternal Life Universe 1, Eternal Body 1, 1 Universe Eternal Weaponmanu Stars * 1, Universe Origin 5366, Eternal Realm Material Omen Star Heart 2, 2 Elementary Material. The system prompt sounds. This is the funeral bell of Emperor Feng Lingzhou. Represents his complete death. What resurrected, what became Su Lang's hidden enemy, is a complete joke. Chapter 2347, 6 Eternity, so many good things, don't poke needles. Su Lang's gaze fell into the storage space, and a very satisfied smile was outlined at the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, he also noticed the Eternal Realm Weaponmanu stars. The spirit of this weapon was very loyal to Emperor Feng Lingzhou, and there was no use for keeping it. So it is best to break it down. System, start the one-click decomposition function. Su Lang thought, and the power of decomposition descended on the body of Manu Star. This eternal weapon can't even resist, it will be directly restored into countless treasures of heaven and earth. The one-click decomposition function is really abnormal. Even the weapons of the eternal realm can be broken down instantly. Su Lang thought very happily, and then looked at the rest of the Emperor Zhou. After Shi Ji saw through the natural universe coordinates hidden by Emperor Feng Lingzhou, he immediately asked the clones to use similar methods to induce the emperors to recall their own cosmic coordinates, of course. Except for Emperor Mingzhou. This guy knows the practice off Hexentong, and he even snatched it from Mi Ling Bald Donkey, but Su Lang didn't need to use his heart to deal with him. Anyway, all of his natural universe has long been exposed. At this time, the great cosmic emperors were separated by the airspace, unable to transmit messages to each other, so they could not receive the reminder from the Emperor Yuanming. And all of Su Lang's major clones possessed very high intelligence, so it was not a problem to use the trick of inducing. Therefore, soon all the great emperors were recruited. Not only their own natural cosmic coordinates are all known to Su Lang. There are also natural universes that the emperors of the universe know about yet to hunt. At last, even those 3 universe eternal realms used as whole cards, the more powerful natural cosmic coordinates, were also known by Su Lang. All the coordinates of the natural universe that these emperors have grasped are now available. In this case, they have no need to live. Everything, kill people other than Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. A faint light flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he gave orders to the clones. Suddenly, a horrible Xing Quan Yun he clones all hands together. No, don't kill me. I am willing to surrender. I give you the coordinates of the natural universe. That natural universe has not been hunted by anyone. Ah, I fight with you. If you want me to die, I won't make you feel better. Kill, I will kill you. Quote. Zhan Yuzi and the 6 others felt the more and more intense death crisis, and they suddenly felt desperate. Then came the different reactions of each person. When desperately resisting, some try to negotiate, and constantly make concessions, wanting to ask for a chance. Some are desperate, but no matter what kind of reaction, it is futile. The star's Quan Yun clone is powerful, and fights all the emperors one by one. The battle must be ended as soon as possible. Su Lang's eyes flickered. He and the clone are magnificent, but in fact the power of the universe is limited, because there are too few complete crystal wall universes. So once the battle starts, it is better to fight quickly. At this time, Su Lang's figure flashed, and he appeared next to Zhan Yuzi instantly, and the Yutian sword was severely cut out in his hand. Boom boom, outside the Nianfeng space, Xuanyuzi's eternal weapon Zhongyu madly attacked the Nianfeng space barrier, causing ripples. Zhongyu Blade Tool Ling extremely anxiously wanted to support Zhan Yuzi, but he could only watch Su Lang's sword pierce Zhan Yuzi's throat, and blood suddenly appeared. The next moment, an irresistible force descended on Zhongyu Blade and directly collected it into Su Lang's storage space. At the same time enter the storage room. There are also the eternal body, the eternal soul, and the eternal Daojing. Everything is clearly arranged by the perfect plunder function. Immediately after, Su Lang thought, the Xing Kuanyin he clone started again, and the idle clone merged with the other clones to become more powerful. Suddenly, the 3 eternal realm of one universe fell into the hands of Su Lang clone. 3 system prompts sounded, announcing that they were finished. Then, it is Emperor Zixu and Emperor Taiyuan. These two universes are eternal, and they can only be killed by Su Lang in endless despair. Maybe they still have the idea of resurrection. But that's all dreaming. It takes less than 10 breaths. In the battlefield, apart from Su Lang and the clone, only Yuanmingzhou Emperor Kuanghu Yunj remained. Chapter 2348, Kill you directly, it's too cheap for you at this moment. The clone of Emperor Mingzhou also stopped attacking. In this way, the Nianfeng space was maintained, not allowing Emperor Yuan Mingzhou to run away. Death, is it over? I am the only one left. Impossible, this is impossible, how could it be so fast? This is not true, you, how could you be so strong, that is the seven eternal. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou's expression was stiff, his pupils trembled and looked out of the Nianfeng space. Although the space outside Nianfeng was gray, it did not prevent him from seeing. Xuanyuzi and others fall into Su Lang's hands one by one. He knew it was in Su Lang's hands. If you and others are separated, you will die. But still did not expect that death would come so soon. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, now, how do you feel? Su Lang waved his hand to make the clone cancel the Nianfeng space, and looked at Emperor Yuan Mingzhou with a smile on his face. Simultaneously, all the avatars and the twin avatars merged into one, forming 2 3-planet-class star Kuanyun clones. What, are there 2 3 universes again? What the asterisk is this? How can there be such an outrageous thing under the world? When Emperor Yuan Mingzhou saw Su Lang's 2 eternal clones of Sanzhou, Sangguan suffered a terrifying blow once again. The deity can use the secret technique to reach the eternity of the 3 universes is very unreasonable, okay. Special. The avatars can also merge with each other, and they can also become the eternal existence of the 3 universes. This is no way to survive. The 3 views suffered from friction. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou also had a deep despair in his heart. Facing Su Lang's eternal clone of the 2nd universe, he still couldn't defeat it. In the face of Su Lang's deity and the 2 eternal clones of Sanzhou, he already wanted to commit suicide, unfortunately. In front of Su Lang, it is impossible for him to commit suicide. Desperate, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, you who hunted multiple natural universes, didn't you expect that your own will end up now? Su Lang looked at Emperor Yuan Mingzhou, who was extremely horrified and desperate, and a slight smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Su Lang, the winner is king. If you win, you must kill as you please. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou felt that he had suffered a great insult, his face was blue and red. Of course I want to kill you. It just killed you directly, it's too cheap for you. I said at the beginning that for the crime you committed against the infinite universe, I want you to repay it thousands of times. The price you pay now is not enough. The more Su Lang said, his tone became more indifferent and cruel. You don't deceive people too much. I am also a strong eternal realm, you can't treat me like that. Emperor Yuan Mingzhou heard Su Lang's words, and suddenly hated and feared. The eternal realm martial artist has almost an endless lifespan, unless it is beheaded, it is almost immortal. But if it is tortured, will continue to suffer forever. The almost endless lifespan will make the torture even more terrifying. Humph, now you fall into my hands. I can deal with you as I want to deal with you. Su Lang smiled coldly, the pupils in his eyes suddenly dispersed, turning into 2 black vortexes. Simultaneously, doppelganger is the same action. In an instant, the void behind the heads of Su Lang and the 2 avatars silently tore out 2 long narrow rifts. Immediately after, the 6 long and narrow cracks suddenly opened, turning into 6 extremely huge eyes of terror. It was Su Lang, one of the magical powers that was pushed to the eternal state by the top of cultivation technique, reincarnation immortal eye, a magical ability specially used to torture people. The reincarnation fairy pupil of the eternal realm has already raised countless levels of power. This exercise is inherently all-encompassing. At this time, under Su Lang's control, a variety of terrifying torture methods were integrated, specifically targeting the soul and body of the eternal realm. Even if it is tortured in the eternal state, it will be like ordinary people suffering endless torture, painful and wanting to live. Life is better than death. Besides, now it is Su Lang and the 2 Xing Kuanyin avatars performing at the same time. The reincarnation fairy pupil appeared. The 6 giant eyes of reincarnation suddenly turned the surrounding tens of thousands of light years into a ***** and terrifying illusion. Chapter 2349. Unearth the secrets of Yuan Mingzhou Emperor, and this is an illusion that incorporates the avenue of time. The torment of Emperor Yuan Mingzhou in the illusion, the outside world only took a breath, a long time has passed inside, at this time. In the illusion of reincarnation fairy pupil, the various cruel methods that Su Lang mastered were embodied as various cruel instruments of torture. These instruments of torture had a hideous face and a perverted laughter, which fell on Emperor Yuanmingzhou one after another. In an instant, "What? Let go of me, let me go. Su Lang, you asshole, you kill me." Quote. Emperor Yuanmingzhou felt the pain from the depths of his soul and body. Even though he has experienced countless battles, he who has long been unfazed by ordinary pain, he can't stand it at all. The scream of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Su Lang was not moved at all, just watched coldly, of course. He did this not just to vent his anger. After all, Su Lang and the clone do not have much power in the universe. If it hadn't had a purpose, he would have killed Emperor Yuanmingzhou long ago. As for the purpose, it's to get more from Emperor Yuanmingzhou, something you can't get even if you kill him, the secret in his mind. Asked directly, the Emperor Yuanmingzhou's arrogance must not say anything. This requires his Shintong, but Emperor Yuanmingzhou knew the existence of Hexintong. Even if he didn't think that Su Lang could finish the training in such a short time, he would instinctively cover up the thoughts in his mind. Because his heart communication is really abnormal. Anyone who knows the existence of this kind of thing will be more vigilant. Therefore, Su Lang wanted Emperor Yuanmingzhou to lose this vigilance. The method is to torture Emperor Yuanmingzhou and make his emotions become excessive. In this way, the heart of defense will be reduced. When the time comes, you can use his Shintong, you will see more and more fidelity, of course. If the plan fails, Su Lang also has other methods, such as the soul search technique in the eternal realm. Although the information obtained by that method is very messy and incomplete, it is more troublesome to organize, but it can also be used. At this moment, Emperor Yuanmingzhou has fallen into Su Lang's reincarnation for dozens of breaths. But the feelings of Emperor Yuanmingzhou had already passed dozens of hours. "Su Lang, you bastard. Kill me, give me a good time." Quote. In the illusion of reincarnation fairy pupil, Emperor Yuanmingzhou roared frantically, like a beast with blood-red eyes and about to lose control. The pain of torture does not only come from the severe pain of the body and soul. There is also endless shame, unwillingness, resentment from my heart. Okay. Almost. A little longer, the emotional numbness is not good. Su Lang faintly overlooked the illusion of reincarnation fairy pupils, and immediately stepped forward to the front of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. "Su Lang bastard, you must die, you will die worse than me. Not only you, but also your relatives, your companions." Emperor Yuanmingzhou looked at Su Lang, who was close at hand, but had no choice but to curse bitterly. "Ha ha, Emperor Yuanmingzhou, if you want to die with dignity." Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly, "Then confide all the secrets you know." This statement came out. The Emperor Yuanmingzhou, who was already very emotional, immediately appeared in his mind some secrets he knew. How about it? This deal is pretty good, right? Compared with endless pain, death is easier and more dignified, isn't it good? Su Lang saw what Emperor Yuanmingzhou was thinking, a smile flashed in his eyes, and continued to ask. "Humph." Emperor Yuanmingzhou snorted coldly, and a trace of hesitation and a little light flashed in his eyes full of pain and resentment. He was hesitant to tell Su Lang the secret in his mind. While hesitating, those secrets were already circling in his mind. Then, Su Lang once again saw more secrets that Emperor Yuanmingzhou had. One of them surprised him. "Okay, since you don't want to say it, forget it. The opportunity was given to you, you are useless, don't blame me." Su Lang suppressed the surprise in his heart, sneered at Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and prepared to leave. He had dug up the secret of Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and he didn't want to waste any more time. Chapter 2350, But you met me, I say. I know some secrets. For example, in addition to the endless universe, I also know the coordinates of a natural universe that has not been hunted. The location is, quote. Emperor Yuanmingzhou showed a trace of eagerness, and immediately said anxiously, "However." "Ha ha, the coordinate you mentioned is the universe white world. Give me the coordinates of the universe white realm, do you want me to fall into it by mistake?" Su Lang sneered and interrupted Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Through his heart communication, he had seen through Emperor Yuanmingzhou's lies. The so-called universal white world. It is a kind of void formed between many barriers of the natural universe. Because the natural universe is not close to each other, It is equivalent to 4 floors on the ground splicing each other, but a hole is left in the center, that is, the white world of the universe. The universe white world is very scary. After entering the weak eternal level, it will fall almost instantly. The powerful eternal realm, even if you can immediately escape the universal white realm, you will lose half your life if you are not dead, and you will not be able to recover after countless years of cultivation. Therefore, even the eternal realm might not dare to shuttle through the space-time barriers of the universe at will and explore unknown coordinates. What? How could you know that the coordinates are the white world? That's the coordinates that only I know. Have you mastered the mind pass of Ling Buddhism? No, it's impossible, but that is also very powerful in the eternal realm. How can you master it in such a short time? Emperor Yuanmingzhou looked at Su Lang in disbelief, couldn't believe his ears. He knew he was bound to die. Before he died, he wanted to entrap Su Lang. However, he never expected that Su Lang would have mastered his mind. It should be known that after he obtained the Hexentong exercise from monk Ling, he had studied for more than 1 billion years, but he couldn't even get started. But Su Lang actually mastered it. This immediately made Emperor Yuanmingzhou horrified to wonder if he was a waste. Very sorry. If it is someone else, then they really can't master his heart in such a short time. But you met me, Su Lang. I have mastered his mind, and torturing you only arouses your emotions and makes you relax your guard. Now that I know all your secrets, you can go to death. Are you surprised at the thought that you can die right away? Su Lang looked at Emperor Yuanmingzhou faintly, and a strong playfulness was outlined in the corner of his mouth. Do not. Impossible, you can't do it. Emperor Yuanmingzhou was shocked, his eyes dark but desperate. He was played between the palms of his hands by Su Lang, then defeated, and finally played him again, squeezing all the value in him. Tisk tisk, take up the courage to face the cruel reality. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and immediately said, by the way, I also prepared a gift for you. Talking, he waved his hand. A clone suddenly appeared beside him, releasing a woman from the universe of life. This woman is the immortal Emperor Ru Yanran. Your Majesty Yuanmingzhou. Seeing the current situation of Emperor Yuanmingzhou, the immortal Emperor Zhou suddenly burst into a strong shock and disbelief in his numb eyes. She knew that Su Lang had become very strong. But I never expected it. Su Lang even completely defeated Emperor Yuanmingzhou in the blink of her eye. She stayed in the land of exile, really as a blink of an eye. Ru Yanran. When Emperor Yuanmingzhou saw Emperor Immortal Zhou, a trace of complexity flashed in his eyes. Half-step eternity looks like an ant in his eyes. Ru Yanran is a little special, but still can't get him to get his eyes straight. And now, he and Ru Yanran are both ants. The ants at Su Lang's feet. See how kind I am. Let you die, you can die neatly and reunionly. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and the Yutian sword in his hand was suddenly raised and severely cut down. Puff! The terrifying sword light penetrated the immortal Emperor Zhou directly. Suddenly, the Emperor Zhou stiffened, and his body disappeared. Ru Yanran. Emperor Yuanmingzhou called out again. A trace of pain flashed through his eyes. At this time, Su Lang raised the Yutian sword again, and gave it lightly with his right hand. Chapter 2351, Upgrade 5 System Functions. Emperor Yuanmingzhou's pupils trembled, and the last thought did not appear completely, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. Ding! You get Eternal Soul 1, Eternal Tao Crystal 1, Eternal Life Universe 1, Eternal Body 1, Origin of the Universe 8848, Eternal Realm Material. The system prompt came. Yuanmingzhou Emperor Kuang Huyunj, who declared his impossibility, died completely. It's over. Su Lang looked at the shattered, empty and lonely universe, and couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. Choosing Yuanming Universe as the main battlefield is right. Look around. Even if there is a space for chanting, it is ruined. I don't know how many star fields have been destroyed, and countless creatures have fallen. If this is to fight in the boundless world, I'm afraid I will break it into countless pieces again. It's time to count the trophies. In this battle, killing 8 eternal realm powers, the origin of the universe alone is tens of thousands, so beautiful. There was a hint of excitement in Su Lang's eyes, and immediately issued an instruction. The system, deposit all the origins of the universe and the Emperor's source of the universe into the balance. Ding! The storage is complete. The balance is 52,856 universe origin. The system prompt appears. Su Lang suddenly became even more excited. More than 50,000 universe origins, all functions can be upgraded. Hurry up, Su Lang rubbed his hands in excitement and ordered, upgrade all functions for me. Ding. Consumes 10,000 cosmic origins, the one-key training function is upgraded to level 52, and the training speed is increased to 600,640 trillion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualification. Ding. Consume 10,000 cosmic origins, upgrade the one-key martial arts function to level 52, and increase the training speed to 6,000 trillion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualifications. Ding. Consumes 10,000 universe origins, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 51, the number of clones is +1, the current number of clones is 51, the number of clones is 51, and the number of twins is 51. Ding. Consumption of 10,000 universe origins, the one-click treasure hunting function has been upgraded to level 51, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders is 6,000 trillion. Ding. Consumes 10,000 universe origins, the one-key enhancement function is upgraded to level 12, the enhancement limit is +1, and it can currently be enhanced 12 times. System prompts appear one after another. All of the 5 system functions have been upgraded again, and the functional effects have become even more terrifying. 2856 universes left. I can use my cultivation base to replace the origin of the universe and fill the universe of life and crystal wall universe. These cosmic origins are used to upgrade the Yudian sword and other weapons. But before that, we have to disassemble those 3 weapons. Su Lang thought about this, his eyes fell on the 3 eternal weapons in the storage space. Immediately after, ding, the decomposition is successful, you will get half-step Eternal Soul 98, Universe Origin 3233, Eternal Grade Material. Ding, the decomposition is successful, quote. At the moment of Su Lang's thought, the decomposition function was activated, and the 3 rare and eternal weapons were restored into countless materials. After this decomposition, unexpectedly, a large amount of cosmic origin was obtained. Su Lang immediately deposited it into the system, and the balance suddenly became the origin of the 12,121 universe. Immediately after, his eyes were placed on the almost innumerable treasures of heaven and earth. The souls such as the Eternal Soul and the Soul of the Beginning are all thrown into the Void Dragon Vein world of the Void Spirit universe. Once these eternal souls become incense souls, they will surely provide me with countless incense aspirations. A soul can be compared to a half-step eternal life universe. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and with his hand, the 8 eternal souls of Emperor Yuanmingzhou and others, as well as the souls obtained from the decomposition of weapons, were all collected into the world of Void Dragon Veins. By the way, I also took a look at the situation in the 3 Void Dragon Veins world. Because the incense is very powerful, the 3 Void Dragon worlds have gathered a large number of special wish power crystals, which can almost evolve 3 weapons. Chapter 2352, One Key Mixer Function breaks the limit, first upgrade the Yudian sword and other weapons. The evolution of incense weapons will wait until all the harvested crystal wall world and life universe are transferred to my body. A ray of light flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he immediately issued instructions to the system. The system, using the 1000 universe origin, raises the limit of the one key mixer function. Ding. Consuming 1000 universe origins, the one key refining function breaks through the limit, unlocks to level 16, and can refine Yizhou Eternal in its lower level weapons. The system prompts that the voice has just dropped. Start the enhanced reset function. Su Lang took the Yudian sword in his hand and gave instructions. Ding. Strengthen the reset successfully. Accompanied by the system prompt, the breath of Yudian sword burst down. Start the one key mixer function. Su Lang issued an order again, only retain the current characteristics, evolve the Yudian sword. At this moment, the refining functions, weapon conditions, and upgrade materials are all ready, and the Yudian sword can naturally evolve. Ding. Consumes the soul of the primordial asterisk 880,000, the origin of the universe asterisk 100, the material of the eternal realm, the material of the primordial element. The Yudian sword has evolved into an eternal weapon of the primordial universe. The system prompt sounds. Countless materials turned into mysterious and powerful energy, which was integrated into the Yudian sword. In an instant, the true realm of Yudian sword has evolved into an eternity. An extremely terrifying aura radiated from the Yudian sword, which was the aura of the power of the universe. But this is not over yet. System. Start 1 key enhanced function. Su Lang's heart moved, and he gave instructions again. Ding. Strengthened successfully. Yutian sword +1. Ding. Quote. After the system prompt is over, Yutian sword has strengthened 4 times. Its power has been greatly improved again, and it has the true power of the eternal state of the 3 universes, the host. My strength has become stronger. I have an unprecedented power, so powerful, it seems to be able to annihilate all existence. Xiaoyu ran out of her body excitedly, and she hung her arms around Su Lang's neck. That is the power of the universe. You have obtained the cohesion and use of the power of the universe, and you are truly eternal. Su Lang smiled and rubbed Xiaoyu's hair, with a hint of joy in his eyes. Hee, so happy, so high, Xiaoyu smiled in excitement, her body writhing constantly. Seeing that she was so happy, Su Lang did not interrupt her, and instead took out the weapons such as the heavenly armor and 8-edged shield. Seeing this scene, the weapon spirits of Tianjia's 8-sided shield and other weapons did not dare to bother. Next, Su Lang uses the same method. First strengthen the reset, then evolve, and finally strengthen again. Immediately, the 8-sided shield of the sky, the mirror of reincarnation, the sword of life, and the nest of civilization all evolved to the eternal realm of one universe. And these 4 weapons have all been strengthened 3 times, and their power has reached the eternal realm of the second universe. The spirits of the spirits were excited and cheered, and one after another they thanked Su Lang for the gift. Su Lang himself was very happy. In his current eternal realm, he possessed 5 eternal weapons. If someone saw him, he would be so surprised that his eyes would fall out. What's more, his 5 eternal weapons are not ordinary one-plane eternal weapons, the worst are of the second plane level. It's so cool. 5 eternal weapons, almost make me invincible at the level of the 3 universes. Next, let's start sorting out the rest of the spoils. Su Lang licked his lips excitedly, and then waved his big hand. 8 life universes and 8 eternal bodies appeared in front of him. 8 life universes. Nature is the eternal life universe of Emperor Yuanmingzhou and others. Although it was taken into the body, it was bound to merge some crystal wall worlds. But Su Lang is not an ordinary eternal realm. Even if some crystal wall worlds merge into a larger crystal wall universe, cultivation bases can also be used to replace the origin of the universe to fill and improve. The big deal is to wait a little longer for sufficient cultivation. This was nothing compared to the eternal life universe. Except for the 8 eternal life universes. Those 8 bodies were the eternal bodies of the 8 people including Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Perhaps it is because the eternal realm itself is equivalent to a complete universe, so it is not divided into body fragments by the perfect plundering function. And among these 8 eternal bodies, there are almost countless crystal wall worlds. Let's start. Su Lang took a deep breath and began to transfer the eternal life universe. Chapter 2353, Fusion of Eternal Life Universe. Randomly selected one from the 8 eternal life universes. Su Lang took it in front of him and looked at it with his spiritual thoughts. This eternal life universe is much larger than the half-step eternal life universe. There are 9 planets inside, slowly rotating around a star. These 9 planets and stars are very huge, almost comparable to the 9 space-time superstars in the source universe, but the composition of these 9 planets and stars is very simple. The 9 giant planets are condensed from ordinary land. That huge star is slightly better. But it's just the ordinary stars that the Emperor had picked up from the natural universe, and then added his own fire system, light system, radiation system and other great powers. Its internal energy is far inferior to that infinite star fragment in Su Lang's body. To this, Su Lang was not surprised at all. Because all treasures that are cherished will be reversely refined into the origin of the universe by the eternal realm powerhouse. Among them, the innate spirits produced at the beginning of the universe are most suitable for refining the origin and core origin of the universe. The second is the eternal body of the rest of the eternal realm powerhouse. Yes, it is the corpses of the rest of the eternal realm. Next, there are all kinds of treasures, heaven and earth treasures, heaven and earth energy and so on. Ordinary land can actually reverse the origin of the universe. But this is too difficult. Countless ordinary lands, it is difficult to reverse the origin of the universe. A strong eternal realm, unless he is as poor as an ordinary person, he will not refining ordinary land, at this time. Su Lang's spiritual thoughts continued to deepen and fell on the 9 huge planets. However, the creatures on these 9 planets have been killed and injured. Many creatures have been drained of energy. The cities became ghost towns, and they were full of corpses, turning into ashes when the wind blows, but the number of surviving creatures is countless, regardless of the proportions in the numbers. Ming Guang Wanji, illuminating the universe. The one who praises my true name, Kehur and other true spirits, enter the cycle of reincarnation, and have the sole eternal life. Su Lang unfolded the eternal level of bright light, and the endless light illuminates the sorrowful universe of life. Suddenly, all living beings instantly worship Su Lang as their master, and offer his pious incense power. This is an everlasting universe of life. I don't know how many years it has been in business development. Even with heavy casualties, countless creatures survive. At this time they all became the fanatics of Su Lang. Countless incense and wish power poured into Su Lang's virtual spirit universe. In a short time, a large number of special aspiration power crystals have once again condensed in the 3 void dragon worlds. Next, I will incorporate it into my body and become a part of me. A bright light flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and immediately began to run, universal normalization, and other profound meanings. Suddenly, the crystal wall cells merged with each other to form an extremely vast crystal wall world. This crystal wall world is almost comparable to Su Lang's 10 life universe at this time. Next, Su Lang collected the eternal life universe into this crystal wall world. It's not over after receiving it. It has to use the powerful cosmic power to refine and fuse the cosmic crystal wall in the crystal wall of the crystal wall cell world. This is not difficult. Quickly, Su Lang turned this eternal life universe into his own body world. The inner beings also entered his reincarnation system. Soon, Su Lang brought the remaining 7 universes of eternal life in front of him. Then used the same method to integrate it into the body. Then, in addition to his own life universe, Su Lang had 8 eternal life universes. These life universes come from different emperors. There are also very subtle, almost imperceptible differences in the power of rules and avenues within. But those differences do exist. After Su Lang obtained 8 different eternal realm life universes, he could feel that the power of the great Tao he mastered was supplemented by a little bit on the basis of consummation. Chapter 2354. Transfer the Crystal Wall World. The power of the great power of each natural universe is extremely different. Every Emperor Zhou who was born in a different natural universe has a great way of comprehension, but it is just the perfection of his own natural universe. Throughout the endless natural universe, there are countless numbers, and the accumulation of small differences is extremely terrifying. So, at the time of eternity, the power of the avenue can be further sublimated, including the most advanced time avenue. The road to cultivation is long, and we still need to work hard. A touch of firmness rose in Su Lang's eyes, and he immediately looked at the 8 eternal bodies. The corpses of 8 eternal class powerhouses not only contains countless crystal wall worlds, it is also an extremely treasured treasure. Eternal powerhouses hunt the natural universe, not only hunting the natural universe itself, but also hunting the eternal realm powerhouses in that universe. Once you kill the opponent, you can seize the eternal body and refining the origin of the universe. Of course, refining the eternal body is the origin of the universe. Of course, it is impossible to refining all the origin of the universe that it has integrated into the body during its lifetime. Under normal circumstances, it is usually a few tenths, and at most 1/10 of the origin of the universe can be reversed. It has to be reversed. It's really troublesome. If you can reverse the exercise with 1 key, it will be good. Su Lang touched his chin, and his eyes lit up. By the way, I can try the 1 key decomposition function. Thought of this, he couldn't help getting excited, and he had an instinct that would definitely be possible. However, Su Lang did not immediately disassemble the eternal body. After all, the crystal wall world inside hasn't moved yet. First transfer the crystal wall world. There was a hint of excitement at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, then grabbed an eternal body and started to work. First, I used my spiritual mind to view the crystal wall world of this eternal body. Good guys, there are 233. This number is too small compared to Su Lang, but lower than the ordinary 1 cosmic eternity. For the 2 cosmic eternity, it is already a lot. It should be noted that the half-step eternal strong, usually only a few dozen guy of crystal wall world. Next, Su Lang's spiritual thoughts swept through the crystal wall world one by one. These crystal wall worlds are large and small, and many creatures live in them. The total number of all creatures is many times more than those in the eternal life universe. Tisk tisk, got these creatures. My incense aspiration is about to usher in a huge explosion. Su Lang smiled. Even if Zan began to transfer the planets and continents in the crystal wall world, of course, it also included the creatures above. This job is much easier than housing the universe of life. Although there are a lot of crystal wall worlds, but the size is too small, Su Lang can transfer dozens of worlds in one breath. Wow, countless planets and continents were sucked out from that eternal body, and transformed into a galaxy, blending into Su Lang's body. After searching this eternal body, Su Lang successively scavenged all the remaining 7 eternal bodies of the crystal wall world. Suddenly, in Su Lang's body there was a full 2,000 crystal wall worlds with planets or continents. As for how many more creatures are there, I don't know it's totally innumerable. After scraping the crystal wall world of the eternal body, really. Su Lang's incense willingness has grown tremendously. The endless incense is willing to integrate into the virtual spirit universe. Not only did the 3 void dragon vein worlds condense a mountain of special aspiration crystals, but it also expanded the void spirit universe by 100 times. In the past, the radius of the ethereal universe was 30 billion light years. At this time, it has become 3 trillion light years. It should be understood that this is Su Lang's passive ability. He doesn't do anything, all the incense within 3 trillion light years, and even the emotional thoughts that spill out, will be captured by him. Hey, next, you can upgrade the incense weapon. Su Lang rubbed his hands excitedly, and then took out the 3 incense weapons. Wearing Heart Lock, Kibao Wonderful Tree and Purple Gold Gourd, if these 3 weapons have reached the eternal state, then the previous battle can be easier. At this time these 3 weapons. The first 2 are the 7 generations plus 8 enhancements, and the Zijin Gourd is the 9 generations. Chapter 2355, Evolution Incense Weapon. Let's wear the hard lock first. System, start the enhanced reset function. Su Lang's thoughts immediately reset the strengthening effect of the heart-piercing lock. Suddenly, the strengthening effect of the heart-piercing lock disappears, and the power drops back to the Qian primordial stage. System, start the weapon evolution function, and the goal is to wear the hard lock. Su Lang held the hard lock in his hand and issued the order again. Ding. Consume the special incense wishing power to crystallize *15 million. The heart-piercing lock evolves into a weapon of the Bian Taichu. Ding. Consume the special incense wishing power to crystallize *18 million. The heart-piercing lock evolves into the Juyan Taichu weapon. Quote. 3 consecutive system prompts sounded. The level of heart-piercing lock has been evolved to a half-step eternal state. This is not over yet. The next step is to strengthen. Reinforcement does not require the use of special aspirations to crystallize, just ordinary natural treasures. System, start 1 key enhanced function. Su Lang locked the heart-piercing lock with his divine mind and gave instructions. Suddenly, ding, strengthened successfully, +1 through the heart lock. Ding, strengthened successfully, +1 through the heart lock. After the 2 system prompts, a strong eternal atmosphere erupted from the heart-piercing lock. It has reached the eternal realm of a universe, and its aura is larger than weapons such as the Dead Universe and the Cave Feather Golden String. However, it appears to be relatively vain, and it is obviously still eternal in the virtual state, not the real eternal state. Incense weapons are inherently non-functional. Even if I have the ability to instill in a great way, I can't find the spirit to instill it. The road of incense has reached half an eternity, and the realm on it is not clear. Even, it is not clear whether there is an eternal sublimation of the incense aspiration force. Su Lang frowned, feeling that he was in trouble, but he changed his mind, his eyes flashed, and his expression immediately eased. There is no weaponry. Then I will create an instrument spirit. The guy who eats evil is born with incense and matches my incense weapon very well. Well, just do it, let him integrate into my weapon and become a weapon. But don't worry about this, let's finish the rest first. Su Lang touched his chin, a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Next, he reset the strengthening effects of Kibao Miaoshu and Zijin Gourd, and evolved them all to the half-step eternal state, and then strengthened them twice to reach the same level as the heart-piercing lock. So far, 3 pieces of eternal incense weapons in the cosmic virtual realm are completed. Don't think they are just virtual realms, because the incense system is very different and can have a significant effect on the eternal realm. The 3 incense weapons are completed. According to the previous plan, we must condense the 4th incense weapon. Su Lang had already thought about what weapon to condense. At present, his weapons are both offensive and defensive, as well as therapeutic in production, and all of his powers have reached the eternal realm of the second universe. So this time, he intends to condense the illusion weapon in his impression King Hua Shui Yu with incense and willingness. Jinghua Shui Yu's ability is completely control the feeling of the hand, so that it can fully believe in the appearance, shape, quality, breadth and other perceptions of a specific object as the weapon owner hopes. This weapon has a wide range of uses. The illusion weapon was also what Su Lang lacked. This is much more powerful than the illusion that uses the eternal realm with no hands. It's like the eternal reincarnation fairy I previously performed on Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and its effect is definitely not as good as the mirror flower water moon in the eternal realm. It's beautiful, let's get started. Su Lang's eyes flashed and he rubbed his hands gently. Suddenly, the power of the universe, which contains the power of the perfect road, surging out, condenses into an illusory orb with colorful dragon patterns. On this illusory orb, those colorful dragon-patterned roots grew out of the semi-illusory orb and spread in all directions. Finally, these unfolded colorful dragon patterns form a spherical world barrier against the invisible border. This new emptiness dragon vein heaven is completed like this. It is the eternal world of emptiness dragon veins. Su Lang guessed that the incense weapon condensed by it might be the eternal realm just after condensing it. Next, he casually threw the 4th void dragon vein heaven into the void spirit universe. Chapter 2356, Condensed Mirror Flower Water Moon. Suddenly, the imaginary dragon veined heaven realm, which looked like a bead, became like a scroll. But there was nothing on it, with only some looming colorful dragon patterns. At this time, the incense aspiration power lingering in the virtual spirit universe poured into it like a black hole, making its colorful dragon pattern more and more conspicuous. Jinghua Shuiyu, Yantian is blurred. The incense souls in the void dragon vein celestial realm should believe that they can completely control all the feelings of their counterparts. Well, it's time for training. A gleam of thought flashed in Su Lang's eyes. Then he grabbed some heinous souls during his lifetime and put them into the empty dragon vein heaven. These souls enter it, soon it was eroded by the incense aspiration, and became a lunatic soul of incense. Immediately, clone dispatch. With a thought, Su Lang threw all the clones into the void of the dragon vein celestial realm, except for the clone that was used as a substitute for death. These avatars were transformed into life mentors under his command. They act wildly, teaching those incense souls to believe that they can dominate others quickly. The first batch of incense souls were induced to embark on the right path of light, and then the following scene appeared. I saw 2 incense souls, one tall and one short, standing face to face, staring with small eyes. Soon. You are tired. The tall man's incense soul pointed at the short man and shouted very seriously. You are in pain. The short man pointed to the tall man and said solemnly. You are hot. The tall man pointed at the short man again, exclaiming in a sensational manner. You are so cool. The short man pointed to the tall man. This almost unreasonable behavior looks ridiculous. But, in their bodies, they have condensed a special incense aspiration power. It is the raw material to condense mirror flower water moon. Hey, on the right track. Now put in more souls and let them support each other. Seeing this scene, Su Lang immediately opened his eyes and smiled, and then lost more souls to the void dragon vein heaven realm. The clone remains in it, and you can dispatch it at any time if you want to use it. Next, Su Lang summoned Xiaoluo of the Mirror of Reincarnation again. Make it build a 4th judgment ***** in the cycle of reincarnation, to collect souls, and put it into the 4th heaven of emptiness dragon veins. Finish it all. Su Lang temporarily put the matter of incense weapons aside, and then brought an eternal body in front of him. System. Start the one-click decomposition function. Su Lang locked the eternal body with divine thoughts and issued instructions. Ding. Decomposition failed. A system prompt dispelled Su Lang's expectations. Failed. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, but he was not surprised. Follow the system function instructions. The one-click decomposition function can only perfectly decompose any artificially refined items into various materials. The eternal body is obviously not a refined item. Never mind. When I learn the anti-truth of chaos, I will reverse all the eternal body into the origin of the universe. Hey, I will definitely make a lot of money again. Su Lang rubbed his hands and put the 8 eternal bodies into the storage space. Immediately after, he began to sort out the techniques he obtained from the eternal powerhouses. The first is, Chaos Refining Anti-True Dao, and, Zhou Yuan Refining True Dao. These 2 exercises were mastered by each of the 8 people including Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and they were regarded as the basic exercises for the eternal realm. The former is used to refining the origin of the universe and the core origin of the universe. The latter can be reversed to the origin of the universe, restoring the cost. The 2 exercises are all methods of using the power of the universe based on the Great Way of Time. In addition to these 2 exercises, there are also the Eternal Realm Technique, Yuanming Infinite Dao, obtained from Emperor Yuanmingzhou, the Xuanyu Without Reading Sutra, obtained from Xuanyuzi and Emperor Fenglingzhou. Su Lang temporarily put the rest of the exercises aside, picked up the Chaotic Rebellion Anti-True Dao, and turned the look with his spirit. The technique of Eternal Realm is difficult and obscure. Even with this kind of exercise that everyone masters, the amount of information is so large that Su Lang speaks terribly. Fortunately, you don't have to learn it by yourself. You only need to read it once, and you can put it on the martial artists and let them work. Chapter 2357, Natural Universe, Endless Universe, Go Ahead, Little Babies. After Su Lang finished reading, Chaos Refining Anti-True Dao, he looked excited and threw it on the 10 martial arts villains. Suddenly, 10 martial arts villains began to practice desperately. The current one-key martial arts function has reached level 52, and the speed is 6,000 trillion times. 10 martial arts villains practice at the same time, and the speed will increase tenfold, reaching 60,000 trillion times. Presumably, it won't take long. The martial artist will be able to finish it. Ah, so cool. Su Lang showed an intoxicated smile. After a while, his smile gradually faded, and the secrets and intelligence he had obtained from Emperor Yuanmingzhou appeared in his mind. The first is information about the natural universe. The natural universe is not unique, but there are countless numbers. And countless natural universes constitute a piece of universe. All the cosmic domains together are collectively called the endless cosmic domain. There is a gap between the natural universe and the natural universe. This is manifested in 2 aspects. One is the resource abundance of the natural universe, and the second is the time flow rate of the natural universe. Not bad. The time flow rate of the natural universe is different. The natural universe with faster time flow generally has abundant resources. With the combination of the 2, the time for the birth of the strong is much faster than that of the universe with low velocity. And there are more, almost relative to the natural universe. With the higher the flow rate of time, the stronger and the greater the number. In general, the natural universe in the endless universe is divided into levels according to the speed of time flow. Specifically divided into bottom, lower, middle, upper and top. The boundless universe and Yuanming universe are just the lowest natural universe. The flow of time is slow, and the training resources are not abundant. Because the natural universe with a higher flow rate of time, relatively speaking, the faster the cultivation speed, the stronger will probably be more and stronger. Their combat power can almost completely crush the lower level universe. So they all like hunting the universe with low time flow. Once the coordinates of the underlying natural universe are exposed, it is easy to be killed by people. The eternal realm powerhouses who were born in the bottom universe will be very eager for the universe with higher time flow, and hope to enter into it to practice, of course. There are also strong people who live in low time flow areas, mostly salted fish that have lost their enterprising spirit. Because of the rigid demand for cultivation resources. In the endless universe, the eternal powerhouses often attack each other and occupy each other's universe. This also prompted some eternal powerhouses to hug each other, just like the 7 people such as Xuanyuzi. This kind of group is the embryonic form of the eternal power. In the endless years, even the eternal powerhouses, who are extremely few in number, have established powers one after another, occupying one side of the universe. The forces will also attack each other and fight fiercely. There are also neutral forces, accepting eternal strong from various places, which is equivalent to an exchange and trading platform, earning some security guarantee money. And the information obtained by Emperor Yuanmingzhou. It comes from an eternal strong man in the universe with a high time flow rate in the universe, even. Yuanming universe can develop to this day. Yuanmingzhou Emperor can hunt the 9 natural universes. It's all because of the benefits gained from this eternal strong man. Mo Wuyuan is the name of that strong man. Did not expect. One by one, the natural universe will be such a world. Sure enough, it's still the same cruel, even more cruel. The boundless realm is just the bottommost universe. There are countless universes with a faster flow rate than the boundless realm. Those who are in the universe with a high time flow rate, their cultivation speed is faster than that of the endless universe. I don't know how much. Well, if you come into contact with a higher level natural universe and a more powerful existence in the future, my terrifying speed of cultivation will be able to flicker to a certain extent. Quote. Su Lang thought so, and immediately looked at the second piece of information from Emperor Yuanmingzhou. This information related to the boundless universe answered a doubt in Su Lang's mind. Chapter 2358, Xin Mi, 9 Desolate Universe Region exactly. It's the secret of the boundless world. As a powerful eternal realm powerhouse, Emperor Yuanmingzhou survived for tens of billions of years. He had known the coordinates of infinity boundary a long time ago and started the invasion plan. It was definitely not a rash attack in person at first. Rather, it is trying to detect intelligence and plan to move. This also made Emperor Yuanmingzhou's understanding of the boundless realm far surpassing Dongfang Taiyi's half-step eternity. Even Eastern One is a strong man born and raised in the boundless world. As for eating evil, this guy did not dare to show up when the boundless universe was prosperous, for fear of being killed by the strong. So he has been hiding in a very remote place. Even the battle of the boundless realm didn't participate, just watched from a distance for a while. Although he was born at the beginning of the universe. But before meeting Su Lang, he had never stepped into the boundless world. Therefore, his understanding of the boundless realm was actually very weak, and he could not tell Su Lang any valuable information, at this time. From the body of Emperor Mingzhou, only then did Su Lang get some secrets about infinite realm, the boundless universe. He even once teamed up with the rest of the universe to form a small force called the 9 Desolate Universe. The 9 Desolate Universe is composed of 9 bottom natural universes, and has 9 eternal realm powerhouses. And that era was called the Hunyuan era. The Hunyuan era is the most powerful era in the boundless universe, with a large number of half-step eternal strong men, and warriors in the early days are not uncommon. The Buddhism eternal level secret technique, Hexentong, and divine realm communication, practiced by Su Lang. It came from one of the natural universes called Tianfan. The 9 natural universes gather together, communicate with each other, and gradually develop and grow. But at a certain moment, the 9 Desolate Universe has been plundered from the higher universe. Almost all of the 9 natural universes suffered devastating disasters. Take the Endless Universe as an example. At that time, the Eternal Realm powerhouse died directly. A lot of half-step eternity also vanished. Infinity was not a continent at that time. It is a supergiant planet with 9 layers of space-time walls, and its name is Yuan. The space-time superstars of Yuanming universe are nothing compared with them. In that plunder of the upper universe, most of the boundless was robbed directly, and the rest formed the boundless realm. The core of the boundless realm contained in it was only a very small part of the boundless, and most of it was looted. As for why this is left, the circumstances at the time are not known and cannot be inferred. After the 9 Desolate Universe was looted, the eternal realms of the various universes fell one after another and became extremely weak. To protect yourself, the major universes have agreed not to disclose their space-time coordinates. Immediately disconnected, each closed and self-contained, recuperating and restoring vitality. After the long years, in the 9 natural universes of the 9 Desolation universe, one after another, the universe reappeared in the eternal state. But there is still no eternal state. Based on the understanding of each of the 9 natural universes, one can roughly guess when the other party will be able to appear strong in the eternal realm. Therefore, as time goes by, in the 9 natural universes, in some natural universes that have not yet produced the powerful in the eternal realm, their rulers have begun to worry and panic. In this cruel world, alliances can only exist with equal strengths. Otherwise, you will only have the remaining chips. For example, 3 of the 7 people of Xuanyuzi have mastered the coordinates of the higher-level natural universe, and can use them as a bargaining chip to increase their weight. In the 9 Desolate Universe, the coordinates of the natural universe without eternity are known by other universes. Therefore, it is very likely to become a hunted target. In an extremely intense crisis, The previous agreement not to disclose coordinates to each other became a piece of waste paper. This is how the boundless universe was betrayed. According to the information obtained by Emperor Yuanmingzhou, it was Thigenluo universe, in the Nine Desolate universe, which leaked the coordinate information of the infinite universe Tomilan universe. Exactly not long after, Emperor Yuanmingzhou hunted Themilan universe, and learned the news. But, Genluo universe, is a chicken thief and has not revealed its coordinates, therefore. Emperor Yuanmingzhou only got the coordinates of the boundless universe, and then started the invasion plan. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.